On a frigid snowy night, Xia Yingnai found herself unexpectedly entwined with a masked man, leading to her disgrace and subsequent expulsion from her family. 5 years later, she returned with 4 prodigious children, unwittingly entangling herself with a magnate from a prominent family. Chapter 1. The Beauty in the Snowy Night. In Shengjing, the snow fell thickly. 4 ragged and foul-smelling beggars huddled around a fire in a dilapidated temple. Suddenly, a black car sped towards them. 2 masked men emerged, tossing a lavishly embroidered blanket before them. A hefty stack of cash followed, crashing onto the beggars' faces. A bunch of scoundrels. Here is your fortune and a beauty. The beggars, elated, began to scramble for the scattered bills. An elderly beggar accidentally disturbed the blanket, which unfurled to reveal a girl nearly devoid of clothing. Unconscious yet breathtakingly beautiful, her figure was extraordinary. After a moment of shock, the beggars' lustful intentions ignited, their filthy hands reaching toward the girl. No one cared for the flurry of money any longer. Not far away, a pink Lamborghini stood idle. A young girl, clad in sunglasses and a fur coat, savored the scene with a smirk, murmuring, "Enjoy the 18th birthday gift I've brought you, my dear sister." Soon, the Lamborghini and the black car vanished into the swirling snow like 2 enigmatic fish. Within the temple, the beggars squabbled over who would claim the girl first, chaos erupting as they fought amongst themselves. A tall man, donning a silver snow eagle mask, trudged against the wind through the snowy night. Clutching his bleeding chest, his face was etched with icy rage. Damn it, those wretches had despicably used potent drugs. His vision blurred momentarily, his body ablaze with uncontrollable heat. Inside the temple, Xia Yingnai stirred from her coma, trembling from the cold. Upon opening her eyes, terror seized her as she beheld a multitude of cold, predatory gazes fixed upon her, figures lunging in her direction. "Ah!" she screamed, her voice piercing the silence and shattering the pale snow nearby. The masked man, his vision obscured, heard her anguished cry and, like a silent predator, tracked her scent with precision. As the beggars descended upon Xia Yingnai, the masked man struck with the swiftness of death itself, dispatching them in an instant. "Help!" The beautiful girl's eyes brimmed with tears, her plea unfinished. And the next moment, she found herself captured by the man's lips. She yearned to scream for help, yet besides the cawing crows overhead, there was no one around. As dawn broke, the snow ceased its fall. The blaring sirens roused Xia Yingnai from her slumber. Her long lashes fluttered as she opened her weary eyes. The masked man had vanished, but the horrors of the previous night would haunt her forever. A sharp sensation pricked her palm, causing her to wince. She extended her hand, revealing a dazzling emerald dragon ring nestled within her grasp. A headache struck as memories flooded back. Last night, the man had bled profusely, yet acted like a ravenous beast. Was this his way of compensating her? Who would cherish such a token? Xia Yingnai's innocent face twisted with hatred as she hurled the dragon ring into a distant snowdrift with all her might. The sirens grew louder, almost deafening. Suddenly realizing she was barefoot and barely clothed, she scanned her surroundings for garments, finding only a soiled blanket and a luxurious black trench coat. Gritting her teeth, she donned the trench coat, wincing as she stepped beyond the threshold of the ruined temple. However, as she emerged, she was met with the horrifying sight of several beggars lying dead in the snow, their bodies contorted in agony. Panic surged within Xia Yingnai. As she stood frozen, dozens of police cars roared towards the temple, followed by numerous private vehicles. Reporters and investigators poured out, stunned by the gruesome scene. Surrounded, Xia Yingnai found herself encircled by a throng of officers, their weapons drawn, aiming at her. The chief of police, his expression grave, shouted through a megaphone, "Do not move. Raise your hands. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately." "No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. I swear, I had nothing to do with this." Xia Yingnai shook her head frantically, her frail form trembling like a leaf, retreating under the weight of their disbelief. Yet, her cries fell on deaf ears. Several officers swiftly restrained her, securing golden handcuffs around her wrists and dragging her towards a police vehicle. Reporters, cameras flashing, pursued her relentlessly, bombarding her with questions. "Oh my." An anonymous tip was made this morning at 6, reporting several tragic murders at a dilapidated temple on West Garden Road in Shengjing. "Is it true, Miss Xia? Did you kill these people?" "Miss Xia, you were supposed to be engaged yesterday to young Master Dongfang Jin of the Dongfang Group. How did you end up here? Why did you harm these defenseless beggars?" Miss Xia has always been arrogant and reckless, a foolish heiress. It is hardly surprising she could commit such heinous acts. Yet, her father is the mayor of Shengjing. How could she stoop to such brutality? Under the emperor's feet, such lawlessness is intolerable. What a so-called first lady, truly a terrifying killer. The reporters, fervent and aggressive, pressed closer, their inquiries relentless. Even the trained officers struggled to contain the chaos. "Step back. Everyone stepped back. The police barked at the journalists, hastily erecting barriers. Xia Yingnai's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, yet she remained resolute, refusing to let them fall, like a fragile flower swaying dangerously in the biting wind. With a cold but steadfast voice, she addressed the cameras. I, Xia Yingnai, did not commit murder. The true culprit is a Nothra man in a silver mask, likely in his mid-20s. I don't know his identity, but I remember he bore a gunshot wound on the left side of his chest, about 7 inches deep. His right pinky is unusually long, extending an inch beyond his ring finger. Xia Yingnai possessed an extraordinary memory, the agonizing night etched vividly in her mind. Yet amidst the uproar, her feeble defense went unheard. That moment, 2 elongated Bentleys, one black and one white, came to a silent halt outside the cordoned area. A youth, handsome as a scholar, leaped from the vehicle, his gaze urgently scanning for Xia Yingnai. Following him, a dignified middle-aged man in a dark blue coat emerged, exuding an air of authority, while a graceful lady draped in a fur coat and elegantly styled hair stepped out behind him. Behind her were 2 youthful and radiant young women, one pure as dew, the other resplendent as a blossom. Upon the sighting of the young master of the Dongfang group, Dongfang Jin, along with Xia Yingnai, the journalists swiftly redirected their cameras towards them. Master Dongfang, your fiancé suddenly went missing on the day of your engagement yesterday and has now appeared at a crime scene, allegedly implicated in the murder of 4 destitute elderly men. How do you feel at this moment, Mr. Xia? Your daughter is implicated in a homicide. How do you intend to address this matter? Will you treat her with the same impartiality as you would a common citizen? Chapter 2, A Heart-Wrenching Scream. Xia Yingnai, upon seeing her father and fiancé hastily approach, found her carefully constructed facade shatter in an instant. Tears of injustice threatened to spill as she exclaimed, Father, Brother Jin, I did not commit murder. Before she could finish her plea, the furious Xia Yingnai stood before her, his hand raised in a fierce slap. Wretched child, your actions have utterly shamed me, he thundered. From this day forth, you are no longer my daughter. Our father-daughter relationship is severed. The force of his blow left Xia Yingnai's fair cheek swollen and bruised. Father, you dare strike me and wish to sever our bond? She gasped, disbelief and hurt reflected in her tear-filled eyes. Standing beyond the police line, Dongfang Jin's handsome visage was etched with sorrow. Nai, last night was our engagement banquet. Why did you flee? How did you find yourself in this forsaken temple? Entangled in this murder case? The innocent Xia Yingnai I know is not like this. With tears glistening, Xia Yingnai shook her head vehemently, struggling against her shackles. Brother Jin, we have been childhood sweethearts. You know my character. How could I possibly abandon you? That day, when my sister toasted to our everlasting union, I drank and lost consciousness. Only to awaken here. Behave yourself. A police officer barked, tugging on the struggling Xia Yingnai, though not excessively, as she remained the daughter of Mr. Xia. Xia Ruashi arrived at the scene, clearly hearing her sister's accusations. For a brief moment, her expression hardened, but she quickly regained her composure. As Xia Yingnai's half-sister, she approached Dongfang Jin with an air of delicate fragility, clutching her chest as if in pain. Nai, I have always regarded you as my dear sister. I have indulged you throughout our lives. How could you slander me so? She lamented, her tear-filled eyes resembling those of an innocent fawn, softening Dongfang Jin's heart. Unable to contain his sympathy, he pulled Xia Ruashi into an embrace, reproaching Xia Yingnai. Nai, you vanished during the engagement feast. And Ruashi has spent an entire day and night searching for you, without rest. How can you doubt her? Meanwhile, Xia Ruashi, indifferent to the turmoil, pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Yingnai, hurling insults. How shameless of you, murderer! You, who cavorted with other men on the eve of our engagement, have no right to accuse my sister. Look, everyone, Xia Yingnai's neck is covered in love bites. Good heavens, could she have been assaulted by those beggars? Xia Ruawe's keen eyes spotted the marks on Xia Yingnai's neck, and she gasped dramatically, her voice raised to ensure all could hear. Dongfang Jin's gaze fixated on the telltale marks, and the thought of Xia Yingnai indulging in such acts with beggars filled him with revulsion. No, Brother Jin, I cannot explain. Xia Yingnai trembled as she attempted to articulate her thoughts, yet the words eluded her, for last night she had indeed been subjected to violence. It was a tall man donning a silver mask. Xia Ruashi gently grasped Dongfang Jin's large hand, timidly asserting, Brother Jin, Nai certainly did not act with intention. She did not wish for such an outcome. Perhaps those beggars coerced her. She too is a victim. Despite her earnest explanation, it only deepened Dongfang Jin's disgust. Encountering his contemptuous gaze, Xia Yingnai's heart ached like a knife wound, yet she felt powerless to defend herself. Xia Ruashi lowered her eyes, subtly curling her lips in a faint smile. The crowd murmured, casting complex glances at Xia Yingnai, both scornful and pitying. A young lady of noble birth, returning home late, disheveled and sullied by filthy beggars. How pitiable and yet reprehensible. Nai, you have truly disappointed me. Have you forgotten the virtues of propriety and integrity that your mother taught you? How have you become this way? Even if you were defiled by those pitiful vagrants, you cannot resort to murder. The elegant matron Shenmani leaned weakly against the still fuming Xia Yingnai, her finger trembling as she pointed at her stepdaughter, as though witnessing her commit a heinous act. Shenmani turned dramatically, feigning tears before the gathered media. Ladies and gentlemen, today my daughter Xia Yingnai has committed such a cruel crime. This is my fault for failing to educate her properly. As the wife of Xia Yingnai, I have not set a good example for everyone, and as Xia Yingnai's guardian, I have neglected my duties as a mother. I apologize to you all. Please forgive my laxity in raising her. With a deep bow, Shenmani offered her sincere apologies to the cameras. Yet, amidst her tears, a cold smirk curled at the corners of her lips. Yunheng, you have taken Xia Yingnai from me for a decade. Today, I shall return your daughter Xia Yingnai 100-fold. Xia Yingnai felt an overwhelming chill. As the world spun around her, everything seemed foreign. Her doting father, feeling she had brought shame upon him, publicly severed their father-daughter bond. Her childhood sweetheart, now questioning her purity, embraced his stepsister affectionately. Even her stepmother, who had always been gentle and indulgent, appeared to plead for her, yet each word pierced her heart, suggesting her guilt in the murder. How ironic. Xia Yingnai watched, expressionless, as Shenmani delivered her masterful performance. Indeed, her acting was flawless. Otherwise, these 18 years would not have seen her feigning affection while secretly raising a daughter who was arrogant and obnoxious, leaving no one to believe in her now. The reporters, moved by Shenmani's display, admired her virtuous character while reviling Xia Yingnai's perceived nature. Many reporters offered their sympathies to her. One female journalist sharply remarked, "Madam, this is not your fault. Your upbringing is exemplary, renowned for your charitable deeds. Just look at how well you have raised your two daughters. One is a true socialite, and the other is refreshingly innocent. I have heard that you have cherished Miss Xia like a precious gem since her childhood. Yet she has always exhibited a capricious and violent temperament, revealing her inherently malevolent nature. Indeed, this is not a matter concerning you, madam. It is Miss Xia's own moral deficiency that warrants her punishment. Such a malicious woman deserves the harshest consequences." As the captain observed the midday sun approaching, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cast a troubled glance at Mr. Xia. "Mr. Xia, given the heinous nature of the crime that has transpired in our city, and with your daughter as a suspect, what shall we do?" Mr. Xia, visibly enraged, waved his hand dismissively without even glancing at his daughter. "Take her away quickly, lest I be further disturbed by her presence." When the police began to escort the puppet-like Xia Yingnai away, Xia Ruashi suddenly spoke up softly. "Wait, officer. I have a few whispered words I wish to share with my sister." Due to Mr. Xia's presence, the captain made an exception and allowed her to approach. Xia Ruashi fluttered to Xia Yingnai's side like a delicate butterfly. She stood on tiptoe, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape, and leaned in close to the unresponsive Xia Yingnai's ear, appearing ever so gentle. Yet, each word she spoke cut into Xia Yingnai's heart. "Sister, rest assured in your prison stay. It is likely you shall never see the outside world again. Do not worry about Brother Jean. I will take care of him. Do you know why you found yourself in that dilapidated temple on your engagement night, subjected to the scorn of those beggars? It was indeed I who administered the drug. I had intended to arrange for a handsome man to be your first, but you, wretched being, are only fit to be sullied by beggars. I have loved Brother Jean fervently, and we have long since been intimate. Why should the one engaged to him be you? My jealousy consumed me. Now he is finally mine. You cannot fathom how perfectly we fit together in bed. He often says you are like a dead fish, incapable of even kissing. Yet each time we are together, he praises me endlessly." Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Ruashi let out a piercing scream of agony. The excruciating pain in her left ear compelled her to cover it, only to discover that her hand had touched a severed ear. The other half was gruesomely lodged in Xia Yingnai's mouth. "Since you favor scoundrels, I shall relinquish him to you without charge. However, my dear sister, daring to conspire against me comes with a price." Xia Yingnai smiled sweetly, spitting out the half of the ear like it was something vile. The blood at the corner of her lips rendered her visage ghastly. Everyone was left in shock. Xia Ruashi, overwhelmed with fear and rage, fainted on the spot. Dongfang Jin looked at Xia Yingnai with a hint of barely perceptible trepidation, as though he were gazing upon a terrifying monster. Chapter 3. The Birth of the Cherubic Babe. Mr. Xia, consumed by fury, immediately drew his belt and lashed it towards Xia Yingnai. He longed to end the life of this rebellious daughter on the spot. Despite the police's attempts to intervene, Xia Yingnai was mercilessly beaten by Mr. Xia, leaving her battered and on the verge of death. Yet, the seemingly fragile girl remained defiantly silent, not uttering a single moan nor shedding a tear. Shunmani bore an expression of malice, filled with a desire to kill Xia Yingnai, yet now was not the time for such grievances. She trembled as she cried out to the unconscious Xia Ruashi, shouting desperately, "Call an ambulance, quickly! Ruashi, my Ruashi!" Journalists busily captured the unfolding tragedy, while police struggled to disperse the ever-growing crowd. The scene was chaotic. After being bitten, Xia Ruawe screamed her intent to kill Xia Yingnai, oblivious to the foot that tripped her, causing her to fall heavily onto the snow. As she landed, something pricked her hand, and upon opening her eyes, she saw a jade-green dragon ring glimmering in the sunlight amidst the snow. Compelled by an unknown force, she picked it up and discreetly concealed it in her pocket. The following day, a horrific massacre in Shengjing shocked the world. The perpetrator was none other than the mayor's daughter. The mayor's daughter was sullied by a beggar, and in her rage, she bit off her half-sister's ear. Was this a fall from grace or a distortion of humanity? Overnight, sensational news about Xia Yingnai dominated the headlines of major media outlets. Once the pampered darling of Shengjing, Xia Yingnai had plummeted to become a pariah, reviled by all as a disgraceful woman and a murderer. At the Xia family villa, this marked the 101st time Xia Ruashi had gazed into a mirror that day. As she stared at the grotesque scar on her fair left ear, her anger surged, and she shattered the mirror into shards. Shinmani continued to arrange flowers in the living room with an air of calm. Xia Ruawe, with exaggerated smoky makeup, toyed with the dragon ring on her finger, frowning in impatience. "Mom, sister is going mad again. When will this end? Are we just going to let that wretched Xia Yingnai go unpunished?" Shunmani paused briefly in her floral arrangements, her smile soft yet tinged with an unsettling eeriness. "Rest assured, your sister has suffered such severe injuries. I will ensure that little wretch does not escape unscathed. She will meet a most tragic fate. If all goes according to plan, Xia Yingnai will soon vanish completely." "Vivi, when did you acquire such a ring?" Shinmani's gaze fell upon the peculiar dragon ring adorning her daughter's middle finger, prompting her to ask with curiosity. "This is," Xia Ruawe stammered. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from outside the villa, accompanied by the frantic voice of the butler. "Madam, why is an airplane landing at her home?" Shinmani hurriedly led her daughters outside. The propeller stirred a gust of wind as a luxurious private jet landed gracefully on the Xia family's lawn. Dozens of trained bodyguards in black suits disembarked, forming two neat lines. They were escorting a middle-aged butler clad in a British gentleman's hat, who strode confidently towards them. The butler's gaze fell on the dragon ring adorning Xia Ruawe's finger, and he respectfully announced, "Madam, Miss, I apologize for the interruption. Mr. Xiao has sent me to retrieve his dragon ring and to escort your daughter for a visit." The dragon ring, crafted by the world's leading scientists and artisans, possessed the most advanced precision locating technology. This was how he had swiftly found the Xia residence and identified the girl wearing the dragon ring. Xia Ruashi, her heart racing, clutched her white dress and eagerly inquired, "Mr. Xiao?" "Which Mr. Xiao?" The butler replied with pride, "Mr. Xiao Yuhuang of the Xiao Group." The three women collectively gasped in shock. The illustrious Xiao Group of Shengjing is not merely a wealthy entity, it is a paragon of affluence. Xiao Yuhuang, a prodigious talent in the realm of commerce, has become the object of desire for all the distinguished ladies of Shengjing. Shinmani could hardly believe it. How could Mr. Xiao, a man she had never met, come to fetch her? Mr. Xiao had once crossed paths with her daughter in a moment of peril. It was her daughter who had saved his life, and he promised her a resolution. After a brief explanation, the butler, accompanied by a cadre of men in dark attire, escorted Xia Ruawe onto a private jet, departing with great pomp. Xia Ruashi was consumed with jealousy, nearly driven to madness. Why should such fortune befall her foolish sister? 9 months later, in a bustling seaside town, the heavily pregnant Xia Yingnai drove a newly purchased second-hand car to the crowded market to procure groceries. The weight of her considerable belly made her movements laborious, yet as she caressed her abdomen, a serene smile graced her beautiful face. The local elders had become quite familiar with her. Xia Yingnai, gently touching her round belly, cheerfully spun tales. "I divorced the father of my child. He cheated during our marriage and absconded with our fortune. Henceforth, this child belongs solely to me." Later, in her moments of despair, Xia Yingnai, in order to safeguard his political aspirations, ultimately bailed her out and cleared her of the murder charges. However, despite the absolution of her criminal allegations, Her reputation in Shengjing remained tarnished. Xia Yingnai severed their father-daughter ties and expelled her from the Xia family, only for her to discover she was pregnant. Initially, upon learning of her condition, Xia Yingnai felt both hatred and helplessness, wishing to rid herself of it immediately. Yet, as her pregnancy progressed, revealing the presence of 4 little ones, she began to feel their movements, softening her heart, and she could not bear to part with them. She decided to keep them and ventured far away with her children. In the market, a certain aunt selling vegetables was incensed upon hearing about Xia Yingnai's husband's infidelity and his elopement with his mistress. She rolled up her sleeves, indignant on Xia Yingnai's behalf. What do you mean? Your daughter is heavily pregnant, and her husband dares to divorce her? With such beauty he still strays? Has he lost his senses? To abscond with all your wealth, that scoundrel. If he were before me, I would strike him down without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the Shao group, a strikingly handsome man with enchanting peach blossom eyes sat at the conference table, surrounded by impeccably dressed executives. Suddenly, he let out a mighty sneeze, startling the secretary who was reporting to him, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Shao Yuhuang furrowed his brow in suspicion and displeasure, pondering who would dare to speak ill of him behind his back. At the market, Xia Yingnai couldn't help but chuckle at the endearing antics of the vegetable-selling aunt, showering her with sweet words of gratitude. In her excitement, the aunt generously gifted the beautiful pregnant woman an extra half-kilogram of vegetables. As she opened the car door, preparing to place the vegetables inside, her gaze fell upon a chubby little child clad in a diaper, struggling to retrieve a ball from beneath a taxi. The green taxi had already ignited its engine, placing the child's safety in imminent jeopardy. Be careful, little one. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yingnai discarded the basket of vegetables and, with considerable effort, pursued the child while managing her cumbersome belly. At the precise moment the taxi was about to roll over, she gasped and summoned every ounce of strength to pull the little one from beneath the vehicle. The plump child, cradled in her arms, erupted into delightful laughter, blowing charming bubbles. It was only then that the taxi driver became aware of the unusual situation. He hastily parked and stepped out to investigate. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the seaside town as a nearby car in the parking lot erupted into a terrifying fireball, affecting a significant portion of the area. Xia Yingnai's eyes were fixed on the burning vehicle, dread coursing through her veins, reaching every fiber of her being. Her expression turned icy. Should she uncover the identity of those who sought to harm her, she would retaliate tenfold. Abruptly, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen, and she felt blood begin to seep. You're going into labor. I'll call an ambulance. The already panicked taxi driver grew even more alarmed, reluctant to invite trouble. Xia Yingnai, enduring the waves of pain, managed to muster a faint smile. Driver, please don't worry, I'm not giving birth just yet. Kindly take me to the nearest first hospital. I have established a record there, and have a bed reserved. I assure you, I will compensate you generously for the fare. First Hospital of Haishur. A modest hospital bed. Morning light at 8 a.m. The air was filled with the vibrant cries of newborns, startling the dawn chorus of birds in the forest. A round-faced nurse, her eyes sparkling with joy, approached, cradling the smallest of the newborns. In her broken Mandarin, she congratulated Xia Yingnai. Sister, you are truly fortunate. You have given birth to 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl, all as beautiful as dolls, and they are all remarkably healthy. Hearing that the children were well, exhaustion overtook Xia Yingnai, and she slipped into a deep slumber. Chapter 4. The expanded version of De Bao's countenance. 5 years later. Shenyang, high-speed rail station waiting hall. Xia Yingnai, with simple luggage in tow, descended from the train accompanied by her 4 exquisitely chiseled little ones. Before exiting, she crouched down, gently advising her precious children, darlings. The station is crowded. Please stay close to mommy's side, and do not wander off. De Bao, with his hands in his pockets and a cool expression on his handsome face, replied nonchalantly, Mommy, I know that without you telling me. Bao, with a radiant smile revealing his 2 prominent canine teeth, chimed in, Mommy's words are like royal decrees. Bao wouldn't dare disobey. Shan Bao, rolling his eyes in a carefree manner, added, Mommy, you've repeated this 100 times. My ears are calloused from hearing it. The only for Treasures is an exceptionally beautiful girl who speaks softly. For Treasures always listens to Mommy, and she will hold Mommy's hand tightly, ensuring she won't get lost. The innocent sound of the children's voices and their cherubic faces nearly melted Xia Yingnai's heart. She led the little ones outside, arriving at the designated meeting point with Shen Lianqi. Suddenly, a white sedan made a sharp turn, halting abruptly before them. The tall and alluring Zhen Lianqi removed her sunglasses, greeted Yingnai, and waved at the children. Come here, my darlings. I've missed you adorable little ones so much. The children, in jubilation, rushed towards Zhang Lianxi, showering her with affectionate kisses. With a beaming smile, she planted a kiss on each of their cherubic faces. However, she noticed the eldest child, De Bao, standing aloof, resembling a small iceberg. Zhang Lianxi approached him, squatted down, and playfully planted a kiss on his handsome face. Mischievously, she pinched De Bao's cheek. Why do you always wear such a frowny face when you see Andy? You're just a child. Why act so mature? I must say, Nai, your eldest demeanor is quite frosty, not at all like you. Xia Yingnai chuckled behind her hand. He has always been this way, even as an infant. I initially thought something was wrong with him, but after a hospital checkup, he was found to be perfectly healthy. Just a bit cold in temperament. De Bao wiped his face where Zhang Lianxi had kissed him, his expression even more sour. Immature woman. Zhang Lianxi and Xia Yingnai were amused, laughing heartily. As they crossed an intersection, a sleek black extended Rolls-Royce Phantom approached them. Wow, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. There are less than 10 in the world. You can't even buy them with money. Zhang Lianxi exclaimed dramatically, I must drive carefully. If I were to collide, even a scratch would leave me bankrupt. Xia Yingnai fastened her seatbelt, sitting in the passenger seat, laughing lightly. Then let's drive slowly. There's no rush. Suddenly, a hunched figure stumbled into view. The figure dashed from a flower bed and suddenly darted in front of the Rolls-Royce, rolling beneath its wheels. Oh, dear. You're going to kill this old man. I can't move my legs. My ribs are broken. Came an exaggerated groan from in front of the car. Xia Yingnai spotted a man of around 50 lying on the ground, clutching his right leg, wailing and crying. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Had she not witnessed the man spring from the flower bed, she would hardly have believed he was attempting to extort money. Zhang Lianxi, hands on the steering wheel, remarked, This man is a notorious scammer. He extorted 500 yuan from me before. He's infamous in this area for being troublesome. Today, I shall see how much he can swindle. Xia Yingnai was at a loss for words. She vaguely noticed a tall, handsome figure seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce. He appeared to be engrossed in his computer, utterly indifferent to the cacophony outside the vehicle. The brazen elder, who feigned an accident, continued to bellow. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, you shall not leave, unless you run me over. Suddenly, the rear window of the Rolls-Royce descended, revealing a porcelain white hand that emerged like a work of art. A slender check was carelessly tossed out, landing softly on the avaricious face of the elder. The man's deep, magnetic voice, laced with an icy undertone, declared, 2 million. Ecstatic, the elder grasped the check, scrambling to his feet, eager to flee with his prize. Xia Yingnai was taken aback, exclaiming, money should not be squandered in such a manner. Has this person's mind rusted? Such actions merely embolden the audacity of swindlers. Yet, Zhang Lianxi remarked, this matter is not so simple. Which wealthy individual would play the fool? Indeed. The man in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce observed the elder's jubilant retreat with an unflinching gaze, barely lifting an eyelid, merely raising his chin with a cold, disdainful gesture. In an instant, Shao Qi had ignited the engine, and the Rolls-Royce surged forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the elder. Xia Yingnai and Zhang Lianxi were left astounded, while the elder stood in disbelief. In the moment the Rolls-Royce charged at him, he miraculously shed his limp and hunch, moving with the agility of a monkey as he hurled himself towards the roadside greenery with all his might. The Rolls-Royce sped past, and the elder narrowly escaped. Realizing too late the ruthlessness of the wealthy man, the 2 million had been a price upon his life. Terrified, he dared not retrieve the check. Scurrying away from the scene. After all, though he coveted the money, he valued his life far more. What use was wealth without life? The silver Rolls-Royce glided past Xia Yingnai and her companions. As the window slowly ascended, Xia Yingnai caught a glimpse of the man's flawless profile. Sensing her gaze, the man casually glanced in her direction. Xia Yingnai felt her heart flutter. This man was indeed extraordinary, with features as finely sculpted as if carved by divine hands, and enchanting, elongated eyes reminiscent of a delicate peach blossom. For a fleeting moment, Xia Yingnai felt a tinge of familiarity with this man, though she could not place where she had seen him before. The cold man furrowed his brow slightly. The scent of this woman was strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. The two vehicles soon passed each other. Zhang Lianxi whistled brightly at the Rolls-Royce, exclaiming, wow, how incredibly cool. Wealth does afford one such audacity. It is precisely how one ought to deal with those swindlers. Otherwise, they might truly believe no one dares to confront them. In the back seat, the little boy, De Bao, with his clear, bright eyes, remarked dreamily, Mommy, that car is so cool. When I grow up, I want to buy you such a magnificent car. Mommy, I will buy you the most exquisite clothes and jewelry. Added air bow. Mommy, I'll buy you skyscrapers. So you will never run out of places to live. Chimed in Sanbao even more exaggeratedly. After some hesitation, the fourth treasure finally whispered, Mommy, I bought you egg tarts and chocolate, your favorite food. Xia Yingnai chuckled softly, touched by the innocence of her children, yet feeling a warmth in her heart. All right. Mommy will wait for my darling to grow up and bring me all sorts of wonderful things. Zhang Lianxi felt a pang of jealousy. Heavens. Why hasn't fate blessed me with such a wonderful child? I too desire a clever and filial treasure. If you want one, then just have your own. Xia Yingnai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As she gazed at the eldest treasure's visage, it suddenly dawned on her why the man in the Rolls-Royce seemed familiar. Her eldest was almost a miniature version of that man. The quadruplets were fraternal. The third and fourth looked like her. The second bore a 50% resemblance, while the eldest bore no resemblance at all. She once pondered if he resembled the man who had violated her. Today, seeing the enlarged version of her eldest's features sent a shiver down her spine. Impossible. How could her child's father be that devilishly cruel man? Chapter 5. Selling wine in a dreamlike state. Zhang Lianxi arranged for Xia Yingnai to rent a 3-bedroom apartment in an old residential area. Xia Yingnai quickly settled in, paying for the children's kindergarten fees and a year's rent, and hiring a trustworthy nanny, leaving her with little remaining funds. She began sending out resumes online, but they all vanished into the void. The reasons for rejection were bizarre and varied. Left with no other options, she accompanied Zhang Lianxi to her workplace, where she began selling wine in a state of enchantment. This establishment was one of the largest nightclubs in Shenyang, frequented by the affluent elite. Dressed alluringly, Zhang Lianxi advised Xia Yingnai, those who come here hold power, speak less and act more. Read the room. Xia Yingnai tugged at her revealing schoolgirl outfit, feeling uncomfortable. Lianxi, this is too revealing. Can I change into something else? Zhang Lianxi shot her a glance of disbelief. This is still conservative. Sister. Dressing like a schoolgirl will attract more men to buy your wine. Manager Su hurriedly burst through the door, anxiously calling for Zhang Lianxi. Cici, hurry. A VIP in the private room specifically requested you to serve wine. Zhang Lianxi flashed a seductive smile at the head waiter. Manager Su, I'll be right there. She took the tray and swayed away with grace. It was then that Manager Su noticed Xia Yingnai on the sofa, utterly captivated by her stunning beauty. With a serpentine sway, Manager Su approached Xia Yingnai. New here? Xia Yingnai stood up. Hello, Manager Su. I just arrived today, wanting to see the world with Cici. I hope to receive your guidance. Manager Su squinted, appraising her, and handed her a name tag. We have a new batch of fine wines. Please deliver a few bottles to room 8. The commission will be generous. The guests today are of extraordinary status, so be cautious. Room 8 was the supreme VIP room, housing guests of exceptional prominence. Several gentlemen possess exceedingly discerning tastes, disdainful of the commonplace and the banal. Amidst her dilemma, a fresh blossom unexpectedly graced her presence. Xia Yingnai smiled as she accepted the nameplate. Very well. Subsequently, Manager Su summoned a woman named by Man, instructing her, she is new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings. Kindly guide her. By Man, strikingly beautiful in her low-cut v-neck that seemed on the verge of bursting, teetered on 10-centimeter heels. Her gaze towards Xia Yingnai was less than amicable. Understood, Manager Su. With a tray in hand, Xia Yingnai followed by Man to the entrance of Box 8. Inside, the atmosphere was dimly lit and shrouded in smoke. A group of impeccably dressed men lounged with scantily clad companions, indulging in debauchery. To Xia Yingnai's surprise, in the shadows of a nearby Italian sofa sat a tall man, shrouded in darkness. He languidly smoked a cigarette, devoid of any female company. Beside him sat a refined gentleman, flanked by 2 beautiful women, who were breathlessly responding to his playful advances. Xia Yingnai's delicate eyes narrowed in disdain as she inwardly scolded, what a lecher. Unbeknownst to her, her entrance had captivated the attention of those present. The girl, unadorned with makeup, donned a sea blue, waist-exposing student uniform, her dark hair framing a cherry-red smile, radiating an elegance akin to an ethereal jasmine blossom. When did such a rare beauty arrive? Murmured onlookers, speculating about her age and maturity. The handsome gentleman, reclining on the sofa, brazenly cast his gaze upon Xia Yingnai's bosom, making lewd remarks. Laughter erupted around him, accompanied by a few sharp catcalls. Suppressing her discomfort, Xia Yingnai replied coolly, I am of age. Her voice, sweet and soft, stirred the hearts of listeners, even catching the attention of the man cloaked in shadows. The moment he turned to look, Xia Yingnai instantly recognized him. the very man who had commanded his driver to collide with the scammer in a Rolls-Royce. Xiao Yuhuang observed the girl who boldly fixed her gaze upon him, exhaling a puff of smoke with a hint of predatory interest. Few dared to stare at him so intently. This woman was remarkably audacious. Meanwhile, Bai Man felt an uncomfortable surge of jealousy. How dare this newcomer overshadow her? Instantly recognizing the man who had just flirted with Xia Yingnai as Jin Yusi, the dashing heir of the Jin family, she decided to approach with renewed confidence. Holding 2 bottles of top-tier wine, Bai Man sweetly engaged Jin Yusi. This morning I awoke to the cheerful chirping of magpies by my bedside. What a delight it is to have the esteemed Jin young master here. It is truly an honor to serve you personally. Upon hearing Bai Man's flattery, Jin Yusi erupted in laughter, pulling her into his embrace and playfully squeezing her backside. Ah, it seems someone has sweetened their words today. How delightful. Bai Man's laughter rang out as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Jin Xiao, you're being mean. I thought you had found someone new and no longer needed an old flame like me. How annoying. Recently, we received a limited edition of vodka, your favorite flavor. Shall I let you taste it? Jin Yusi, with a slightly misaligned but deft hand, slipped into Bai Man's collar. All right, serve me well, and I shall cover the cost of all the liquor you've brought today. How does that sound? Bai Man, overjoyed, coiled around Jin Yusi's waist like an excited water snake. Jin Xiao is indeed generous. I truly adore you. She cast a triumphant glance at Xia Yingnai, who remained unfazed by her provocation, focusing solely on her own tasks. However, Jin Yusi tightened his grip on Bai Man's waist and proposed a condition. My dear, I have a proposition. That gentleman is my elder brother. If you can successfully sell him a bottle of wine, I will cover all the drinks you brought today. It was well known that the eldest son of the Jin family had 4 sworn brothers, all prominent figures in Shengjing, with Xiao Yuhuang, the president of the Xiao Corporation, being the most distinguished. A mere stamp of his foot could send tremors throughout Shengjing, causing ripples in the business world. Rumor had it that he was cold and ruthless, having never been involved in any romantic scandal, save for a well-publicized fiancé, a figure coveted by the women of Shengjing. Not a problem, Bai Man exclaimed, her laughter like a flurry of blossoms. She was a master of seduction, capable of captivating even the most difficult clients. Rising from Jin Yusi's lap, she confidently seized the most expensive bottle of liquor and approached the man shrouded in shadows. Xia Yingnai mixed red tea into her drink. A refined voice floated above her. Sister, your method of selling wine won't do. You come off as a dullard, devoid of charm. No man will lavish money on you. Would you like your brother to teach you how to sell? She lifted her gaze abruptly, locking eyes with Jin Yusi's roguish face. His dark eyes sparkled with a mischievous glimmer, as if plotting something nefarious. Chapter 6. Her pristine smile resembled the dew on a rose. Xia Yingnai paused for a moment, revealing a standard smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. I appreciate it. May I ask what kind of wine this handsome gentleman desires? We have Lafite, brandy, and champagne. The girl's pure smile, like a rose kissed by mist, momentarily dazzled even the notorious Jin Yusi. His hand gently tapped the table as he grinned wickedly, proposing, Sister, as a businessman, I never engage in unprofitable transactions. How about this? You and man compete to see who can sell more wine to my elder brother. Charming him into a smile. If you succeed, I shall cover all the drinks you both brought today. What do you say? Excellent idea, Jin Xiao. Bai Man swayed gracefully, carrying her tray, and shot a defiant glare at Xia Yingnai as she passed her by. This newcomer, attempting to compete with her, an experienced veteran in the wine business, was utterly laughable. Bai Man sweetened her voice, moving closer to Xiao Yuhuang. Mr. Xiao, for Jin Xiao's sake, could you lend me a hand in making my debut? Today, I have not made any sales, and if this continues, I shall be left to endure the bitter winds. Before she could even approach Xiao Yuhuang, a tall and imposing figure coldly intercepted her. Get lost. It was Xiao Qi, the personal bodyguard of Xiao Yuhuang. Bai Man, unwilling to relent, smiled charmingly and attempted to draw closer to Xiao Yuhuang. Mr. Xiao, as the saying goes, liquor is indifferent, but emotions are not. How could one refuse a toast? To her surprise, Xiao Qi swiftly and ruthlessly broke her wrist with a sharp crack. Bai Man's wrist twisted painfully, causing her to collapse to the ground. Inside the private room, everyone fell silent, as if frozen in place. Xia Yingnai's pupils dilated in shock, and she felt a shiver run through her entire being. Jin Yusi, with a casual kick, sent the howling Bai Man sprawling aside, and with a faint smile remarked, What's the fuss, brother you? Just a blind fool. And you're furious? Get out. Thank you, young Master Jin. Bai Man scrambled out in a state of disarray. Many women observed her retreating figure, some with schadenfreude, while others expressed sympathy. Go on, Brother is in a foul mood. You should bring him a drink and try to placate him. Jin Yusi seized Xia Yingnai's delicate wrist and forcefully propelled her toward Xiao Yuhuang. Just as she seemed poised to fall, Xiao Yuhuang's strong arm caught her waist in the nick of time. A faint, delightful floral fragrance emanated from the woman. He sniffed, his brow furrowing slightly, as he found her scent strangely familiar. Xiao Yuhuang grasped Xia Yingnai's chin, his thin lips curling in mockery. What is this? Throwing yourself at me? Xia Yingnai's slender fingers glided across his chest, and with an elegant twist, she forcefully freed herself from his embrace. Before she could finish her sentence, Jin Yusi interjected playfully, only what? Only willing to offer your body? The room erupted in laughter. Huh. Young Master Jin truly has a way with humor. This little lady has nothing to offer but a couple of exquisite bottles of wine. However, Xia Yingnai paid no heed to the laughter, focusing instead on selecting the two most expensive bottles of wine, and approached Xiao Yuhuang. I hope you'll accept this, sir. Xiao Yuhuang found her rather intriguing. With the meager earnings you possess, you dare to gift me these bottles? Xia Yingnai met his probing gaze, unhurriedly replying, I see that your nose is prominent and your brows are broad. You are a man of considerable fortune, endowed with great wisdom. Moreover, your earlobes are full, indicating a prosperous career ahead. However, Xiao Yuhuang flicked away the ash from his cigarette, feigning interest. Oh, you can read faces? But what is it? Do continue. Xia Yingnai paused, then continued. Your complexion is dry and pale, suggesting that you may be feeling rather ill-tempered in the mornings. The hue at the corners of your mouth is somewhat dark, indicating irritability prior to meals. Furthermore, your recent fortune seems to be lacking, so it would be wise to proceed with caution in your endeavors. Today, I present you with these 2 bottles of fine wine, hoping they may alleviate your troubled mind. Xiao Yuhuang smirked with a devilish charm. Your tongue is quite the silver one. Very well, I shall indulge in your wine today. Thank you, sir. Yet. Xiao Yuhuang grasped her wrist, raising an eyebrow. What is this? Having purchased your wine, you want to join me for a drink? Xia Yingnai retreated quietly a step. I apologize, sir, but I do not partake in alcohol. However, I am quite adept at pouring it for you. This woman possessed a rather high emotional intelligence. Xiao Yuhuang caught a whiff of her faint, icy fragrance, reminiscent of another woman he had known. It brought to mind a moment in a dilapidated temple blanketed in snow, where, due to traditional medicine, he had become enraptured by a woman. He had loathed even the thought of her touching his arm, yet this newcomer achieved it effortlessly, presenting him with an entirely new experience. After so many years, he found himself yearning for a woman once more, with an impatience he had not felt in ages. Shao Qi, clear the room. Upon his command, Shao Qi's indifferent gaze swept across the space. In an instant, the men and women within the private suite rose in a flurry, hastily retreating towards the exit. When Master Shao ordered a clearing, no one dared linger. Brother, indulge yourself tonight, Jin Yusi smirked, hands in his pockets as he departed. At the moment the door to the suite closed, Xia Yingnai's calm eyes were finally overtaken by profound fear. She found herself trapped on the sofa, unable to move under Xiao Yuhuang's restraint. Her beautiful eyes, now aflame with rage, exclaimed, If you dare to touch me, I will ensure you pay a painful price. Xiao Yuhuang chuckled darkly, gripping her chin tightly. Come here pretending to be a saint? You lunatic. Let me go. Xia Yingnai struggled fiercely, her eyes brimming with intense hatred. I warn you, I am ill. If you are unafraid of contagion, then by all means, touch me. No matter. The man replied with a low chuckle, his breath warm against her ear. You are sick. And I am not afraid. At worst, we shall be a pair of doomed lovers. Xia Yingnai summoned all her strength and thrust her leg toward Xiao Yuhuang. He reacted swiftly, evading her attack, and with his long legs, he pinned her down. Get off me! She screamed, but no one paid her any heed. 2 hours later, Xiao Yuhuang rose like a satiated leopard, tossing her an unrestricted black card. Take it. In a surge of anger, she slapped him hard across the face. You shameless bastard. Xiao Yuhuang regarded her with disdain. What are you pretending for? You came here to work. Did you not intend to attract men? Bastard. Xia Yingnai struck again. He seized her wrist firmly, his gaze icy. Woman, my patience is limited. Do not presume you are an exception. Outside the suite, a series of urgent knocks echoed, accompanied by a sycophantic male voice. Miss Xia, the person you seek is not here. Our esteemed guest in this suite is someone you do not know. Get lost. You damned doorkeeper. I must enter. I know he is here. A haughty female voice rang out, somewhat familiar. Xia Yingnai's once dull eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. In desperation, she bit down hard on Xiao Yuhuang's wrist. Damn it. Blood welled from the bite, the pain causing him to release her instantly. This woman was like a fierce little beast. It had been many years since he had been injured. Xia Yingnai seized the opportunity to escape. Chapter 7. A floating resume. Xia Yingnai, filled with fury and resentment, dashed out at the swiftest pace. Consequently, she failed to notice the furious woman approaching her. It was none other than her stepsister. Runaway. Runaway stormed into the private room accompanied by several bodyguards, and just in time, she glimpsed a slender woman fleeing from within. Xia Yingnai ran so swiftly that Runaway could not clearly discern her features, only catching a whiff of a fragrant breeze. She also noticed the woman's cascading locks and her delicate waist. Damn that seductive vixen. If I find out who she is, I shall make her pay. Runaway cursed as she entered the room. Upon seeing Xiao Yuhuang, her delicate face instantly transformed into a visage of sorrow. Yuhuang, did you not say you were going abroad for business negotiations? Why are you here? Do you not owe me an explanation? She attempted to link her arm with his. But Xiao Yuhuang subtly evaded her. Runaway, you have overstepped your bounds. His indifference left Runaway utterly distressed. When she noticed the vivid lipstick mark on his lips and the marks on his neck, the last shred of her composure snapped. She trembled with rage. Yuhuang, why? Why would you rather consort with women from nightclubs than touch me? Did you bring me from the Xia family merely to serve as a decoration? What do I truly mean to you? Years ago, Runaway was brought to the Xiao family mansion, where the housekeeper revealed the truth. The president of the Xiao Corporation, Xiao Yuhuang, had been injured and drugged, leading to a night of passion with a woman in a decrepit temple. He left behind a dragon ring as a token. Runaway found the dragon ring and was mistakenly believed to be the woman who spent the night with Xiao Yuhuang. She was welcomed into the Xiao family as an honored guest and inexplicably became his fiancée. Runaway resided in the most luxurious mansion, savored exquisite delicacies, and adorned herself with the finest jewels. One could say that even some princesses and queens lived less opulently than she. However, after being brought to the Xiao home, Xiao Yuhuang seldom visited, merely instructing the housekeeper to indulge her every reasonable or unreasonable whim. From the moment she first laid eyes on the strikingly handsome man, who resembled a deity, she fell in love, yet his perpetual coldness drove her to despair. Remember your place, Runaway. My matters do not concern you, Xiao Yuhuang coldly remarked, drawing a cigarette and regarding the frantic Runaway as if she were a madwoman. Am I not beautiful or alluring? The women here are so filthy. Having been with countless men, do you truly prefer such tarnished goods? Runaway was overwhelmed with emotion, wrapping her arms around him from behind, her tear-streaked face pleading, Yuhuang, take me, for I truly love you. Yet, Xiao Yuhuang found her touch repugnant, forcefully shaking off her arms. Runaway, do not overstep. It was indeed puzzling. On that snowy night, when he first touched her, his desire had been so intense. However, he could no longer summon any interest in her. Was it perhaps due to the potency of the substances he had consumed? Rather, it was the enchanting new barmaid who successfully awakened his dormant desires. Xiao Yuhuang strode out decisively, while Runaway, in a state of desperation, pursued him. You, please don't go. I implore you, do not leave. Runaway's expression twisted in anguish as she screamed frantically in the private room, shattering everything within. In the kitchen, a bowl of warm porridge awaited. Ah, thank you.
Linma.
Were the children well behaved today? Xia Yingnai hung her coat on the rack. Linma replied with a warm smile. Of course.
How could they not be?
They are the most well-mannered children I have ever cared for. The little darling specifically asked me to prepare your favorite dishes and porridge, knowing how hard you work. I have never encountered such thoughtful children. Xia Yingnai smiled softly, quickly enjoying her dinner before retreating to the bedroom. The bed was exceptionally spacious, accommodating all 5 of them comfortably. A soft yellow glow emanated from the nightlight. The 4 little ones slept soundly, and Xia Yingnai carefully avoided disturbing them. Lying down at the edge. Sweetheart, did Mommy wake you? She whispered, placing a gentle kiss on the forehead of her eldest. Mommy, you've been drinking, haven't you? Where did you go to work? The eldest's keen nose detected something amiss, his dark eyes fixed intently on Xia Yingnai. She felt unnerved under his gaze, as if she were staring into the eyes of another man, one who resembled him eerily, gazing at her with a predatory intensity. Startled, she instinctively covered her eldest's eyes. What a shock. Her innocent child merely bore a resemblance to that man. That man, by nature cruel and vile, had assaulted her today. She still felt the lingering pain. That despicable wretch. She would just pretend it was a bite from a rabid dog. There was no way he could be related to her sweet and kind-hearted eldest. Xia Yingnai dismissively replied, Mommy has found a clerical job. You need not inquire further.
Now,
Quickly go to sleep. The perceptive eldest clearly doubted her, yet chose not to confront her, snuggling closer. Mommy, if you dislike your job, you need not continue. I can earn money to support you now. Xia Yingnai chuckled softly. All right, my darling, sleep quickly. You have kindergarten tomorrow. Good night. The eldest felt somewhat disheartened. He truly could earn a substantial amount of money. Why did mommy not believe in him? The following day, Xia Yingnai glanced at the balances in her bank accounts, which totaled a mere 30,000 yuan, barely enough to sustain her for a month. The entangled web of desires had led her to offend their esteemed clients. She was ill-suited for such an environment. Dressed in professional attire and clutching her resume, she ventured once more to the job market. At last, a company reached out, offering her an opportunity for an interview. Your educational background is quite impressive. You are naturally intelligent, having skipped several grades. You graduated from Shengjing University's French department at 18 and even spent 2 years as an exchange student. Your university grades were all AS. And by your 3rd year, you were already proficient in simultaneous interpretation. You are Xia Yingnai, correct? What is your relation to Mayor Xia Yingnai? The HR manager wore a smile, but upon seeing her name, his expression abruptly changed. The sudden change in the manager's expression left Xia Yingnai feeling somewhat anxious. Nevertheless, she spoke candidly. He is my father. The manager, with a sense of helplessness, set down the resume and apologetically replied, I'm sorry, but we cannot hire you. He had harbored a flicker of hope that Xia Yingnai was merely a name shared by others, yet that hope was swiftly extinguished. The HR manager shook his head, busily organizing the documents on his desk, paying her no further attention. On the roadside, Xia Yingnai felt utterly fatigued. The resume in her hand felt as heavy as lead. With a decisive motion, she tossed it into a nearby trash bin and departed with heavy steps. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, sending a resume fluttering away. A Rolls-Royce silver shadow glided by, its window slightly ajar, revealing the refined profile of a man in the back seat. The resume eerily drifted through the window, where it was caught by the man. He cast a casual glance at the resume, and upon seeing the woman's photograph, a curious smile emerged on his face. Chapter 8. How many daughters do you have? A golf ball rolled across the lush green grass, landing precisely in the hole. Xia Yingnai could not help but applaud Xiao Yuhuang. Your superb skills in golf leave me in admiration, my dear nephew. You flatter me, Uncle Xia. Xiao Yuhuang replied lazily as he set down his golf club. Just as Xiao Qi was about to take it, Xia Yingnai snatched it away. Dear nephew, regarding the land development project in Xiqing district, I have already spoken with the director of the Land Bureau. He is a close friend of mine, and he will personally oversee the approval process. You are quite considerate, uncle, Xiao Yuhuang replied with a knowing smile, his expression inscrutable. Xia Yingnai cautiously pondered Xiao Yuhuang's thoughts. This man, who wielded considerable power within the Xiao family conglomerate, was far more profound than the seasoned political foxes he had encountered over the years. Xia Yingnai rubbed his hands together, tentatively inquiring, Yuhuang, you and my youngest daughter, Xia Runaway, have been engaged for many years now. When do you think this marriage can be brought to fruition? Xiao Yuhuang raised an eyebrow, engaging in a verbal dance. Why the rush, uncle? Weiwei and I are still young. There is no need to hurry the wedding. With his long legs striding towards the exit of the golf course, he moved with a grace that rendered Xia Yingnai's steps almost a mere afterthought. Suddenly, Xiao Yuhuang recalled something and halted, casting a condescending glance at Xia Yingnai. I forgot to ask, uncle, how many daughters do you have? Xiao Yuhuang's lips, typically devoid of warmth, pressed together slightly. As far as I know, you seem to have 3 daughters. After that fateful night, he had discreetly commissioned an investigation into Xia Yingnai, discovering that she was indeed Xia Yingnai's daughter, whose reputation had been tarnished by a scandal 5 years prior, leading to a severed relationship with her father. However, the one who had been wronged was Xia Runaway, and the one responsible for the crime was he. It remained a mystery why Xia Yingnai had been ensnared in this web. Perhaps Xia Yingnai had pushed his second daughter forth as a shield to protect his youngest? Whenever Xia Yingnai was mentioned, Xia Yingnai could not suppress his anger. He sighed. Indeed, I have 3 daughters. But what my dear nephew does not know is that my second daughter, Xia Yingnai, committed a grievous act 5 years ago that brought shame upon our family, leading me to disown her. Let us not speak of that ungrateful daughter any further. What do you think of my youngest daughter? Xiao Yuhuang appeared to contemplate this. Upon reminiscing about the enchanting figure of Xia Yingnai, he smacked his lips with nostalgia and suddenly chuckled. Your daughter's essence is indeed exquisite. His words bore a double entendre, merely referring to Xia Yingnai's daughter, without specifying which one. Yet, Xia Yingnai was overjoyed, believing that Xiao Yuhuang was alluding to Xia Runaway, which filled him with excitement. It seemed that Xiao Yuhuang did not entirely disapprove of his daughter. He resolved to ensure that Wei Wei would seize this remarkably exceptional suitor. For the wealth bestowed upon the Xia family by the Xiao clan was something he could never amass in 10 lifetimes. In the Xia family villa, Xia Runaway sat upon an opulent sofa. With red-rimmed eyes, she lamented to Shinmani, "Mother, why does you prefer to seek pleasure elsewhere rather than even acknowledge me? Is it true that a wanton harlot is more alluring than a pure maiden? Does he not care for me at all?" Shinmani embraced her daughter, gently patting her cheek, and reassured her, "Wei Wei, how can you think such thoughts? Your figure is fiery and tantalizing. No man can resist your allure. It is Xiao Yuhuang who fails to recognize your worth. He must care for you to some extent. Otherwise, after that night when you caused a scene at the pleasure house, no one would dare approach you with malice." The proprietor of the pleasure house boasted a mystique so profound that it silenced even the most audacious of officials' offspring, as he had once permanently incapacitated a drunken noble's son. The family of that high-ranking youth dared not retaliate, attesting to his formidable power.
Yet,
After Xia Ruawei wreaked havoc at the pleasure house, chastising numerous courtesans, no one dared confront her. To assert that it was not due to Xiao Yuhuang's influence would be utterly implausible. Foolish girl, what use is weeping? It would be wiser to devise ways to capture a man's heart. Instead of wasting time in tears, focus on securing his lineage. That is the only way to ensure your future. Xia Ruoxi sipped her tea with an air of disdain for Xia Ruawei's naivete. After all these years, she could not even manage to win over Xiao Yuhuang, despite having once envied her so dearly. Xia Ruoxi had lost half an ear to Xia Yingnai's spite, and although advanced medical technology had restored it, an unsightly scar remained. Yet Dongfang Jin not only did not call off their engagement, but he was also completely captivated by her, and they enjoyed a loving marriage, blessed with 3 sons. Pouting her luscious lips, Xia Ruawei reluctantly replied, "I understand, mother."
what?
"Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Suddenly, Xia Ruoxi's teacup shattered upon the floor, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. The pain from her severed ear still lingered, and her enmity toward that wretched girl was boundless. Shinmani caressed her eldest daughter's lovely head, her gaze reminiscent of a venomous serpent. "Ruoxi, calm yourself. I refrained from informing you because I feared your impulsiveness might jeopardize our plans. She has been fortunate to escape us thus far, but if we could destroy her once, we can certainly do so again. Since she dares to return to Shengjing, this place shall once again become her grave. I have commanded all businesses in the city to reject her applications. Ultimately, she will be forced into the most degrading occupations, perhaps even becoming a prostitute. At that point, we need to intervene. Your father will surely eliminate her." The 3 women exchanged venomous glances, their laughter resonating with malice, as even the wind outside seemed to carry an inexplicable chill. Xia Yingnai sought employment once more, yet no enterprise, even for the most menial of tasks, showed any inclination to hire her. Sister Lin had prepared dinner, but Xia Yingnai lacked the appetite to partake, feeling utterly despondent. Her 4 precious children encircled her, their innocent voices calling out "Mummy." The eldest, still bearing a stoic expression, began to massage her shoulders, inquiring, "Mummy, is the job search proving difficult?" "Fear not, for I have grown. I can earn a living to support you and my siblings." The second child, revealing a charming little toothy grin, enthusiastically offered, "Mummy, do not be disheartened. I too shall devise a way to earn money for you." The third child, cradling a small bowl of porridge, gently attempted to feed her, saying, "Mummy, you have toiled all day. Please drink some porridge." However, in his eagerness, he exerted too much force, causing the stainless steel bowl to crumple, spilling porridge all over the youngest, staining her beautiful princess dress.
Ah!
"Mummy, Brother Sanbao is bullying me, ruining my dress," cried the youngest, a particularly delicate and tearful little girl. Xia Yingnai swiftly gathered her daughter into her arms, soothingly whispering, "Brother did not mean it. Do not cry, dear. Our precious Sanbao is the kindest little princess and would never hold it against him, would she? Mummy will take you to change, and we shall buy you an even more beautiful princess dress, shall we?" "Okay," Sanbao replied, her tears swiftly replaced by a smile. "Forgive me, Mummy. I caused trouble again," said Sanbao, fully aware of his misstep. He crouched in a corner of the living room, head bowed, biting his lip and bracing himself for Mummy's admonishment. With a gentle sigh, Xia Yingnai lifted the remorseful Sanbao into her embrace and kissed his forehead, saying, "My dear, you did not mean it. It is all right.
Just be a bit more careful next time.
You love your sister dearly, and take good care of her. Mummy knows." Sanbao was indeed a unique child, endowed with remarkable strength, which he sometimes struggled to control, leading to frightening moments. Xia Yingnai took great care to protect him. for she harbored a deep fear that someone might exploit his special abilities for research, an idea she could not bear to entertain. Chapter 9. The Unexpected Call from the Xiao Corporation's HR. The moment Xia Yingnai stepped through the door, the eldest son swiftly changed the screen from a chaotic display of flying English letters and bizarre symbols to a popular animated series. Xia Yingnai approached him, affectionately ruffling his hair, softly saying, "Darling, remember to manage your screen time while watching cartoons. Prolonged exposure is not good for your eyes." As she turned away, she failed to notice her son's small fingers deftly tapping the keyboard. Instantly, a highly encrypted page appeared on the computer, revealing an English email that read, "I have a level 10 task with a salary of 1 million. Contact me if you have time, King." Without hesitation, the eldest clicked accept and, just before Xia Yingnai could turn back, he swiftly closed the laptop. Unbeknownst to her, her seemingly aloof son was, in fact, the illustrious and highly valued hacker known as King. The second child sat at a different desk, engrossed in a book with great enthusiasm. Beside him lay a substantial stack of thick volumes. Xia Yingnai felt both proud and gratified. She placed great importance on her children's education, and these little ones were undeniably bright. From a young age, Xia Yingnai had taught them to recognize characters and words, and now they were nearly proficient in all the characters. They could recognize all the words in the Xinhua dictionary. The second child had inherited Xia Yingnai's remarkable photographic memory. He could even recite the Xinhua dictionary from memory. However, the book he was currently reading seemed rather peculiar. Xia Yingnai approached him and, with wide eyes, discovered that he was engrossed in the I Ching. The books beside him were even more astonishing, including titles such as The Divine Mirror of Ma Yi, an illustrated introduction to feng shui and palmistry and physiognomy explained. Xia Yingnai was somewhat taken aback, unable to comprehend how her son could be interested in such superstitious literature. Being an avowed atheist, she firmly adhered to Marxist materialism. Thus, she gently took the book from his small hands and patiently advised him, "Darling, let us refrain from reading these unwholesome books. I have fairy tale picture books for you in the second drawer of the cabinet. If you wish to read, please explore those delightful stories." The second child obediently put away the book and smiled at Xia Yingnai, saying, "All right, mommy." Xia Yingnai could hardly resist his smile, which radiated warmth like a dazzling little sun, capable of melting one's heart. The fourth child sat quietly in the corner of the large bed. She held a phone in her small hands, wearing headphones, tears brimming in her beautiful large eyes as she watched something on the screen. Xia Yingnai's heart ached at the sight. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Who has upset our adorable and gentle fourth child?" She gently pinched her daughter's delicate cheek, coaxing her softly, "Tell mommy, and I will help you deal with them." The fourth child blinked her lovely eyes, crawling into Xia Yingnai's embrace, hot tears cascading down her neck. "Mommy, the sister in this drama is so pitiful. She lost her father at 1, her mother at 2. Her grandfather was in a car accident at 3, and her beloved grandmother passed away at 4. She became a wretched orphan, constantly beaten and scolded, and almost got abducted by human traffickers. Oh, she is so unfortunate." Xia Yingnai thought to herself, what a ridiculous plot. Who knows which absurd screenwriter concocted such a melodramatic series? "Darling, those are merely dramas, fictional tales designed to elicit tears. Now let us settle down for sleep. My fourth child, the most obedient of them all." Xia Yingnai lifted her daughter and laid her gently on the bed, tenderly covering her with a blanket.
"Good night, mommy."
"Good night, mommy," the fourth child echoed. The eldest and third children also yawned and lay down to sleep. Xia Yingnai tucked them in, humming a gentle lullaby for her children. Soon, the little ones drifted into a sweet slumber under the soothing melody of their mother's voice. Once the children were fast asleep, Xia Yingnai quietly rose and reopened her computer. She opened the saved document and commenced her translation work. This part-time job, she found online, involved translating technological texts for others. Initially, she was compensated 200 yuan for every 1,000 characters, but her exceptional translations led to a doubling of her pay to 400 yuan per 1,000 characters.
Today,
she faced the daunting task of translating a 10,000-character manuscript, which meant another night of overtime. However, the financial responsibilities loomed large: the children's formula, the upcoming kindergarten fees, Lin Ma's salary, and the myriad of daily expenses. With her daughter, Si Bao, growing up, it was time for her to share a bed with her brothers, necessitating the purchase of a larger bed. Every little detail added up to a significant sum. She knew she had to work diligently to provide for her 4 intelligent and adorable children. At dawn, as Xia Yingnai rose and brushed her teeth, she received a call from the HR department of the Xiao Group. She could hardly believe her ears and confirmed multiple times with the HR representative before realizing that she had indeed been accepted by the prestigious Xiao Group. Renowned in Shengjing and internationally recognized, the company was famous to the extent that people of all ages were aware of it, and its compensation and benefits were astonishingly generous. However, she felt a twinge of disappointment upon discovering that, despite being a graduate of a prestigious university with all A's, she had been hired for the position of a cleaner. Nevertheless, the benefits offered by Xiao Group were indeed enticing: a 9-to-5 schedule, weekends off, paid vacation, an internship salary of 10,000 yuan and a full salary of 15,000 yuan upon permanent employment, along with the provision of 6 insurances and 2 funds upon joining. This prospect stirred something within Xia Yingnai. Given that no other company was willing to hire her at present, she decided to give Xiao Group a try. If she performed well, there was a possibility of transferring to a higher position. Lin Ma had prepared a lavish breakfast, and the 4 little ones ate heartily. Xia Yingnai, in a cheerful mood, indulged in an extra bowl of congee. With a sparkle in her eyes, she announced to her children, "Darling, Mommy has found a new job. Today I will start working at Xiao Group." Lin Ma was so astonished that she dropped the bun she was holding. Gazing at her with admiration, "Miss Xia, you are truly remarkable." In Lin Ma's eyes, securing a position at Xiao Group was an extraordinary achievement. After all, her son, a graduate from a prestigious 985 university, had gone through multiple rounds of selection only to fail the final interview, ending up at a company slightly less prestigious than Xiao Group. "Congratulations, Mommy. I knew you were the best. Mommy, you are an inspiration to my second sibling. My admiration for you flows endlessly like the Yellow River." The 4 little ones showered Xia Yingnai with affection and compliments, their sweet voices nearly causing her to burst into laughter. Suddenly, she found herself looking forward to her life at the Xiao Group. Chapter 10. How Dare You Show Up? Monday. Xiao Group. Since Xia Yingnai was employed as a cleaner, she opted for casual attire rather than professional clothing and high heels, choosing instead comfortable flat shoes. She styled her hair into a neat bun and went without makeup, resembling a sweet high school student. Her appearance stood in stark contrast to the impeccably dressed staff at Xiao Group, who donned tailored suits and exuded an air of sophistication. Her stunning beauty rendered her the focal point, drawing the attention of employees within the Xiao Corporation. Su Tao, the personnel manager of the Xiao Group, was an elegant and tall professional woman clad in a tailored suit. She personally welcomed Xia Yingnai. Upon meeting Xia Yingnai in person, Su Tao was taken aback. She even glanced at the photograph on the resume once more to confirm. "You are indeed Xia Yingnai?" Su Tao was somewhat astonished that this newly hired cleaner was so youthful and possessed such striking looks. How could the president have placed her in the cleaning department rather than the glamorous public relations department? Xia Yingnai wore a sweet smile and politely nodded at her. "Hello, Manager Su, I am Xia Yingnai. It is a pleasure to meet you. I appreciate your guidance." Su Tao discreetly observed Xia Yingnai while handing her an employment contract. "This is the employment contract from Xiao Corporation. Please review it, and if there are no issues, kindly sign it."
All right.
Xia Yingnai accepted the contract and read it swiftly, finding no discrepancies, as the salary and benefits matched what the HR had promised. She signed her name without a second thought. Su Tao's eyes glimmered as she took back the contract and promptly arranged for her to join the cleaning department.
Subsequently,
Su Tao gave Xia Yingnai a brief tour of the Xiao Corporation. She elaborated, "Our building has the shopping mall on the 16th floor, offices on the 78th floor, the employee cafeteria on the 89th floor, secretarial offices on the 106th and 107th floors, and the president's office on the top floor, the 108th. Your responsibilities include cleaning the restrooms in the secretarial and president's offices." Xia Yingnai gestured an okay. "Understood. Thank you, Manager Su." Su Tao added, "If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Please save my number." "Thank you very much." Xia Yingnai expressed her gratitude. At the president's office, Su Tao knocked lightly on the door. A deep, magnetic voice responded from within. "Enter." Xiao Yuhuang was engrossed in paperwork, exuding an imposing aura that could send shivers down one's spine. Su Tao respectfully presented a contract. "President, I have received Miss Xia Yingnai as per your instructions. Here is her employment contract for your review." Xiao Yuhuang took the contract and casually flipped through it. The signature on the additional page was in a delicate and lively hand, much like the individual herself. Suddenly, a mysterious smile crossed his lips. He was curious about Xia Yingnai's reaction when they met again. If she were to discover that he was her superior, how would that spirited little wildcat respond? Having completed the employment formalities, Xia Yingnai contemplated how her earnings combined with her part-time job would sufficiently cover her family's living expenses. However, as her children were growing, she needed to enroll them in more extracurricular activities, which would require additional funds. The cleaning department staff were predominantly older men and women in their 40s and 50s, leaving Xia Yingnai as the sole young woman in her 20s. Initially, when they encountered Xia Yingnai, their demeanor was far from warm. Rather, they observed her with cold indifference, convinced that such a young and beautiful girl could not possibly endure the hardships of a cleaner. However, they could not resist the sweetness of her words. She greeted everyone with endearing titles like uncle and auntie, and her industriousness was evident. Even when tasked with the dirtiest and most laborious jobs, she accepted them with a smile. Climbing high and laboring hard did not deter her, for she had faced all manner of hardships while raising her child alone. Tasks like cleaning the restroom were now trivial for her, especially given the relatively high standards of cleanliness in the restrooms of the Xiao Corporation, aided by robotic vacuums, making the job less arduous. Within just 2 or 3 days of employment, Xia Yingnai had won the hearts of her senior colleagues in the cleaning department, thriving in her role. The only drawback was the middle-aged supervisor, Qin Shou, who, despite his seemingly honest demeanor, had a lecherous nature and often harassed her during work hours. One day, donning a mask and the cleaning uniform, Xia Yingnai had just finished tidying up the restroom for the secretarial office when Qin Shou cornered her at the door, shamelessly attempting to solicit her company. He clearly doubted her claim of having a child, as Xia Yingnai's figure was undeniably stunning, leading him to believe she was merely making excuses. With a lascivious gaze, he leered at her, saying, "You claim to have a child? Even better. I have a particular fondness for young mothers. You're such an alluring little enchantress. Come, let us indulge in a candlelit dinner and then perhaps a hotel room. If you accompany me, I assure you that your worries at the Xiao Corporation will vanish. I can transfer you to another department where the work is lighter and the pay more generous, far superior to this filthy and unpleasant labor. Besides, I guarantee you'll enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence with me." Disgusted, Xia Yingnai brandished her broom and mockingly replied, "Now I understand why your parents named you Qin Shou, because you resemble a beast unworthy of respect. No wonder you reek of cologne. I can still sense a strong odor of scum emanating from you. You're a fool filled with sordid thoughts. Get lost." Qin Shou was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the fiery temperament of the seemingly demure Xia Yingnai, who could hurl such harsh insults. "Xia Yingnai, just wait," he shouted, leaving in a fit of rage. As Xia Yingnai removed her mask and prepared to organize her cleaning tools, she felt a piercing gaze upon her, sending shivers down her spine. Turning around, she beheld a tall, lanky man leaning against the doorframe, his arms crossed and a bemused expression on his face, as if he had been watching and listening for quite some time. The moment Xia Yingnai caught sight of his handsome visage, her temper flared. Without hesitation, she swung the broom she had just used to clean the restroom at him, exclaiming, "You despicable rapist! How dare you show your face before me?" Chapter 11. Little Wildcat. "Why are you so angry?" Xia Yingnai brandished the mop, striking fiercely at Xiao Yuhuang, her demeanor both fierce and defiant. "You vile man, how dare you bully me? Today, I shall make you realize that I am not to be trifled with." The mop, freshly used to clean the restroom floor, still carried the pungent scent of disinfectant. The droplets of foul-smelling water splattered across Xiao Yuhuang's form. Although he skillfully dodged her initial assault, he could not escape the audacious droplets that drenched him. "Damn it! Do you even understand what you're doing?" Xiao Yuhuang seized her slender wrist, forcefully pinning Xia Yingnai against the restroom wall, his gaze chilling. "Do you even know who I am?" Xia Yingnai, wild as a feral cat, raised her other hand, preparing to slap his handsome face. "Of course I know. You are nothing but a wretched rapist. I will call the police right now and ensure you are imprisoned." Xiao Yuhuang effortlessly grasped her flailing hand, regarding her with a cold, mocking stare, as if she were merely a jester. "By all means, go ahead. I can grant you the opportunity to report me right now." He lazily released her, brushing off the droplets from his suit. Lighting a cigarette, he exuded an air of nonchalance, akin to a panther gracefully prowling through the jungle. She had 4 adorable treasures waiting for her. She could not act impulsively. Filled with rage, Xia Yingnai retrieved her phone, dialing 110 directly before Xiao Yuhuang. The line quickly connected, and the operator's voice resonated. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Impatiently, Xia Yingnai recounted her plight. "Hello. I am an employee of the cleaning department at Xiao Corporation. My name is Xia Yingnai. Yesterday, I was assaulted by a man in the private room of Mysterious 8, and he is now present on the 107th floor of Xiao Corporation. I request your immediate assistance in apprehending this rapist." However, before she could finish, the operator replied, "I'm sorry, miss, but we have not received any reports from Mysterious. If you have indeed been assaulted and possess concrete evidence, Please come directly to the police station to file a report. The call abruptly ended, leaving Xia Yingnai fuming at her phone. Hello? Hello? Xiao Yuhuang exhaled a puff of smoke toward her, mockingly remarking, So, you truly wish to accuse me? You might as well go to the police station and present your evidence of my supposed assault. That would lend your claims more credibility. Coughing from the smoke, Xia Yingnai's face turned pale as she clawed at him. Don't be too pleased with yourself. One day, I will bring you to justice. She regretted her momentary folly in indulging at Mysterious. Had she not succumbed, this ordeal would not have transpired. Yet it was too late for remorse. Qin Shou's face turned a deep shade of fright. Observing that the president had been bitten by Xia Yingnai, yet seemed unfazed, his expression was one of bemusement. In an attempt to curry favor with the president, Qin Shou raised his fist and viciously swung it towards Xia Yingnai. You vile creature, let go. The person you are biting is. His fist was poised to strike her when, in the next moment, someone kicked Qin Shou, sending him crashing against the wall before he fell heavily to the floor. Qin Shou felt as though his internal organs had been shattered, clutching his abdomen while letting out a wretched cry. Xiao Yuhuang said coldly, Get lost. Yes, I will leave immediately. Qin Shou, dragging his pained belly, fled in terror. Xia Yingnai was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that this man could be so ruthless, even daring to strike the head of the cleaning department. What was his true identity? Her voice trembled slightly. Who exactly are you? Xiao Yuhuang, with his peach blossom eyes, flashed a teasing glance. What? Are you so curious about my identity? Perhaps if we were to indulge in another encounter, I would divulge everything. You bastard. Xia Yingnai, unable to contain her anger, struck at him once more. Xiao Yuhuang swiftly pinned her against the wall. Little wildcat, why are you so enraged? If I recall correctly, you seem to be enjoying yourself back there. Are you upset that you didn't receive a generous tip? Xia Yingnai kicked at his long leg, scoffing coldly. I enjoyed your mother. Your skills were so abysmal last night. Any man in this world surpasses you. Xiao Yuhuang seized her chin. His cold gaze suddenly filled with a fierce intensity. How many men have you actually tried? Humph. None of your business. Xia Yingnai defiantly glared at him. By the way, I have something for you. Oh? Xiao Yuhuang, intrigued, released her. He was curious to see what she would produce. Xia Yingnai pulled out a crumpled 10-yuan note, which she had stumbled upon that morning. It was the change given to her by the vendor when she bought breakfast not long ago. She tossed it at Xiao Yuhuang's face, shouting, This is a tip for your service last night, and given your atrocious skills, it's all you deserve. Remember, it was not you who had me. It was I who sought you. After her outburst, Xia Yingnai stormed away, unwilling to remain alone with this rapist. She feared the uncontrollable events that might unfold if she did. Xiao Yuhuang, with a hint of amusement, picked up the 10-yuan bill, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Throughout her journey, Xia Yingnai pondered the man's true identity. He was so brazen, so ruthless, unafraid of the police, even bold enough to strike the head of the cleaning department. It was evident that he held some power within the Shao Corporation, possibly a relative of a high-ranking leader. He seemed formidable and harbored ulterior motives toward her. With him in the Shao Corporation, it felt as though a ticking time bomb lingered, leaving her restless even in that environment. Tomorrow was Saturday, a day of rest. Xia Yingnai resolved that when she returned to work on Monday, she would tender her resignation to the HR manager. She could no longer remain at the Shao Corporation. Even if it meant seeking a new job with far inferior pay and benefits, she was determined to leave. In the kitchen, Lin Ma was preparing a meal. Upon seeing the children, all her anger dissipated, and she gently asked, What were you all talking about just now? The 4 little ones shook their heads in unison. However, their synchronized actions only deepened Xia Yingnai's suspicions. Nonetheless, the children were generally obedient, and Xia Yingnai chose not to dwell on it. After all, children have their own secrets. Unbeknownst to Xia Yingnai, the children were secretly scheming on how to earn money over the weekend. Chapter 12. The 2 treasures set up a fortune-telling stand Saturday. The atmosphere during breakfast was as warm as ever. After finishing their meal, Xia Yingnai decided to take her little treasures to the shopping mall to buy some children's clothing. However, just as they were ready to depart, the second treasure suddenly clutched his head, a pained expression crossing his youthful face. Mommy, my head hurts a bit. Can I rest at home? Xia Yingnai, filled with concern, knelt down and embraced him, asking anxiously, Second treasure, how did you suddenly develop a headache? You seemed fine during breakfast. Let Mummy take you to the hospital for a checkup. The second treasure exchanged furtive glances with his siblings and gently shook his head. No need, Mummy. I just want to lie down and rest at home. Granny Lin will take care of me, so you needn't worry. In jest, he was merely feigning illness. A visit to the hospital would undoubtedly reveal his ruse. All right then, but if you feel unwell, Be sure to call Mummy, Xia Yingnai said, lightly touching his forehead and reassured that he did not have a fever. Granny Lin chimed in from the side. Miss Xia, you needn't worry. I will look after the children at home, and if anything seems amiss, I will contact you right away. Once Xia Yingnai departed, the second treasure pretended to be weak and said to Granny Lin, Granny, I'm not feeling well. I'll lie down for a bit. I sleep lightly. So please don't disturb me. Granny Lin, somewhat anxious, poured him a glass of warm water. Second treasure, have a sip of water before you sleep. No thanks, Granny. I don't want any water. I just want to sleep for a while, he replied, declining the glass and firmly shutting the bedroom door with a thud. Granny Lin gazed at the stubborn, lovely child with a sigh, placing the warm water down and beginning to tidy up the household. About half an hour later, the second treasure peered through the peephole and saw Granny Lin washing dishes in the kitchen. Silently, he opened his bedroom door. Then, tiptoeing past the kitchen, he gently opened the front door and sneaked out. The second treasure, already possessing striking good looks, was clad in a white t-shirt and black shorts, carrying a small backpack, presenting himself as an adorably charming little lad. He spent a yuan on a bus ticket, boarding the number 2 bus directly to Bihai Square. Bihai Square is one of the more bustling squares in Shengjing, typically filled with a steady flow of traffic, and on Saturdays, it is particularly lively. The second treasure, with his small backpack, found an empty spot beside the musical fountain and came to a halt. He took out a divination diagram from his bag and spread it on the ground. He placed a book of divination and a box of fortune-telling sticks on top of it. A prominent banner lay on the ground, declaring, Fortune-telling, no charge if inaccurate. Once everything was arranged, he sat down nearby. The flow of people in the square was incessant, and upon seeing an adorably charming little lad setting up a fortune-telling stand, a crowd quickly gathered around him. Many onlookers covered their mouths in amused curiosity, whispering and pointing at him. It is quite amusing to see such a young child out here, engaging in fortune-telling. This little one, so remarkably beautiful, appears to be merely 4 or 5 years of age. Have the parents resorted to exploiting him for financial gain? It is truly disheartening to witness the lengths to which some parents will go for money. Alas, it is a sight that is difficult to bear. The little boy, oblivious to the surrounding chatter, greets the gathering crowd with warmth. Greetings, dear grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. A splendid morning to you all. I am the newly arrived fortune-telling child, Bao. Should my predictions prove inaccurate, no payment is required. However, if they resonate with you, feel free to offer as you wish. Do not miss this opportunity as you pass by. The onlookers, accustomed to the various charlatans peddling their craft on street corners, are taken aback by the sight of such a young child engaging in divination, especially one so strikingly handsome. Their intense curiosity draws them closer, yet none dare to approach, for they are all too aware that this could very well be a novel form of deception. Among the spectators is a young woman, perhaps 18 or 19, with round eyes and short hair, accompanied by her tall, robust boyfriend. Unable to resist the charm of Bao, she steps forward first. Playfully, she crouches down to ask, Little brother, can you tell me how many people are in my family and what my parents do for a living? Bao carefully studies her features and responds with composure. Sister, may I ask for your date of birth? The girl replies, I was born on July 16, 2006 at 7 a.m., and I am of the horse zodiac. With that, Bao quietly closes his eyes. The myriad of information within his mind dances vividly before him. Moments later, he opens his eyes and declares, Sister, your family consists of your grandfather, your parents, and 2 brothers, totaling 6 members. It is highly likely that your parents are engaged in the medical profession. The girl, taken aback, instinctively covers her mouth in astonishment. Goodness, that is remarkably accurate. The crowd, equally astonished and skeptical, clamors for an explanation. Little one, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Bao merely smiles in silence. The sister, born in the hour of the rooster with many siblings, possesses features that indicate her parents are fortunate, yet the elder generation appears sparse, making it relatively easy to deduce her family size. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he notices her pronounced cleanliness, evidenced by the hand sanitizer she frequently pulls from her pocket, a habit that surely did not form overnight. He deduces correctly that her parents are likely doctors or involved in healthcare. After her initial shock, the girl pulls her reluctant boyfriend closer, urging Bao to read their fortunes as well. Little brother, this is my boyfriend. We have been in a relationship for 3 years. Can you tell us if we will end up together? Bao studies the young man's features and shakes his head, speaking in his tender voice to the girl. Sister, he possesses watery eyes and uneven, thin lips, indicating a lack of devotion. He is prone to infidelity and is not your destined partner. Upon hearing this, the boy, filled with indignation, clenches his fist, ready to retaliate. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare to provoke me? Unfazed and entirely composed, Erbao responds. If you doubt my words, you may check his phone. The young man's expression visibly shifted to one of panic as he tightly clutched his phone. Yuan Yuan. Do not believe a word this little rascal says. He is a deceiver. The girl, filled with doubt, snatched the phone from her boyfriend's grasp. Upon opening his social media, her anger nearly caused her to faint. The screen was flooded with flirtatious exchanges with various women. The explicit content was utterly distasteful, and it even contained intimate photographs with other girls. Zheng Siming, you treacherous heartbreaker. I placed my unwavering trust in you, never once checking your phone. And yet you have betrayed me. We are through. Tears streamed down her face as she slapped him hard and stormed off. After taking a few steps, she paused. Her eyes reddened with emotion and handed a 50 yuan bill to a young boy. Thank you, little brother, for helping me see the true face of this scoundrel. She sobbed before running away. Her boyfriend shot a fierce glare at the boy before hastily pursuing her. Yuan Yuan, sweetheart, please listen to me. I was wrong. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this once? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, not expecting the child to possess such insight. They began clamoring to seek his counsel. A sleek, elongated Rolls-Royce glided silently past the square. In the rear seat sat a dignified and aristocratic elderly lady, Madame Xiao. Alongside her most cherished grandson, Xiao Yuhuang. Xiao Yuhuang cast a cold glance at Xiao Qi. Go ahead and investigate the situation. Xiao Qi complied. Madame Xiao, filled with surprise and curiosity, exclaimed, a mere 4 or 5-year-old child. Is he truly that remarkable? I must see for myself. Stop the car. Determined to disembark. She was met with Xiao Yuhuang's resigned acceptance of her stubbornness, knowing well that not even a team of oxen could sway her once she had made up her mind. Chapter 13. You have 4 children wandering abroad. Madame Xiao insisted on dragging her visibly displeased grandson into the crowded square, followed closely by a cadre of stern black-clad bodyguards. The area in front of the musical fountain was packed to the brim. A group of expressionless bodyguards cleared the path, creating a grand spectacle. The throngs of onlookers, sensing the arrival of an important figure, swiftly parted to give way. Throughout their procession, Madame Xiao and Xiao Yuhuang were met with a chorus of astonished exclamations from the crowd. There were voices both male and female, young and old. Good heavens! That child is remarkably accurate. He could even tell me how many boars and sows I have back home. Indeed, my family lost 2 cows. And no matter how hard I searched, I could not find them. That child pinpointed their location, and I just called my son to search there. He found them right away. Truly, that child is extraordinary. He has laid bare every detail of my family, career, and marriage, and all his predictions have been spot on. Could he be a reincarnated oracle? Xiao Yuhuang pondered, musing why he perceived the child merely as a cunning little fraud. Meanwhile, Madame Xiao, sheltered in the midst of the crowd, was invigorated by the tales. Could the child truly possess such remarkable abilities? If she truly possesses such divine abilities, she must inquire with that young fortune-teller about her beloved grandson's future, specifically, when he might wed and when she could finally cradle a delightful great-grandchild in her arms. The wait for that day has been interminable. The moment the bespectacled Xiao Yuhuang appeared at the fortune-telling booth, he instantly captured the enraptured gazes of every woman present. The man was tall and statuesque, with chiseled features that seemed sculpted by the hands of a master artist, and his sensual lips were undeniably alluring. Oh, that man is astonishingly handsome, more captivating than any movie star. I yearn to marry him, to bear him a multitude of children. Some audacious women even dared to scream and attempt to approach him, only to be intercepted by his expressionless bodyguards, forming an impenetrable barrier that isolated everyone else. Seeing her grandson so adored by women filled the old matriarch with a mix of pride and sorrow. Why, she pondered, does her precious grandson, despite such admiration, refuse to marry or grant her the joy of a grandchild? Certainly, his so-called fiancée, Runaway, is unworthy. That woman is vain and selfish, and she would never allow the matriarch to enter the Xiao family. As she ruminated, her gaze fell upon the youthful fortune-teller with rosy lips and pearly teeth. What a beautiful child, even more charming than her grandson had been at that age. The old matriarch discreetly observed him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon their first meeting. The man at the fortune-telling booth, noticing the throng of bodyguards and the chilling demeanor of Xiao Yuhuang, was so frightened that he hastily fled, abandoning his half-finished reading. The young fortune-teller, upon seeing the old matriarch, greeted her with a sunlit smile and a slightly childish voice. Good day, madam. What would you like to inquire about? The old matriarch marveled at the child's composure. Such calmness in the face of this scene foretold a promising future for him. The young fortune-teller gazed at her with a bright smile and continued, "Madam, your round face and lustrous hair suggest a substantial fortune, and your eyes resemble those of a slumbering phoenix, concealing wisdom within. However, I perceive vertical lines on your forehead, indicating that you are burdened with concerns. If I am not mistaken, it pertains to the marriage of this gentleman beside you." Stealing a glance at Xiao Yuhuang, the young fortune-teller was momentarily taken aback as he recognized the striking resemblance between this extraordinarily handsome man and his elder brother, even sharing the same icy expression. The old matriarch was astonished. She had not anticipated the child's keen insight, capable of discerning her innermost thoughts with such precision. She looked at Xiao Yuhuang with a hint of lamentation and affection, addressing the young fortune-teller. "Indeed, dear child, I do harbor concerns that weigh heavily on my heart. Please, tell me, when will my precious grandson marry? When may I hold my grandchild?" Xiao Yuhuang, usually so composed, showed a rare flicker of irritation. A crack appeared in his frosty demeanor. His piercing gaze shot like a cold arrow at the young fortune-teller, silently warning him against speaking carelessly. Unexpectedly, the young fortune-teller, observing Xiao Yuhuang's countenance, suddenly slammed his small hand down onto the ground with a resounding clap. The sudden action startled the elderly matriarch, causing her heart to tremble. "Child, what is amiss? Is it that I shall never have the hope of holding a grandchild in my arms?" The enigmatic second treasure, with an air of profound wisdom, began to calculate with his fingers, as if he were a sage. "Madam, your grandchild is extraordinary. His countenance suggests the destiny of many offspring. He is destined to have at least 6 children, and he already has 4. The matriarch nearly fainted, exclaiming, "How can this be? How am I unaware of his children?" With a glare filled with fury, Xiao Yuhuang fixed his eyes on second treasure, as if he could kill with a mere look. Did this little rascal comprehend the gravity of his words? He had illegitimate children? How was it possible that he himself did not know? Second treasure continued, "Madam, I foresee that 4 of his children are currently wandering alone." Initially in disbelief, the matriarch soon clenched her fists and struck her grandson. "You scoundrel! You have 4 children abandoned in the world? When did you engage in such irresponsible folly? Did you leave them behind while studying abroad? Having foolishly fathered children with 4 women? How could you commit such an act, bringing disgrace upon the Xiao family?" Xiao Yuhuang, usually so adept in evasion, found himself for the first time in adulthood fleeing from his grandmother's wrath. The matriarch, though frail, pursued him relentlessly. He dared not run too swiftly, opting instead to evade while attempting to explain, "Grandmother, do not heed this child's nonsensical drivel. I have no illegitimate offspring, truly none at all." Breathless from exertion, the matriarch continued to inquire, "Can I find them?" Second treasure shook his head, saying, "Only with sincere hearts shall you find your fated reunion." Overjoyed, the matriarch seized her eldest grandson, insisting he provide a reward. "My dear grandson, today I am in high spirits. You must bestow a generous sum upon this little sage." Xiao Yuhuang cast a cold glance at the radiant little trickster, huffing disdainfully before turning to leave. Such a tiresome ruse could only fool a naive grandmother. He, Xiao Yuhuang, was no match for even the most cunning of merchants. How could he be outsmarted by this mere child? Fuming, the matriarch removed her bracelet and placed it on second treasure's stall, declaring, "Very well, if you will not pay, then this bracelet shall serve as the reward for the little sage." This was no trivial matter. Her bracelet was a treasured heirloom, a gift from a royal consort of ancient times, worth a fortune. How could she so easily part with it for a petty trickster? With a smile, second treasure bowed to Xiao Yuhuang, his voice dripping with sweetness. "Thank you, uncle. You are truly the kindest and most handsome uncle in the world." His smile, as warm as the first thaw of spring, momentarily softened Xiao Yuhuang's icy heart, evoking an inexplicable feeling within him. In a fit of impulse, the once furious Xiao Yuhuang found himself unable to resist, generously handing a thick stack of bills to second treasure. Chapter 14. A narrow path of enmity. He felt the weight of his bulging backpack, filled with considerable amounts of money, while his payment app reflected a handsome income. Second treasure excitedly closed the bedroom door, gleefully counting the money with sparkling eyes, resembling a little avarice personified. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Yingnai, accompanied by her 3 children, Dabao, Sanbao, and Sibao, emerged from the shopping mall, each bearing large bags brimming with garments for the little ones. The quartet, a strikingly beautiful mother and her children, formed a picturesque scene as they strolled past. However, upon reaching the entrance, Xia Yingnai's gaze fell upon a young woman clad in opulent attire, flanked by a dozen bodyguards adorned with an array of luxury brand bags, strutting arrogantly from within. To her dismay, it was none other than Xia Ruawei, her long-standing rival. "Move aside. Do not obstruct my path," commanded Xia Ruawei, as her bodyguards menacingly shoved aside the pedestrians to clear a way for her. The surrounding crowd simmered with indignation but remained silent. A young couple, blissfully feeding each other ice cream, was suddenly accosted by one of the bodyguards, who harshly pushed the girl aside, exclaiming, "Step away. Do not block the way of our young lady." Startled, the girl stumbled and fell, her ice cream flying from her grasp, landing squarely on Xia Ruawei's gleaming crystal heels. With a shriek, Xia Ruawei lashed out, "You wretched country bumpkin. You have sullied my exquisite shoes. Clean them at once." The boy, unable to contain his fury, pulled his frightened girlfriend behind him, declaring, "Hey, do not take advantage of us. How dare you speak back, you lowly peasant." Xia Ruawei sneered, her lips curling in disdain as she commanded her bodyguards, "Seize these two, and make them kneel to clean my shoes." The menacing guards seized the young couple, coercing them to kneel and pressing their heads towards Xia Ruawei's shoes. A crowd gathered, murmuring in shock, yet no one dared intervene, for Xia Ruawei was the fiancée of the formidable CEO, Xiao Yuhuang, a man known for his ruthless nature and influential power. Xia Yingnai could no longer stand by and watch. Stepping forward, she couldn't help but mock, "Xia Ruawei, it seems that even after all this time, you remain unrepentant. Is it not excessive to behave in such a manner? It is better to show mercy when one has the opportunity." What stung her the most was that after 5 years, Xia Yingnai had blossomed into an even more captivating beauty, akin to a resplendent rose, so radiant that it was almost blinding, provoking Xia Ruawei's jealousy. Ignoring the taunts directed at her, Xia Yingnai approached resolutely, her voice icy, "Xia Ruawei, the police have thoroughly investigated the matters of 5 years ago and cleared my name. Xia Ruashi provoked me first. I bear no guilt. Yet you, in comparison to the past, have become increasingly arrogant. Has your father failed to teach you proper conduct? Vile wretch." Xia Ruawei's face contorted with rage as she extended her long, sharp nails, aiming to scratch Xia Yingnai's face. However, with a swift and graceful movement, Xia Yingnai evaded her attack. In her overzealous attempt, Xia Ruawei stumbled and fell, her high heel twisting awkwardly, resulting in a humiliating collapse to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. A wave of suppressed laughter erupted from the crowd, many pointing fingers at Xia Ruawei. "Miss Xia," the bodyguard gasped, hastily assisting her to her feet. "Get away, you useless wretch." Xia Ruawei forcefully shoved the bodyguard aside, her face contorted with rage, a striking pallor mingling with her exquisite features. Trembling with fury, she pointed a quivering finger at Xia Yingnai, commanding the bodyguards, "Seize this wretched woman and slap her. I want her to personally clean my shoes with her tongue." "Yes." A pack of ravenous bodyguards surged forward, encircling Xia Yingnai, their claws reaching out like wolves. Unfazed, Xia Yingnai prepared to retaliate when 3 adorable children, resembling plump chicks protecting their mother hen, bravely stepped in front of her. "You wicked woman, don't bully our mommy." Xia Ruawei was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the children, who dared to call Xia Yingnai mommy. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yuhuang, causing alarm bells to ring in her mind. After the initial shock, a wave of scorn washed over her face. "Xia Yingnai, are these the bastards you birthed? They look about 4 or 5 years old. Who would have thought that after being violated by those filthy beggars, you would still bear their offspring? No wonder they resemble beggars, born with a fate so wretched." Xia Yingnai clutched the children, her gaze sharp as ice, piercing through Xia Ruawei. "Xia Ruawei, silence yourself. My children are not bastards. If you dare utter another word, I swear I will end you." For a fleeting moment, Xia Ruawei was momentarily intimidated by the frost in Xia Yingnai's eyes. Her cold stare seemed capable of murder, forcing her to take a step back.
Zabao.
Upon hearing this vile woman insult his mother, glared fiercely, retorting, "Hey, ma'am, have you ever looked in the mirror? Your face is caked in thick makeup, yet it can't hide your pitch-black complexion. Even if you fell into a coal pile, you wouldn't be seen, and you still have the audacity to criticize others. You little brat." Xia Ruawei fumed, her heavily powdered face turning crimson with rage at De Bao's words. She was on the verge of exploding. San Bao crossed his arms and mockingly added, "Ma'am, your face looks like a sesame-covered pancake, wide as a catfish, with eyes as small as plug sockets. And your lips are so thick you could slice them into 2 plates. You are the one who resembles a beggar." Si Bao chimed in with a sweet voice, "Wow. Ma'am, you even have acne on your face. It's so large that cleaning it would require a tractor. And you must eat too much fertilizer, frying your brain, which is why you never wash your mouth after using the restroom, leaving a foul odor in your speech." Laughter erupted from the onlookers, utterly charmed by the trio of little ones who unleashed their insults without resorting to foul language. Meanwhile, Xia Yingnai was seething with rage, imperiously commanding her bodyguards. "Seize these little bastards and kill them." Xia Yingnai immediately shielded the children, like a hawk guarding her chicks, as the tense situation reached a boiling point. "Oh, I wondered why it was so lively today. It turns out it's Miss Xia. Truly a grand display of power." A laid-back voice rang out. As she continued, a figure exuding elegance and nobility approached. It was Jin Yusi. Upon noticing him, Xia Ruowei's previously brash demeanor softened slightly. She pointed at Xia Yingnai, her voice laced with indignation. "Brother Jin, this vile woman and her 3 wretched offspring dared to publicly insult me. I intend to teach her a lesson. You have no objections, do you?" Jin Yusi, one of the powerful magnates of the 4 great families of Shengjing, wielded considerable influence, and being a brother to Xiao Yuhuang, Xia Ruowei dared not provoke him. Jin Yusi cast a glance at the composed Xia Yingnai, a smirk playing on his lips. "If this were any other place, I would certainly have no objections. However, this is my Jin family's commercial establishment, and Ruowei, your ruckus here impacts my family's business." Xia Yingnai, just wait. Realizing that with Jin Yusi's intervention, she could not contend with Xia Yingnai today, Xia Ruowei shot her a venomous glare before begrudgingly departing with her bodyguards. Jin Yusi, however, observed Xia Yingnai and her 3 children with a look of complex intrigue. "Are these your children? Have you already married and had a family?" Xia Yingnai had left a deep impression on him, her striking beauty and the fact that she was the first woman to make Xiao Yuhuang lose control over the years. Yet, if she was indeed married with children, the situation had become rather precarious. What a bunch of scoundrels, she huffed, ignoring the frivolous Jin Yusi. She stormed out with her children in tow. Despite Jin Yusi having momentarily alleviated her plight, Xia Yingnai harbored no fondness for him, viewing him as an accomplice in her humiliation. As Jin Yusi noticed the eldest child as striking resemblance to Xiao Yuhuang, his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 15, Heir Bao. Where did you acquire such wealth? Aunt Lin was nearly finished preparing lunch. Xia Yingnai instructed her other children to wash their hands, readying for their meal. Remembering that Heir Bao was unwell today, she opened the bedroom door while carrying shopping bags. To her astonishment, she was greeted by a floor strewn with red notes. "Heir Bao, where on earth did you get so much money?" Xia Yingnai could scarcely believe her eyes, her shopping bags slipping from her grasp. Heir Bao, upon seeing his mother, joyfully leaped into her embrace. "Mummy, this is all the money I earned today, along with transfers from X Bao and X Xian, totaling 268,756. ISNT Heir Bao impressive?" With exuberance, Heir Bao recounted the entire episode. Xia Yingnai felt a mix of bittersweet emotions. Her heart swelled with warmth. No wonder the child had been so engrossed in books about palmistry and facial reading. Gently patting Heir Bao's head, she spoke softly. "Heir Bao, you and your siblings are the greatest source of happiness for me. Seeing you makes all my struggles worthwhile. As long as you are healthy and safe, no amount of hardship can deter me. But you must not engage in such activities again. You are still so young. What if something were to happen on the way? What if you were to be abducted? I would be devastated if I could not find you." "I understand, dear mother." The little one obediently nestled on Xia Yingnai's shoulder. Yet in his heart, he thought such a clever child would never fall prey to abduction. However, dear child, can fortune-telling truly yield such riches? Xia Yingnai pondered with skepticism. If it were so lucrative, perhaps she should set up a stall for divination herself. The little ones had shook vigorously like a rattledrum. "Not at all. Here lies over 200,000 in cash, a generous reward from a handsome, albeit foolish, uncle." "Mother, that silly uncle resembles our elder brother. He is exceptionally handsome and cool, yet seems somewhat foolish and easily deceived." Xia Yingnai was taken aback. Could he be the man, resembling her elder brother? No. She quickly dismissed the thought. That man was far too vile to be a benevolent benefactor. At the mountainside, within an opulent villa, Xia Ruowei admired the exquisite diamond ring she had just purchased at the mall for millions, capturing several close-up shots of it. She adorned herself with the ring, resting her chin in her hand, taking a few selfies alongside the sparkling gem. After considerable editing, she posted on her social media, "Some offer faux diamond rings to amuse you, others buy you real diamond rings worth 80 million, solely for your joy. You treat me so well, love you." Within a minute of her post, likes and comments surpassed 99, filled with envy and compliments. Xia Ruowei's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Subsequently, a maid prepared a rose milk bath for her, with roses airlifted from France and milk imported from America, all of the highest quality. Following her bath, A top-tier spa therapist personally attended to her beauty and body care. 2 massage attendants then provided her with a perfectly measured foot massage, while another 2 dutifully fed her exquisite fruits. Xia Yingnai relished this luxurious and indulgent lifestyle. Although this life was stolen, she had lived it undetected for 5 years, feeling a sense of safety. However, the return of Xia Yingnai, along with the child who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yuhuang, stirred her unease once more. Years ago, it was believed that Xia Yingnai had been violated by beggars. Now, various clues were converging into a clear narrative, and Xia Yingnai began to grasp the truth. Her sister and mother had conspired to drug Xia Yingnai, allowing the beggars to assault her. The following day, they contacted reporters for photographs, intending to ruin her reputation and force her to break her engagement with Dong Fangjin. Yet, something had gone awry. All those beggars had perished, while the wounded and drugged Xiao Yuhuang appeared on the scene. The woman entwined with Xiao Yuhuang on that snowy night was undoubtedly Xia Yingnai. Who else would appear at a desolate temple in the dead of night without reason? Xia Yingnai had grown accustomed to this extravagant high society life. Who dared to take it from her? Mercilessly, she vowed. A maid was massaging Xia Yingnai, but her strength was slightly excessive. In a fit of rage, Xia Yingnai hurled a cup, shattering it and causing the maid to bleed profusely from her head. The terrified maid knelt on the ground, pleading, "Miss Xia, I did not mean to." The domineering Xia Yingnai responded by delivering a forceful kick to the maid's face, exclaiming, "You wretched servant, if you cannot even serve me properly, what use are you?" She commanded the butler, "Expel her from my sight." The butler, with a stoic expression, led the weeping maid away. He had grown accustomed to Miss Xia's arrogance and disdain for her subordinates, which was perhaps one of the reasons Mr. Xiao despised her presence. Soon Monday arrived. After much contemplation, Xia Yingnai ultimately resolved to remain at the Xiao Corporation. After all, she had 4 young children to support and could not afford to act impulsively by resigning. Her second child, so young, already understood the importance of earning money to help with household expenses. As an adult, how could she allow her emotions to dictate her actions? Furthermore, if she could ascertain which department that man belonged to, given the vastness of the corporation, it was possible that she would have little opportunity for direct interaction with him. Should he harass her again, she would report the matter to the higher-ups. She refused to believe that a prestigious conglomerate like the Xiao Corporation would remain indifferent to such egregious misconduct against its female employees. Upon arriving at the Xiao Corporation, Xia Yingnai clocked in and then took the elevator to the cleaning department. However, just as she approached, the elevator doors closed. An alternate elevator opened, and without a second thought, she stepped inside. The impeccably dressed Xiao Yuhuang was striding towards the elevator, accompanied by a group of equally well-dressed elites. A security guard, noticing Xia Yingnai entering the VIP elevator, shouted, "Hey, this is an exclusive elevator for VIPs. Get out." Startled, Xia Yingnai realized the elevator she had entered was distinctly different from that of the regular employees. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly grasped her bag and prepared to exit. Yet, Xiao Yuhuang raised a hand to silence the guard, who then retreated in silence. He proceeded to enter the elevator with his entourage, effectively cornering Xia Yingnai at the back. Chapter 16. The Teasing in the Elevator. The elevator ascended slowly, enveloped in an oppressive silence. Xia Yingnai found the air within the confines of the elevator stifling. The tall man stood beside her, his imposing stature reminiscent of a towering mountain, instilling a profound sense of pressure. His commanding presence was so overwhelming that the elites preferred to squeeze together rather than encroach upon his space. Through the reflective surfaces of the elevator, she could perceive the man's gaze fixed intently upon her, an unsettling scrutiny that sent shivers down her spine. Xia Yingnai instinctively yearned to draw closer to the elites, but a long leg clad in tailored trousers obstructed her path. The elites, displaying remarkable astuteness, maintained their silence, ignoring her desperate, pleading looks as if they had not seen her at all. With a chime, the elevator doors opened on the 66th floor. The elegantly attired elites swiftly exited the elevator, which then closed and continued its slow ascent. Xiao Yuhuang grasped her chin with a commanding hand, his expression wickedly teasing. As he gazed at her with a smirk, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of me?" Xia Yingnai tightened her grip on her phone. Her beautiful eyes filled with wariness. "What do you intend to do?" In the event that this man harbored ulterior motives within the confines of the elevator, she would not hesitate to call for help. Xiao Yuhuang chuckled softly, blowing a breath against her delicate earlobe. "What, still considering calling the police? I could personally escort you to the station and ensure the chief of police himself receives you. How does that sound? Do you think you can wield absolute power? I refuse to believe that in this society governed by law, I cannot obtain justice." Xia Yingnai suddenly launched her leg towards Xiao Yuhuang. He countered with his long leg, firmly trapping her in his embrace. With a sly grin, he remarked, "Oh, are you throwing yourself at me again? It seems you enjoy this kind of interaction with men. Scoundrel. Let me go." Summer Yingnai struggled desperately, her gaze frosty and dark. "What need do you have to torment a mere woman? Do you consider yourself worthy of being called a man?" Xiao Yuhuang's icy stare locked onto her, narrowing dangerously. "You possess quite the audacity. Provoking me?" He leaned closer, pinning her against the elevator wall, rendering her immobile. "You are truly no man." Summer Yingnai fought with all her might, yet his strength was astonishingly overwhelming. As if he were toying with a disobedient creature. Suddenly, Xiao Yuhuang chuckled, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions, teasingly stating, "Haven't you already experienced whether or not I am a man? After all, you cried beautifully that night." Shameless. Summer Yingnai, like an enraged beast, found her body restrained. In a fit of defiance, she headbutted Xiao Yuhuang. Thud, thud. Being considerably taller, her efforts only struck his chest, which felt as hard as steel. She winced in pain, suspecting she had concussed herself. Her once neat hair now cascaded messily around her, lending an air of tragic beauty. Xiao Yuhuang, incredulous, observed as this seemingly fragile woman transformed into a wild stallion, her raw strength causing his chest to ache. He pinned her flailing head against the elevator wall and suddenly seized her soft lips. Summer Yingnai's chin was forcefully held, her luscious lips captured and pried open against her will. Xiao Yuhuang dominantly explored her mouth with reckless abandon, leaving her mouth throbbing with pain. She wished to bite him, but he was cunning, retreating swiftly and leaving no opportunity for her to retaliate. Unable to reach his tongue, Summer Yingnai's sharp teeth suddenly clamped down on Xiao Yuhuang's lip. Ding! The elevator halted on the 108th floor, the doors opening to reveal Qin Shou, who was waiting with documents in hand. He stood in shock, staring at the two entwined figures within the elevator. One was their typically cold and heartless CEO, and the other was surprisingly the new cleaner, Summer Yingnai. From his perspective, he witnessed Xia Yingnai entangled with the president in a passionate kiss. Her lovely face flushed a rosy hue, while her long, slender legs restlessly brushed against the president's thigh. Qin Shou found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon witnessing the scene. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yingnai forcefully pushed Xiao Yuhuang away, casting a disdainful glance in his direction, as if his mere presence could tarnish her vision. How could the prestigious international conglomerate like the Shao Corporation harbor such scoundrels? Xiao Yuhuang touched his lips, and as expected, he found them bleeding, the crimson stain stark against his fingertips. Truly, she was a fiery little wildcat. Qin Shou, frightened, shrank back, trembling as he spoke. "President, I saw nothing."
Get out. Xiao Yuan émanait d'un intensely chilling aura.
Yes, I will leave immediately. I wouldn't want to offend you, President. Qin Shou, terrified, fled in a panic, nearly losing control. Her scent captivated him, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He found the little woman intriguing, seemingly fragile like an ant, yet possessing a temperament that was explosively fierce. A mere tease would send her into a furious flurry. Claws bared, exuding a fearsome facade, yet she remained undaunted by his power, daring to shout and strike at him. Indeed, she was quite the character. She could not comprehend why she was subjected to such misfortune. 5 years ago, on a snowy night in a dilapidated temple, she had been violated by a man. And now, 5 years later, she faced a similar ordeal. She could not fathom why her fate was so tumultuous, entangled with such a devil. This man appeared to wield considerable power, far beyond her reach. After much contemplation, Xia Yingnai resolved to submit her resignation. Clutching her resignation letter, she sought out Su Tao in the Human Resources Department to present her departure request. Su Tao was momentarily taken aback, her calm demeanor betraying no emotion. "Miss Xia, are you certain you wish to leave the Shao Corporation?" Xia Yingnai gripped the resignation letter tightly, yet replied resolutely. "Yes, Manager Su, I am certain." Su Tao retrieved the employment contract Xia Yingnai had signed, stating with unwavering composure, "Since you have made up your mind to resign, I shall not insist. However, our company upholds strict principles. The contract you signed is for a minimum duration of 5 years. Should you choose to resign before this period is completed, you will be liable for a penalty exceeding 1,000 times your normal salary." Impossible. Xia Yingnai swiftly opened her signed contract. And upon seeing the clearly stated term, the duration of the employment contract is 10 years. Should the employee abandon their post or submit a resignation before this period is fulfilled, they must compensate the employer with a penalty of 1,000 times the normal salary. The signature was indeed in her handwriting, but this contract differed entirely from the one she had originally signed. At that moment, She realized she had been ensnared in a trap. Su Tao rose leisurely, speaking softly. Miss Xia, I hope you will reconsider. The benefits at the Xiao Corporation are unparalleled compared to ordinary enterprises, and as a clever individual, you should weigh your options carefully. Su Tao gazed silently at the angry silhouette of Xia Yingnai as she departed, her eyes cast down, leaving no one to discern her thoughts. Chapter 17. The Man Behind the Snow Eagle Mask. The enchanting May bar exuded a medieval charm, with spiral staircases entwined with floral vines and an ambience steeped in romance. Xia Yingnai settled into a secluded booth, sipping on several glasses of wine, her delicate visage slightly flushed. Rarely, she bestowed upon her friend a charmingly innocent smile. I one tea drink too much, Lianqi. Alcohol helps momentarily forget all troubles, and I find myself rather agitated. If I don't vent this out, I fear it may become unbearable. Zhan Lianqi, adorned with exquisite makeup, her alluring long curls braided and swept to one side, accentuated her strikingly beautiful face. Xia Yingnai took a sip of honey tea, its sweetness contrasting sharply with the bitterness in her heart. That night in the enchanting bar, I encountered a similarly dreadful situation from 5 years ago. I have encountered that man again at the Xiao Group in recent days, and his status seems rather significant. I wish to resign, but doing so would entail a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Zhan Lianqi, startled, sprang upright from the booth. What? You, my dear girl. I warned you against venturing into such a chaotic place. It is entirely unsuitable for someone as delicate as you. Yet you insisted on going. It's all my fault. Had I been more resolute in my objections, none of this would have happened. Nai, I am truly sorry. Zhan Lianqi's expression was one of profound guilt. She regretted introducing Xia Yingnai to the bar. However, Xia Yingnai shook her head. Lianqi, this matter is not your fault. It is entirely my own mistake. And I have already paid the price for my errors. You must be cautious over there. Zhan Lianqi glared at Xia Yingnai, scolding her. You foolish girl. When you sensed the situation was amiss, why didn't you come looking for me? After all, I have mingled in that world for quite some time and know a few influential figures. Had I known who he was, I would have confronted him. It's futile. Lianqi, consider it my misfortune, as if I've been bitten by a rabid dog. Xia Yingnai murmured softly. I truly don't know what to do now. She quietly uttered a figure. Zhan Lianqi's mouth fell agape in disbelief, as if she could fit an egg inside. Goodness, the Xiao Group is utterly unreasonable. She vented her frustrations with expletives aimed at the Xiao Group and the manager who had ensnared Xia Yingnai. Xia Yingnai's father, Xia Zhingyue, was the mayor of Xingjing City, a figure of some prominence. Surely the Xiao Group would grant him some consideration. She vividly recalled the moment 5 years ago when her father severed their father-daughter relationship. His face shadowed with resolve and bitterness as he cast her out into the stormy night. Pride and dignity forbade her from bowing to Xia Zhingyue. Zhan Lianqi sighed, taking Xia Yingnai's icy hand in hers, offering comfort. Nai, we will find our way through this. There's no need to overthink it now. Let us devise a plan together. I believe a solution will present itself. Xia Yingnai nodded softly in agreement. Zhan Lianqi continued, since we've both been drinking today, we can't drive. I'll arrange for a designated driver shortly. Very well. After their gathering, Xia Yingnai made her way to the underground parking lot in search of her vehicle. She resolved to send a location to the chauffeur after locating her vehicle. Zhan Lianqi had gone to work at a nearby establishment. As Xia Yingnai had a low tolerance for alcohol, after a few drinks, her head began to swirl. She searched around but could not find her car, and in her daze, wandered to the farthest corner of the parking lot. To her surprise, in the most secluded part of the lot, she stumbled upon several bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses. In their midst knelt a trembling middle-aged man, shivering uncontrollably as if he were a leaf caught in a storm. A thick needle was poised against his neck, the syringe filled with a ghastly green liquid. Cold sweat beaded on the man's forehead, and his lips quivered in fear. He was prostrate at the feet of a man, pleading incessantly, Master Xiao, spare me this once. I shall never dare again. The man was tall, draped in a black high-collared trench coat, exuding an air of noble elegance. The distinguished figure wore a snow eagle mask. The moment Xia Yingnai laid eyes on the man in the mask, her heart nearly ceased to beat. It was him. The man who had assaulted her 5 years ago, donning an identical mask. The mask, intricately carved with the image of a fierce eagle, seemed to take flight. Its talons extended as if in pursuit of prey, emanating a sense of foreboding. The man in the snow eagle mask lifted his exquisite chin slightly, as if issuing a command. His subordinates, receiving the signal, swiftly plunged the needle into the neck of the middle-aged man. The pitiful figure convulsed and collapsed, blood gushing from his orifices, a sight most horrifying. Overcome by the gruesomeness, Xia Yingnai's mind went blank, her stomach churning violently. Despite her desperate attempt to stifle her mouth, she could not contain herself and retched violently. The man in the snow eagle mask caught the faint sound, his gaze sharpening, piercing through the dimness toward her hiding place. Almost everyone turned their attention to the source of the feeble noise. A bead of sweat trickled down Xia Yingnai's smooth forehead, the effects of the alcohol momentarily dissipating. Suddenly, a filthy stray cat meowed as it leapt from the front of her car, quickly vanishing into the eerie atmosphere. Meanwhile, the man in the snow eagle mask narrowed his elongated eyes, a brooding darkness emanating from him, creating an aura of frigid malice. Xia Yingnai trembled uncontrollably, stiffly lifting her head, striving to divert her gaze from the bleeding man and hastily searching for an escape route. Although the man nearly blended into the shadows due to the dim lighting, she instinctively sensed his danger, a chill permeating through her limbs. The man in the snow eagle mask slightly lowered his gaze, his long fingers raised slightly. As the black-clad individuals charged forward, Xia Yingnai immediately discarded her high heels, fleeing barefoot in a desperate scramble. The tall man approached her hiding spot, where a pool of vomit lay on the ground. Beneath the car, a pair of white high heels was concealed. A black-clad bodyguard retrieved the shoe and respectfully handed it to him. Master Xiao. The high heels were exquisitely crafted, featuring a hollow floral design adorned with gilded accents, truly remarkable. The shoes, approximately size 36, appeared even more diminutive and delicate in the expansive palm of the man in the snow eagle mask, who toyed with the heels while casting an unkind gaze at the fleeing figure of the girl, his expression both wicked and playful. Chapter 18. A sharp and sinister gaze. Xia Yingnai fled, breathless. Fortunately, her good physical condition, honed by caring for several lively children, had endowed her with the stamina for long-distance running, allowing her to narrowly evade capture. Turning her head, she glimpsed the relentless pursuers in black, resembling a pack of ferocious wolves, closing in from three sides. With no other options, she grit her teeth and slipped into the establishment of Mystery. Inside Mystery, in the staff changing room, a girl of captivating charm lounged on a fuchsia circular sofa, her tousled locks and mini-skirt indicative of her recent arrival at work, Zhan Lianxi. At that moment, Zhan Lianxi glared at Xia Yingnai with barely restrained fury. Damn it, I told you not to set foot in this place. Do you take my words for mere whispers? Xia Yingnai grasped Zhan Lianxi's hand, trembling slightly, her fair feet bare. Her delicate face was an unusual shade of pale. Lianxi, I've stumbled into something serious. As she spoke, she peered through the peephole of the changing room. Upon seeing the black-clad pursuers drawing near, her blood ran cold. Zhan Lianxi quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, her mocking demeanor vanishing. She urged Xia Yingnai to change her clothes immediately, hurriedly tossing a black gown and a pair of high heels in her direction. Change into these at once, you troublesome girl. What have you gotten yourself into? Xia Yingnai exhaled deeply, striving to banish the gruesome images from her mind, her voice trembling as she recounted. I witnessed a murder in the underground parking lot. Zhan Lianxi's expression shifted dramatically, grasping the situation's severity. She swiftly assisted Xia Yingnai in changing her attire and footwear. With remarkable speed, Zhan Lianxi applied a striking makeup look and adorned her with a voluminous wig. In an instant, Xia Yingnai transformed from a pure beauty into a seductive enchantress. Zhan Lianxi clasped Xia Yingnai's hands, gazing into her eyes with a calm demeanor. Nai. You are to stay by my side in Mystery today, and not venture anywhere else. Do you understand? Stay close to me and do not stray. With the urgency of the situation pressing upon her, Xia Yingnai could only nod in agreement, although her right eyelid twitched incessantly. The image of that bewitching man haunting her thoughts. In the underground parking lot, beside the elongated Rolls-Royce, the man wearing the snow eagle mask held a cigar between his long fingers, the top buttons of his crisp, white shirt slightly undone. Amidst the swirling smoke, his sinister profile exuded an alluring charm. The man elegantly flicked away the ash from his cigarette, his voice cold as ice. Where is she? The bodyguards fell silent, their heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound. A group of useless fools. The man with the snow eagle mask lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed them. A shiver of dread coursed through the men in black, their legs trembling in fear. Suddenly, the man rose and strode purposefully toward the exit. Find her for me. Yes, Master Xiao. They all understood that this was a death warrant. The girl was destined to perish. Zhan Lianxi resolved to bring Xia Yingnai along with her this time. She thought that with her protection, at the very least, she could ensure that Yingnai would not be bullied by others. However, the foreman led their group of beautiful girls directly to a VIP room. Xia Yingnai felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps the trauma from their previous encounter in the intoxicating atmosphere had left a deep shadow on her heart. Upon entering the room, she was immediately met with several scorching gazes fixed upon her. The woman before them was breathtaking, clad in a deep V, backless floral dress that accentuated her exquisitely perfect figure. The sheer design of the back revealed a large expanse of skin as white as snow, radiating an enchanting allure, yet interwoven with an air of aristocratic grace. A striking fusion of innocence and seduction. Truly captivating. Among those gazes, one particularly piercing and wicked stare made Xia Yingnai feel a sense of trepidation. She instinctively followed that gaze and, upon meeting his eyes, her pupils constricted, her heart racing uncontrollably. It was him. The man wearing the snow eagle mask. Her eyes involuntarily drifted to his right pinky, but he was smoking, obscuring her view. "Hey, the girl in red, come here and pour me a drink." A thin, gray-haired old man pointed at Xia Yingnai, specifically requesting her to serve him. "Oh, Mr. Tang. Our new girl is still unfamiliar with the rules. Allow me to pour you a drink instead," Zheng Lianxi cooed seductively, positioning herself protectively behind Xia Yingnai. Her striking beauty, coupled with her exposed thighs, was an attempt to capture the old man's attention. Serving this pervert today was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Yet, before Zheng Lianxi could approach, the cruel-faced old man kicked her away with force. "What the hell do you think you are? I'm done playing with your type. Come here and pour me a drink." He specifically demanded Xia Yingnai to step forward. Zheng Lianxi gasped in pain from the kick, struggling to catch her breath. Having encountered such situations before, she had become accustomed to the grim realities of their world. Lianxi hurriedly helped Zheng Lianxi to her feet, casting a cold and disdainful glance at the old man. She even contemplated striking that repulsive old man. However, Zheng Lianxi restrained her hand, signaling her not to act rashly. His status was beyond their reach. Suppressing her revulsion, Xia Yingnai poured a drink for the old man, feigning a smile as she presented it to him. "Sir, please enjoy your drink." Her smile, though insincere, was beautiful and pure, evoking an urge to tarnish that pristine beauty. The elderly man, consumed by an insatiable desire, longed to punish the enchanting young woman before him immediately, fixating his gaze intently upon her bosom. With a sudden crack, the man adorned in a snow eagle mask crushed the cup in his hand, shards of glass embedding into his palm, yet curiously, not a drop of blood was shed. His bodyguard, Xiao He, bore a chilling expression that betrayed a hint of concern. "Are you all right? Shall I fetch another cup?" The man known as Xiao Yi nonchalantly wiped his hands, yet his gaze upon Xia Yingnai remained as frigid as frost. The elderly gentleman surnamed Tang, startled by the intensity of the moment, fawned over Xiao Yi like a devoted lapdog, saying, "Xiao Yi, this beauty is born with a beguiling charm. Indulging in her once would surely be intoxicating. How about I offer her to you today?" "Unnecessary. She is filthy." Xiao Ye's scrutinizing and lascivious gaze pierced through Xia Yingnai. As if evaluating a mere trinket, his expression unmistakably laced with disdain. Infuriated by his derogatory remarks, Xia Yingnai gritted her teeth, yet she suppressed her anger. Fully aware of the man's cruelty, the scene in the parking lot was forever etched in her memory. "Then, I shall not refuse this beauty today." Elder Tang eagerly lunged towards Xia Yingnai, who, like a slippery eel, deftly evaded his grasp. "Oh, really?" Elder Tang sneered maliciously, his dark, claw-like hand reaching for her chest. "My calamity shall only unfold in the bedroom." Just as his hand was about to make contact, a gleaming dagger pierced through his palm, pinning it firmly to the wooden table, blood gushing forth. The sight rendered everyone pale with terror.
"Get out!"
Xiao Yi commanded, and in an instant, all present vanished without a trace. Elder Tang, howling in agony, was dragged out like a beaten dog by several men in black. Despite her trembling fear, Zheng Lianxi wished to stay with Xia Yingnai, but was forcibly removed. In a heartbeat, only Xia Yingnai remained, feeling helpless, while Xiao Yi advanced towards her. Alarmed, she noticed that the pinky finger of the man in the snow eagle mask was an inch longer than his ring finger. Xiao Yi leisurely unbuttoned his shirt collar, revealing a muscular chest, and on the left side, approximately 7 inches from his heart, lay a bullet wound. "It is him," she realized with a jolt. The very man who had violated her 5 years ago in the desolate temple on that snowy night, the father of her 4 children. A wave of shock coursed through her, her heart racing almost to the point of escape from her chest. Chapter 19. The small prey seems increasingly intriguing. This man, clad in a snow eagle mask, had destroyed her life, and now he reappeared before her. As he approached slowly, memories of the past flooded Xia Yingnai's mind. On that fateful snowy night, she had been torn apart by the man in the snow eagle mask, only to awaken to accusations of murder. Her reputation tarnished in Shengjing. Her father had severed their ties, banishing her from the Xia family. In a quaint seaside town, she, a young and beautiful woman, found herself alone, raising 4 children after an unplanned pregnancy, giving birth in a modest hospital. Over the years, she faced relentless harassment from local thugs. All of this turmoil stemmed from a man wearing a snow eagle mask. The fury within Xia Yingnai ignited like an erupting flame. Her clenched fist swiftly aimed at his face. "It's you." Xiao Yi seized her incoming fist, his dark pupils exuding an icy solitude. "You woman. Appear timid and weak before others, yet here you are, baring your fangs and acting unruly." His formidable presence made Xia Yingnai momentarily falter. Could she have mistaken him for someone else? Yet no, the distinctive pinky finger, the bullet wound on his chest, and the snow eagle mask upon his face. Every piece of evidence pointed to him being the man from that fateful night. "You dare to speak of reason, you rapist." Xia Yingnai's beautiful eyes brimmed with hatred. "Do you not remember what transpired? Do you realize that night you shattered my entire world?"
Xiao Yi restrainet härfure.
His captivating gaze half closed. "Of course I remember. After all, your essence is quite unique, and on your fair right buttock lies a small rose-shaped birthmark. That night, we indulged multiple times, and each occasion left you weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. You wretched man." Xia Yingnai struggled, freeing her arm to strike him. But Xiao Yi grasped her wrist, pinning her against the table, bottles crashing to the floor. With his legs resembling sturdy pines, he ensnared her flailing, beautiful legs. Looking down upon her with disdain, "I admit I was impulsive back then, yet I have compensated you for my actions. You chose to feign superiority and rejected it.
Now,
Do you regret your decision?" That seemingly inconspicuous dragon ring had been cast aside in her anger. "Did you not take the morning after pill after that day? You wouldn't be contemplating bearing my child, would you?" Xia Yingnai fell silent in an instant. After awakening that day, she was taken away by the police, leaving her no opportunity to procure any medication. Later, after her exoneration, it was too late to consider it. Thus, the 4 clever and beautiful children came to be. Yet, Xia Yingnai never expected that the father of her quadruplets would be such a ruthless man, both despicable and venomous. This was a truth she could hardly bear. Observing Xia Yingnai's disoriented expression, Xiao Yi suddenly grasped her chin, nearly crushing it. "You truly did not take any medication." This man exuded an aura of danger, seeming to navigate the edges of a dark world, and she feared that one day he might end up imprisoned or perish in a street confrontation. She could not bear to tell her children that they had a father with such a sordid past. She must keep this shocking secret of their 4 children from him. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive," Xiao Yi remarked, patting her cheek, his laughter low and raspy. "My life has been ruined because of you. You must compensate me." Xia Yingnai clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes brimming with animosity. Suddenly, Master Xiao seated himself on a nearby sofa, igniting a cigarette with an air of arrogance. He cast a fleeting glance at Xia Yingnai, then presented her with a blank check. "As compensation to you, feel free to fill in any amount." Xia Yingnai initially contemplated tearing the check into shreds, but a sudden thought struck her, and she inscribed an exorbitant figure onto the check. Over the past 5 years, she had endured immense suffering because of this man, especially since he was the biological father of her children. He must shoulder the responsibility of raising them and could not allow her to bear the burden alone. A full 100 million. She provocatively brandished the check at Master Xiao, yet he did not even blink. Noticing his indifference, Xia Yingnai furrowed her brow in suspicion. "This check can't possibly be fake, can it?" Master Xiao replied with a cold laugh. "It's genuine." Xia Yingnai pressed further. "What exactly do you do? What is your name?" Master Xiao took a drag from his cigarette, coldly exhaling the smoke into Xia Yingnai's face. "Oh, conducting a background check? Are you this thorough with every one of your patrons?" Coughing from the smoke, Xia Yingnai shot him a fierce glare. "I've told you. I am not for sale. I have no patrons." "No patrons? Then what do you call this?" Master Xiao glanced at the tightly clutched check in Xia Yingnai's hand. "You are still holding the compensation given to you by a patron." Furious, Xia Yingnai nearly hurled the check at his face. "You're insane. That night was merely an accident. It was the first time I've ever been with a man." Master Xiao smirked mockingly. "The first time? Indeed, you were quite tight and intoxicating, but I recall that this is not your first." "You have no shame," she retorted. "Forget it. Now we are even in terms of money. You go your way, and I shall go mine. We owe each other nothing." Xia Yingnai's face turned pale with anger. She resolved not to engage further with this capricious man, and as she turned to leave with the check, her arm was suddenly seized. Master Xiao pulled her into his embrace and warned fiercely, "Woman, I warn you, having accepted my money means you are now mine. Should I ever see you flaunting yourself in front of other men, I will not hesitate to destroy you." "You're mad." Xia Yingnai summoned all her strength to break free from his grasp. Seizing a bottle of red wine from the table, she poured it over his head. I feel like your brain is filled with mush. Let me wake you up. Master Xiao paid no heed to the wine dripping from his face, instead toying with a metallic lighter. The flickering flame illuminated his features, revealing a more sinister aspect of his countenance. Humph, take care of yourself. Xia Yingnai shot him one last glare before striding out of the room, her long, graceful legs moving with purpose. Master Zhao's lips curved into a smirk as he watched her retreating figure, intrigued by this feisty little prey who seemed to grow more captivating by the moment. Chapter 20. Will she develop a needle's eye? She scrutinized the check closely. The elegant script reading, Xiao Ju. It is indeed a name of elegance, one that stands in stark contrast to the man's audacious and cold demeanor. Xia Yingnai pondered. Having been ensnared by the Xiao family, she found herself in a predicament. However, this check seemed like a divine blessing, a means by which she could settle the exorbitant penalty imposed by the Xiao family. Once she had paid the steep breach of contract fee, she was resolute in her belief that she could extricate herself from their grasp. Upon returning home, she casually hung the coat containing the substantial check on the coat rack by the door. Mommy greeted her with joyous exuberance were her little treasures, their affectionate kisses landing upon her cheeks. She had not anticipated encountering the biological father of her 4 little ones. The man, clad in a snow eagle mask, obscured his visage, yet the chilling aura he emanated was undeniably intimidating. Xia Yingnai had no desire to uncover his true appearance, after all. He was merely the biological father of her children, and their lives were devoid of his presence. After the meal, Xia Yingnai lulled her little ones to sleep and subsequently accepted several urgent translation assignments. The client pressed for completion by 8 a.m. the following day, offering a relatively generous fee. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yingnai accepted the task and immersed herself fully in her work. In the living room, Linma tidied the dishes and, once they were clean, decided to wash the soiled clothes in the laundry basket. Suddenly, she noticed the white coat hung on the hallway rack, its hem marred by a small black stain. Aware of Xia Yingnai's fastidiousness regarding cleanliness, Linma instinctively took the coat down. Feeling the pockets, she found nothing amiss. Without a second thought, she tossed the coat into the automatic washing machine. Xia Yingnai worked tirelessly until nearly 2 in the morning, finally completing her translations. Exhausted, she collapsed beside her children without even washing her face, succumbing to a deep slumber. The next day, Xia Yingnai gazed at the empty coat rack, frantically calling out to Linma. Linma, where is the coat I hung up yesterday? She hurried to the balcony, where she spotted her freshly laundered coat draped over the drying rack. In an instant, she reached into the pocket for the check, only to find it had transformed into a dismal, soggy mess, barely recognizable, the ink smudged beyond legibility. Xia Yingnai felt an urge to scream. What should I do? Linma, why did you wash my coat? Why didn't you consult me first? Tears threatened to spill as she clutched the ruined check, her hands trembling.
Linma,
Sensing the distress in Xia Yingnai's voice, rushed from the kitchen, puzzled. Miss Xia, I noticed your coat was dirty, so I washed it for you, just like before. Did I do something wrong? With a weary sigh, Xia Yingnai replied, No, Linma, it's fine to wash clothes. But why not check if there's anything in the pockets? Linma's honest and simple face flashed a hint of anxiety. I felt around in my pocket several times and only washed it after confirming there was nothing inside. Is there something valuable in there? Xia Yingnai gasped in concern. She longed to admonish Linma, yet understood that Linma was merely an unsophisticated rural woman, honest and diligent, who took good care of the children. Ultimately, Xia Yingnai, clutching the useless shreds of a check, wearily gestured to Linma. It's nothing. Just remember to check the outer pockets of your coats or pants before washing, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Linma nodded helplessly, puzzled about what she had washed that would cause Miss Xia such distress. Mommy, what did Grandma wash? In the living room, several little ones tilted their adorable heads, simultaneously inquiring of Xia Yingnai. With a wry smile, she patted their heads and sighed. It's nothing, darlings. We should head to kindergarten now. She casually tossed the torn pieces of the check into the trash bin. Big Treasure, with his keen eyes, spotted the fragments in the bin and could make out the 2 characters, check. Having watched numerous films, he understood that a check was a voucher for withdrawing money. Observing his mother's despondency due to the damaged check, the remarkably handsome little face, though still tender, resolved firmly within him. It seemed the plan needed to be executed sooner than anticipated. He must earn a great deal of money, for only then would his mother's beautiful smile return. Downcast, Xia Yingnai headed to Zhao's company. With the resignation not materializing, she had to continue her work. Initially, her intention was to proudly confront the HR manager with the large check, thrusting it into her face to let her experience a taste of humiliation. But alas, misfortune struck first. The check had already met its demise. In truth, she could only blame her own carelessness. She should have securely stored the check rather than carelessly placing it in her coat pocket, thus avoiding the morning's mishap. Due to her sour mood, Xia Yingnai scrubbed vigorously while cleaning the restroom on the 108th floor. The lavishness of the space rivaled that of a palace suite. Despite its vastness, the cleaning crew had only sent her to manage it, a true travesty. Halfway through, Xia Yingnai was already panting with fatigue. She tossed the mop aside, intending to rest on the comfortable massage chair, when suddenly, she heard the sound of running water. Puzzled, she turned towards the source of the sound, and what she beheld was shocking. A strikingly handsome man resolving his physiological needs, his zipper wide open, facing her beautiful eyes. Ah, lewd scoundrel! Xia Yingnai screamed, hastily covering her eyes. She had witnessed something she ought not to have seen. Would she develop a sty? Her scream was piercingly shrill. The man leisurely arranged himself, casting a mocking glance towards the woman who was screaming incessantly. Summer Yingnai realized that the surroundings had fallen utterly silent, and only then did she cautiously remove her hands. Just as she withdrew her hands, she unexpectedly met the playful gaze of Xiao Yuhuang, his peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief. In just a few days apart, had she gone mad with longing for him that she would venture into the men's restroom? Was her desire so desperate? Chapter 21. The Great Attack on Xiao's Network. Xiao Yuhuang approached Summer Yingnai, towering over her with an air of superiority. Did you see what you wished to see? Are you satisfied? Summer Yingnai felt wronged. She had merely come to clean, yet he treated her as if she were a voyeur. Moreover, the moment she caught sight of his unzipped pants, she had immediately shielded her eyes. She hadn't seen anything at all. Xiao Yuhuang suddenly chuckled, his voice magnetic and pleasant, yet laced with mockery. You are quite brazen. Aren't you? While pretending to loathe me, you deliberately came to the men's restroom to spy on me. Are you hoping to relive the pleasures of that night? Summer Yingnai could scarcely endure his sardonic tone, retorting sharply. Are you still so vain as to flaunt it here? What a ridiculous narcissist. Xiao Yuhuang's handsome face darkened like a stormy sky. It was the first time a woman had so openly ridiculed him. He coldly drew closer, extending his long arm to pin her against the restroom wall. Are you attempting to attract my attention in a different manner? Scoundrel. Summer Yingnai's cheeks flushed, and with a quick bend, she adeptly slipped past his arm. However, she did not anticipate that the freshly mopped floor would be slippery. Her smooth-soled shoes slid, and she stumbled, nearly crashing to the ground. With a startled cry, Summer Yingnai instinctively grasped Xiao Yuhuang's trousers for support, inadvertently pulling them down, revealing his bright red underwear. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the restroom. Nai, Manager Su sent me to help you clean the president's exclusive restroom. An auntie, around 50, entered the restroom with cleaning supplies, only to be shocked by the intimate scene before her, spilling the disinfectant all over the floor. Get out! Xiao Yuhuang's cold gaze swept over her, his fury palpable. The cleaning lady was so frightened that she trembled, promptly turning to flee. I didn't see anything, President. Summer Yingnai's face burned with embarrassment as she hurriedly rose from the floor, trying to explain. Auntie, it's not what you think. I just slipped. Yet the cleaning lady shot her a disdainful glance, her initial favorable impression of Summer Yingnai shattered. She had thought this seemingly innocent woman was pure, only to discover she was a seductress trying to ensnare the president right after joining the company, leaving the door wide open. The youth of today are indeed quite liberated, indulging in various frivolous antics. Summer Yingnai felt utterly flustered under the cleaning lady's scornful gaze, watching helplessly as the woman hastily exited with her cleaning supplies, feeling as if she were on the verge of tears. This auntie was notorious in the cleaning department for her loose lips. It was a disaster. Her entire reputation lay in ruins. So, you are the president of Xiao Corporation. Xia Yingnai shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yuhuang, finally comprehending his true identity. Xiao Yuhuang raised an eyebrow. What? Are you astonished? Xia Yingnai, struck by a sudden realization, fixed him with a hostile stare. No wonder there were discrepancies in the employment contract I signed. It was your doing. You shameless scoundrel, I have no grievances with you. Why have you acted in this manner? I do as I please. What right do you have to question me? He retorted, furious. Xia Yingnai turned on her heel to leave, aware that this man was unpredictable, and being alone with him was perilous. No one could foresee what might transpire next. Xiao Yuhuang regarded her slender silhouette, a complex glimmer flashing in his deep, enigmatic gaze. He could not fathom why this woman, Xia Yingnai, evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, compelling him to tease and trouble her, which he found oddly pleasurable. Breathless and wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Su Hanqing rushed in. President, our security network is under attack by a hacker, suspected to be the notorious international hacker known as King. Our entire security monitoring department is incapacitated. Xiao Yuhuang cast a cold, scornful glance at him. A bunch of useless fools. Did the company hire you with a multi-million annual salary just to loaf around? His ire was palpable, causing Su Hanqing's legs to tremble in fear. President, this hacker is indeed exceptional. We are at our wits' end. Xiao Yuhuang shot him a sharp look, his long legs striding directly toward the security monitoring center, prompting Su Hanqing to hastily follow. In the monitoring center, data screens flickered with garbled information. Every computer had crashed, unable to function normally. As Xiao Yuhuang stepped into the room, all the employees stood rigidly, tense with apprehension. President. Unperturbed, Xiao Yuhuang seated himself at the main control computer. His expression calm. What are you panicking for? Everyone sit down. Su Hanqing, report the details of this incident. Su Hanqing took a deep breath, quickly explaining, President. The hacker launched an assault on our group half an hour ago, severely damaging all our drives, including remote and fed, while infecting our computers. The virus establishes a timer that generates the duplicates virus in our disk directory every second, using auto-runninf to ensure users are synchronously infected upon clicking. Before he could finish, suddenly all the screens transformed into an image of a winged mini pig, its bare rear facing the audience, wiggling its rotund backside as if mocking their incompetence. The vice president of security beside Su Hanqing slammed his fist on the table. This is utterly intolerable. Xiao Yuhuang calmly glanced at the spectacle, showing no sign of anger. He sat at the main control computer, his slender fingers swiftly striking several lines of code on the keyboard. A dazzling array of code flashed across the screen, and soon, the infected main control computer exhibited a slight tremor. At that very moment, at the Imei International Bilingual Kindergarten, the teacher's office lay in profound silence, interrupted only by the rhythmic clatter of fingers dancing across the keyboard. A pair of delicate, ivory hands gracefully navigated the keys, conjuring an overwhelming array of codes that could easily disorient an onlooker. De Bao, brimming with enthusiasm, expertly maneuvered the computer, only to discover that his virus-controlled system had been breached at a critical point. An expression of intrigue flickered across his youthful, yet stoic visage as he deftly typed, preparing to unleash an even more formidable virus code towards the Xiao Corporation. Chapter 22. Suddenly, her bank card was credited with 10 million. The adversary's assault was relentless, rendering them nearly defenseless. Xiao Yuhuang had just begun to grasp a modicum of control when a more vigorous onslaught from the opponent ensued. Several previously repaired computers succumbed once more to the dreaded blue screen, initiating an incessant cycle of automatic restarts. Su Han, drenched in cold sweat, nervously addressed the CEO. Sir, our SRC, PIF, ASP, and other files have been compromised. If this continues, our local network will collapse. Should the opponent incapacitate our entire network, we will be unable to safeguard our user data, resulting in catastrophic losses. Why panic? You must steadfastly defend ports 139 and 152. I shall handle the rest. Xiao Yuhuang remained remarkably composed. His upright posture resembled that of a majestic pine, evoking an involuntary sense of allegiance among those present. Understood. With the calm demeanor of their CEO reassuring them, Su Han and the other employees found their resolve, each assuming their designated roles, dispelling the earlier chaos. As they faced wave after wave of relentless viruses, Xiao Yuhuang's eyes sparkled with growing interest. How delightful. It had been ages since he experienced such a worthy adversary. The thrill was exhilarating. Were it not for their opposing positions, he might have considered integrating this challenger into the Xiao Corporation for his own purposes. Suddenly, the garbled text on the screen vanished, replaced by an image of a mini pig flapping its wings. The whimsical creature wiggled its rotund posterior, releasing several resounding flatulent sounds before defecating repeatedly on the Xiao Corporation's logo. Boldly, it emblazoned the screen with a brash message. Hi, I'm King. Can you catch me? While this statement bore little physical threat, its insult was palpable. How outrageous. Who is this King? The employees of the Xiao Corporation cybersecurity department seethed with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. Su Han's expression twisted in indignation. This is a provocation. King is brazenly challenging us. Xiao Yuhuang had no time to entertain such outbursts. His long fingers accelerated their pace. The code he typed cascaded across the screen with breathtaking speed, a blur that rendered it nearly indecipherable. This was a battle of wits between masters. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and under the meticulous orchestration of Xiao Yuhuang, the winged miniature pig suddenly vanished. In mere moments of flickering electricity, the page swiftly returned to its normal state. All computers within the Xiao Corporation resumed their usual operations. In the teacher's office, the young prodigy, with fingers as delicate as white jade, rapidly tapped away at the keyboard. He exited the system at lightning speed, dispersing countless virtual IP addresses to the other party. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, otherwise, he would have certainly succumbed to their tracking. This customer primarily sought to humiliate the Xiao Corporation, and now that his objective had been achieved, the remuneration would soon be deposited into his account. Once he presented this sum to his mother, he was certain it would bring her immense joy. With a sense of elation, he closed the computer. At that moment, a young kindergarten teacher approached him, gently inquiring, "Xia Han, is your stomach still hurting? If it is, I can take you to the hospital." During class, Xia Han had expressed his discomfort and requested to rest in the office. The young boy had consistently excelled in school and had never been known to lie. Thus, the teacher had readily agreed, allowing him to rest while advising him to contact her if needed. Xia Han blinked his clear, blossom-like eyes and coolly replied, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I feel much better now. By the way, I used your computer earlier to watch some cartoons. I hope you don't mind." The kindergarten teacher was utterly captivated by this remarkably handsome little boy. In a daze, she responded, "It's perfectly fine. It's my computer, so feel free to play as you wish. I truly don't mind." Meanwhile, at the Xiao Corporation, employees in the cybersecurity department stood in anxious rows, heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound. Xiao Yuhuang surveyed the trembling staff with his piercing, ominous eyes, brimming with rage. "A bunch of worthless fools. The Xiao Corporation invests heavily in you, not to have you idle and jest. Only when the adversary breaches our internal network do you react. If this were a battlefield, you would have long since lost your heads." The room fell into a heavy silence, with no one daring to provoke Xiao Yuhuang's ire. His cold gaze swept across the room before turning to the manager of the Information Security Department.
Suanqing,
"I command you to ascertain the origins of this king at the utmost speed. Otherwise, prepare to pack your things and leave." "Yes, President."
Suanqing, visibly anxious,
rubbed his hands together as he reported the information he had gathered. "President, this king is a notorious hacker who has emerged prominently over the past 2 years. He operates with unparalleled audacity and has infiltrated entities such as BCK chain stores in the United States, large healthcare companies, and even government departments in France. Even the globally renowned antivirus software company, Scoduff, has fallen victim to his antics. I fear that uncovering his information may prove quite challenging. Those are not excuses for your ineptitude. Should you fail to handle this matter adequately, I suggest we consider a replacement for the position of manager of the Data Information Security Department." With this chilling remark, Xiao Yuhuang strode away, his long legs carrying him from the scene. Su Hanqing forced a bitter smile, reflecting on the multitude of individuals, including the elite agents of the FBI from M country, tirelessly searching for King, yet all their efforts have proven futile. Where could he possibly investigate the elusive King? In the janitorial department, as the end of the workday approached, Xia Yingnai was in the locker room, shedding her cleaning uniform. Suddenly, her phone emitted a crisp notification sound. She retrieved her phone from her pocket and opened it, only to discover it was a text message. Upon reading the message, she was left in stunned silence. "Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your card ending in 8974 received a transfer of 10,000,000 at 17:38 on July 19th. Available balance, 10,035,600. Recipient, unknown." Xia Yingnai's first thought was whether this could be a scam message or perhaps a grievous oversight by the bank, mistakenly transferring a substantial sum into her account. With this in mind, she resolved to visit the bank immediately to clarify the situation. Chapter 23, A Reunion with Xia Ruashi. Understanding the urgency of the matter, Xia Yingnai decided to head to the bank without delay, otherwise, she would be restless. She took the elevator down and, upon reaching the company parking lot, drove her Volkswagen Polo to the nearest industrial and commercial bank. The bank was bustling with numerous patrons queued to conduct their business. A cold-faced female staff member attended to Xia Yingnai. "Madam, what services do you require?" With her handbag in tow, Xia Yingnai replied eagerly. "An inexplicable large sum has appeared in my bank account, and I wish to inquire about its source. Could you expedite this process for me?" The staff member cast her an impatient glance and remarked, "There are many customers here. How can I prioritize your request? Please wait until your turn is called." The bank employee assigned Xia Yingnai number 32 and instructed her to wait in the lobby. With a heavy heart, she subdued her anxiousness and settled into a nearby chair, frequently checking her phone for the time. At that moment, a stylishly dressed woman emerged from the bank's VIP reception area, accompanied by a dapper young boy sporting a trendy hairstyle and clad in a sleek black suit. Several bodyguards trailed closely behind. A bank manager dutifully followed, bowing slightly as he addressed her. "Madame Dongfang, Please feel free to contact me in advance for your next visit. My phone is available 24/7. The previously impatient staff member now transformed into a picture of courtesy and warmth. Madam Dongfang, have you completed your business?
Please take your time.
However, the fashionable woman paid no heed to the bank employee, carrying herself with the haughty demeanor of a peacock. Upon catching sight of the woman's face, Xia Yingnai was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Xia Ruoshi. Clad in high-end designer attire, Xia Ruoshi appeared even more stunning than before. Adorned with jewelry that draped elegantly around her neck and wrists, exuding an air of aristocratic grace. The little boy she was holding by the hand, approximately 4 or 5 years of age, appeared to be of similar age to her 4 beloved children. Xia Ruoshi, with her bright red lacquered nails, delicately produced a fragrant handkerchief to cover her nose, adopting a rather affected demeanor. She turned her head, expressing her disdain to the bank manager. I hope you can establish a separate location for your VIP channel. This place is filled with the smoky air of the lower class, making the atmosphere quite stale. The bank manager, with a sycophantic smile, replied, Yes, yes. Next time, we will certainly create a special passage for Madame Dongfang, ensuring your satisfaction. 2 bodyguards, slightly bowing, gestured invitingly. Madam, young master, please allow us to escort you to the car. A row of eye-catching luxury vehicles awaited at the entrance of the bank. Xia Ruoshi and the little boy, surrounded by the bodyguards, arrogantly took their seats without casting a glance at the other clients in the bank hall. Thus, Xia Ruoshi naturally failed to notice Xia Yingnai, who was waiting in a corner. Observing Xia Ruoshi's departing figure, a female staff member assumed that Xia Yingnai was envious and remarked sourly, Don't stare. After all, she is the young mistress of the Dongfang group. Ever since she married into the Dongfang family 5 years ago, she has had 3 boys, a life of inherent privilege. Just look at her adorned in gold and jewels. Her ensemble must be worth millions, something we could never hope to earn in our lifetimes. However, Xia Yingnai remained silent for a prolonged period. 5 years ago, Xia Ruoshi had married Dongfang Jin, and indeed, the two had harbored an affair long before. In a moment of disorientation, echoes of Dongfang Jin's vows reverberated in her ears. Nai, you are my one and only in this life. I, Dongfang Jin, will marry no one but you. Yet, 5 years prior, when she sought his help during her detainment by the police, he had turned a blind eye, instead marrying her stepsister during her most trying time. They had even welcomed 3 boys into the world. Rising from her seat, Xia Yingnai had long known of Dongfang Jin's betrayal through Xia Ruoshi's words. She had thought her heart was long dead, yet upon hearing the staff member's words, a pang of pain stirred deep within her chest. Dongfang Jin had once tenderly cared for her, being the sole warmth in her budding heart. However, that warmth now enveloped another woman, her stepsister. Xia Yingnai sat in a daze, uncertain of how long she had waited, until the bank's call system finally announced her name. She approached the bank counter, where a gentleman in a suit was seated. The male staff member was polite. Madam, may I ask what service you wish to inquire about? Xia Yingnai recounted the entire sequence of events and added, Thus, I would like to investigate the source of these funds. Could they possibly be illicit? The gentleman replied, Please hold on for a moment. Let me check. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and after a brief pause, his expression turned serious. I found that your funds originate from an overseas account. I must report the situation to my superiors. Please leave your contact information, and I will notify you of the inquiry results in a few days.
All right.
The origin of this fund is unclear. I shall temporarily freeze it for now. You have no objections, I presume? No, thank you. Xia Yingnai exited the bank, feeling a slight sense of relief. She, too, was perplexed as to why a substantial sum had inexplicably appeared in her account, especially since the funds originated from an overseas account. Nevertheless, she had truthfully disclosed the situation to the bank. Even if complications arose later, she could bear only a limited amount of responsibility. The middle-aged man known to Xia Yingnai was Sun Shuhai from the Yueka Group, for whom she had previously worked part-time and was still owed a considerable salary. However, the corpulent Sun Shuhai was a lecherous and sordid individual who had attempted to take advantage of her on several occasions during her employment. Yet she had deftly evaded his advances. Reflecting on her meager bank balance, she found herself in a quandary. At the pinnacle of the skyscraper, the highest point in Shengjing, a tall man clad in a snow eagle mask gazed down at the bustling streets through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The cigarette between his fingers had burned halfway. Xiao He pushed the door open and entered, respectfully presenting a stack of documents. Master Xiao, we have identified the woman who witnessed the scene, but... His tone was somewhat hesitant. Xiao Ju lazily flicked the ash from his cigarette. But what? Xiao He opened the documents. Upon seeing the image of a demurely beautiful woman, Xiao Ju unexpectedly raised his elegant brow. Xia Yingnai? Xiao He confirmed. Yes, she is the daughter of the mayor of Xinjiang, Xia Yingnai, and also the half-sister of Miss Xia Runaway. Currently, she is employed at the Xiao Group. It seems our brothers may find it inconvenient to act. A graceful smile played upon Xiao Ju's lips. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 24. The young couple's passionate kiss. De Bao lifted his small face, grasping Xia Yingnai's sleeve, and softly inquired, "Mommy, did you receive an unexpected fortune today?" Unexpected fortune?
No.
Xia Yingnai was somewhat puzzled, suddenly recalling the 10 million in the bank. She amended her response. "It seems there is an unexpected fortune, but the amount is too large. I suspect it may be a result of criminals stealing my bank card for illicit transactions, so I went to the bank to investigate." The staff confirmed that the funds originated from overseas, and the specific source was still under investigation, promising to contact her once confirmed. Criminals? De Bao. He momentarily forgot that his mother was a remarkably prudent person. She would undoubtedly exercise utmost caution regarding money of unknown origin. De Bao felt a pang of regret. He was not worried that the bank would trace the source of the funds. He was confident that no one could uncover it. However, he should not have hastily transferred the money into his mother's account. The fact that she had not received the funds and was probing into their origin would only draw the bank's keen attention. Noticing that De Bao appeared somewhat dejected, Xia Yingnai suddenly realized how inappropriate it was to discuss such matters with a mere 5-year-old. He was still an innocent child, blissfully unaware of the complexities of the world. Xia Yingnai smiled and gently ruffled De Bao's little head. "We must never touch money that does not belong to us. Dear De Bao, sometimes taking advantage of situations may lead us to calamity." De Bao nodded in disappointment. He must devise a way to ensure that money enters his mother's account through legitimate means. She called Sun Shuhai, the manager of Yueka Group, and politely articulated her request for the payment of her part-time wages. Xia Yingnai possesses an exceptional linguistic talent. Gifted and astute, she has self-studied and mastered 8 languages, including English, French, Russian, and Spanish since high school. 6 months prior, she accepted a part-time position as a French simultaneous interpreter online. Her client was none other than Sun Shuhai, the general manager of the Overseas Expansion Department at Yueka Group. Sun Shuhai, a short and corpulent man, is notoriously known for his lascivious nature. Upon first seeing Xia Yingnai, he was immediately smitten and offered her an exorbitant hourly wage of 5,000. Aware of Sun Shuhai's infamous reputation, she nonetheless accepted the offer, driven by the promise of a substantial income. She worked diligently, familiarizing herself with industry-specific vocabulary and background frameworks, while simultaneously listening to speakers and ensuring accurate interpretation. At that time, the French representative was a distinguished elderly gentleman with blonde hair and blue eyes, who exuded a gentlemanly demeanor, yet his thick accent posed a significant challenge for Xia Yingnai. Consequently, the demands of her work were particularly strenuous and exhausting. Simultaneously, she had to deftly navigate Sun Shuhai's unwelcome advances, cleverly evading his inappropriate behavior each time. During that part-time assignment, Xia Yingnai performed exceptionally well, earning accolades from the French representative and successfully assisting Sun Shuhai in sealing a multi-million-dollar deal. That day, Sun Shuhai's corpulent face bore a wide grin, filled with creases of delight. In front of other employees, he boasted that he would reward Xia Yingnai with a total of 100,000, including salary and bonuses. However, during the celebratory banquet, Sun Shuhai attempted to drug her with the intent of assaulting her. Xia Yingnai, having discerned his nefarious scheme, cleverly lured him to the restroom, where she took advantage of his inebriation and delivered a sound beating, leaving him bruised and weeping, calling out for her as if she were his savior. Having offended Sun Shuhai, her rightful earnings were naturally unattainable. On the other end of the line, Sun Shuhai listened to Xia Yingnai demanding her rightful payment. With cunning, he replied, "Nai, my sweet little darling, obtaining your wages is possible, but you must come to Mai's. I will be waiting for you in room 1108 at 8:30 p.m., my dear. Let us not miss each other." With that, he abruptly hung up. Reflecting on Sun Shuhai's vile nature, she scoffed, raising her phone in fury, nearly wishing to shatter it. Yet, after a brief moment, her astute eyes sparkled with determination, and she dialed another unfamiliar number. After careful consideration, Xia Yingnai resolved to enlist the help of her close friend, Liang Yishuan, in confronting Sun Shuhai for her wages. Liang Yishuan, one of Xia Yingnai's closest friends, was among the very few privy to the fact that she had given birth to quadruplets. After explaining the situation to Liang Yishuan over the phone, her loyal friend promptly agreed to accompany her. Xia Yingnai thought, although Liang Yishuan appeared delicate like a girl, his unwavering support was invaluable. However, she is indeed the national champion of Sanzhou, possessing formidable strength. should any troublesome situation arise. She would not find herself entirely isolated and helpless. Mai's is an upscale nightclub in Xinjiang, with powerful patrons behind its establishment. The enchanting women here are meticulously trained to be exceptionally obedient, and the unique services offered attract numerous affluent businessmen and politicians who indulge extravagantly. This is not the first time Xia Yingnai has found herself in such a mingling of fish and dragons. Her initial anxiety has long dissipated. Moreover, with the formidable Yang Yishuan by her side, her fears are further alleviated. As they traverse through the bustling hall, Liang Yishuan gallantly shields Xia Yingnai with his arm, exclaiming with exasperation, "Nai, why do you insist on asking Sun Shuhai for that meager salary? It's hardly sufficient to even fill the gaps for you and your son. Sun Shuhai is notoriously lecherous. Inviting you to meet in such a place clearly harbors ill intentions. I have told you countless times, if you are short on funds, you can always confide in me. Yet, each time you prefer to borrow, instead of seeking my help. Why must you be so stubborn, my dear?" Xia Yingnai shook her head, responding with calm logic. "Yishuan, your assistance may be temporary, but I cannot rely on you for a lifetime. Moreover, one must repay favors. I do not wish to depend on others for everything." Liang Yishuan rolled his eyes dramatically. "You are as obstinate as a duck, and I do hope it doesn't tire you out, you silly girl." Xia Yingnai raised her delicate finger, signaling him to be quiet, and whispered near his ear, "Remember to stick to the plan. If Sun Shuhai's wife does not arrive on time, you must charge into the private room." The scene of their hushed conversation appeared intimate, almost resembling a kiss from a distance. In the VIP room on the second floor, opulence enveloped the space, devoid of beautiful women, yet filled with the delicate aroma of tea. Gu Shouting, clad in a tailored suit, was preparing tea with a purple clay teapot. After navigating through several intricate steps, he presented the brewed tea to a man standing by the window, inhaling smoke. "You should smoke less, you. Beware of an early demise. Instead, why not savor my tea, which may even prolong your life?" Xiao Yuhuang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and took a sip, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your tea brewing skills have indeed improved." Gu Shouting, pouring himself a cup, replied with a hint of pride, "To receive a compliment from you is truly unexpected. By the way, the Xiao family is set to hold a shareholders meeting in a few days. I wonder if old Master Xiao will stir up any trouble in the interim?" Xiao Yuhuang set his teacup down, his amber eyes calm and unperturbed. It matters not, as long as he can stir up some commotion. As his craving for a cigarette returned, he leisurely lit another. His gaze drifted towards the dance floor on the first floor, inadvertently spotting a young couple in a kiss. The moment he caught sight of the woman's visage, his icy eyes narrowed with an unexpected chill. Chapter 25. So, you fancy this little enchantress. On the dance floor below, Xia Yingnai and Liang Yishuan whispered in hushed tones, finalizing their strategy. With a handbag in hand, she quickly made her way to the restroom. When Xia Yingnai emerged once more, she had undeniably transformed from a pure beauty into a captivating femme fatale. Her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a delicate face that glimmered with a jade-like sheen. Her innocent, crystalline eyes and alluring red lips rendered her both tempting and innocent. She had shed her black long coat to reveal a beautifully embroidered qipao, showcasing her graceful figure in all its glory. Her slender waist and long legs resembled jade, and her every movement exuded an enchanting charm. Liang Yishuan, upon seeing Xia Yingnai, let out a whistle, exclaiming, "My friend, I never anticipated you could embody such femininity. I feel as though you could straighten me out." Xia Yingnai, adjusting the hidden earpiece in her ear, playfully punched him, saying, "Enough with the banter. Let us proceed with our plans separately." Just as they were about to part ways, two inebriated men staggered towards them. One, a fearsome-looking man with a scarred face, blocked Liang Yishuan's path, while the other, a lanky and sleazy figure, grabbed Xia Yingnai's arm, pressing against her with unwelcome advances. The gaunt man mumbled lewd remarks, his foul breath invading her space as he leered. "This enchanting lady is quite the sight. Just look at those ample assets and that enticing waist. Let me indulge myself." The stench of alcohol almost made Xia Yingnai retch. With a fierce kick from her stiletto, she struck the skinny man, placing her hands on her hips and angrily shouting, "Get lost, you old pervert. Do I look like a lady to you? Have your eyes gone blind?" The man, stung by her sharp heel and sobering slightly from the alcohol, steadied himself, his squinty eyes gleaming with malice. "You ungrateful wench, coming out to sell yourself while pretending to be virtuous. I have the means to make you pay, and I will teach you a lesson tonight." With that, he lunged towards Xia Yingnai. In her palm lay a small canister of pepper spray, ready to defend herself. Just as she was about to spray the lanky man, Liang Yishuan, having swiftly dispatched the scar-faced man, intervened. With a powerful over-the-shoulder throw, he sent the man crashing to the ground. Well done, Yixuan. Xia Yingnai smiled, her lips curving upwards. Indeed, having a free bodyguard proved to be quite advantageous. Infuriated, the lanky man overturned a nearby table, bellowing to his companions, "Brothers, seize this foul woman and her companion. Beat that man to a pulp. As for this harlot, I'll make sure she pays dearly tonight." Instantly, a horde of unruly, ill-intentioned men surged from the periphery, brandishing bottles as they charged towards Xia Yingnai and Liang Yixuan, plunging the dance hall into chaos and screams. On the second floor, Xiao Yuhuang observed the tumult below with a cold gaze, exhaling a ring of smoke. He watched the seemingly fragile Xia Yingnai and, seizing a bottle, struck the advancing lanky man fiercely on the head. The bottle shattered, blood gushing from the man's forehead as he howled in pain. She calmly flicked her hand with a sense of disdain, as if fearing to soil herself with something unsavory. Indeed, it was amusing. Gu Shaoting noticed his friend standing by the window, seemingly engrossed in some spectacle. His curiosity piqued. He rose to join him in observation, jesting. "What are you watching that you can't even blink? Have you spotted a beauty here? I could arrange for you to meet her." Xiao Yuhuang cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, shouting, "The security at your venue is becoming increasingly lax." Gu Shaoting observed the chaos unfolding on the first floor, resembling a disturbed hornet's nest, and the rowdy troublemakers there. His devilish visage turned grim. "Oh, what audacity! Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory? Are they tired of living?" The allure of the establishment was not solely due to the stunning beauties at Harvard, but also its unwavering commitment to guest confidentiality and top-notch security measures, manned predominantly by elite former special forces from various nations. Few would dare to act brazenly within its confines. Sure enough, within moments, the commotion caused by the scrawny troublemakers was swiftly quelled by the manager of the establishment, accompanied by several subordinates clad in black uniforms. The miscreants crouched on the ground, cradling their heads like wronged little wives, trembling and afraid to breathe. Gu Shaoting set down his teacup. "I shall go greet the instigators and see which deity has the gall to stir trouble in my domain." Xiao Yuhuang, however, with an inscrutable gaze, was intrigued by the figure of Xia Yingnai. Following his line of sight, Gu Shaoting beheld a radiant little sprite near the stage in the center of the first floor, engaged in conversation with the manager. Clad in a flamboyant pink cheongsam, the outfit accentuated the sprite's exquisitely slender waist, evoking an irresistible allure. At that moment, Gu Shaoting comprehended the source of the commotion below. Such an enchanting beauty in a nightclub would invariably attract unwanted advances, flirtations, and competition. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that his friend Xiao Yuhuang had a penchant for this type. Understanding dawned upon him as he patted Xiao Yuhuang's shoulder. "So, you fancy this sort of slender beauty, Yuhuang? If you desire, I could arrange for her to join you in your quarters." "Mind your own business," Xiao Yuhuang replied, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray with a cold glare at Gu Shaoting before striding outside. Gu Shaoting scratched his head in confusion, pondering whether he had misread his friend's intentions. After a challenging negotiation with the manager, Xia Yingnai and Liang Yixuan made their way toward room 1108. Upon reaching the corner on the second floor, Xia Yingnai urged Liang Yixuan to conceal himself behind a lush plant. She advised him, "Sun Shuhai possesses quite a keen sense of vigilance. Wait here for me. I will call for you if anything arises." Liang Yixuan, feeling uneasy, grasped her wrist. "Nai, perhaps I should accompany you. If that lecher refuses to pay, I shall give him a good beating." He brandished his fist in a show of bravado. After saying this, she pushed Liang Yixuan behind the greenery and resolutely headed toward room 1108. Liang Yixuan watched her graceful silhouette with lingering concern. Just as he was about to follow her, two men in dark suits and sunglasses appeared silently, blocking his path. Their voices were icy, laced with an unmistakable air of menace. "Young Master Liang, we apologize for the intrusion, but our master requests your presence." "I'm afraid I do not recognize your master," Liang Yixuan replied, his instincts brimming with caution. Ready to strike at any moment. A dark, menacing handgun pressed firmly against his waist. Meanwhile, Xia Yingnai searched in vain for room 1108, pondering whether she had mistakenly ascended to the wrong floor. Suddenly, a forceful surge struck her. Before she could react, she found herself pinned against the wall of a private room. The man's warm breath brushed against her ear, and the impact against her back was so jarring that it momentarily stole her breath away. Yet, upon recognizing the man's visage, her beautiful eyes narrowed in outrage. "It's you?" Chapter 26. Stuff him in the wardrobe. Beneath the warm glow of the crystal chandelier, Xia Yingnai beheld the man's handsome face. It was none other than Xiao Yuhuang. His formidable presence loomed over her, his large hand cradling her delicate chin, Did I not warn you not to frequent such places? Did you disregard my words? His gaze was frigid, akin to the biting winds of midwinter, carrying a palpable chill. While Xia Yingnai sighed in relief, a flicker of anger ignited within her. What business is it of yours? Xiao Yuhuang released her, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the dim light. He lit a cigarette, his expression as wicked as ever. This place is rife with danger. It is no place for you. Come with me. Xia Yingnai, however, resolutely declined. No. I have important matters to attend to. I am looking for someone. Xiao Yuhuang exhaled a ring of smoke, arching an eyebrow as he regarded her. Who are you searching for? Considering Xiao Yuhuang's position as the president of the Xiao Corporation, she speculated that someone of his stature might possess knowledge of Sun Shuhai from the Overseas Expansion Department of the Ueka Group. Hesitating briefly, she inquired, Are you acquainted with Sun Shuhai? Xiao Yuhuang's gaze deepened as he scrutinized her. Sun Shuhai is notorious in the circle. Women who seek his assistance must pay a physical price. What do you require of him? Dressed as you are you seeking his favor? Xia Yingnai's complexion soured. What nonsense are you spouting? He owes me a sum of money for previous translation services. I am merely here to collect my debt. Ignoring him further, she casually twisted her hair into an updo. Then, Xia Yingnai retrieved a pinhole camera from her handbag and discreetly tucked it into her hair. Noticing Xiao Yuhuang's unwavering gaze, she added, Although Sun Shuhai is lecherous, he fears his wife. I have already reached out to her. If he dares to entertain any ill intentions, I shall present the evidence to her. I am not afraid he will refuse to repay me. Xiao Yuhuang observed her swift and decisive actions, his expression inscrutable. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and lazily remarked, Sun Shuhai is in the third private room on the right. Following his directions, Xia Yingnai entered the room, which indeed turned out to be 1108. Xiao Yuhuang, intrigued, followed her inside. However, the dimly lit room revealed only a large men's coat draped over the sofa, a box of scattered items, and a set of women's intimate apparel. The entire room was enveloped in the fragrant embrace of incense, its aroma delightfully tantalizing, yet imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. Xiao Yuhuang detected the unusual scent, his astute eyes flickering momentarily, though he chose to remain silent. Xia Yingnai, with a hint of suspicion, turned her gaze towards him. Where is everyone? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Xiao Yuhuang cast a sidelong glance at her, a playful glint in his eyes. You must understand that such affairs are exceedingly draining for a man. Sun Shuhai, being rather portly, has undoubtedly gone to procure some enhancements. His refined tone belied the crudeness of his words. Xia Yingnai couldn't help but mentally chastise him. What a lecherous fiend. Before long, footsteps echoed at the door of the private room, accompanied by the faint sound of a man on the phone. Clearly, it was Sun Shuhai. A tinge of panic coursed through Xia Yingnai. Observing the unflappable Xiao Yuhuang beside her, she gritted her teeth and shoved him into the wardrobe. Please. Hide in there for a moment. The wardrobe, tall and spacious, seemed inadequate for Xiao Yuhuang, who stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches. His brows knitted together, clearly displeased with her arrangement. Grasping his tie, Xia Yingnai issued a fierce warning. I advise you to remain silent. If you ruin my plans, you shall rue the day. Xiao Yuhuang emitted a soft click of his tongue, releasing a cloud of smoke towards her face. Are you certain you can orchestrate this without facing consequences? Just wait and see. Xia Yingnai stealthily closed the wardrobe door. Swiftly, she released her hair from its confines, retrieving a pinhole camera and deftly positioning it atop the lampshade, its presence nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Xiao Yuhuang, intrigued, peered through the crack in the wardrobe, observing Xia Yingnai's meticulous preparations. Just as she completed her setup, the inebriated Sun Shuhai kicked open the door of the room. Upon seeing Xia Yingnai, his squinting eyes sparkled with excitement. Adorned in a traditional embroidered qipao, she gracefully showcased her alluring figure. Her cascading hair framed a face as delicate as jade. And Sun Shuhai appeared to behold a celestial being. Eagerly, he extended his robust arms to embrace her. Nai, my darling, I've missed you dearly. Xia Yingnai skillfully sidestepped, leaning against the table with sultry eyes. Mr. Sun, why the rush? Sun Shuhai swallowed hard, his desires stirred by her teasing. He lunged toward her once more. Sweetheart, it's been so long. You're as stunning as ever. Come, let me steal a kiss. Again. Xia Yingnai evaded him, smiling innocently. Mr. Sun, let's first discuss my compensation. You've owed me for quite some time. It's about time you settled up, don't you think? Breathing heavily, Sun Shuhai, frustrated at his lack of progress, replied, Darling, why the hurry? If you yield to me, I shall grant you any sum you desire. He lunged at Xia Yingnai yet again. As she prepared to dodge, suddenly, her body betrayed her, rendering her powerless. What have you done? You despicable scoundrel. It was then that Xia Yingnai realized the incense in the room was tainted. She attempted to escape, but her limbs refused to obey her commands. Hee, of course, it's something to enliven us. Sun Shuhai laughed boisterously, directly toppling Xia Yingnai to the ground. At that moment, the cabinet door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. In the next instant, the hefty Sun Shuhai, weighing a solid 180 pounds, was sent flying onto the sofa by a powerful kick. His substantial weight shattered the sofa upon impact. Subsequently, Sun Shuhai crashed to the floor, losing 2 of his front teeth in the process. Bloodied and holding his lips, he felt as though his body might be torn apart. The pain forced him to stifle a scream. Crawling on the ground like a writhing maggot, he uttered threats. You shameless wretch. Dare to treat me this way. I will not spare you.
Oh.
Who are you calling a shameless wretch?
Who will you not spare?
Xiao Yuhuang's haughty visage was dark and icy. When Sun Shuhai beheld Xiao Yuhuang's countenance, he trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Xiao, it's you. I wasn't insulting you. It's that shameless Xia Yingnai. She seduced me, my woman. Is she someone you can insult? Xiao Yuhuang delivered a heavy kick, once again stomping on Sun Shuhai's chest. Several ribs cracked with a resounding snap, and Sun Shuhai's wails became even more heart-wrenching. It was over. Several of his ribs were broken. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. I was wrong. I did not know she was your woman. I won't dare again.
Please spare me.
Sun Shuhai pleaded, tears streaming down his face, as he knelt before Xiao Yuhuang in agony. Yet, Xiao Yuhuang merely scooped up the disoriented Xia Yingnai, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Foolish woman. With her in his arms, he strode towards the exit of the private room. At that moment, a corpulent woman, over 200 pounds, clad in pink stockings, pounded on the door of room 1108 with brute force. The woman twisted her ample body, cursing, Damn Sun Shuhai. Open the door for me. The door flew open abruptly from the inside. The plump woman lunged forward, crashing through the door and landing in a heap, losing one of her gold teeth in the process. Bewildered, she gazed upon the strikingly handsome man with an air of nobility, his face dark and brooding, as he exited carrying a pure-looking girl. The sight ignited her fury. Sun Shuhai, already battered, panicked at the sight of the hefty woman, dragging his cumbersome body to hide beneath the bed. So, Sun Shuhai, your greed for women knows no bounds. The woman, like a hawk seizing its prey, pulled the wretched man from beneath the bed and flung him onto the mattress. Wife, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Sun Shuhai felt as though the world was spinning out of control, pleading pathetically with the woman. The imposing weight of her ample figure pressed down upon him, her hefty palm delivering resounding slaps across his face. You wretched man, I'll make you pay for your infidelity. I won't let you off today. All the room echoed with his cries of despair. Chapter 27. Her menacing demeanor was fierce and wild. Help me. I'm so hot. Xia Yingnai felt as though she were in a barren desert, akin to a green vine struggling to survive amidst the arid landscape. Desperately in need of water's nurturing embrace, Xia Yingnai found herself in a state of bewilderment, as if she were floating amidst the clouds, or perhaps parched by the sun's relentless heat. I shall take you to the hospital. A resonant male voice echoed faintly in her mind. Yet, Xia Yingnai desperately clutched the frigid hand, her voice tinged with anguish. I implore you, save me. I feel as though I am dying. Very well. Xia Yingnai's consciousness was in disarray. The meaning behind Xiao Yuhuang's words eluded her, and all she grasped was that he could save her. In a dimly lit private room, Liang Yixuan had his phone confiscated and was confined in darkness. Damn it! Who dares to imprison me here? He struck the wall with his fist, creating a dent. If he had not arrived in time, fragile Nai would surely have fallen prey to the lecherous Sun Shuhai. Liang Yixuan attempted various methods to pry open the lock, yet to no avail. He bellowed to the outside. You wretched scoundrels, do you know who I am? I am the second young master of the Liang family. How dare you confine me? I advise you to release me at once, or you shall regret it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the room swung open abruptly. 2 men clad in black entered once more. Liang Yixuan felt a surge of elation and swiftly attacked one of the black-clad figures. However, as he secured a grip around one man's neck, the other pressed a gun to his forehead, his voice icy. Young Master Liang would do well to remain compliant, or the bullets in this gun are indiscriminate. Liang Yixuan shouted in fury, Who wishes to see me? Come out and face me. You think you can kidnap me and then hide like a coward? What kind of skill is that? Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as thick tape was applied over his mouth. The 2 men deftly bound his hands behind his back with coarse rope, rendering him powerless. The next day, Xia Yingnai awoke feeling utterly sore, her head pounding as if it had exploded. Her body felt as if it had been run over by a heavy truck. She noticed the man sleeping beside her, his strikingly handsome and devilish features unmistakably belonging to Xiao Yuhuang. In slumber, he appeared less severe and more boyish, evoking admiration. Xia Yingnai's gaze slowly descended. His bare, muscular arms exuded a formidable sense of strength. A tumult of memories surged within her mind. As she surveyed her surroundings, she cursed herself for her naivety. It was entirely her fault for being overly clever, believing her scheme against Sun Shuhai was flawless, only to fall victim to a drug. The result was an unexpected night spent with this man. What a madness! Seeing that Xiao Yuhuang remained asleep, she gently lifted the covers. Observing the ambiguous marks on her skin, Xia Yingnai let out a scoff. She propped herself up and stealthily donned her clothes, intent on slipping away. However, Xiao Yuhuang had already awoken, stretching languidly before seizing her arm. What is this? Did I not satisfy you last night? And now you wish to burn the bridge after crossing it? Let me go. Xia Yingnai struggled fiercely, her teeth biting down on her lip with such intensity that it nearly drew blood. At this moment, she remained in a daze, desperately wanting to scream. Yet, rationality clearly told her that the events of the previous night were the result of her own thoughtlessness and had nothing to do with him. Xiao Yuhuang released her. But due to the force with which Xia Yingnai had tried to break free, she stumbled backward with a loud thud, crashing onto the floor. The floor was covered with a soft cashmere carpet, so the fall wasn't particularly painful. However, her head struck the corner of a table, causing her to wince in pain. This malicious man had done it on purpose. Xia Yingnai clutched her forehead and glared at Xiao Yuhuang, demanding, "What do you want?" Xiao Yuhuang rose from the bed, casually draping a white bathrobe around his waist, revealing a chiseled chest adorned with 8 defined abs. He bent down, looking down at Xia Yingnai from a height, and said, "Who was it yesterday that wept bitterly, begging me to save her? Now that I've satisfied you, you refuse to acknowledge me? You are truly heartless. I was merely a means to an end yesterday. I didn't wish for it to unfold that way." Xia Yingnai's voice gradually weakened, but she coughed suddenly and raised her tone. "I was the one who suffered yesterday. You gained nothing, so don't act all righteous." Xiao Yuhuang scoffed, pinching her delicate face. "Do you know how clingy you were last night? I exerted myself all night to save you." Just as Xia Yingnai was about to retort, her phone rang unexpectedly, and upon seeing the caller ID, she gasped. She pushed Xiao Yuhuang aside and dashed to the bathroom, answering the call with an exceedingly gentle tone. "Hello? Yes, Mommy will keep her word. Otherwise, Si Bao won't forgive you." After reassuring her daughter for quite some time, she finally hung up the phone. However, as she turned around, she collided with a wall of cold steel. Xiao Yuhuang, clad in a blue bathrobe, pressed his thin, cold lips together in a straight line, his gaze holding a chilling severity. Xia Yingnai nearly dropped her phone in fright. "What are you doing? Do you know that scaring someone can be fatal?" she exclaimed. "Woman, who were you speaking to on the phone?" Xiao Yuhuang's expression was notably displeased. It seemed he had heard her refer to someone on the line as darling. Damn it, was it her lover? Xia Yingnai cast him a sidelong glance and coldly replied, "My affairs are none of your concern. Yesterday was an accident, and we will have no further personal entanglements." Xiao Yuhuang seized her chin, declaring with an air of authority, "Since you have shared a bed with me, you are now my woman, Xia Yuhuang. You had better not engage in any improper relationships with other men. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do. I suggest you see a neurologist." Xia Yingnai forcefully shook off his grip and strode purposefully toward the bathroom. She waved her delicate fist in a gesture that was both fierce and comical, provoking a smirk from Xiao Yuhuang, who found her demeanor quite amusing. After her display, Xia Yingnai, feeling a twinge of guilt, hurriedly left in her high heels. Xiao Yuhuang watched her flustered figure retreat, a subtle smile curving his lips. Chapter 28. You need not be so ceremonious. After Xia Yingnai emerged, she immediately called Liang Yishuan. They had clearly agreed to act together. Yet he had unceremoniously stood her up, infuriating her to the point of exasperation. However, the call remained unanswered. Cursing Liang Yishuan, that unreliable scoundrel, she hailed a taxi and headed to the company. Upon arriving at the cleaning department, Xia Yingnai was met with disdainful glances from the older women in the company. She greeted them as usual, but they turned away as if repulsed, leaving her utterly perplexed. Initially, she paid little heed to their behavior, merely puzzled. But with a heavier workload today, she set her thoughts aside. After nearly a morning of relentless work, Xia Yingnai finally found a moment to breathe. With a forced smile, she greeted Su Tao. "Good day, Manager Su." Her feelings towards Su Tao, who had somewhat betrayed her, were far from cordial. Ignoring the chilly reception, Su Tao directly conveyed her purpose. "Nai, The president has decided to transfer you to the secretary department starting today. Please gather your belongings and join me in the afternoon. Xia Yingnai was taken aback. Why the sudden transfer to the secretary department? Her immediate suspicion was that Xiao Yuhuang had orchestrated some scheme against her.
Su tao replied nonchalantly.
Water flows downward, while people aspire upward. Nai, given your education and qualifications, it is a disservice to confine you to a cleaner's role at Xiao S. The president aims to place you in a position befitting your talents, allowing you to truly shine and achieve your ambitions. Moreover, your salary will multiply several times over in the secretary department. The prospect of a substantial salary increase piqued Xia Yingnai's interest. After all her hard work, wasn't it all for that meager pay? Furthermore, the secretary department promised a more relaxed and respectable position. Who wouldn't welcome such an opportunity? She readily agreed. All right. Thank you, Manager Su. Before heading to the secretary department, Xia Yingnai tidied her belongings and made a trip to the restroom. Just as she was about to exit, she overheard a conversation between two cleaners. One voice, sharp and laced with disdain, remarked, "Oh dear, my old friend, did you hear about the new cleaner? The stunning one named Xia Yingnai? I knew she was trouble. You know, when I was cleaning the president's restroom last time, I saw something shocking. She was in the restroom seducing the president, practically stripping him down. What a disgrace." The other voice, tinged with disbelief, responded, "No way. Our president is known as the king of hell in the business world, usually scaring everyone with his cold demeanor. That newcomer, Nai, seems quite capable and sweet-tongued. Could she really do something like that?" The first voice retorted, "Don't be deceived by her looks. I initially thought she had good character, but I was mistaken. She actually performed such an act with the president in the restroom. You say, if it weren't for her entanglement with the president, why would a mere novice from the cleaning department suddenly be transferred to the secretary's office? Oh dear. Today's girls will stoop to any sordid act to ascend the ranks. How foolish of me to consider introducing her to my precious son. Such a wretch is unworthy of him." That acerbic voice was unmistakably from Lu Xiufan, the most detestable loudmouth in their department. The precious son Lu spoke of was none other than Qin Shou, the manager of the security department who frequently harassed her. Xia Yingnai let out a cold snicker as she emerged from the restroom, forcefully swinging the door open. Indeed, it was the gossipy Lu Xiufan, accompanied by another cleaning lady who gazed at her with trepidation. "Nai, what are you doing in there?" The second cleaning lady stammered, caught off guard by Lu's disparaging remarks being overheard. Lu Xiufan's eyes were filled with blatant disdain as she deliberately covered her nose. Feigning retching, "Who on earth smells so foul? I can tell it's that 1,000-year-old vixen stench. It's utterly nauseating." Xia Yingnai paid her no heed, washing her hands with calm composure. Yet, her beautiful eyes glinted like ice as they pierced Lu Xiufan. "Aunt Lu, I respect you as an elder, so I shall overlook this incident. However, should I hear any more unfounded rumors about me in the company, I regret to inform you that I will pursue legal action for defamation. Prepare yourself for my lawyer's letter." With that, Xia Yingnai dismissed them entirely, departing the restroom with an air of cold indifference. Lu Xiufan watched the graceful silhouette of the young woman retreat, spitting disdainfully. "Bah, that little hussy. Using her body to climb the ranks, shirking legitimate work, and now has the audacity to threaten me? Does she think transferring to the secretary's office elevates her status? I will make her pay for this." As noon approached, Xia Yingnai preferred to dine at the restaurant on the 92nd floor, for it served Chinese cuisine that catered to her palate. The cleaning department staff were generally older, which led to her solitary dining habits. Today, as she descended from the staff elevator, she fortuitously encountered Xiao Yuhuang, clad in a Stuart Hughes diamond suit and sporting Dorigo Vision sunglasses. His resolute and refined features were accentuated to an extraordinary degree, his high nose and sensuously thin lips curved into a subtle smile, making him appear like a walking fashion statement, devastatingly handsome. A contingent of bodyguards typically trailed behind him, their imposing presence instilling a sense of dread. Female employee A clutched her heart, face burning. "Wow, the president is so handsome and cool, I think I might faint." Female employee B's eyes nearly bulged from her head. Struggling to breathe, working at Zhao's and seeing the president's divine visage daily, I feel like I could live for several more years. Almost all the female employees gazed at Xiao Yuhuang with starry-eyed admiration. However, Xia Yingnai internally scoffed. This arrogant man wears sunglasses indoors at work, flaunting his charm as if immune to retribution. A sharp gaze, piercing through the sunglasses, locked onto Xia Yingnai, imbued with an unspoken chill. She could not help but feel goosebumps all over her body. What was Xiao Yuhuang observing her for? Xia Yingnai hurriedly fled the stifling space, only to find the elevator entrance crowded. In her attempt to squeeze through, someone inadvertently tripped her, causing her to crash to the ground with a loud thud right at the feet of Xiao Yuhuang, who was about to enter the exclusive elevator for the president. Behind his sunglasses, Xiao Yuhuang wore a devilish grin. He nudged Xia Yingnai with his expensive leather shoe, saying, "I understand your excitement at seeing me. But there's no need for such an extravagant display." The employees witnessing the scene gasped in shock before stifling their laughter, whispering among themselves about Xia Yingnai. Her face flushed crimson. If she could, she would have wished for a crevice in the ground to hide herself. Gritting her teeth, she shot Xiao Yuhuang a glare, quickly getting to her feet and sprinting towards the dining area. She was utterly oblivious to the man's predatory gaze that followed her every move. Chapter 29. The allure of a siren. Upon reaching the dining hall, Xia Yingnai ordered kung pao chicken, braised fish, and snow green stewed with tofu, along with a bowl of vegetable soup and a small serving of rice, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable and 1 soup. The meals at the Xiao Corporation were said to be prepared by retired 5-star chefs, a feast for the eyes and a delight for the palate. Leaving one salivating at a mere glance, Xia Yingnai settled in a corner of the restaurant with her lunchbox. Despite wearing the cleaning department's uniform, her extraordinary beauty and graceful figure could not be concealed. Even amidst the throng of stunning women at Xiao Corporation, her appearance remained distinctly exceptional. Almost no female employees dared to sit beside her, creating a peculiar situation where her vicinity was filled with impeccably dressed male colleagues, evoking envious glances from female employees across various departments. Unexpectedly, shortly after she had taken her seat, the coldly charismatic Xiao Yuhuang entered the dining hall, flanked by several bodyguards. "Good afternoon, President. Please take a seat here. What would you like to eat, President? I can get it for you." The employees were visibly anxious, eagerly greeting the formidable presence of Xiao Yuhuang. Some hovered around him with servile enthusiasm, while others were so intimidated they could hardly eat their meals. Xiao Yuhuang waved his hand dismissively, casually selecting a seat. "No need to be formal. Please enjoy your meals." Xiao Qi had prepared a special napkin for him and personally went to fetch his meal. Upon hearing Xiao Yuhuang's deep, magnetic voice, Xia Yingnai felt her body stiffen. A dull ache lingered in her lower body. She cautiously stole a glance at him, only to meet his inscrutable gaze. His eyes felt like 2 piercing lasers, making her feel utterly exposed. Xia Yingnai's heart raced uncontrollably as memories of their tumultuous night together flooded her mind. He had been ruthless in bed, nearly tearing her apart. Her cheeks began to flush with heat. With Xiao Yuhuang's presence, the sounds of dining in the restaurant dulled significantly and the atmosphere turned oppressive. A timid female employee murmured, "Who knows? The president is akin to a chilling gust from Siberia. His mere presence envelopes me in a shiver, causing my legs to tremble." Yet, Xia Yingnai finds solace in this tranquility, remaining oblivious to the murmurs surrounding her. With a genteel demeanor, she savors her meal, her thoughts preoccupied with the report to the secretary's office later that afternoon. At that moment, the male employees encircling Xia Yingnai begin to stir. One, clad in a white suit with a self-assured middle part, emboldened by the encouragement of his colleagues, gathers his courage to approach her table. With his tray in hand and an expression he deems charming, he attempts to initiate a conversation. "Hello, beautiful lady. May I sit beside you? Please feel free." Xia Yingnai replies, casting a fleeting glance his way before returning to her meal. Overjoyed, he takes a seat and discreetly signals to his peers. He then tosses his hair and introduces himself with pride. "I am Lu Bo, 28 years old, a Coco's creator development engineer at our company, earning an annual salary of 1.8 million. I have already purchased a home and a car in Shengjing. May I get to know you better? Let's exchange WeChat." He leads with his impressive credentials, believing that his substantial salary and home ownership in Shengjing would be irresistible to someone of Xia Yingnai's modest position in the cleaning department. However, Xia Yingnai sets down her utensils and politely declines. "I'm sorry, sir, but I am not interested in getting to know you." Male employee A grows impatient, his brow furrowing as if to crush a fly. "Do you have any idea how many female employees in the company wish to know me? All of whom I have turned down? You, a mere employee in the cleaning department, with a modest salary and unglamorous job, should consider it an honor that I am interested in you. If you were to accompany me, you could quit this job immediately and stay home to raise children. By the way, if we were to marry, we must have at least 4 children, as my family holds traditional values and insists on having 4 boys." Xia Yingnai is bewildered by his absurdity. Losing her appetite, she rises, utensils in hand, and states firmly, "Sir, I do not know you at all. If you are seeking a marriage partner, I believe you have mistaken the wrong person. I am already married with 4 lovely children." The expression on male employee A's face darkens considerably as he seizes her arm. "What? You are married with 4 children? How is that possible? You need not resort to such a trivial excuse to reject me. It is an honor for you that I have taken notice of you. Do not be ungrateful. Please let go of me. If you do not release me, I shall report you for harassment. Xia Yingnai, repulsed by his grip, forcefully shakes off his hand and attempts to move forward. However, Lu Bo strides in front of her, blocking her path. I must obtain your contact information today, otherwise, you shall not leave. Xia Yingnai steps back, glaring at him defensively. I'm sorry, but I will not give it to you. You are truly insufferable. Lu Bo once again seized Xia Yingnai's arm, his coarse hands brazenly attempting to invade her personal space. Don't test my patience. Today, I must acquire your phone number or we chat. In a swift motion to evade him, Xia Yingnai retaliated by smashing an entire set of cutlery against Lu Bo's face. The remnants of kung pao chicken and vegetable soup cascaded down him, transforming him into a pitiful sight, akin to a drenched chicken adorned with bits of food clinging to his attire. His once pristine white suit was now sullied and disheveled. The surrounding employees halted their meals, astonished by the spectacle, whispering among themselves. How ungrateful! Lu Bo, humiliated and enraged, raised his hand to strike Xia Yingnai. However, before his palm could descend, it was seized by an iron grip. With a sharp twist, Lu Bo's wrist contorted at an unnatural angle, causing him to cry out in pain. Xia Yingnai was momentarily taken aback as she recognized Xiao Qi, who had just incapacitated Lu Bo. Lu Bo, Xiao Qi's voice was as frigid as stone. How dare you humiliate our female employee in front of the president? Do you think our president is inconsequential? Xiao Qi, a trusted aide to President Xiao,
Was not someone to be trifled with.
in a fit of self-reproach, Lu Bo struck his own face several times with his uninjured hand, lamenting, I'm sorry. I will never do this again. Despite his pleas, he did not even come close to reaching President Xiao, as two bodyguards swiftly dragged him away like a dog. Xia Yingnai was left in shock by the turn of events. She lifted her gaze towards President Xiao, only to find his expression icy and detached as he walked past her without a word. Just before his departure, she overheard his disdainful remark, a provocateur. His words struck a nerve within her, leaving her on the brink of frustration. What did that have to do with her? She had no desire to be embroiled in such chaos. Yet, as she observed President Zhao's striking silhouette, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. He had just defended her. Was it merely because she was an employee of Xiao Corporation and he, as the president, had to uphold the company's dignity? Chapter 30. Entering the Secretary Department. In the afternoon, now clad in a tailored suit, Xia Yingnai accompanied HR Manager Su Tao to the Secretary Department. The moment she stepped into the office, she attracted numerous curious and somewhat hostile glances. A group of gossip mongers began to murmur among themselves. Oh, is this the female employee transferred from the cleaning department? How did a mere cleaner suddenly ascend to the Secretary Department? I heard it was at the president's behest. Do you think she has some unspeakable connection with him? Surely, she's not leveraging her body to gain favor? Come on, if she truly had a relationship with the president, would she have been assigned to the cleaning department from the very beginning? I wonder if she can truly fulfill the duties of a secretary. She appears to be nothing more than a decorative vase. The murmurs in the office, though not loud, are rather grating, and Xia Yingnai can only pretend to be oblivious. Had it been her former self, she might have impulsively engaged in a debate with them. However, now, with the children serving as her Achilles heel, Xia Yingnai has learned the virtue of forbearance. Some gossip, as long as it does not cross her boundaries, she allows to enter through one ear and exit through the other. She must work diligently in the Secretary Department to shed the label of being merely a pretty face. Upon hearing the whispers, Su Tao sternly admonished the staff of the Secretary Department. Have you all completed your tasks? Is this a place for your idle chatter? Do you no longer wish to work at Xiao Corporation? Following this, Su Tao made an internal call. Secretary Li, please come over. Shortly after, a poised and elegantly dressed secretary in a Chanel suit approached. Su Tao introduced her to the newcomer. Linda, this is our new secretary Xia Yingnai, a graduate from the French department of Shengjing University. Since she is new to the secretary department, please guide her. Of course, Manager Su, Linda replied with a nod. You should do well in the secretary department. I must take my leave, Su Tao advised Xia Yingnai before departing. Linda offered a friendly smile to Xia Yingnai and guided her to an available seat. Then, addressing her fellow secretaries, she announced, This is our department's new secretary, Miss Xia Yingnai, a graduate from Shengjing University's French department. I hope everyone will get along harmoniously from now on. Let us welcome our new colleague. As Linda concluded her introduction, she was the first to applaud, welcoming Xia Yingnai. The others followed suit. The male colleagues clapped vigorously. While the majority of the women appeared less enthusiastic, their applause sparse. Only one girl clapped with great enthusiasm. Her round, apple-shaped face radiated youth and warmth. prompting Xia Yingnai to steal a few extra glances. Through Linda's introduction, Xia Yingnai gleaned a general overview of the secretary department, which consists of 6 female employees and 2 male employees, 4 of whom are seasoned staff members. The rest are relatively new hires. Most of her colleagues are graduates from prestigious 985 universities, leaving Xia Yingnai feeling somewhat self-conscious about her own undergraduate degree. Her desk is situated adjacent to the apple-faced girl. As soon as Xia Yingnai took her seat, she received a warm greeting from the girl. "Hello, new colleague. My name is Luo Xiaoa, and I joined Xiao Corporation last year. If you ever have any questions, feel free to ask me." Luo Xiaoa was momentarily stunned by her smile, but soon regained her composure. She leaned in closer to Xia Yingnai and whispered, "You are so beautiful. But how did you end up in our secretary department? You have no idea how heavy the workload is here. Our president is quite demanding, sometimes making us question our very existence. It's rather extreme. It's just work. Once you get used to it, it's fine," Xia Yingnai replied nonchalantly. There was a moment when Xia Yingnai felt that Luo Xiaolai was indeed correct. Xiao Yuhuang was truly peculiar. "Allow me to share some insights regarding our primary responsibilities at work. I shall refrain from elaborating on what Sister Linda oversees. Instead, let me describe the daily tasks of us junior secretaries: checking emails, categorizing and registering faxes and letters, watering plants, reconciling invoices, delivering coffee to the president, and briefly reporting email contents to our supervisors. Now, let me add you on WeChat, Nai. Luo Xiaolai, with her familiar demeanor, incessantly introduced the work details to Xia Yingnai. Xia Yingnai sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Xiaolai." "It's nothing. It's my duty," replied Luo Xiaolai. After they exchanged WeChat contacts, Luo Xiaolai swiftly sent Xia Yingnai various internal network accounts and passwords for the secretary department. The 2 male colleagues were quite pleased with Xia Yingnai's arrival, assisting her by moving chairs, organizing documents, and familiarizing her with her responsibilities, their enthusiasm leaving Xia Yingnai feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Conversely, several women regarded Xia Yingnai with disdain. Her striking beauty evoked a sense of rivalry, prompting them to treat her coldly. However, Xia Yingnai remained unfazed, determined to focus solely on her job, considering everything else irrelevant. As the clock approached 4, Linda unexpectedly contacted Xia Yingnai via intercom. "Xia Yingnai, please deliver a cup of coffee to our president. If you are unsure of the coffee machine's location, feel free to ask a colleague. Be swift. The president has limited patience." Just as Xia Yingnai contemplated requesting a different employee for the task, Linda hung up before she could voice her thoughts. "Wow, Nai, you've just arrived. And Sister Linda is already having you deliver coffee to the president?" Luo Xiaolai remarked with envy, having been with the company for nearly a year without such an opportunity. Xia Yingnai felt a wave of discomfort at the thought of facing the brooding and enigmatic Xiao Yuhuang, especially after their indescribable encounter the previous night, which heightened her embarrassment and reluctance to see him at that moment. In a moment of inspiration, she turned to Luo Xiaolai and said, "Xiaolai, as I am new to the secretary department, I might feel rather nervous meeting the president. Would you mind delivering the coffee on my behalf?" However, Luo Xiaolai vigorously shook her head. "That's not possible, Nai. The president is a person of strong principles, and he is quite resolute. If he discovers that I substituted you, he would certainly dismiss me." At that moment, a young woman clad in a pink professional suit approached Xia Yingnai with an alluring sway. Her blazer was complemented by a deep V-neck white blouse that accentuated her ample bosom, while a thigh-length skirt showcased her long, captivating legs. With each step, the rich fragrance of her perfume enveloped the office. "Xia Yingnai, my English name is Kathy. As you are a newcomer and may not be familiar with the president's tastes, allow me to deliver the coffee on your behalf." Kathy possessed a naturally flirtatious voice, and her gaze towards Xia Yingnai brimmed with hostility, which was something Xia Yingnai secretly craved. Suppressing the urge to sneeze, she addressed Kathy. "Of course, that would be a great help, Kathy." "Not at all. Certainly not a bother," Kathy exclaimed with great excitement. She hurried to the restroom to touch up her makeup and emerged feeling flawless. With a coffee cup in hand, she eagerly prepared a cup of coffee for Xiao Yuhuang and scooted off to deliver it. In the office, Luo Xiaolove, puzzled, inquired, Nai, why did you let Kathy take the opportunity to deliver coffee? Don't you know she has long coveted the president? Whenever other secretaries bring him coffee, she always rushes to seize the chance. That woman is quite scheming." Xia Yingnai fibbed. "Xiao Ai, I'm not particularly fond of interacting with high-ranking officials. It feels exhausting to deal with such prominent figures." Luo Xiaolove nodded in agreement. For reasons unknown, Xia Yingnai's right eyelid twitched persistently. She pondered that having a colleague deliver coffee to Xiao Yuhuang should not lead to any trouble. Chapter 31. Delivering coffee to the president. At the Xiao Corporation. In the president's office, Xiao Yuhuang sat at his desk. The The man was tall and athletic, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, exuding an overwhelming presence even while seated. Kathy approached with a steaming cup of coffee, taking shy, dainty steps. "President, your coffee." As she bent to hand him the coffee, she intentionally accentuated her already ample bosom, making her curves more pronounced. Upon hearing the unfamiliar female voice and seeing the woman posing provocatively, Xiao Yuhuang's handsome face turned icy. "Who sent you here? Leave." In an instant, he transformed into a brooding figure, akin to a demonic king from the depths of hell. Kathy was utterly frightened, her hair standing on end, and she stammered, "President, I'll leave right away." Xiao Yuhuang had not anticipated that the little woman, Xia Yingnai, on her first day in the secretary department, would dare to defy him. He called Linda with displeasure. "What kind of work are your employees doing? On their very first day in the secretary department, they dare to shirk their duties. Linda, you're disappointing me." Linda, having ascended to a top position in the secretary department, was a shrewd woman. Her mind raced for a moment before she promptly assured Xiao Yuhuang, "Mr. Xiao, it was my oversight. I will arrange for Xia Yingnai to deliver coffee to you immediately." Employees in the secretary department, who shared a good rapport with her, offered their reassurances. Xia Yingnai grew increasingly anxious. Just as she contemplated inquiring about the situation, she saw Linda striding towards her in high heels, anger radiating from her. She approached Xia Yingnai and rapped her desk sharply. "Xia Yingnai, you are quite bold. The president specifically requested that you deliver coffee. How could you let someone else do it? If you can't handle such a minor task, I suspect you have no intention of keeping this job." Xia Yingnai felt a chill run down her spine and responded in a conciliatory tone. No. "Sister Linda, please don't be angry. This was my mistake. I will deliver the coffee to the president right away." Linda, with an air of authority, commanded her, "Hurry and take the coffee to the president, immediately." Xia Yingnai bit her lip and inquired softly, "All right, Sister Linda, may I ask what kind of coffee the president usually prefers?" Linda replied, "The president enjoys his coffee black, without milk or sugar, and has no other particular requests." "Luo Xiaojiao, please escort Xia Yingnai to the coffee room." Trembling at Linda's fiery temperament, Luo Xiaojiao gently tugged at Xia Yingnai's sleeve and said, "Nai, let's go. I will take you to the coffee room." As they departed, a flurry of gossip erupted within the office. She has only just arrived, and the president has already sent her to fetch coffee. How did she manage that? It must be her looks. Being beautiful certainly offers distinct advantages. Even the president treats her differently. Mind your own business. If I hear any more idle chatter, I won't hesitate to submit your resignations. Linda sternly reprimanded them, immediately silencing the office's whispers. No one dared to jeopardize their esteemed positions at Shao Corporation, where the benefits were exceptional. Who would be foolish enough to risk losing such a desirable job over gossip? Under Luo Xiaojiao's guidance, Xia Yingnai swiftly found the coffee room. She prepared a cup of black coffee, but, recalling the president's troublesome nature and Linda's explicit instructions, her gaze flickered. Xia Yingnai then added chocolate syrup, whipped cream, and numerous spoonfuls of sugar, vigorously stirring until the originally bitter brew transformed into a rich, creamy, and overly sweet concoction. Coffee in hand, she approached the president's office and knocked gently on the door.
"Come in,"
came the resonant voice of Xiao Yuhuang from within. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yingnai stepped into the office. Before her lay an opulent decor, exuding grandeur. Xiao Yuhuang was seated at his desk, holding a golden pen and reviewing documents. Dressed in a tailored suit that accentuated his tall figure, his exquisite facial features appeared even more profound in the sunlight, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the divine. His obsidian-like eyes seemed to glimmer with an alluring charm. "President, your coffee," she announced, placing the cup down. As she turned to leave, Xiao Yuhuang's cool voice halted her. "Stop." Reluctantly, Xia Yingnai turned back to face him, forcing a smile as she asked, "May I inquire if you have any further instructions?" "President?" Xiao Yuhuang's gaze was piercing, playfully scrutinizing her. "You deliver a coffee with such reluctance? Did you expect someone else to do it for you? Xia Yingnai, do you believe you are fulfilling your duties adequately?" Shao Corporation does not harbor incompetence. She despised the way Xiao Yuhuang's eyes seemed to penetrate her very soul, as though he could peel away her facade and expose her true self. Satisfied, he nodded and commanded, "Well, at least you recognize your place. Hand me the coffee." "President, the coffee is right in front of you. You merely need to extend your esteemed hand to reach it." Xiao Yuhuang fixed his gaze upon her, an inexplicable allure in his expression. "I am too lazy to reach for it. You, bring it to me, if you desire to keep this position." The subsequent remark was an unmistakable threat. Xia Yingnai stifled her anger, her petite hand grasping the coffee cup, feigning respect as she presented it to Xiao Yuhuang. "President, your coffee." Just as Xiao Yuhuang was about to accept the cup, a sly smile crept onto Xia Yingnai's face. This cup of coffee had been brewed with water at a rolling boil. With a slight movement of her hand, the coffee cup, which had been steady in her palm, tilted precariously toward Xiao Yuhuang's grasp. In a panic, Xia Yingnai attempted to retract her hand, but the man swiftly enveloped her delicate palm with his entire hand. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. The scalding coffee splashed almost entirely onto Xiao Yuhuang's palm. His porcelain-white hand turned crimson from the heat, rapidly swelling with alarming blisters. Yet, Xia Yingnai's small hand, sheltered beneath his, remained unscathed. Stammering, she asked, "Why did you do this?" "Xia Yingnai, it's of no concern if I am burned, but if your hand were to suffer, it would pain me greatly." Xiao Yuhuang held her hand, a glimmer of light flashing in his peach blossom eyes, seemingly oblivious to the pain of the burn, as his lips pressed directly against her tender palm. Xia Yingnai felt as if she had been bitten by a venomous snake. She hastily withdrew her hand. "I apologize, President. It was unintentional. I will brew you another cup." "Oh, unintentional?" A simple phrase caused Xia Yingnai to break into a cold sweat. Clenching her small fist in anxiety, she mustered the courage to assert, "President, I hope you can separate personal feelings from work. We have no prior connection, so please refrain from making such ambiguous statements in the future." Xiao Yuhuang, amused yet enraged by her words, glared with dark fury. "No prior connection? Xia Yingnai, you truly are something else. We have shared a bed twice, and you dare claim there is no connection?" Other women would yearn to forge a relationship with him, yet this woman avoided him like the plague, deliberately distancing herself. How utterly vexing. Xia Yingnai was taken aback by his fury. She endeavored to calm her racing heart, striving for composure. "President, I believe you are a fair and impartial person. Surely, you would not abuse your authority to harass a newcomer in the workplace, would you?"
Get out.
Enraged beyond control, Xiao Yuhuang hurled a billion-dollar contract directly at her face. Ignoring the scattered documents on the floor, Xia Yingnai fled in a panic, like a startled rabbit. As she retreated, Xiao Yuhuang observed her fleeing figure, his narrow peach blossom eyes darkening with a sinister obsession. It was rare for a woman to ignite such intense interest in him, yet she shunned him entirely. Nonetheless, he found himself increasingly unable to let her go.
Xia Yingnai.
He would never release her from his grasp. Chapter 32. Was Xia Yingnai infatuated with the president? What did that man mean by suddenly uttering such inexplicable, ambiguous words to her? Xia Yingnai accessed the internal network of the Xiao Group, directly searching for information on Xiao Yuhuang. Upon entering his name, a strikingly handsome visage appeared on the screen, a magnified version of his already stunning features. The entire webpage is dedicated to his profile. Xiao Yuhuang, 28 years old, is a doctoral graduate from Harvard Business School. Within 3 years, he was appointed president of the Xiao Group. Upon assuming leadership, he enacted sweeping reforms that transformed the faltering Xiao Group into a diversified enterprise. Venturing into the realm of e-commerce, he established the largest multimedia network in the country, making Xiao the foremost self-operated e-commerce entity in the realm of physical commerce. Presently, the Xiao Group's operations span a vast array of sectors, including finance, media, construction, mining, transportation, digital technology, AI, and international markets. Domestically, Xiao stands as a paragon of excellence, wielding significant influence even across Asia, while Xiao Yuhuang has ascended to the upper echelons of the Forbes Billionaire list. Such a man is indeed exceptional. However, Xia Yingnai harbors no fondness for him, as her impression of him is overwhelmingly negative. Just as she contemplated closing the webpage, a provocatively dressed Casey, clad in a short skirt and holding a document, approached. Having just reported to Linda and received a scolding, Casey was in a foul mood. As she passed by Xia Yingnai, she happened to notice her searching for the president's information. Casey's meticulously made-up face darkened immediately. "Xia Yingnai, why are you wasting your time searching for the president's information instead of working during office hours? Do you really think someone as divine as the president is within the reach of a lowly employee like you? Stop daydreaming." Casey snapped, her brows furrowing in anger. "Don't try to change the subject. I warn you, you inexperienced newcomer, it is best not to entertain any thoughts about the president. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily." Xia Yingnai smiled, meeting Casey's gaze defiantly. "Pray tell, Miss Casey, by what authority do you issue me warnings? What is your relationship with the president? Moreover, what if I do harbor thoughts about him? Are you perhaps hiding some secret feelings for the president?" Casey's expression soured further as Xia Yingnai's words struck a nerve. "I may not be anyone to the president, but he is already engaged. Did you not know? His fiancée is none other than Miss Xia Runaway, the cherished daughter of Mayor Xia Yingnai. A person of your lowly status could never aspire to such heights. In truth, Casey herself daydreamed about the president daily. Which single woman in the company didn't he? The president was extraordinarily handsome, exuding an unparalleled charisma, and possessed power and wealth at the pinnacle of success. She fantasized about seducing him, driving herself nearly to madness. Unfortunately, no matter how provocatively she dressed or how alluringly she adorned herself, the president never so much as glanced her way, leaving her utterly despondent. Upon hearing that Xiao Yuhuang had a fiancé, Xia Yingnai felt an unexpected pang of discomfort. Since he was engaged, and to someone she despised, Runaway, why then did he continue to pursue her? Truly a despicable man. Xia Yingnai resolved to keep her distance from that contemptible man, Xiao Yuhuang, in the future. After warning her, Casey departed. Luo Xiaolov approached Xia Yingnai's desk and whispered, "Nai, don't pay any attention to Casey. She's just a madwoman." The owner of the company was well aware of her inappropriate feelings towards the president, yet the president remained indifferent to her advances. Xia Yingnai slowed her pace as she perused the documents. "Xiao AI, is it true that the president has a fiancé?" Luo Xiao AI replied, "I have heard so. I once saw her, and I believe her name is Xia Runaway. That woman is exceedingly arrogant and often suspects the president of having inappropriate relationships with other female employees. She has caused quite a scene at the company before." Upon hearing Luo Xiao AI's words, Xia Yingnai lowered her beautiful eyes, seemingly lost in thought. When Kaisi reported work to Xiao Yuhuang, she deliberately mentioned, "President, the new employee in the secretarial department, Xia Yingnai, is quite negligent in her duties and often daydreams. I noticed her searching for your information during work hours, even gushing over your photos. I believe such an employee is ill-suited for our department. She would be better placed in the cleaning department." Kaisi had anticipated witnessing Xiao Yuhuang's displeasure, recalling how a previous beautiful new secretary had been dismissed following a similar complaint. However, to her surprise, Xiao Yuhuang paused his pen over the document and raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The thought that Xia Yingnai might feign disdain while secretly harboring affection for him sparked an unexpected joy within him. "I am aware of this matter. You may leave now." Xiao Yuhuang's mood appeared to improve, his tone towards Kaisi softening. "When did my affairs become your prerogative, Kaisi? If you continue to speak so freely, it seems you wish to be reassigned to the cleaning department." He cast a cold glance at her, one that felt as piercing as ice, sending a chill through her bones. "My apologies, President. I shall return to my tasks," Kaisi stammered, her legs trembling as she hurriedly exited. Kaisi had initially thought that by creating difficulties for Xia Yingnai, the president would dismiss her or transfer her to the cleaning department. Yet, the president's reaction was entirely contrary to her expectations, leaving her utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Si Bao, with her tear-streaked eyes and a cute pout, conveyed her discontent. Lin Ma said, "Miss Xia, you didn't come home last night and Si Bao cried all night. Please comfort her." Xia Yingnai approached and gathered Si Bao into her arms. Si Bao covered her eyes and, in a small voice, lamented, "Mommy is bad. I didn't see you when I needed to go to the bathroom last night. And I felt so sad." Xia Yingnai, feeling a bit guilty, explained to the child, "Sweetheart, Mommy had to work late yesterday and stayed at Aunt Lianqi's house for the night. I'm sorry. I promise to call you in advance next time, alright?" The innocent Si Bao nodded earnestly. However, De Bao, gazing intently at Xia Yingnai, inquired, "Mommy, did you really work late last night? I called Aunt Lianqi, and she said you weren't there." Caught off guard by De Bao's striking resemblance to someone, Xia Yingnai felt a shiver run through her. This child was far too perceptive, nearly breaching her defenses. Xia Yingnai playfully pinched De Bao's cheek, feigning anger as she exclaimed, "You little rascal, have you grown so bold as to question your mother? I merely said that to spare you from worry. I stayed overnight near the office, and look, I have returned home safely, haven't I?" "Indeed, mother, you must exercise caution. You are not endowed with the innate strength of Sanbao. We all worry about you." Sanbao interjected, "Moreover, mother, you should have seen how heartbroken Sibao was yesterday. It felt as though my head was about to explode from her tears. Thank you for your concern, my lovely little angels. I shall not act so recklessly again." Their words filled Xia Yingnai with warmth and guilt. Embracing her four treasures, she felt as though she possessed the entire world, undaunted by any challenges that lay ahead. However, the words of Luo Xiaolov today left a lingering sense of unease within her. If Xiao Yuhuang's fiancé were indeed Xia Ruowei, her future at the Xiao Corporation would likely be fraught with turmoil. Chapter 33. The Stubborn Forbao. In the president's office, Xiao Yuhuang, through a 360-degree high-definition surveillance system, observed every move of Xia Yingnai within the office. He watched as she faced exclusion, befriended a round-faced secretary, and adeptly navigated various challenges, his lips curling into an increasingly broad smile. This woman was like a magical vine, Regardless of the harshest conditions, she thrived effortlessly. He had underestimated her. Xiao Qi rapped gently on the door, as ephemeral as a breeze. Mr. Xiao. Our informants have reported that the elusive shark will appear at the Shuangji Flower and Bird Market tomorrow. Xiao He and I have set a meticulous trap. This time, we shall undoubtedly capture him. Yet, Shark was a pair of twin brothers, notorious for their cunning nature, adept at disguise, and fond of employing poison. Capturing them proved to be a formidable challenge, as they had narrowly escaped several traps in the past. Xiao Yuhuang, seated in his swivel chair with fingers interlaced, spoke coldly. This time, I shall join you in capturing Shark, ensuring he has no means of escape. Understood. On the weekend, a splendid day unfolded. To cheer her daughter, Xia Yingnai had promised to buy a puppy as a pet. Seizing the day off, she resolved to take Lin Ma and her children to the flower and bird market. Dressed in casual attire, Xia Yingnai and her 4 children, all clad in matching outfits, took precautions against the sun before stepping outside. The Shuangji Flower and Bird Market, one of the most famous in Shengjing, boasted an array of fresh flowers, bonsai, crafts, ornamental fish, and various pets. The first floor primarily featured flowers and pets. The second floor showcased birds and bird feed, while the third floor offered fish, worms, fish food, and crafts. Upon arriving at the bustling market, Xia Yingnai and her children immediately drew curious onlookers. Wow, look at those 4 children in matching outfits. Are they quadruplets? They are so beautiful. My heart is melting.
Oh.
The 2 boys on the left bear a striking resemblance to one another, more handsome than little stars. The pair on the right, a boy and a girl, resemble each other as well, their beauty akin to that of porcelain dolls. They must be fraternal quadruplets, I presume. The little girl in the pink fluffy dress resembles a fairy from a traditional painting, utterly adorable. The crowd erupted in exclamations of admiration for the children. Many individuals promptly retrieved their phones to capture photographs and even record videos of the charming quadruplets, eagerly posting them on various social media platforms. Xia Yingnai observed everyone raising their phones and exchanged a glance with Lin Ma, instinctively shielding the children behind her. Clearing her throat gently, she smiled warmly at the crowd, saying, I apologize, but the children are quite young and not suited for public attention. Could I kindly ask everyone to delete any photos or videos? Thank you for your cooperation. Due to the children's extraordinary beauty, they naturally became the focal point wherever they went. Each time they ventured out, Xia Yingnai would ensure their protection by having them wear masks or hats, covering them thoroughly. However, as it was summer and the weather was sweltering, she had opted not to mask them this time, inadvertently causing quite a stir. Her benevolent smile captivated the onlookers, and her gentle words made those capturing the moments feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting them to lower their phones. Once this minor incident was resolved, Xia Yingnai and Lin Ma led the children to a nearby pet store on the first floor to select a dog. The store boasted a diverse array of pets, from large Alaskan Malamutes to the tiniest teacup dogs. The 4 little treasures were overjoyed to see the dogs. Even the usually taciturn eldest, De Bao, couldn't he help but break into a grin, showcasing the irresistible charm of these little creatures. The polite store owner approached them, saying, Madam, it is a pleasure to assist you. What type of pet are you looking for? Excuse me, we would like to browse first, Xia Yingnai replied. The group wandered through the store, dazzled by the plethora of adorable pets. De Bao excitedly pointed at a shiny large dog, exclaiming, Mommy, I like this Labrador. It looks so cool. Mommy, this gray dog looks great. It seems so strong, and we will surely become good friends. Second Bao joyfully bounced around, hugging a Welsh corgi and reluctant to let go. Mommy, this dog is so special. Look at the 3 white marks on its forehead, resembling 3 blazing flames. Third Bao said, petting a black husky with delight. Only the sole girl, Si Bao, gazed intently at a scruffy little white dog that appeared dirty, its fur unkempt, with a few drops of blood on its legs. Watching it lie in its cage, seemingly on the brink of death, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Si Bao pointed at the pitiful little dog and, in a soft voice, said to Xia Yingnai, Mommy, I want this dog. My dear, this dog seems unwell. I'm not sure if it can survive. How about we choose another one? Xia Yingnai coaxed the little girl Sabeo Bao, hoping to persuade her to adopt a healthier dog. Lin Ma also gently advised Sabeo Bao, saying, Dear, this dog is so filthy, it might carry infectious diseases. Perhaps we should choose a more beautiful one instead. Usually obedient and well-behaved, Sabeo Bao was exceptionally stubborn this time. With tears glistening in her eyes, she pointed resolutely at the injured dog, exclaiming, No, I only want that dog. Mommy, let us buy it. It's so pitiful, if we don't take it, it will die. As if sensing Sabeo Bao's kind gaze, the little white dog opened its wet eyes and gently licked Sabeo Bao's small hand. This only strengthened her resolve. Ultimately, unable to resist her daughter's insistence, Xia Yingnai reluctantly spent 1,000 yuan to purchase the injured pup. According to the pet store owner, the little white dog was a native breed from Zongbei. A few days prior, during transport, it had accidentally fallen beneath the truck, injuring its right leg. Additionally, it was suffering from the unfamiliar environment, which left it looking quite dejected. However, it had received vaccinations and passed health checks, meeting all necessary criteria. After leaving the pet store, Xia Yingnai instructed Lin Ma to take the children to the lounge for a brief rest. Sabeo, with her little backpack, cradled the small white dog affectionately, refusing to let anyone else touch it. She even took a piece of sausage from her bag and patiently fed the little dog, much to the annoyance of her 3 older brothers, who rolled their eyes at her antics. Lin Ma, seated with the children, joined Sabeo in caring for the injured pup with great patience. Having settled Lin Ma and the children, Xia Yingnai decided to ascend to the 3rd floor to purchase some fish food. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after her departure, the entire flower and bird market was silently encircled by a group of well-trained individuals dressed in black. Chapter 34. Uncle, hug me. In the lounge on the 1st floor, surrounded by the intoxicating scent of flowers, many parents approached Lin Ma, drawn by the attention garnered by her 4 charming children. Consequently, the typically talkative Lin Ma engaged in casual conversation with them. Sabeo, still clutching the small white dog, playfully told Lin Ma she was heading to the nearby restroom. The restroom was close enough to the lounge that Lin Ma could see the outside situation, so she did not accompany Sabeo.
All right.
Sabeo cheerfully bounced into the restroom with the small white dog in her arms. The restroom was quite spacious, illuminated by soft yellow lights. After finishing her business, Sabeo emerged, still holding the little white dog. Suddenly, the previously calm pup began barking anxiously. Yuyu, what's wrong? Yuyu was the new name Sabeo had given to the little white dog. She hugged it tightly in an attempt to soothe it, but the dog continued to bark more fiercely. Just as Sabeo was at a loss, a masked figure in black suddenly appeared before her. The figure was tall, a heavy cap obscuring his entire face, and with a mask covering his features, it was impossible to discern what he looked like, save for the fact that he was male. He clutched his chest in agony, a vivid crimson stain flowing from the wound, snaking down to the pristine white floor. The sight was truly harrowing. Bao, astonished, covered her mouth. How could this man bleed so profusely? Uncle, you're bleeding. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? She inquired earnestly, her innocent eyes wide and her small white dog cradled in her arms. The figure in black was none other than the shark, one of those pursued by Xiao Yuhuang, codenamed Shark. Upon seeing the defenseless little girl, Shark momentarily lowered his guard. However, in an instant, he raised his gun, aiming at the yapping dog nestled in Bao's embrace. Get out of the way, pesky brat. If that mutt keeps barking, I'll put you both down. The little white dog bared its teeth, barking more furiously, as if ready to leap at Shark and tear into him. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the man, Bao trembled, clutching her dog tightly, ready to flee outside the restroom. Uncle, please don't hurt my Yuyu. It's so pitiful. Having seen movies, Bao understood the danger posed by the gun in the man's hand, aware that it could threaten both Yuyu and herself. The merciless barrel of Shark's gun was aimed at her frightened, retreating form. He was already fleeing for his life, wishing to avoid further bloodshed. Yet this little girl, oblivious to danger, had unwittingly fallen into his grasp. Xiao Ju had laid an elaborate trap outside, and this man, devoid of reason, seemed intent on ensnaring himself today. If caught by Xiao Ju, with that person's ruthless nature, he would surely lose his life. Just as Shark was about to pull the trigger, the restroom door was violently kicked open. A man donning a snow eagle mask entered, startling Bao into a scream. However, in a swift motion, she found herself safely in the man's embrace. At that moment, a gleaming long knife shot towards Shark's shoulder with such ferocity that it pierced through, pinning him firmly against the restroom wall. Xiao Ju, it is indeed you. Shark trembled in pain, his grip on the gun faltering at the sight of the masked man. Xiao Ju gently placed Bao on the ground, removing his white coat to drape over her fluffy little head, softly instructing, "Be good. Uncle is dealing with a bad guy, do not look." With her head covered, Bao obediently replied, Bao will listen to Uncle. Her head had been pressed against Xiao Ju's chest, preventing her from witnessing the gruesome scene. This stranger, reminiscent of a celestial being, instilled a profound sense of security in her. Xiao Ju then turned his attention back to Shark, his tone deceptively gentle. Yet the underlying chill caused Shark's hair to stand on end. Shark, wrongdoing comes at a price. You have stolen from me, Xiao Ju, and attempted to assassinate me multiple times. Now let us see just how bold you truly are, Enduring the searing pain in his chest, Shark summoned his strength to dislodge the knife embedded in the wall, trembling as he attempted to fire again. But no one could discern how Xiao Ju moved with lightning speed. Xiao Ju glared at Xia with a face full of murderous intent and coldly stated, "You possess an audacity that knows no bounds, daring to steal the confidential information of the Xiao clan. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the chip you pilfered, and I may grant you a swifter demise." Disarmed and powerless, Xia collapsed onto the ground. Yet, he continued to laugh maniacally. "Ha, Xiao Ju, even if you capture me, my brother, you will find a way to rescue me. Should you dare inflict harm upon me, he will instantly obliterate your precious chip, rendering all the efforts of the Xiao clan over the years in vain." Xiao Ju crushed Xia's face beneath his foot, removing his mask to expose an unremarkable visage. He ground his foot into Xia's face, his eyes brimming with cold ruthlessness. "Perhaps you would prefer a swift passage to the underworld, where the truth may be pried from your lips." The thought of such a grim fate, where survival was impossible and death elusive, drove Xia to bite down on the poison concealed within his teeth in a desperate bid for self-destruction. However, Xiao Ju seemed to have anticipated his intentions. Before Xia could carry out his plan, Xiao Ju seized his jaw and dislocated his chin with a decisive motion. Now rendered mute, Xia could only howl silently, curling into a ball as the floor beneath him soaked with his blood. Xiao He, cloaked in an aura of coldness, entered the room and, upon witnessing the bloody scene, did not flinch. "Sir, we must act swiftly. The police will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Indeed. Clean this place thoroughly, leaving no trace behind." "Understood." In less than half a minute, the restroom was restored to pristine condition, appearing as if no one had ever set foot inside. Once all traces had been meticulously erased, Xiao He noticed Xiao Ju's suit draped over a small stool. Curiously, he lifted the garment, only to be met with a pair of exceptionally beautiful large eyes. "Sir, what is this?" The typically composed Xiao He stammered for the first time.
"Uncle, hug me."
For Treasure reached out with her chubby little hands, tugging at Xiao Ju's clothing. Her fair, delicate face radiated a bright smile, eager for the embrace of the man wearing the snow eagle mask. A small white dog frolicked joyfully, wagging its tail as it followed For Treasure, seemingly acting as her protector. Xiao Ju gazed at the adorable and well-behaved little girl, feeling his murderous intent gradually dissipate. His once sharp and ruthless gaze softening. Chapter 35. Is this dog named after its master? Little For Treasure was extraordinarily beautiful, with a porcelain white face, delicate brows slightly raised, and clear eyes resembling a pool of spring water. Her cherry-like mouth made her even more enchanting, more captivating than any doll, rendering her impossible to look away from. Xiao Ju felt an inexplicable kinship with For Treasure. He sensed that this excessively beautiful child resembled a certain woman, though he could not quite place who it might be. "Uncle, may I have a hug?" For Treasure persistently reached out her chubby hands, imploring him for an embrace. Xiao Ju found it impossible to refuse her. Yet, For Treasure was particularly stubborn, clinging tightly to Xiao Ju's clothing. "Uncle, you are the superhero sent by heaven to save me and you. You just rescued us. You are a good person." "A good person?" Xiao Ju scoffed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Little one, your uncle is far from a good person." Sibao shook her head vigorously, stating emphatically no. Uncle is a good person. The film depicted that whenever one encounters difficulty, a warm-hearted superhero uncle would suddenly appear, driving away the villains and rescuing the helpless. "Uncle, have you seen movies about superheroes like Spider-Man or Ultraman?" "Sibao, listen to me. Hurry and find your family. I am not a superhero, nor am I a hero. I must leave soon." Xiao Ju felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Children today truly possess vivid imaginations. "Please don't go. Sibao likes uncle. You just helped me chase away the bad guys. You're a good person." Sibao clung to Xiao Ju's clothing, refusing to let go. Yet, Xiao Ju had no desire to waste time with such a persistent child. He forcefully yanked her small hand away. In that instant, a wave of warmth and moisture spread across the back of Xiao Ju's hand. It was Sibao's crystalline tears. "Hey, please don't cry." For the first time, Xiao Ju found himself flustered, ineptly trying to console the child. "Wah, the superhero uncle doesn't he like Sibao? I'm so sad." The little girl wept, her face a picture of sorrow, her nose running as she smeared her tears and snot all over Xiao Ju's pristine trousers. Xiao He had never before witnessed his master being so entangled by a child. The corners of his lips nearly betrayed him, struggling to maintain composure. Xiao Ju was astonished to find himself utterly defenseless against such a soft and clingy little bundle. Ultimately, Xiao Ju capitulated to Sibao's charms, bending down to lift her up. "All right, uncle will carry you." Woof, woof, woof. The little white dog, seeing its young master being lifted, limped around Xiao Ju in circles. Suddenly, it leapt onto Xiao Ju's leather shoe and, raising its hind leg, unleashed a stream of steaming hot urine upon it. Xiao He. His master was extremely fastidious, detesting furry creatures above all else. Now, this little beast had urinated on his shoe. The dog was doomed. Indeed. Xiao Ju's face became rigid upon being soaked in dog urine. He directly stepped down on the frail white dog, applying increasing pressure with his shoe. The little dog howled in pain, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Seeing this, Sibao hurriedly patted Xiao Ju's shoulder. "Uncle, please don't hurt Yu. Yu is so cute. How can you step on Yu? Yu?" Xiao He repeated, glancing at the dirty dog writhing on the ground, unable to suppress a laugh. The master's name contained the character Yu, yet this dog shared the same name? How utterly absurd. Xiao He. Xiao Ju shot a warning glance at Xiao He. Noticing his master's discomfort, Xiao He quickly stifled his laughter, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his amusement. As Xiao Ju looked at Sibao's adorable little face and felt her chubby paws patting his shoulder, the anger in his eyes gradually faded. He released the little white dog from beneath his foot. Xiao He, suppressing his laughter, crouched down and took out a disinfecting wipe to clean the urine stains from Xiao Ju's shoe. "Humph, you hurt Yu just now. You are a bad uncle. And Sibao doesn't like you anymore." For Treasure glared with fury, biting down on Xiao Ju's shoulder in a fit of rage before sliding down from his embrace with a soft thud. Yu called out the name of the little white dog, extending her chubby hand towards it. The nearly lifeless pup stumbled toward For Treasure's feet. Young Xiao Ju felt a sense of loss in his heart, his long legs striding forward in pursuit. Yet, Xiao He timely called out to him. "Sir, the police will arrive at the scene in 5 minutes. If we do not withdraw now, the aftermath will be quite troublesome." Xiao Ju halted his steps, his expression still cool and aloof. "Withdraw." He gestured, and the cloaked figures hidden in the shadows dispersed quietly, just as they had arrived. As they retreated, Xiao He remarked, "That little girl is truly beautiful. Her mother must be a great beauty." Xiao Ju chuckled softly, leaving behind an enigmatic statement. Perhaps her fine genes are inherited from her father? It could also be that both her parents are exceptionally gifted, giving rise to such a whimsical little girl, Xiao He added. In the lounge hall, tranquility reigned. The three brothers sat languidly in their chairs, some even on the verge of dozing off. "Mummy." For Treasure darted into Xia Yingnai's arms like a little cannonball. Xia Yingnai stumbled slightly from the impact, but she quickly embraced For Treasure, steadying herself as she gently inquired, "For Treasure, why did you take so long in the restroom? If you don't come out soon, Mummy will have to go find you." Clutching Yu, For Treasure nestled in her embrace, animatedly recounting the events that transpired in the restroom. "Mummy, I encountered a bad person in the restroom. A superhero uncle in a mask saved me. The superhero uncle is so tall and cool. I really like him. But then he wanted to hurt Yu, so I didn't like him as much anymore." For Treasure, you encountered a bad person? Xia Yingnai's heart sank, her grip on her daughter tightening. The hall remained serene, devoid of any chaos indicative of capturing criminals. The superhero uncle scared the bad person away. He did not harm For Treasure, so do not worry, Mummy. It was just that Yu peed on the superhero uncle's mask, and that made him angry. Which is why he stepped on Yu. Well, For Treasure shouldn't blame the superhero uncle. I still want to see him again. Being still so young. Her logic was somewhat jumbled. Xia Yingnai presumed For Treasure had merely watched too many movies, thus she did not take it to heart. She gently patted For Treasure's little head, imparting with a serious tone, "Next time you go to the restroom, you should have Grandma accompany you, alright, darling?" "I know, Mummy." Unbeknownst to her, just as she was comforting her daughter in the corner, Xiao Ju, donned in a snow eagle mask, swiftly left like the wind, brushing past her. Chapter 36. Tormenting that woman is rather amusing. Monday. The weather was gloomy, the sky thick with clouds, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Xia Yingnai donned a tidy and simple outfit for work. Due to the heavy workload assigned by Linda, she arrived exceptionally early today. Xia Yingnai drove her car to the front of the company building, intending to park in the Xiao family's parking lot when a luxurious Rolls-Royce approached her with an air of arrogance. The limited edition Rolls-Royce Silver Spectre was a vehicle not merely attainable through wealth, it was a product of both affluence and authority. Even a minor scratch on its surface would cost her at least a year's salary at the Xiao Corporation. That was the car of Xiao Yuhuang. Xia Yingnai was taken aback. In a flurry, she turned the steering wheel, attempting to steer her vehicle towards the nearby railing to minimize the damage. However, to her astonishment, the Rolls-Royce surged toward her car before she could make contact with the railing. With a resounding crash, the two cars collided, akin to a kiss. Buckled in her seatbelt, Xia Yingnai felt as if her chest had been crushed, and pain coursed through her, causing beads of cold sweat to form. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to exit the car, despite her dizziness. Surveying the scene of the crash, Xia Yingnai pressed her forehead in despair. The black Rolls-Royce had merely sustained a scratch, while the front of her car was severely dented. She inwardly lamented the undeniable superiority of luxury vehicles. The impact had been tremendous. Yet only a minor blemish remained. The rear window of the Rolls-Royce slowly descended, revealing the strikingly handsome visage of Xiao Yuhuang, who gazed at her with an icy demeanor. His piercing eyes scrutinized the damaged vehicle, as if silently questioning her. "Apologies, President. The weather is rather inclement today, and I regret the accident." Xia Yingnai hastily offered her apology before Xiao Yuhuang could express his anger. "Miss Xia, your driving skills leave much to be desired. Can you afford to compensate for the damage to the President's car?" The driver, Xiao Qi, cast a disdainful glance at her as he spoke. Xia Yingnai pointed angrily at the dent in her own car and retorted, "Xiao Qi, it is evident to anyone with clear sight that I did not cause the accident. I was evading when your car forcefully collided with mine. If you doubt my words, we can review the surveillance footage or the dashcam. This is clearly a matter of your driving incompetence." Xiao Qi replied with an impassive expression. "Before the President, you shall not be so audacious. The Rolls-Royce is your fault. If you wish to continue working at the Xiao Corporation, you must compensate for the President's losses." Xia Yingnai furrowed her brow and turned to Xiao Yuhuang. "Mr. Xiao, are your subordinates always so unreasonable? I cannot afford such compensation, especially since this is clearly not my fault. Xia Yingnai, your driving is at fault. Consider this month's salary as compensation for me," Xiao Yuhuang declared imperiously, his deep-set eyes ablaze with a fire reminiscent of the underworld. After speaking, he disregarded any further defense from her. The window of the Rolls-Royce rose promptly, and Xiao Qi restarted the engine, steering the Silver Spectre toward the designated parking space for the President. "Scoundrel!" Xia Yingnai's eyes blazed with fury. She removed one of her high heels and hurled it vehemently at the rear of the Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce sped away, leaving her high heels with no chance to strike it, falling forlornly to the ground. "Mr. Xiao, why did you instruct me to deliberately collide with Miss Xia's car?" Xiao Qi inquired, perplexed from the driver's seat. To toy with that woman is rather amusing." Xiao Yuhuang's narrow eyes glinted. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Xia Yingnai's cheeks puffed up like a frog, a sight that inexplicably brought him delight. Xiao Qi discreetly observed the President's reaction. Feeling a pang of concern for Xia Yingnai, uncertain of what had incited his wrath, it seemed she would face challenging days ahead. Xia Yingnai gazed at the retreating Rolls-Royce, then at the dented front of her car, feeling a profound sense of despair. Fortunately, she had arrived early, with few people in the office. Otherwise, she would have faced utter humiliation. That perverse Xiao Yuhuang had inexplicably commanded the driver to ram into her car, and now she was expected to compensate him. That shameless scoundrel. As Xia Yingnai bent down to retrieve her fallen high heel, a sapphire-blue Aston Martin came to a halt before her. The driver exited, bowing slightly to respectfully open the rear door. A pair of long legs emerged from the vehicle, reflecting a handsome, gentle face in the polished leather shoes. Xia Yingnai couldn't help but look up, and upon seeing the man, a shiver ran through her. It was Dongfang Jin. "Nai, how did you lose your shoe?" "Allow me to help you put it back on," he said, picking up her high heel, his voice as tender as it had always been. He grasped Xia Yingnai's delicate foot and carefully slid the shoe back on, fastening the strap. His warm gaze seemed as deeply affectionate as it had been in their youth, reminiscent of when he would gently help her with her shoes after she grew tired from running about. It was only when the shoe was securely on her foot that Xia Yingnai jolted back to reality. The sensation of his touch felt as if her foot had been seared, igniting feelings of both embarrassment and anger. Stiffly, she thanked him and took 2 steps back to maintain distance. "Thank you," she said. After 5 years, Dongfang Jin had transformed from a gentle youth into a poised,
sophisticated man.
Clad in a white suit, he appeared even more distinguished and exceptional, though he seemed to have lost a fair bit of weight. She wondered how he had fared over the past 5 years. Nai, is there truly a need for such formality between us? You were just in an accident. Are you alright? I could take you to the hospital for a checkup, Dongfang Jin said, his heart aching slightly at her aloofness as he reached out to touch her hair. However, Xia Yingnai turned her head away and stepped back. She coldly reminded him, "Young Master Dongfang, you are now the husband of Xia Ruashi. Please be mindful of your position. My stepsister is not one to be trifled with, and I wish to avoid any rumors or misunderstandings that could lead to my misfortune." 5 years ago, she had indeed loved Dongfang Jin. However, Ever since she learned of his betrayal alongside Xiaoruashi, Xia Yingnai has completely lost her heart for Dongfang Jin. Their relationship came to an abrupt halt. Moreover, he is now a husband, and she is a mother. There is no longer any necessity for them to intersect. Dongfang Jin's hand hovered awkwardly in the air, hesitating for a moment before he finally spoke. Nai, you've changed so much. Xia Yingnai glared at him with resentment, speaking each word with conviction. People inevitably change. When you realize that everything you possess is but an illusion, and when you yearn to grow old with the one you love, only to discover that he has simultaneously betrayed you with your stepsister, you too will be forced to learn and mature. Dongfang Jin sighed, wanting to say something, yet ultimately refrained, turning to his driver. Okay, please take Nai's car to the nearby repair shop and bring it back once it's fixed. There is no need to trouble yourself, young Master Dongfang. I can manage my own car repairs, Xia Yingnai retorted, swiftly entering her vehicle and slamming the door behind her. Driving away in her damaged car, Dongfang Jin watched her resolute figure fade into the distance, a gentle sorrow blossoming in his eyes, gradually giving rise to a tinge of regret and pain. Chapter 37, Nai. Is this jealousy? Arriving early, Xia Yingnai was the first to reach the secretarial department. 10 minutes later, her colleagues trickled in for work. Good morning, Nai. Luo Xiaolove greeted her first upon arrival. As Casey passed by Xia Yingnai's desk, she deliberately stomped her high heels heavily and shot her a vicious glare. Xia Yingnai chose to ignore Casey's provocation. Several female colleagues who were friendly with Casey also disregarded Xia Yingnai, but she remained indifferent, as the ones dispersing salaries were not them. While Xia Yingnai was occupied with paperwork, Linda's intercom rang. Xia Yingnai, the president requests your presence to report on today's work matters. Understood, she replied, setting down the phone with an unruffled demeanor. Despite the office being filled with stunningly beautiful female secretaries, that insufferable man insisted on summoning her to the president's office each time. The disdainful glances she received in the office had not been a one-off occurrence. As she carried a stack of documents to the president's office, Casey's eyes burned with jealousy. Clearly, she had arrived earlier and had more experience than Xia Yingnai. Why did the president always prefer to summon her for reports? Even if reports were necessary, they should be directed to Linda, not Xia Yingnai.
Now.
Casey was far too preoccupied with her resentments to concentrate on her work, her beautiful eyes brimming with indignation. In the president's office, Xia Yingnai reported to Xiao Yuhuang as if she were a mere automaton, detailing his agenda for the day. Your schedule is arranged as follows. At 9:10 a.m., a high-level meeting of the Xiao Group will be held in the multimedia conference room on the 66th floor. At 10:10 a.m., you are to engage in discussions with city leaders and Feixing Group. At 11:20 a.m., you will meet with Mr. Wang from the Shengshi Group to discuss the merger contract. Xiao Yuhuang's agenda was consistently packed, with subsequent dates filled to the brim. Originally, the arrangements for these plans were to be personally reported by Linda. However, it has unexpectedly fallen to her. Xiao Yuhuang merely took a puff of a cigarette, observing with amusement the inflating face of Xia Yingnai. As he listened to her increasingly rapid progress report, he could not resist teasing. What is this, Secretary Xia? Have you ingested explosives? Your reporting speed resembles that of a machine gun, so rapid that it is almost incomprehensible. Have you not yet passed your Mandarin proficiency test? This was a blatant insult. Report to Mr. Xiao. I scored 996 in Mandarin back in the day, the highest in the room, a first-class score. Thank you. Xia Yingnai retorted, suppressing her anger, her expression unchanging. Clenching the documents in her hand, she sarcastically remarked, President, what is wrong with me? Surely you are well aware. While you are in your prime, it seems your mind is aged. You are indeed forgetful. It is true that the affluent often forget matters easily. Today has been particularly unfortunate for me, having been involved in a car accident where the other party insisted on compensation for their losses. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Xiao Yuhuang raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance to her sarcasm. Xia Yingnai, you appear to be quite dissatisfied with me? Not at all, she replied in an exasperated tone. Please continue with the itinerary. At 2:30 this afternoon, the jewelry design department has scheduled a meeting with the advertising producer to discuss the filming of the advertisement and furthermore. Xiao Yuhuang raised his distinguished hand, narrowing his cold eyes. Does such a trivial matter require my personal involvement? Have them finalize the proposal and submit it directly. The manager of the jewelry design department mentioned that this advertising campaign features the renowned supermodel Wang Mingfei, whose English name is Jessica. It was her suggestion to discuss the advertisement filming with you, as she has some unique ideas she wishes to share. Xia Yingnai explained calmly. Yet, Xiao Yuhuang displayed evident impatience. Stop. These trivial matters should be handled by the PR manager. If necessary, replace that jewelry spokesperson. Wang Mingfei is one of the most famous supermodels, effortlessly navigating between high fashion and commercial work, particularly noted for her significant recognition abroad. She has previously shot global campaigns for luxury beauty brands, securing advertisements for major labels like Prada and Chloe. Her demeanor and image align perfectly with our newly launched jewelry. Finding a comparable model to replace her would be quite challenging. Xia Yingnai presented various artistic photographs of Wang Mingfei before Xiao Yuhuang. The woman in the images was biracial, possessing an exceptionally exquisite appearance. Wang Mingfei's enchanting eyes combined with a wild allure. Her figure was striking with a well-proportioned chest, alluring hips, and long legs, embodying the essence of beauty. Xiao Yuhuang merely glanced at the photographs before averting his gaze. Her allure is rather average, not as captivating as you. Xia Yingnai thought to herself. Indeed, as a powerful tycoon, he has encountered countless top-tier beauties both domestically and internationally. He would surely dismiss ordinary appearances. Yet, what lay before him was none other than the most sought-after Wang Mingfei, the dream of countless men. The crux of the matter lies in his critique of others. Why must she be dragged into it? She is but an inconspicuous individual, hardly worthy of comparison to an international supermodel. Summer Yingnai suppressed her rising irritation and gently reminded him, President, I am merely a nameless employee, not comparable to those supermodels. I simply wish to fulfill my duties to the best of my ability. Xiao Yuhuang forcefully crushed the ash in the crystal ashtray. His wicked gaze fixated on Summer Yingnai's delicate neck, trailing downwards in a suggestive manner to her ample bosom. In my eyes, Nai is the most beautiful, he declared. After all, your wild allure in bed is unmatched by any other woman. Although they had only spent 2 nights together, he seemed utterly captivated by her physique, as if it were an irresistible opiate, drawing him in with a fatal attraction. At times, merely seeing her would evoke uncontrollable physical reactions within him. For a fleeting moment, Summer Yingnai yearned to tear away the facade of Xiao Yuhuang's impeccably groomed exterior, meticulously arranging the photographs on the table. She recalled what Luo Xiaolove had mentioned about his fiancé. Intentionally invoking the name of Xia Runaway, she sought to temper his demeanor. President, it is currently working hours. I trust you can concentrate on your responsibilities. Furthermore, I have no personal acquaintance with you, only professional interactions. I kindly ask that you refrain from making ambiguous remarks, lest it provoke misunderstandings with your fiancé, leaving me unable to defend myself. Nai, are you feeling envious? Xiao Yuhuang teased, suddenly seizing her hand as she was tidying the photographs, playfully kneading her palm. Such tender little hands. Pervert. Summer Yingnai swiftly withdrew her hand, seething with the desire to slap him. She vigorously rubbed her hand, which he had touched, and frostily remarked, President Xiao, it is work hours. Please be mindful of your personal image. Additionally, I believe I am ill-suited for the secretarial department. I would prefer to be transferred to the cleaning department. Leaning back in his chair, Xiao Yuhuang languidly inquired, Nai, do you truly enjoy working in the cleaning department? Without reservation, he replied, very well, then. You shall clean all the restrooms on this floor, especially the president's exclusive restroom. I want it spotless. If you fail, prepare for a deduction in your salary. He had discerned that Summer Yingnai placed great importance on financial matters. Threatening her with money was more effective than anything else. Then I shall begin my cleaning duties, President. Please carry on. Summer Yingnai hastened towards the cleaning department. Xiao Yuhuang was almost amused by her obstinacy. This stubborn woman would rather clean toilets than flatter him. Chapter 38. Harassed again by Qin Shou. She donned the cleaning uniform and cap. Just as Summer Yingnai was about to put on her mask, she noticed Qin Shou leaning against the changing room door. Ignoring him, she picked up her cleaning tools and made to exit. Nai, we have worked together for quite some time now. I once held the position of your superior, and though you have only been gone for a few days, I find myself missing you. Qin Shou, however, persistently trailed behind her like a shadow. Xia Yingnai chose to ignore him. Just as she intended to step out of the changing room, Qin Shou abruptly slammed the door shut and locked it. Qin Shou, what are you planning? Xia Yingnai asked, her body brimming with tension, akin to a prickly hedgehog. Qin Shou gazed greedily at Xia Yingnai's flawless, delicate visage, mocking her. Xia Yingnai, I never imagined that just a few days in the secretarial department would inflate your ego so. Do you despise my position as the cleaning department manager so much that you aim to seduce the president? What nonsense are you spouting? Xia Yingnai retorted, bewildered by his accusations, which eye of yours saw me trying to seduce the president. That day, I witnessed you kissing the president at the elevator entrance. And my mother even saw you, in the president's private restroom. Qin Shou scoffed, Xia Yingnai, you appeared so demure, yet you can be so audacious. I always knew a woman of your beauty would be wild at heart. His eyes, filled with desire, fixated on Xia Yingnai's curvaceous figure, which, despite being concealed by a loose cleaning uniform, could not hide her alluring silhouette. Qin Shou felt a surge of eagerness, wishing to possess her immediately. You lunatic! Cease this slander. Those are mere fabrications. Xia Yingnai brushed past him, striding toward the door. Xia Yingnai, don't be so ungrateful. How could someone as elevated as President Xiao be interested in someone like you, who is so tarnished? Have you forgotten? 5 years ago, you were assaulted by several beggars and even committed murder, biting off your stepsister's ear, making headlines. You were cast out by your father. You are the most infamous woman in Shengjing. Qin Shou maliciously recalled the scandal from 5 years prior, his eyes fixated on her. Xia Yingnai's heart tightened, clutching the mop in her hand, pointing it at Qin Shou. What does my reputation have to do with you? Step aside, or I will call for help. Qin Shou loosened his belt, leering as he approached her. Just a woman who has been toyed with by a few beggars. Do you really think you are of any worth? Only I am willing to overlook your past. As a mid-level employee at Zhao's, I can ensure you a life of luxury. With this swift motion, Xia Yingnai struck Qin Shou with the mop, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. Get away from me. Do you think Zhao's is a playground for your whims? If you dare lay a finger on me, I will scream, and everyone will witness your true, disgusting self. Qin Shou snatched the mop from her, grinning lewdly and triumphantly. Go ahead and scream. The moment you stepped into the cleaning department, I ensured everyone was sent away. Now it's just the two of us on this floor. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your rescue. With those words, he lunged at Xia Yingnai. Recalling the self-defense techniques shown in a video by De Bao, she evaded his advance and, summoning all her strength, delivered a fierce kick to his most vulnerable area. Ah! Qin Shou let out a pained wail, doubling over in agony, clutching his abdomen. He felt as though his most vital lineage had been shattered. That wretched person. Qin Shou's eyes nearly burst with fury as he contemplated seizing Xia Yingnai. However, the pain rendered him utterly powerless. Seizing the moment, Xia Yingnai swiftly unlocked the changing room door and dashed outside. Just after a few steps, she encountered Lu Xiufan, who was approaching with a bucket of water. Lu Xiufan regarded Xia Yingnai with an expression of suspicion. Oh, I shall kill that vile woman. A heart-wrenching scream emanated from the changing room. A familiar voice, it was her son, Qin Shou. Lu Xiufan abandoned the bucket without a second thought and hurried into the changing room. Upon seeing her son clutching his groin in agony, she rushed to support him, her heart aching. My dear son, what has happened? Qin Shou, drenched in cold sweat, glared with fierce determination. Mom, it hurts terribly. Am I ruined? That wretched Xia Yingnai dared to kick my lineage. I shall make her pay. Hearing her son's words, Lu Xiufan quickly grasped the situation, her eyes narrowing in anger. What? That little harlot did this? I always said she was no good. That shameless creature. It is an honor for her to be noticed by my son. How dare she act so brazenly? However, Qin Shou was relentless, throwing a tantrum. Mom, I do not care. I want that woman. She has harmed me, and I will make that little harlot suffer. Lu Xiufan, indulging her son, readily agreed. Very well. I shall find a way to help you acquire that woman, and you can torment her as you wish. The mother and son exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes gleaming with malice and scheming intent. Xia Yingnai truly felt unfortunate to be working at the Xiao Group. Her work was plagued with misfortune. As she carried the bucket, she began to clean the premises. Fortunately, having accustomed herself to hard labor while caring for children, she did not find the weight of the nearly full bucket burdensome. After tidying up 2 restrooms, she felt somewhat fatigued. As Xia Yingnai lifted the half-full bucket of water to clean another restroom, her arm weakened, causing the bucket to tilt forward, nearly colliding with someone. The individual was enveloped in an overwhelming scent of perfume, so potent that even through her mask, Xia Yingnai could detect it. My apologies, she hurriedly exclaimed. Rarely did anyone come through this area. Before her stood a pair of exquisitely crafted rose-red high heels, leading up to long, slender legs, indicating a striking beauty. Just as Xia Yingnai contemplated this, a haughty female voice pierced the air. Are you blind? How dare you splash dirty water on my shoes? Chapter 39. A confrontation with the arrogant Xia Runaway. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xia Yingnai abruptly lifted her head. It was her, Xia Runaway. Indeed. Fate has a way of bringing foes together. Xia Runaway glared fiercely at Xia Yingnai, pointing at her with an air of arrogance. You, wretched janitor. How can you be so blind? Quickly clean my shoes. Unbeknownst to her, due to Xia Yingnai donning a cleaning cap and mask, she failed to recognize her. The beauty of the janitor's eyes stirred a vague discomfort within her. Xia Yingnai glanced at Xia Runaway and coldly replied, I beg your pardon, miss. But it was you who collided with me while I was cleaning. The fault does not lie with me, and I am under no obligation to clean your shoes. Typically, Xia Yingnai would apologize to anyone else, but given that it was Xia Runaway, she would never concede to this woman. She could not forget the humiliation Xia Runaway had inflicted upon her and her friends in the shopping mall. Gritting her teeth, Xia Runaway pointed at Xia Yingnai. How dare you talk back to me? Do you know who I am? I am the fiancé of your CEO, Xiao Yuhuang. I will ensure you are dismissed.
Suit yourself.
Xia Yingnai shrugged indifferently. Being terminated would be a blessing. She yearned to resign but found herself unable to do so. To meet Xiao Yuhuang, Xia Runaway had ventured to the executive floor alone, without her bodyguards. Otherwise, she would have truly relished the opportunity to teach this woman a lesson. Xia Runaway cast another glare at Xia Yingnai. From her Hermes bag, she retrieved a tissue, disdainfully wiping the water stains off her shoes. Were it not for her desire to make a flawless impression in front of Yuhuang, she would never waste her time on such trivial matters. Once her shoes were clean, Xia Runaway, brimming with rage, forcefully shoved Xia Yingnai against the wall. Humph, you lowly employee, wait for me. I will have you dismissed. With that, she strutted away, her 10-inch fuchsia heels clicking defiantly against the floor. Xia Yingnai watched Xia Runaway's retreating figure, her gaze contemplative. Suddenly, the vigor with which she mopped the floor intensified, as if she were venting some pent-up frustration. Xia Runaway, who had initially approached to see Xiao Yuhuang in high spirits, now felt her mood plummet. Upon reaching the office door, she took out a small mirror from her bag. She dusted her face with powder and adjusted her fashionable attire. Only then did Xia Runaway stride in with a light step, pushing the door open. Inside the expansive office, only Xiao Yuhuang was present, diligently working. He sat quietly, his striking features illuminated by the sunlight, exuding an aura of cold elegance and quiet authority that seemed to exert an invisible pressure. As he focused on a strategic proposal sent by the higher-ups on his computer, he did not even glance at the newcomer. Yuhuang, I'm here to see you. Xia Runaway called out playfully, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she approached him from behind. Noticing he was absorbed in the proposal, she pouted her luscious red lips. With delicate hands, she placed them on Xiao Yuhuang's shoulders, ready to offer him a shoulder massage. You're so busy all day. You must be exhausted. I recently learned some massage techniques from my therapist. Let me help you relax. No more. I am not accustomed to the touch of others. Xiao Yuhuang coldly removed Xia Runaway's hand. He harbored an aversion to women's touch, despite the fact that this woman was his designated fiancée. 5 years prior, they had shared an intimate moment. At that time, because Xia Runaway had saved his life, Xiao Yuhuang bestowed upon her everything she desired: wealth, status, treasures, and luxurious possessions. Even the slightest contact from her elicited an inexplicable revulsion within him. For Xiao Yuhuang, marriage was merely a duty, since marrying anyone would be the same. He chose the woman who had once saved his life. However, even after granting Xia Runaway the title of fiancé, he remained hesitant when it came to the prospect of marriage, without understanding the source of his indecision. Xia Runaway felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Xiao Yuhuang's cold demeanor. Pouting, she remarked with a hint of petulance, Yuhuang, you are perpetually busy and have never spent time with me. In these 5 years, the opportunities to see you have been exceedingly rare. Recently, the company is embarking on a new project and is quite busy, Xiao Yuhuang replied curtly, his tone still icy. A sense of disappointment clouded Xia Runaway's youthful and beautiful visage, which only intensified her discontent. She playfully protested, Yuhuang, we have been engaged for nearly 5 years. My best friend got married last month, and I attended their wedding. It was so beautiful and romantic. I envy them greatly. Xia Runaway excelled at playful coaxing, a skill likely to soften the hearts of other men. Yet, in the presence of the frigid Xiao Yuhuang, it bore no fruit. We are still young. Let us discuss this later, he said, returning to his work on the proposal. Increasingly profound disappointment etched itself upon Xia Runaway's delicate features. Her tone grew sorrowful as she said, Yuhuang, I feel you truly do not care for me at all. You have never given me what I desire. I am increasingly bewildered as to what I represent in your heart. Xiao Yuhuang cast her a fleeting glance. What exactly do you want? Clothing? Shoes? Jewelry? Cars? Just tell me, and I shall provide it all. Or, if you wish to purchase something, feel free to select it. And you can simply report it to the finance department later. Xia Runaway complained, Yuhuang, I possess enough clothing to open a boutique. Shoes that I could wear for a lifetime, and an abundance of jewelry. I already own houses and cars. I have grown weary of such material possessions. What I truly wish to see is your sincerity. Even a bouquet of flowers would bring me immense joy. Xiao Yuhuang frowned, perplexed by the whims of women. Ultimately, he merely parted his lips to say, I understand. So, you enjoy flowers and plants. I will ensure that more of those are sent to you in the future.
Ah.
No, that is not what Xia Yingnai, intended to convey. She adored jewelry, luxury goods, villas, and sports cars. There was not a single item she did not fancy. Her words were merely a guise to feign disinterest in materialism, hoping to enhance his impression of her. It did not signify that she truly did not appreciate such things. Those possessions amassed through wealth were a source of pride for her, a means to flaunt her status among friends. Xia Yingnai forced a smile. Her delicate fingers longed to caress Xiao Yuhuang's face. Noticing that he was engrossed in his work, Xia Yingnai leaned forward, intending to touch his alluring lips. Suddenly, an unwelcome voice interrupted from outside the door. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Chapter 40. The Woman Who Values Money Above All Else. Xia Yingnai looked up, only to find it was the cleaner who had just splashed dirty water on her shoes. Her beautiful face paled, filled with both anger and frustration. It was all the fault of this wretched cleaner, otherwise, she might have stolen a kiss from Yuhuang. Xia Yingnai observed the embarrassment on Xia Yingnai's face and feigned an apology. I'm sorry, I will finish mopping the floor and leave. You may continue. Xia Yingnai suppressed the turmoil of rage within her. In a tone she believed to be gentle, she reprimanded, Auntie, you must knock before entering. Do you not know the most basic of manners? Xia Yingnai stood at the door with a mop and a bucket, her expression one of innocence. Who are you calling auntie? She looked at Xia Yingnai with a knowing gaze. Oh. Realizing her mistake, Xia Yingnai cursed under her breath, realizing she had inadvertently insulted herself while aiming at the lowly cleaner. Seated in his swivel chair, Xiao Yuhuang watched Xia Yingnai with keen interest. Rather than feeling angered by her veiled insults towards his fiancée, he found it quite entertaining. Xia Yingnai, frustrated, stamped her foot and pouted towards Xiao Yuhuang. Yuhuang, your company as cleaner has truly overstepped. Not only does she lack respect, but she also doesn't even know to knock before entering. It's utterly preposterous. Xia Yingnai, with her clear eyes, countered. I did knock. You simply didn't hear it. How dare she argue back? Xia Yingnai, furious at having her plans disrupted, felt nearly driven to madness. She had finally seized the chance to enter the Shao Corporation and was on the verge of growing closer to Xiao Yuhuang, only to have it ruined by this meddlesome cleaner. Yuhuang, she made the effort to come here. She wouldn't want to leave so soon. Shall we dine together later? Xia Yingnai began to employ her charms, causing Xia Yingnai to shiver with discomfort. Listen well. You know I do not favor disobedient women. Xiao Yuhuang's demeanor grew suddenly cold, making Xia Yingnai involuntarily shrink back. Very well, I shall return when I have time, Xia Yingnai reluctantly conceded. Before departing, she shot a glare at Xia Yingnai, her eyes brimming with disdain. Yuhuang, this woman deliberately splashed dirty water on my shoes while mopping. It's utterly disgusting. How can your company employ such a careless cleaner? She should be dismissed. Xiao Yuhuang glanced at Xia Yingnai with amusement, his tone dismissive. Runaway, a mere cleaner is hardly worth your concern. Once she finishes her duties, I will have her leave. You are so kind to me, Yuhuang. Before leaving, Xia Yingnai intentionally elbowed Xia Yingnai hard. Satisfied, she departed. Xia Yingnai looked at Xia Yingnai, feeling increasingly exasperated by her neurotic behavior. To be honest, Xia Yingnai found Xia Yingnai exceedingly distasteful. There is an undeniable feeling that her presence renders the very air around us less than fresh. The sound of her voice conjures memories of Shenmani, the hypocritical stepmother of the Xia family. After Xia Yingnai departed, Xia Yingnai took a mop, previously dragged through the restroom, and pretended to clean the floor in the office of Xiao Yuhuang. Observing Xiao Yuhuang's demeanor towards Xia Yingnai, it was evident that he did not exhibit much enthusiasm. She pondered that Xia Yingnai, his fiancée, did not seem to hold significant importance in his eyes. Xia Yingnai discreetly scrutinized Xiao Yuhuang's expression. The presidential office, inherently pristine, had a floor that shone brightly, nearly reflecting silhouettes. Xia Yingnai feigned cleaning, intending to merely swipe the floor a few times before making her escape. Her true intention was to gauge Xiao Yuhuang's feelings towards Xia Yingnai. As she casually swept the floor, just as she was about to slip away, Xiao Yuhuang coldly commanded her to halt. He stood up, approached her directly, and looked down upon her with an air of superiority. Why the urgency to leave? Have you something to hide? Mr. Xiao, I conduct myself with integrity and honesty. What wrongdoing could I possibly commit? I have work to attend to. So please do not interfere with my duties. Xia Yingnai resisted his proximity, particularly upon witnessing his connection with Xia Yingnai, causing her to instinctively retreat a few steps. Xiao Yuhuang pressed forward, cornering her against the edge of the desk. Her slender waist pressed against its surface as he leaned in, arms resting on the desk, gazing at her with an arrogant intensity. Are you so averse to being in my office? Or is it that you dislike my company? Xia Yingnai replied with a sarcastic smile. Mr. Xiao, please be mindful of your position. You have your own fiancé. What does it mean to toy with other women here? Am I to be embarrassed? Or is it her? The fiancé. Xiao Yuhuang's lips curled into a smirk, his voice low and enticing. What is this? Are you feeling jealous, Nai? Xia Yingnai shot him a fierce glare. Jealous? That is absurd. There is nothing between us. I hope you can recognize this fact, Mr. President. Xiao Yuhuang's gaze remained fixed on her, his striking eyes flickering with a fiery intensity that rendered her utterly exposed. It felt as though everything was laid bare before him. Xia Yingnai averted her gaze from his penetrating stare. She forcefully pushed against his chest, exclaiming in frustration, Sir, please move aside. I must return to my work. Xiao Yuhuang drew even closer, his heated breath deliberately brushing against her fair neck. Nai, do you realize that you currently resemble someone who is quite envious? Xia Yingnai felt a surge of warmth envelop her neck, igniting a sensation that left her both tingling and flushed. An uncontrollable shiver coursed through her. The memories of that fervent night, spent entwined together, resurfaced, causing her cheeks to redden. You are not someone significant to me. I would never feel jealousy over an inconsequential stranger. She clenched her fists in frustration. Why did that scene keep replaying in her mind? Jealousy? How utterly laughable. How could she, Xia Yingnai, possibly feel envy for such a heartless, unfeeling man with whom she had no ties? Xiao Yuhuang cast another glance at her, his slender fingers caressing her chin. Since you are not jealous, tomorrow in my name, send Miss Xia Runaway 999 roses. He couldn't quite fathom why, upon learning that Xia Yingnai was aware of his engagement, she displayed no semblance of envy. This realization filled Xiao Yuhuang with an inexplicable sense of frustration, even a vague anger he could not articulate. 999 roses? Xia Yingnai pondered. It seemed that Xiao Yuhuang held a considerable affection for Xia Runaway, otherwise, he would not bestow such an extravagant floral gift. All right, I understand, she nodded, subsequently retrieving her phone from her pocket. Xia Yingnai promptly opened a QR code and presented it to Xiao Yuhuang. Xiao Yuhuang stared at the QR code on her phone, seemingly perplexed. With a pleasant demeanor, Xia Yingnai reminded him, I apologize, but could you please cover the expenses for the flowers and the delivery fee? You may keep the receipt and later submit it to the finance department for reimbursement. I'm sorry, but I do not have the habit of paying on behalf of others, especially given my meager salary. This morning, I had an unfortunate encounter with a luxury car, and the compensation barely suffices. How could I possibly afford such a lavish purchase as 999 roses, given that you manage such a large enterprise? I presume the cost of flowers and delivery is trivial for you, correct? Xiao Yuhuang let out a cold laugh. He reached for a checkbook from his desk, swiftly signed a check, and tossed it towards Xia Yingnai. Here is the money for the flowers and your service fee. The check fluttered through the air. Xia Yingnai hurriedly extended her hand to catch it. Upon seeing the figures written on it, she gasped in astonishment. 200,000? Truly, he was a formidable boss. Extravagant from the outset. Joyfully accepting the check, she effusively praised Xiao Yuhuang. Thank you, boss. Your hard work is greatly appreciated. I will ensure that I complete the task you entrusted to me punctually, splendidly, and perfectly, and I promise not to disappoint you. With that, she grabbed her cleaning supplies and the check, dashing out with enthusiasm. Xiao Yuhuang was nearly choked with anger. This heartless, money-driven woman left him at a loss for words. Chapter 41. The Little Devil's Trio. As the workday drew to a close, Zhang Lianqi called her, expressing her desire to gather, having been too busy for too long. Zhang Lianqi mentioned how much she missed the little ones. She planned to take Xia Yingnai and the children out for a grand feast. Xia Yingnai called Lin Ma, deciding to personally pick up the children from kindergarten after work and treat them to dinner. At the Aimei International Middle School, a narrow alley lay shrouded in shadows, with barely any pedestrians. A slender young boy was violently beaten by a group of boys sporting flamboyant hairstyles, brandishing steel rods and baseball bats. The delicate-looking boy wept and cried out in agony. Yet, his pleas for mercy did not elicit forgiveness. Instead, they intensified the brutality of his assault. While attacking him with their weapons, the boys hurled obscenities. You thought you could bring 5,000, but you only brought 3. Do you take me for a fool? Brothers, today we must teach him a lesson, so that this insolent brat understands the consequences of his treachery. The young boy lay battered and breathless, weakly pleading. I won't dare again, Brother Turkey. Please spare me and your gang. I was wrong, I truly was. Next time, I will bring you more money. The boy known as Brother Turkey appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, with a robust physique and fiery red hair that resembled the bristles of a turkey. His expression exuded a raw ferocity. He gazed down at the boy, reduced to a pitiful state, and let out a cold laugh. With a forceful kick from his polished shoe, he struck the boy's backside and said menacingly, "Kid, consider this a warning. If you dare to deceive me again, I will chop off your hands." His demeanor was far from that of a spirited youth. Rather, it resembled that of a seasoned thug from the underworld. "Brother Turkey, I truly want you to do it again," the boy sobbed, kneeling on the ground in supplication. "Brothers, let us go," Brother Turkey declared, delivering another heavy kick to the boy. With a baseball bat slung over his shoulder, he led his gang away with an air of arrogance. "Brother Turkey is magnificent. With him, our turkey gang will surely thrive." Today's protection fees have increased tenfold, cheered his followers. "Brother Turkey is the best. I will forever follow him," echoed the sycophantic voices behind him. They were notorious bullies within the school, frequently extorting protection fees from wealthy but timid classmates. Those who failed to comply faced threats, insults, and at worst, brutal beatings that could leave them severely injured. Brother Turkey's parents held considerable influence in the city, and even though the school was aware of their actions, they turned a blind eye, leaving the victims to suffer. Proud and self-satisfied, Brother Turkey tousled his dry red hair and called out, "Brothers, let us go," completely disregarding the wretched boy he had just bullied. A group of thugs surrounded the haughty Brother Turkey as they prepared to leave. However, a young child dressed in a yellow tracksuit, sporting a blue cap, boldly stepped in front of the gang with his hands in his pockets. The boy, around 5 years old, was strikingly beautiful, with skin as white as snow and delicate features that resembled those of a girl. He was chewing a piece of bubblegum. This was Xia Yingnai, the third son of Xia Yingnai, who had come to buy cotton candy for his sister, Sabotage, during the break. Unexpectedly, he found himself confronting the school bullies who were tormenting a weaker classmate. "Hey, you little brat, what are you doing here? Get lost, or I'll make you regret it," Brother Turkey sneered, dismissing the child with arrogance. Unbeknownst to anyone, a luxurious black Hummer had quietly parked at the end of the alley. The driver, Xiao He, looked on in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. He addressed the man in the back seat, adorned with a snow eagle mask. "Sir, look at that child." Faced with a gang of bullies, he remains utterly unfazed. Such audacity at such a tender age is truly remarkable. Xiao Ju followed the direction indicated by Xiao He and beheld the small figure, who, despite being surrounded by a pack of wolves, maintained an air of calmness. A glimmer of inexplicable intrigue flickered in his eyes, and a devilish smile graced his lips. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Xiao He inquired, "Sir, should we intervene?" Xiao Ju, with his long fingers gracefully tapping against his tailored trousers, wore an inscrutable expression.
No.
Let us observe the situation for now. For reasons unknown to him, he harbored an unshakable conviction about the remarkably beautiful child, a certainty that the boy possessed formidable self-defense capabilities. He could not pinpoint the source of this peculiar intuition. Indeed, in the alleyway, Sanbao blew a large bubble, casting a disdainful glance at the man known as Turkey. With his pale middle finger pointed downwards in a gesture of utter contempt, he exclaimed, "What a bunch of trash." Turkey's hefty companion was the first to charge forward, raising his massive fist in a menacing display, baring his teeth at Sanbao. "Damn it, you little brat. How dare you insult Turkey? I'll knock you to tears with a single punch. By all means, give it a try." Sanbao innocently blew another bubble, rolling his eyes dramatically at the hefty boy. "You think you can intimidate me? You look so delicate like a girl that I could easily snatch you up and sell you for a pretty penny." The hefty boy, seething with rage, lunged towards Sanbao with the intent of lifting him as one would a chick, aiming to teach him a lesson. However, before he could close the distance, a sudden gust of wind swept through. The hefty boy barely had time to react before a powerful little fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. With a loud thud, he felt a searing pain, as if his insides were about to explode, and heard the sickening crack of his ribs breaking. In an instant, the hefty boy, weighing nearly 180 pounds, was propelled like a featherweight kite, crashing into the wall before rebounding heavily onto the ground. He could not even muster a cry of despair before losing consciousness. The gang of little thugs stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. None had witnessed the moment Sanbao had struck. He had rendered the hefty boy, resembling a small hill, unconscious with a single blow. Turkey was momentarily paralyzed with shock, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted to his cohorts, "Brothers, let us all attack together. He is just a short little pumpkin. I refuse to believe we can't handle this brat." All the little thugs surged forward, unwilling to accept defeat against this seemingly still-weaned child. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tide turned. A small figure darted through the throng of thugs like a bolt of lightning. In mere moments, nearly everyone lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, their cries echoing through the air. Meanwhile, The strikingly beautiful boy stood atop Turkey's chest, gazing down at him with cold indifference. Though his feet appeared diminutive, they exuded tremendous strength, leaving Turkey struggling for breath. As he was about to speak, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was then that the Turkey man realized he had provoked a little demon. Terrified, he gazed at Sanbao and pleaded, "Esteemed brother, I was mistaken. Might you kindly release your foot? I am on the verge of being crushed. Should you wish for my mercy, there is a condition," Sanbao replied, a mischievous smile gracing his youthful face as he increased the pressure beneath his foot. The Turkey man, nearly in tears from the pain, begged, "My little ancestor, I implore you to lift your foot. I shall comply with your request. From now on, you are forbidden to collect protection fees in this area. If I catch you doing so even once, I shall punish you severely," Sanbao declared, his smile radiant. Yet to the Turkey man, he appeared nothing short of a little fiend. Chapter 42. Sanbao meets his father. The Turkey man was almost in tears from fear. "Very well, my little ancestor. I shall abide by your wishes. Please release me. From this day forth, I shall be the leader of your group. Anyone who dares to disobey me shall face dire consequences, just like this steel rod," Sanbao stated coolly, picking up a thick steel pipe from the ground. The thugs were rendered speechless, and even the Turkey man felt a chill run down his spine, as an ominous yellow liquid began to trickle down his pants. The onlookers gawked in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? The boy's strength is utterly terrifying. "Leader, henceforth you shall be the head of our Turkey gang, and we shall follow your every command," the Turkey man said, swallowing his pride as he crouched before Sanbao, attempting to curry favor. Sanbao wrinkled his nose in disdain. Little Baozi stood in the shadow of the trees, appearing as delicate as a snow-crafted doll. Although he was tiny, the aura he exuded commanded respect and fear. Seeing his subordinates still in shock, the Turkey man clapped his hands sharply, startling them into action. "You dim-witted fools, call out to the leader. Leader, hail to the leader. We shall obey you from now on," they chorused, their voices echoing in eager submission. However, seizing the opportunity while Sanbao was momentarily distracted, the Turkey man swiftly drew a sharp dagger from his waist and lunged at Sanbao. Although Sanbao possessed innate strength, he was still a child, innocent and unaware of the malice that lurked in the hearts of men. Just as the glinting dagger was about to pierce Sanbao's side, Xiao Ju, who had been vigilantly observing, instinctively drew a gun from his waist. Aiming at the Turkey man's head, he slightly raised his hand, and the bullet sliced through the Turkey man's outrageous hairstyle, leaving a series of pockmarked holes in the wall behind. Stunned, the Turkey man stood frozen for a few seconds, bewildered as he felt his head. His peripheral vision caught sight of a dark gun pointed directly at him. In sheer terror, he clasped his head with both hands and crouched against the wall, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Once again, a trickle of yellow liquid streamed down his legs and pooled on the ground. Once again, the ground was stained with an irregular map of yellow, exuding an air of defiance. The man known as Turkey was overwhelmed with shame, half kneeling beside Sanbao, his posture one of subservience as he lamented, "Boss, from now on, you shall be our leader. I was wrong." Little did he realize that this seemingly easy target possessed such formidable backing. Sanbao, with an air of arrogance, raised his chin and declared, "By tomorrow, return all the protection money you've collected to the victimized students. If I discover that you continue your nefarious ways, do not blame me for being uncivilized." With a swift kick, Sanbao struck the alley wall, which had once stood firm, causing it to collapse significantly under his fierce strength. The gangsters exclaimed in terror, "Help, mother! This guy is inhuman." Under the threat of Sanbao's sheer brutality, the thugs hastily contemplated escape. However, after only 2 steps, Sanbao called out to them with authority, "Stop." The gangsters, drenched in cold sweat, froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Sanbao pointed with his chin at the young man, bruised and battered, and casually stated, "Return this young gentleman's money." The Turkey man, eager to please, exclaimed, "At your command." He swiftly kicked his subordinate, urging, "Hurry and return his money, you fool." The subordinate, trembling, clutched a canvas bag and desperately emptied the red bills at the feet of the young man, stuttering, "Here. It's yours." As he passed by Sanbao, the subordinate fled faster than a rabbit, fearing that a single punch from him could end his life. Sanbao nodded in satisfaction, proudly lifting his chin. "Get lost." The crowd scattered in an instant, as if pursued by vengeful spirits. Inside a Hummer, Xia He, having witnessed the unfolding drama, was nearly moved to applause. Turning to Xia Ju with excitement, he remarked, "Fascinating, truly fascinating. My lord, that young lad is remarkable. I suspect his genes might be akin to yours." Xia Ju's voice turned icy. Xia He, you talk too much. Do you wish to be dispatched to F continent as labor? Upon meeting Xia Ju's enchanting yet chilling gaze, Xia He abruptly fell silent. His lord was typically ruthless. Yet he had not anticipated such a response for an unfamiliar child. In his astonishment, Xia He had inadvertently touched upon a taboo. Xia Ju, resting in the back seat, closed his eyes, yet the image of the boy's strikingly beautiful face and his bizarre, extraordinary strength lingered in his mind. A natural power? This felt familiar, as he too once possessed such uncontrollable might. Being dominated and tormented was a lifelong grudge he could never forget. Suddenly, the man's narrow, alluring eyes opened, shimmering with an enchanting yet merciless glint. Those who had once harmed him would be brought to justice, one by one, to pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Cast them into the depths of the 18 layers of hell, let them experience the torment of skinning and pulling tendons. Sanbao naturally noticed the imposing Hummer. Just moments ago, when the despicable turkey man had stabbed him with a dagger, it was the uncle inside the car who had come to his rescue. Mother always said that one cannot accept kindness without offering gratitude in return. Thus, Sanbao resolved to express his thanks to the uncle in the car. At the tender age of 5, Sanbao was still too small to reach the window, so he merely tapped on the car door. Just as Xiao He was about to lower the window, the back door was opened by Xiao Ju. Sanbao beheld a tall uncle seated in the rear, adorned with a snow eagle mask that glinted ominously in the sunlight. Despite the obscured features, the uncle exuded an intimidating presence that evoked thoughts of a revered king from the silver screen. Wow, uncle, your mask is so cool, Sanbao exclaimed, resembling a nimble little monkey as he climbed onto Xiao Ju's seat. His small hand caressed the mask, enchanted by it. I saw you saved me earlier. Thank you so much, uncle. Xiao Ju had an aversion to being touched by others, especially children. Yet, upon seeing Sanbao, an inexplicable warmth blossomed within him. He playfully teased, little friend, showing gratitude requires a bit of sincerity. How do you wish to thank me? It was indeed peculiar. He usually kept his distance from children. Yet, there was an unspoken affinity he felt for this particular child. Sanbao blinked his long, beautiful eyelashes and cheekily replied, Uncle, how do you want me to thank you? Xiao Ju pretended to ponder for a moment before pointing to his cheek. Then, give your uncle a kiss. Uncle, I'm a little man. And you're also a man. How can men kiss each other? Uncle, you're not a homosexual, are you? Sanbao recalled the films depicting homosexuality, hastily covering his small private area in alarm. Xiao Ju was taken aback by the child's thoughts. What on earth were children thinking these days? It left him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao He in the driver's seat could no longer contain his laughter, bursting out with joy. This child was utterly charming, daring to question their grandfather's sexuality. Chapter 43. Her treasures are quite popular. Xiao He laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. The last person to suggest their grandfather was a homosexual had grass growing 2 feet high on their grave. This child certainly possessed an extraordinary audacity. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Sanbao quickly hopped down from the Hummer and waved his small hand at Xiao Ju. Thank you for saving me, uncle. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Mother will be here to pick me up shortly, so I must be on my way. As he scampered away, seemingly startled, Xiao Ju was left exasperated by the child's audacity, his teeth itching from the encounter. Of course, he hadn't had the chance to inquire about the child's name. He shot a warning glance at the chuckling Xiao He, his thin lips forming 2 words. Drive. Understood. Xiao He stifled his amusement and started the engine. Grandfather, don't you think this little one resembles the girl we encountered at the flower and bird market? Xiao He was deeply impressed by the girl, not solely due to her beauty, but because she was the first person to leave him utterly at a loss. Perhaps they were twins. The adorably charming little girl bore a striking resemblance to the young boy. Xiao He jested, suggesting if they truly are twins, then it seems fate has intertwined your paths with them. After meeting the sister, today you encounter the brother. Xiao Ju remained silent, though the delightful images of the 2 children danced in his mind. Was it fate? Perhaps they were merely strangers crossing paths. Before long, the Hummer sped away like a fierce and majestic leopard, vanishing at the end of the alley. Deep within the alley, Sanbao, leisurely with his hands in his pockets, was about to depart when a faint voice suddenly called out to him, Wait, please wait. What is it? Sanbao halted, turning toward the source of the voice. A delicate and frail boy, his face swollen and bruised, was barely recognizable, yet he stubbornly crawled to Sanbao's feet. I am Qiluan. May I follow you from now on? Sanbao's exquisitely beautiful face registered surprise. Follow me? But you're just a little child in kindergarten. The boy smiled, despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes sparkling with clarity. You saved me, I shall forever follow you, remain loyal to you, and never betray you. Seeing the boy as pitiable state, Sanbao nonchalantly blew a bubble with his gum. All right, you can follow me from now on. At that moment, Sanbao was unaware that one day he would stand at the pinnacle of the world's dark powers, and this boy would be his first loyal companion. Meanwhile, as Sanbao went to buy cotton candy, Xia Yingnai had already arrived at the kindergarten. Her long hair flowed like seaweed, crowned with a pair of tinted sunglasses. She wore a fitted white top cinched at the waist with a wide black rhinestone belt, paired with loose, matching trousers that enhanced her tall figure, making her resemble a celebrity gracing the kindergarten. Upon her arrival, Xia Yingnai caused quite a stir within the kindergarten, drawing the attention of many parents. Noticing the exceptional charm of several children, she soon found her own. Amused, she realized her child was quite popular among the other kids. De Bao and Air Bao were surrounded by numerous little girls who eagerly offered them gifts of chocolates, candies, toys, and more.
Xia-han.
Can you come to my house for my birthday? Xia Feng, remember to eat the pistachios I gave you. If you don't accept my gifts, I'll cry. De Bao wore a cool, stoic expression, displaying impatience toward the girls. The chilling aura he exuded made them shiver, gradually causing their numbers to dwindle. In contrast, Air Bao shone like a warm sun, treating his female classmates with gentleness and chivalry, cradling a multitude of gifts they had given him. His smile as inviting as a spring breeze. Little Si Bao pouted her cherry-like lips, gazing at her older brothers who were surrounded by girls. Her small face etched with a sense of grievance. Xia Yingnai smiled as she called the children, lifting the youngest, Si Bao, and curiously inquired, "Where is San Bao?"
Mana.
De Bao dashed straight to Xia Yingnai's side. His handsome face still bore a sulky expression, as if someone owed him a fortune. San Bao, ever the gentleman, addressed the girls, saying, "My mama has come to pick me up. Farewell, classmates." Upon seeing that their mothers had arrived, the young girls reluctantly bid them goodbye. A bold and beautiful girl approached Xia Yingnai, cheerfully saying, "Goodbye, pretty auntie." Oh dear, the children are simply exceptional. The pressure on me as their mother is immense. Air Bao, Xia Feng, politely waved goodbye to the young girls. Once they had departed, he hurried to Xia Yingnai, stuffing the gifts he had received into her arms.
Mama.
These are the things my friends gave me. You and Si Bao love sweets, so these are for you and my little sister.
Xia Yingnai chuckled in bemusement. Air Bao.
We cannot accept gifts from your friends, you understand? Air Bao furrowed his brows in resignation. Mama, you saw it. I didn't want them. They insisted on giving them to me. If I don't accept, the girls will cry. Just then, as Xia Yingnai conversed with her little ones, San Bao approached, clutching an enormous cotton candy. His delicate face bore a hint of melancholy. He dejectedly handed the cotton candy to Si Bao, who gleefully accepted it. Her bright face blooming with joy. Yay, cotton candy is here. Thank you, San Bao Gij. Mama, let me down. Si Bao is too heavy. Holding me will tire you out. Xia Yingnai set Si Bao down. Noticing San Bao's unusual demeanor, she grasped his small hand, asking with concern, "San Bao, what is the matter?" After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, "Mama, today when I bought cotton candy, I encountered a man who asked me to give him a kiss." Xia Yingnai's expression shifted to one of alarm. "San Bao, were you harmed? You silly child. Why didn't you call me? You must never go out alone to buy things again, do you understand? Otherwise, Mama will worry." She meticulously checked her son from head to toe, and upon finding him unharmed, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Her children were exceptionally clever, overly mature for their age. Xia Yingnai did not question why San Bao was aware of homosexuality. She understood that her third son, possessing such striking beauty, could attract the attention of unsavory individuals. Had her son encountered a pedophile? Mama, it's all right, nothing happened. That man actually San Bao wanted to explain that the man didn't seem malicious. However, Xia Yingnai tightened her grip on San Bao's small hand, furiously exclaiming, "That vile pervert. If I find out who he is, I will make him pay." Meanwhile, in the back seat of a vehicle, Xiao Ju sneezed violently. His vibrant eyes suddenly flashed with a chilling intensity. Who was it that dared to curse him? Chapter 44, a most unbelievable encounter. The Xingjing restaurant is renowned within the city for its exquisite and uniquely crafted dishes, each more delicate and beautiful than the last. Xia Yingnai alighted from the vehicle, accompanied by her 4 precious children, and made her way to the restroom. Outside the restaurant, Zhan Lianqi beckoned to the little ones with a warm smile. "Come here, my darlings. Auntie Lian is simply dying to see you." The little treasures flitted towards Zhan Lianqi like joyful sparrows, enveloping her in their affection. She showered them with kisses, one after another, while the eldest son remained aloof, standing like a charming little statue. At that moment, an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire entered, followed by a throng of admirers. His hair was a striking silver, and his countenance exuded authority. He was the venerable patriarch of the Shao family. Leaning on a dragon-patterned cane, adorned with a majestic emerald ring on his right hand, his seemingly clouded eyes sparkled with a piercing light. His gaze was fixed intently on the eldest child, as if pondering something profound. "Sir, the manager has arranged a table for you. Shall we proceed inside?" The family steward offered, attempting to assist the elder. However, the patriarch remained unmoved, his murky eyes narrowing on the boy outside. "Do you see that lad standing by the entrance?" he inquired, following the direction of the patriarch's gaze. The steward caught sight of the boy's strikingly handsome face and was immediately taken aback. He even donned his reading glasses in shock. "Sir, that child, his countenance is remarkably reminiscent of young Master Xiao Yuhuang's in his youth. It is truly uncanny." The steward rubbed his eyes, eager for a closer look. But the boy had already been led away by a young woman. The elder's expression grew inscrutable as he leaned on his cane and made his way into the restaurant. "Let us go. Perhaps it was merely an illusion," he muttered. The steward, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, followed closely behind. "Take care, sir," he cautioned. The dishes at the restaurant proved to be extraordinarily delectable, and Xia Yingnai, along with her children, savored their meal with great enthusiasm. "Mommy, the food here is delightful. This bullfrog is so tasty that I might just swallow my tongue," exclaimed the youngest, Xia Wu, as she stuffed her mouth with a piece of bullfrog. Her cheeks puffed out like a charming little frog. "The mapo tofu is delicious too, so smooth and tender," Three Treasure, Xia Yang, declared, her mouth brimming with food, as if she might swallow her chopsticks whole. Eldest son Xia Han offered a rib to Xia Yingnai, saying, "Mommy, this rib is especially delicious. You must try it." "Thank you, darling." Xia Yingnai affectionately ruffled his hair. After tasting the rib, she was quick to praise, "Indeed, it is delicious." Second Treasure, with a radiant smile akin to the sun, served Zhen Lianqi a piece of sauced beef. "We must thank our dear Auntie Lian for bringing us here to enjoy such a feast. Without her, we would not have the pleasure of such delectable treats." "Thank you, Auntie Lian. May you remain forever youthful and beautiful. Auntie Lian adores you, you little rascal. Your words are as sweet as honey." Zhen Lianqi pinched Second Treasure's cherubic cheek. Utterly enamored, Xia Yingnai raised her glass, expressing her gratitude as she clinked it with Zhen Lianqi's. "Lianqi, I truly appreciate you. These past few years, without your assistance, managing with several children would not have been so effortless." Zhen Lianqi shot her a disapproving glance. "Nai, we are too close for such formalities." At that moment, Sibeoi, who was dining, suddenly leaped from his chair, clutching his little belly. "Mummy, Sibeoi needs to use the restroom." Xia Yingnai patiently instructed him and turned to her eldest son. "Debeo, please take your sister to the restroom." "All right, Mummy." The restroom was conveniently near the private room. Although Debeo and Sibeoi were young, they were particularly astute, so Xia Yingnai felt no need to accompany them. After a brief moment, a young waiter in the restaurant's uniform hurriedly entered the private room. "Excuse me, who are the parents of Xia Han and Xia Wu?" Xia Yingnai promptly stood up. "I am their mother." "What seems to be the matter?" The waiter, clearly anxious, succinctly explained. "Your children have been involved in a scuffle with others in the main hall, and they have damaged a child's tourmaline bracelet. The other parents are demanding 1 million in compensation. The children are currently in the manager's office. You must go there immediately." Xia Yingnai's heart sank. "What? 1 million? Zhen Lianqi, outraged, slammed her hand on the table. "This is utterly outrageous. What kind of bracelet is worth that much? This is clearly extortion." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Yingnai quickly gathered her other two treasures and, along with Zhen Lianqi, hurried to the manager's office. Upon arriving at the door, she overheard a soft yet arrogant female voice. "Our Nianrong has been greatly frightened by these two children, and his tourmaline bracelet has been broken. I demand compensation for both the item and emotional distress, at least 1 million, not a penny less. Madam Dongfang, please calm down. Our establishment does not wish for such incidents to occur. We will handle the compensation for the young Master's bracelet and his emotional distress fairly, ensuring your satisfaction." Came the manager's repeated apologies from within. The woman's gentle voice suddenly escalated. "I do not care who these children's parents are. You must satisfy me today. These uncouth children. Are they raised by a father but no mother? Just look at their manners. Clearly, their parents are uneducated people from the lower classes." Xia Yingnai could no longer endure it. She pushed the door open and entered directly. Zhen Lianqi, equally infuriated, followed closely with Erbao and Sanbao. Debeo and Sibeoi stood forlornly in the corner, Debeo with his head bowed in silence, while Sibeoi's beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears. A woman adorned in luxurious attire, her hair elegantly styled, reclined on a genuine leather sofa, exuding an air of opulence. She sat with one leg crossed over the other, her back to Xia Yingnai, thus concealing her face. Behind her stood a smiling male manager, accompanied by several subservient waiters. Nestled in her lap was a handsome little boy, around 5 years old, with delicate features, clad in an expensive tailcoat suit. In his hand, he held a green tourmaline bead, slightly damaged on one side. With his chin held high, he exuded an air of arrogance. "Hello, manager. May I inquire what has transpired?" Xia Yingnai approached Debao and Sibao, enveloping the children in her embrace as she calmly questioned the manager. "Mommy, mommy." The two little ones, upon seeing Xia Yingnai, clutched her hands, their faces clearly etched with grievance. The manager furrowed his brow upon seeing Xia Yingnai, his tone sharp. "Madam, why have you arrived only now? Are you aware of the trouble your child has caused? Not only did he strike another child, but he also damaged their bracelet, and now they demand compensation. How do you propose we resolve this?" Xia Yingnai gently reassured the two anxious children, responding at a measured pace. "Please do not rush, manager. I need to understand the situation first." "Oh, what more do you wish to comprehend? Do you wish to learn how your wild child assaulted my son?" A woman lounging on the sofa interjected, her previously gentle demeanor evaporating as she continued. "Or perhaps you wish to ascertain the value of the bracelet they ruined. Truly, like mother, like son, I suspect you yourself are no better, which has led to the upbringing of such a failed child." Zhang Lianxi could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, confronting the woman. "Mind your language. You may be dressed to the nines, but your words are utterly foul, which is an affront to your $1,000,000 outfit. What are you, to dare reprimand me?" The woman seethed, raising her hand to strike Zhang Lianxi. "Stop." Xia Yingnai swiftly caught the woman's wrist. The woman glared at the one who had restrained her, and upon recognizing Xia Yingnai, she froze, disbelief washing over her features. Chapter 45. The situation indeed held intrigue. "Xia Yingnai, is it truly you?" The woman, with an exquisitely crafted face, was now a picture of shock. She was none other than Xia Ruashi. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Astonishment morphed into disdain, and ultimately, into unabashed hatred. Xia Yingnai, that wretched woman, had once bitten off a piece of her own ear. Now, the repaired ear bore an unsightly scar. Xia Yingnai, equally startled, had not anticipated encountering Xia Ruashi in this setting. The stepsister, who had always been gentle towards her, had once made her believe in her affection. Until 5 years ago, when an incident shattered that illusion, revealing Xia Ruashi's true colors. The stepsister, who had feigned kindness and care, had joyfully informed her on the day she was scorned by the world and embroiled in a murder scandal that she had long been entangled with her fiancé. Every misfortune Xia Yingnai endured had been orchestrated by this very sister. At this moment, Xia Ruashi desperately concealed the intense hatred in her eyes, striving to adopt a calm tone. "Sister, what an unexpected twist of fate, to encounter you again." "I too did not anticipate seeing you again," Xia Yingnai replied, casting a complex glance at Xia Ruashi. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted to the little boy in her arms. The boy was brimming with pride, his demeanor closely resembling that of his mother, yet his features bore a striking resemblance to Dongfang Jin. As Xia Yingnai donned her simple attire, she coldly inquired, "Are these two children your son and daughter?" "Of course, not only are they my children, but those two are also mine." Xia Yingnai proudly gestured towards the second and third treasures held by Zhang Lianxi. It was then that Xia Ruashi noticed the other two boys, upon glimpsing their exquisite features. Her fists clenched instinctively. To her astonishment, Xia Yingnai's 4 children were remarkably beautiful, so delicate they seemed almost unreal. Xia Ruashi stared at the children, and suddenly recalled something. Smirking with a hint of sarcasm, "Xia Yingnai, I never imagined you would actually bear these children. They appear to be about the same age as my Nian Yang. Roughly 5 years old, I presume? Are they aware that their father is a band of filthy beggars?" Xia Yingnai shot a cold glare at Xia Ruashi, her voice sharp with reprimand. "Xia Ruashi, silence yourself. The father of my children is a noble hero, and your slander shall not be tolerated. Speak further, and I shall make you regret it." Xia Ruashi furrowed her brow, continuing her mockery. "What is the matter? Mentioning the events of 5 years ago makes you uneasy? Are you afraid to admit your actions? Their mother is infamous, and their father is nothing but scum. Have you forgotten the scandal from 5 years past? It was common knowledge. These 4 children are the offspring of beggars. No wonder you could bear 4. After all, so many men were involved back then. Be quiet. You old hag. Dare to slander my mother again, and I'll make you pay." The fiery third treasure seized a large vase from the table and hurled it at Xia Ruashi's feet with great force. The vase shattered with a thunderous crash, shards scattering onto Xia Ruashi's bare feet, startling her into retreat. The third treasure stood protectively in front of Xia Yingnai, baring his teeth, his beautiful eyes glinting with ferocity. You truly are an uncouth wildling. Xia Ruashi fumed with rage, yet the wolf-like expression of the third treasure, coupled with Xia Yingnai's piercing gaze, compelled her to hold her tongue. Xia Ruashi patted the small boy in her arms, proudly introducing him to Xia Yingnai. This is my son with brother Jean. Not long after my sister was taken by the police, I became engaged and married brother Jean. I am now Mrs. Dongfang, and my husband and I have 3 lovely children, all boys. Oh, then I must congratulate you on your wishes fulfilled. Xia Yingnai observed Xia Ruashi as self-satisfied expression without a flicker of emotion. The sisterly bond between them had shattered the moment she and Dongfang Jin betrayed each other 5 years ago. Xia Ruashi smiled with a hint of mischief. Thank you for your blessings, sister. Although you call me sister, we must still settle accounts. Your son and daughter harmed my Nian Yang and broke his bracelet. I demand compensation of 1 million. There is no room for negotiation. Zhang Lianxi, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Ruashi, exclaiming, Hey, Xia Ruashi, do you truly bully others with your power? What kind of broken bracelet warrants 1 million? Is it gold-plated or silver-worn? Have you no shame? You dare to flaunt yourself as a noblewoman while brazenly attempting to extort us? Xia Ruashi disdainfully remarked, What do you country bumpkins understand? This string of tourmaline bracelets was purchased at a high price by my husband from a private collection, valued at several million. My son wore it for less than a week before it was damaged by those 2 little brats. Asking them to compensate a mere 1 million is a bargain for them. Upon hearing that the 2 were related, the manager hastily intervened, Since you are sisters, how about we all take a step back? Step back? On what grounds? Xia Ruashi retorted haughtily, It is they who have damaged my son's belongings. Moreover, my son is of noble birth. How could they, being of such lowly status, compare? The manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Madame Dongfang, that is not my intention. I merely wish to resolve this issue promptly for you. Xia Ruashi pointed at the manager imperiously. My husband is on his way. Manager Kai, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory resolution today, I will ensure your restaurant faces immediate closure. Yes. Madame Dongfang, rest assured, I will handle this matter appropriately. Manager Kai fawned over Xia Ruashi. However, when he turned to face Xia Yingnai, his expression turned cold. Madam, please have your child apologize to young Master Dongfang and Madame Dongfang for the inconvenience caused, and compensate Madame Dongfang for her losses. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to involve the authorities. De Bao indignantly pointed at the little boy in Xia Ruashi's arms, exclaiming, Mommy, I took my sister to the restroom, and I was waiting outside. Dongfang Nianfu mocked me for going into the ladies' room, and even spat at me. I initially ignored him, but when my sister came out, he kept pulling her hair, causing her to cry. I warned Dongfang Nianfu not to bully her, but he not only ignored me, but also insulted me. I pushed him lightly, and he accidentally bumped into the sink, breaking his bracelet at that moment. Mommy, Dongfang Nianfu pulled my hair so hard it hurts. Whoa. I detest his big, watery eyes, complained Sabeo Bao, her eyes glistening with tears as she recounted Dongfang Nianfu's misdeeds. The arrogant Dongfang Nianfu, upon hearing Sabeo Bao's disdain, lowered his head, visibly upset. Xia Ruashi immediately came to her son's defense. You speak nonsense. My son is so well-behaved. How could he act in such a manner? Xia Yingnai observed the expression on Dongfang Nianfu's face closely, noticing that the child did not refute De Bao and Sabeo Bao's words, and was instead avoiding her gaze. She realized that there was indeed something amiss. Chapter 46. Your attempt to extort is truly ugly. Xia Yingnai had a general understanding of the situation. Her clear gaze fixed upon Dongfang Nianfu. Child, please tell Auntie, is the sequence of events as my son and daughter have described? Dongfang Nianfu timidly looked at Xia Yingnai. Just as he was about to affirm, Xia Ruashi pinched his delicate arm sharply. Sharp nails dug into tender flesh, causing him to wince in pain. Dongfang Nianying's eyes flickered, and he exclaimed, No, that's not it. Xia Yingnai, embracing her 2 precious ones, calmly suggested, How about we check the surveillance footage to see who is telling the truth? Daba discreetly tugged at Xia Yingnai's sleeve. Mummy, there was a waitress passing by the restroom at the time. She saw what happened and could testify. His fair little finger pointed towards a young waitress, approximately 163 centimeters tall, with a conspicuous black mole on her chin. All gazes shifted towards the waitress, whose hands trembled slightly, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Xia Yingnai eagerly addressed her. Hello, miss. The child says you were present at the scene. Could you tell us what you witnessed? Just as the waitress opened her mouth to speak, the manager shot her a warning glance. She timidly lowered her head, silenced by fear. Xia Ruashi shouted, Xia Yingnai. No one can assist you now. There are no witnesses to support your child. This incident was clearly caused by your child, who has learned to evade responsibility at such a young age. I suggest you admit your mistake and compensate us promptly, or I might consider being lenient. Xia Yingnai gently stroked the little heads of Daba and Sibao, firmly retorting, Xia Ruashi, I know my children well. They are kind-hearted and honest. Daba would never bully others without cause, and Sibao has always been timid, only standing up against those who wrong her. Moreover, your son appears completely unharmed. Not even a speck of dust on him, which hardly suggests he has been attacked. Xia Ruashi scoffed. Do you expect my son to be battered before you acknowledge the truth? Zhang Lianxi, fuming, remarked, in that case, let us retrieve the surveillance footage. Manager Kai, your restaurant must be equipped with the most advanced monitoring systems, correct? Manager Kai instinctively rubbed his nose. We do have surveillance, but what? Zhang Lianxi pressed, her tone aggressive. Manager Kai, don't tell me that just as we intend to check the footage, it conveniently malfunctions? Xia Ruashi, holding her son's hand, boasted, well, it seems fate is quite amusing. The surveillance just happens to be down. What can we do about it? Xia Yingnai fixed her gaze on Dongfang Nianying. Child, please recount the events for us. Ani believes you are an honest child. A lying child's nose grows long, so it's essential to speak the truth. Dongfang Nianying was taken aback, nervously touching his little nose. The proud expression he once wore had vanished, leaving only panic. Mummy, I don't want a long nose. That would make Nianying look ugly. You fool. Xia Ruashi was nearly exasperated to death by her son's words. Xia Yingnai, stop intimidating my child. Nianying, Mummy is here. No one dares to harm you. Tell us how those two little rascals bullied you. Mother, my brother and I did not bully Dongfang Nianwei. It was he who tormented us. He even yanked out Sibao's little braid, which is absolutely detestable. Sibao despises him. Sibao pouted, nestled in Xia Yingnai's embrace, her rosy cheeks stained with indignation. The thought of her beautiful braid being torn apart by Dongfang Nianwei brought tears to her eyes, which fell like pearls one by one. Seeing Sibao in tears, Dongfang Nianwei hurriedly broke free from Xiang Ruashi's grasp. He dashed towards her, flustered, and attempted to wipe away her tears. Xiaowu, I didn't mean to. I noticed you were ignoring me, so I pulled your braid to get your attention. Can I ask my mother to redo your braid into something even more beautiful? Go away. Sibao angrily shoved Dongfang Nianwei, though her effort was futile. Dongfang Nianwei was determined to dry her tears. He never intended to bully Xiaowu. He simply found her exceptionally lovely, more so than any other girl in kindergarten. He was quite fond of her, but she often disregarded him. Frustrated, he seized the opportunity today to tug at her braid, hoping to capture her interest. Xia Yingnai turned to Manager Kai, sneering, Manager Kai, do you comprehend the situation now? This incident is not at all the fault of my child. Manager Kai's expression turned awkward, at a loss for words. The usually silent Erbao suddenly approached the female attendant with a prominent mole on her chin. He whispered something in her ear. The attendant looked at him in surprise, hesitating for a few seconds before bravely stepping forward. Manager Kai, when these children were arguing, I happened to pass by. What they said is indeed true. Young Master Dongfang first insulted Xia Han, and he was the one who pulled Xia Wu's braid, prompting Xia Han to push him. Young Master Dongfang, unable to contain his anger, attempted to kick Xia Han, but accidentally tripped over a mop and fell, breaking his tourmaline bracelet in the process. The attendant recounted the truth of the matter. Xia Yingnai and Zhang Lianxi sighed in relief, while Xiang Ruashi's face turned pale with anger. Before the attendant could finish, Manager Kai interrupted her, bellowing, silence. Mrs. Dongfang is a valued guest at our restaurant, and her family holds shares here. Do you understand the serious consequences of offending her? The attendant realized her impulsiveness and covered her mouth in fear. Humph. At least you know your place, Manager Kai. Xiang Ruashi smirked. This incident is entirely their fault. Manager Kai, make them compensate for our losses and blacklist their family from Xingjing Banquet, ensuring they can never set foot here again. Yes, yes. Everything will be as you say, Mrs. Dongfang. Manager Kai nodded and bowed to Xiang Ruashi. Turning to Xia Yingnai, however, his demeanor soured. Madam, please compensate Mrs. Dongfang for her losses promptly. And do kindly refrain from visiting Xingjing Banquet in the future, as you are not welcome here. I never anticipated that the renowned Xingjing Banquet would be such a facade, wielding power through connections. This matter has a server as a witness, yet Manager Kai, you refuse to access the factual surveillance. Moreover, Dongfang Nianying has already admitted that he was the one who instigated the incident. Yet you all refuse to acknowledge that the fault lies with Xia Ruashi. Ha! I shall never set foot in such a restaurant that distorts the truth. Xia Ruashi, your attempts to provoke are truly grotesque. If Dongfang Jin were to discover your true nature, I wonder if he would regret marrying you. Xia Yingnai's words resonated with conviction. Xia Ruoshi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In a fit of anger, she raised her hand to slap Xia Yingnai's face. However, a pair of long, gentle hands swiftly seized Xia Ruoshi's wrist. It was Dongfang Jin. Upon seeing him, Xia Yingnai lowered her beautiful eyes and fell silent, while Xia Ruoshi exclaimed in delight, "Husband." Her voice was so sweet it could almost drip with honey. Manager Kai felt his legs weaken upon seeing Dongfang Jin, young master Dongfang. Dongfang Jin positioned himself protectively in front of Xia Yingnai, his demeanor radiating absolute guardianship. In his warm gaze, there lingered a hint of affection for Xia Yingnai. Although his grip on Xia Ruoshi's wrist was tender, it was also firm. Xia Ruoshi gasped in pain, "Husband, you're hurting me." Dongfang Jin released her. "What happened between you and Nai?" Though he was looking at Xia Ruoshi, his peripheral vision flickered towards Xia Yingnai. Xia Ruoshi whimpered to Dongfang Jin, "Husband, Xia Yingnai's child pushed our Nianying, and they bullied our son. The precious tourmaline bracelet you gifted him has been damaged." Not only does Xia Yingnai refuse to admit it or offer compensation, but she has also insulted us. "Husband, you must stand up for us." The server, witnessing the entire scene, thought to himself, so this is what it means for the wicked to cry foul first. Xia Yingnai gazed steadily at Dongfang Jin, her tone laced with mockery. "Young Master Dongfang, your wife has completely distorted the facts. It was she who first bullied my child, and the bracelet was broken by your son himself. There are witnesses here, and the surveillance speaks volumes." Xia Ruoshi shot a fierce glare at Xia Yingnai and pouted to Dongfang Jin, "Husband, don't listen to her nonsense. It's not like that." Dongfang Jin gently patted Xia Ruoshi's shoulder. "Ruoshi, take Nianying outside. I will handle things here." "Husband." Xia Ruoshi persisted stubbornly. She didn't want to leave. What if her husband rekindled feelings for that vixen, Xia Yingnai? Be obedient. Dongfang Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone suddenly turning stern. After years of marriage, Xia Ruoshi recognized her husband's anger. She was taken aback. Xia Ruoshi was adept at reading emotions. There was a reason Dongfang Jin had indulged and tolerated her for so long. "Fine. I shall wait for you in the car with Nianying," she reluctantly conceded, leading Dongfang Nianying away. Before departing, she cast a fierce glare at Xia Yingnai, her eyes brimming with resentment. Only then did Dongfang Jin turn his head, his gaze complex as it lingered on Xia Yingnai and the 4 children nestled protectively by her side. These 4 beautiful youngsters, though still tender in age, stood guard before Xia Yingnai, resembling 4 little leopards, poised and alert. A myriad of thoughts swirled through Dongfang Jin's mind. Despite already knowing the truth, he could not help but inquire, "Nai, are they all your children? Have you married?" Xia Yingnai replied naturally, "Of course, young Master Dongfang. If you can marry Xia Ruoshi, why can't I marry? They are all my children, quadruplets." Dongfang Jin maintained a composed facade, yet a tempest raged within him, his fists involuntarily clenching. Manager Kai, eager to ingratiate himself, approached, "Young Master Dongfang, I am the newly appointed manager here. My surname is Kai. This incident is not the fault of Madam and the young master. It is entirely the trouble caused by this woman's children." However, Dongfang Jin retorted sharply, "Enough. Manager Kai, is it? I have reviewed the surveillance footage. It was indeed my child who was at fault first. This has nothing to do with Nai and her children. As a manager, how do you conduct your affairs?" Manager Kai was rendered speechless. The little girl, her voice soft and sweet, spoke up, "Uncle, it was indeed Dongfang Nianying who bullied me, and my brother only pushed him away. Later, he kicked my brother and accidentally tripped, breaking his bracelet." Little Sibao, observing Dongfang Jin's apparent inclination towards them, chimed in sweetly. She bore a striking resemblance to Xia Yingnai in her youth, melting Dongfang Jin's heart entirely. He could not help but squat down before her. Gently ruffling her fluffy little head, Dongfang Jin spoke softly, "Little girl, I have watched the footage and comprehended the entire sequence of events. It was Nianying who was at fault initially. On behalf of my son and his mother, I apologize to you. Can you find it in your heart to forgive us?" Witnessing this scene, Manager Kai and the attendants were left astounded. Zhang Lianxi let out a slight sigh of relief. Regardless of Dongfang Jin's previous indiscretions, he had proven himself a gentleman, refraining from bias simply because Xia Ruoshi and Dongfang Nianying were his wife and child. Xia Yingnai was equally astonished, her gaze towards Dongfang Jin imbued with complexity. Dabao shot a cool glance at Dongfang Jin, raising his little face to say, "Mommy, I do not wish to forgive Dongfang Nianying. He has bullied my sister at school multiple times." He added, "Uncle, you should discipline Dongfang Nianying properly and prevent him from bullying others." Bao, for once, had a serious expression, declaring, "If Dongfang Nianwei dares to bully my sister again, I will surely give him a good thrashing." Sanbao raised his tiny fist in a show of defiance. Si Bao remained silent, but tears shimmered in her large round eyes, evoking sympathy. With a tender pout, she contemplated for a moment and said, "All right then, for uncle's sake, I will temporarily forgive him." Manager Kai hastily chimed in, "Young Master Dongfang, you truly have the magnanimity of a statesman. It is indeed a great fortune for this mother and her children to encounter you." Dongfang Jin let out a cold snort, the warmth of his exterior dissipating to reveal an endless chill. As the person in charge of the Shengjing banquet, you have muddled the truth, conflating white with black, and made things difficult for several vulnerable orphans and widows. Such a person is utterly unworthy of their position. You should resign from your role at the Shengjing banquet. Manager Kai's head buzzed, utterly incredulous. Mr. Dongfang Jin spoke with chilling indifference. "It would be wise for you to apologize to them, or you will face consequences far worse than mere dismissal. I will ensure that your career in this industry becomes untenable." Xia Yingnai was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for the swift resolution of the protracted conflict that had consumed her and Xia Ruashi. To her astonishment, Dongfang Jin was willing to force Manager Kai, who had just troubled them, to resign for their sake. Manager Kai, having reached his managerial position through cunning, quickly grasped the gravity of his situation. He promptly bowed and apologized to Xia Yingnai and the children. "I sincerely apologize, Miss Xia. I should not have made things difficult for you out of self-interest. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once." After delivering his apology, Manager Kai felt utterly humiliated. He hastily scurried from the manager's office with his tail between his legs. Dongfang Jin then turned to the waitress with a black mole on her chin, saying, "You, the waitress who testified, performed admirably today, demonstrating integrity. I will inform your supervisor and recommend your promotion to team leader effective immediately." "Thank you, young Master Dongfang. I will certainly work diligently from now on." The waitress, both astonished and elated, glanced at Bao, who had been whispering to her, marveling at how remarkable the child was. Dongfang Jin's gaze remained fixed on Xia Yingnai, wishing to convey that his numerous efforts on her behalf stemmed from the lingering feelings he harbored for her over the years. Yet, Xia Yingnai consistently avoided his eyes, maintaining a respectful distance. She coolly thanked him. "Thank you, young Master Dongfang, for ensuring justice for us today. Nai, may we have a moment to speak privately?" Dongfang Jin's gentle eyes seemed to hold an infinite tenderness. Xia Yingnai turned her gaze away. It was precisely those soft, affectionate eyes that had initially drawn her to him, leading her to offer her heart, only to end up profoundly wounded. His affection had come too late. She was well aware of the entangled history between herself and Dongfang Jin. Zhan Lianxi held a strong disdain for Dongfang Jin's duplicity. In a moment of desperation, Dongfang Jin reached for Xia Yingnai's hand. Nai, however, she shook him off and, alongside Zhan Lianxi, resolutely departed with the children. Dongfang Jin watched her slender silhouette retreat, his eyes filled with despondency and a subtle trace of regret. Chapter 48. Refusing the CEO's friendship request. On the way back, the night was cool as water. Xia Yingnai retrieved jackets from the car, dressing the children one by one. She took a moment to commend them, saying, "Today, my dears, you all did wonderfully. Especially our eldest, who bravely protected his sister in the restaurant. Bao, Sanbao, and Sibao also did well. You are all courageous children." The Bao clenched his little fist and exclaimed with indignation, "Mommy, Dongfang Nianrong has been bullying my sister at school, and I've endured it for far too long. If it weren't for your teachings about not striking other children, I would have already given him a taste of his own medicine." Bao, equally incensed, had his delicate features flushed with anger. "Mommy, because Dongfang Nianrong's father is one of the shareholders of the kindergarten, he acts with impunity, deriving joy from tormenting others. The principal and teachers dare not confront him, referring to him as the little ancestor. The other children are terrified of him, but I am not afraid." Sanbao, gripping Sibao's hand with righteous indignation, added, "Mommy, if Dongfang Nianrong dares to bully my sister again, I will truly take action. Otherwise, he will think we are easy targets." Xia Yingnai gently instructed her children, "My darlings, we must stand united in the outside world. We should never initiate bullying, but we must also not allow others to bully us. If we are wronged, we cannot remain passive. We must learn to fight back. You all did quite well today. Mommy is right. We will always listen to you." The children chimed in unison. Xia Yingnai caressed Sibao's small face, her voice tender. "Sibao, if you ever find yourself in trouble, you must learn to seek help, whether it be from your brothers or from others capable of assisting you. If there is no one around, you must learn to protect yourself and not allow others to bully you. Understand?" Sibao looked up with her innocent little face furrowing her brow. She resembled a feisty little cub. Mommy, I understand. From now on, I will be stronger. Whoever dares to bully me, I will bite them. Humph. Zhang Lianqi was utterly charmed by Sibao's adorable demeanor, bursting into laughter. Our little Sibao, you truly are a rare gem of cuteness. Xia Yingnai felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Today, my children are protecting me as well. This truly touches my heart. All the years of raising them have been worth it. Mommy, I am a man. It is my duty to protect you, De Bao declared coolly. Mommy, you are our precious treasure. No one is allowed to bully you, Er Bao added. Mommy, whoever dares to bully you, San Bao will make them cry for their mother. San Bao echoed. Mommy, you are Si Bao's favorite person. I won't allow anyone to bully you. Si Bao shook Xia Yingnai's hand, affirming her loyalty. A warm current surged within Xia Yingnai. She placed a kiss on each of her children's foreheads. A bunch of clever little ones, I truly adore you all. Standing nearby, Zhang Lianqi joked, Oh dear, please spare me from your display of maternal affection in front of this lonely soul. It's unbearable, and I am utterly envious. Then, as if recalling something, Zhang Lianqi tugged at Er Bao's little hand. Her curiosity piqued. Er Bao, I saw you whispering to that waitress. Auntie Lianqi is quite curious about what you said to her. At first, she was so afraid of their manager that she wouldn't dare to step forward. Yet later, she gathered the courage to testify for us, and revealed the truth. What kind of magic did you cast upon her? Er Bao scratched his head, his smile radiant like starlight. It's nothing much. I merely told that waitress that if she could testify for us today, she would be promoted by her supervisor. How do you know she would be promoted? After all, Xia Ruashi has a profound background. Opposing her could easily lead to dismissal, Zhang Lianqi inquired once more, perplexed. Of course, it's Er Bao's calculation. Aunt Lian. Er Bao is quite the fortune-teller. Er Bao winked mysteriously at Zhang Lianqi with his clear eyes. However, Xia Yingnai couldn't help but chuckle. Lianqi, Er Bao is just teasing you. Among the 4 siblings, he is the most inventive. It's getting late, Lianqi. Thank you for today's banquet. I shall treat you another time. Oh, don't be so polite with me. Zhang Lianqi replied with an eye roll. Unable to resist adding, Nai, Xia Ruashi has already married Dongfeng Jin. You should no longer concern yourself with that scoundrel. Xia Ruashi has changed so much. I sense her emotions are off. Please pay more attention to her lately. I have a feeling that woman won't let things rest. Xia Yingnai sighed. Lianqi, let bygones be bygones. Currently, Xia Ruashi is the young mistress of the Dongfeng family and has borne him 3 sons. I will maintain my distance and be prudent. When conflict arises, I shall confront it head-on. I will settle the score with them in due time. Zhang Lianqi comforted her. It's good that you can see things clearly. Our Nai has always been strong, rather than being defeated by adversity. She has been blessed with 4 adorable angelic children. This is life's greatest gift to you. In the future, when you meet a handsome and good man, you can find a father for your children. Let everything flow with fate. For now, I shall not consider my own affairs but focus on raising the children well. A handsome good man? Suddenly, Xia Yingnai's mind involuntarily conjured the charming visage of Xiao Yuhuang. She shivered involuntarily. How could she have thought of that despicable man? After bidding farewell to Zhang Lianqi, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Linma had prepared warm milk for the family before bed. After drinking the milk, Xia Yingnai coaxed the children to wash up and then lulled several of them to sleep. Suddenly, her phone screen flickered. Upon opening her phone, she discovered a transfer of 120,000 yuan had been credited to her Alipay account. The account name of the sender was Shuhai Rensheng. Shuhai Rensheng left a message on her Alipay, introducing himself as Sun Shuhai. He began by expressing his apologies for the long overdue salary owed to Xia Yingnai. He admitted his ignorance in mistreating her under the guise of debt repayment and promised never to behave so disgracefully again. Moreover, he voluntarily offered an additional 20,000 yuan as compensation for the mental distress caused to Xia Yingnai. Xia Yingnai let out a long sigh. She had not anticipated that the long overdue salary would be repaid so effortlessly by Sun Shuhai. Xia Yingnai was a clever woman. Had it not been for that man's influence, Sun Shuhai would likely have continued to evade repayment. Yet, the thought of that man taking advantage of her while she was under the influence of an aphrodisiac, committing indecent acts against her, filled her with a bitter resentment. Suddenly, a small red appeared in Xia Yingnai's WeChat contacts. Upon clicking, she discovered a request from a person with the surname Zhao, represented only by a simple character. Devoid of any images, yet exuding an undeniable aura of power. For a brief moment, Xia Yingnai was taken aback, for this was the WeChat account of Xiao Yuhuang. In their work group, his avatar was prominently displayed at the top, and he rarely spoke, only appearing when issuing work announcements. Why would he add her on WeChat? What ulterior motives did that insufferable man possess? If he became her friend, posting on moments would become quite inconvenient. Xia Yingnai, anxious, gripped her phone tightly, her body stiffening momentarily. After a few seconds of hesitation, she resolved to disregard the friend request. However, unexpectedly, a slip of her finger led her to deny the request instead. Oh no! Xia Yingnai lamented internally. She had not intended to click reject. That petty Xiao, if he learned of her refusal, would surely find ways to torment her. At the Xiao family estate, Xiao Yuhuang noticed the rejection of his friend request. His exceptionally handsome face contorted with frustration. He had just concluded a video conference and suddenly realized he lacked Xia Yingnai's contact information. Thus, he scoured the vast sea of their workgroup until he located her WeChat. He sent a friend request, convinced that she would accept it in an instant. To his astonishment, this marked the first time he had personally added a woman as a friend, only to be met with rejection. How utterly outrageous. Chapter 49. A major social mishap. As dawn broke, when Xia Yingnai rose from her slumber, her 3 precious children remained fast asleep. Forbao, still half asleep, eventually awoke. Rubbing her misty large eyes, she earnestly reminded Xia Yingnai, "Mommy, this afternoon our school is holding a dance selection competition, and I am participating. You must come, Mommy, and dress beautifully." Xia Yingnai readily agreed, gently tousling her daughter's fluffy hair. "All right, my dear, Mommy will be there on time." While preparing for the day, Xia Yingnai reflected on her daughter's desire for her to look lovely. Perhaps children possess a touch of vanity. Consequently, she chose not to wear her usual professional attire. Instead, she donned a charming, waist-cinched, pale yellow chiffon dress. Xia Yingnai styled her cascading black hair into soft waves and applied a fresh makeup look, accentuating her lips with a gloss that made her already stunning visage shine even more brightly. Arriving at the office, Xia Yingnai had been in the secretarial department for a week. After a few days of work, her adaptability allowed her to navigate her tasks with ease. Linda's demeanor towards her was indifferent, while Luo Xiaolove interacted with her splendidly. As for Kaisi and other colleagues with whom she had formed bonds, Xia Yingnai maintained a respectful distance. Regarding the 2 male colleagues, she remained cool and distant, keeping the appropriate boundaries in their interactions. Overall, apart from contending with the capricious temperament of Xiao Yuhuang, Xia Yingnai rather enjoys her work in the secretary department. However, upon her arrival today, she vaguely sensed an unsettling atmosphere. "Wow, Nai, you look absolutely stunning today. Just seeing such a beautiful woman like you every day makes me feel like I could live for many more years," boisterously exclaimed Luo Xiaoshui, who, upon seeing the meticulously dressed Xia Yingnai, showered her with compliments. The 2 male colleagues were nearly transfixed, their eyes fixated upon her. While several other female secretaries cast envious glances at Xia Yingnai, their disdain evident in their expressions. "Xiao Ai, what is going on today? Why does the atmosphere feel so gloomy?" Xia Yingnai quietly inquired of her close friend, Luo Xiaoshui. Leaning in, Luo Xiaoshui whispered, "Nai. Just now the president's assistant visited our office. He specifically informed us that the president will be attending our weekly morning meeting shortly." "Surely not? The president is usually swamped with affairs and paperwork. What could he possibly want at our morning meeting?" Xia Yingnai expressed her disbelief.
Yes, sir, you.
"I was here when the president's assistant arrived," Luo Xiaoshui insisted. At that moment, Kaisi approached, her 10-inch high heels clicking on the floor. True to form, her attire was provocatively alluring. Dressed in a seductive butterfly-embroidered bodycon dress that accentuated her figure, she revealed her ample décolletage. Her short skirt showcased her long, fair legs, elegantly adorned with chic black stiletto heels. Standing before Xia Yingnai, Kaisi's expression turned malicious. "Xia Yingnai, you truly are a scheming woman. You claim to have no interest in the president? Just yesterday you donned conservative business attire, complete with those drab flat shoes. Today, you appear so enchanting in your youthful garb. Did you somehow know the president would attend our morning meeting? Are you attempting to seduce him?" Gazing at her pale yellow dress, Xia Yingnai retorted with sharp wit. "Miss Kaisi, the company has no regulations dictating how employees must dress, does it? Am I not permitted to wear other garments? Moreover, what I wear is of no concern to you. If someone dons a vibrant dress, does that automatically imply an intention to seduce the president? The public relations department is filled with beautiful women who frequently change into various gorgeous dresses. Should we presume that each of them harbors feelings for the president? Are they all attempting to entice him? If it weren't for her daughter's upcoming dance competition and the request for her to dress attractively, Xia Yingnai wouldn't have gone to such lengths in her appearance. Yet in Kaisi's eyes, even a slight effort to dress up equated to an attempt to seduce the president, which was utterly exasperating. "Kaisi, Nai makes a valid point. Just because you harbor certain secretive thoughts about the president, don't project them onto others, retorted Fang Yuanhua, one of the male employees, indignantly defending Xia Yingnai. Kaisi, please don't think that your seniority grants you the right to bully the new female employees in our secretary department, added Zhong Qi, another male colleague. Coming to Xia Yingnai's aid. Pretentious as you are, don't think I can't see through your facade. You are merely a high-class opportunist. The president will never regard a woman like you with esteem. Casey despised the scene where that man defended Xia Yingnai. She was originally the most sought-after secretary in the office, previously adored by two male secretaries. However, with the arrival of Xia Yingnai, the spotlight shifted entirely. She captured the attention of both men and on numerous occasions snatched opportunities to approach the president. Indeed, I never expected to catch the president's eye. Yet, he consistently summons me to his office for business matters, leaving me no choice but to comply. Unlike certain women who strain their brains daily, yearning for the president's attention, only to be met with indifference, Xia Yingnai, with her cherry-like lips, spoke with a silver tongue. Her words not only highlighted her own standing but subtly mocked Casey's dark thoughts. Infuriated, Casey nearly bit her silver teeth in frustration. Xia Yingnai, you better recognize your position. Remember, a toad can never hope to consume swan meat. Xia Yingnai waved her delicate hand, laughing sweetly. Ah, Miss Casey, your statement holds a grain of truth. With such beauty, I must surely be a white swan. The president could desire me, yet he shall never attain me. Casey was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing the implications. She pointed at Xia Yingnai, her voice trembling with anger. Xia Yingnai, what do you mean? You dare shamelessly claim to be a white swan, insinuating that the president is a toad. The office fell into an eerie silence, all stunned by Xia Yingnai's audacious declaration. A light, somewhat frivolous laugh drew everyone's attention. They instinctively turned to locate the source and found a strikingly handsome and alluring man, from whom the laughter flowed effortlessly. Behind him stood their impeccably handsome president, exuding an aura of divine majesty. The atmosphere in the office instantly turned frigid. Upon seeing Xiao Yuhuang, Xia Yingnai froze like a statue. What had she just said? She had insulted him by likening him to a toad and claimed he could never catch her, the white swan. To make matters worse, the very person she mocked had overheard her. This was nothing short of a colossal social faux pas. Xia Yingnai swallowed hard, meeting Xiao Yuhuang's profound black eyes. She felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety wash over her. Sunlight streamed into the room, casting a tall shadow of the man, whose cold demeanor was almost suffocating. Xia Yingnai, as if oblivious, turned her head away, feigning ignorance. Casey, in her high heels, sashayed confidently to Xiao Yuhuang, sweetly complaining, President, this woman, Xia Yingnai, is audacious enough to mock you as a toad. We cannot allow an employee who tarnishes the leader's reputation to exist in our company. She cast a gloating glance at Xia Yingnai, already envisioning the scene where Xia Yingnai would be reprimanded by the president, leaving the Xiao Corporation in utter disgrace. I must say, it is quite unexpected to discover such intriguing individuals within your esteemed company, who would dare to liken you to a toad.
Ha ha ha.
Yet, truth be told, I have never encountered such a handsome toad as yourself. The speaker was a man of delicate features, who had entered alongside Xiao Yuhuang. He cast a mischievous glance at Xia Yingnai while his words were a playful jibe directed at Xiao Yuhuang. With an instinctive glance, Xia Yingnai surveyed the man, her remarkable memory recalling his strikingly handsome yet effeminate visage. He had previously toyed with her in a private booth and had once come to her aid during a confrontation with Xia Runaway at a shopping mall. Jin Yusi narrowed his eyes dangerously, his voice intertwining with an icy undertone. Laced with a hint of thunder and menace, there is a newly developed project in Africa that requires a new leader. Upon hearing this, Jin Yusi felt a chill run down his spine, aware that he had touched upon Xiao Yuhuang's threshold. He quickly composed himself, raising his hands in mock surrender. All right. Brother Yu, I concede, it was wrong of me to jest. He had no desire to be dispatched to such a desolate place. Joking aside, what would become of his beautiful and alluring companions if he were to go? At this juncture, Xiao Yuhuang had caught wind of the disparaging remarks made against him, and Xia Yingnai resolved to remain unfazed. She cast a provocative glance at Xiao Yuhuang, anticipating to see his typically frigid and furious countenance. However, to her surprise, while his expression remained as cold as ever, the corners of his lips seemed to lift ever so slightly, hinting at something more profound. The phrase endlessly evocative rolled off Xiao Yuhuang's tongue with an alluring and lingering cadence, stirring the imagination. The atmosphere thickened with a primal tension, as shadows of entwined figures danced in the dappled light, their heated entanglement palpable. Xia Yingnai felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. compelling herself to suppress any unwelcome memories. Kathy, noticing the president's lack of reprimand towards Xia Yingnai, grew anxious. Reluctantly, she pressed on. Aren't you going to address Xia Yingnai's blatant disrespect? She publicly slandered you. Linda, clutching a stack of documents, reprimanded Kathy sternly. Kathy, our president is here to attend the morning meeting of the secretarial department, not to indulge in your gossip. Are you seeking to jeopardize your position? Kathy begrudgingly fell silent, shooting a resentful glare at Xia Yingnai, but daring not to utter another word. Aside from the nonchalant Jean Yusi, the remaining employees were visibly apprehensive, treading carefully. Yet, in that moment, their gazes towards Xia Yingnai seemed to carry a complex depth of meaning. Xia Yingnai had ridiculed the president as a toad, yet he appeared unperturbed. He even remarked that a toad could savor the exquisite taste of a swan. Could it be that Xia Yingnai and the president shared a clandestine connection? Jean Yusi scrutinized the aloof Xiao Yuhuang and the visibly flustered Xia Yingnai, his keen eyes glinting with amusement.
Ah.
Brother Yu certainly harbors a unique fondness for his innocent and charming little secretary. At the elongated elliptical conference table, Xiao Yuhuang occupied the seat of honor, flanked on his right by Jean Yusi and on his left by Linda. Intent on avoiding the chilling aura of Xiao Yuhuang, Xia Yingnai deliberately chose the furthest position from him. His cold voice cut through the air. Xia Yingnai, come sit here. Linda switched places with her. In that moment, Xia Yingnai felt as though she had become a target, subjected to the piercing gazes of the other women, as if they were arrows ready to pierce her. Luo Xiaolai gaped in astonishment, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Kaisi struggled to contain her fury. If she could, she would seize Xia Yingnai's beautiful face in an instant. Understood, President. Linda complied fully with Xiao Yuhuang's command. She approached Xia Yingnai, casting a warning glance, indicating that she should relinquish her seat. Reluctantly, Xia Yingnai steeled herself and made her way to sit beside Xiao Yuhuang. The meeting of the secretarial department commenced. A multimedia screen, occupying nearly an entire wall, displayed the agenda for the morning meeting. Linda, the ever-capable chief secretary, began by reporting last week's work to Xiao Yuhuang, followed by a detailed outline of this week's tasks for the secretarial department. Seated beside Xiao Yuhuang, Xia Yingnai maintained a stiff posture, too afraid to meet his gaze. Xiao Yuhuang sat upright, resembling a tall poplar tree, his posture reminiscent of a battle-hardened soldier. His sharp eyes exuded an intensity that commanded respect. Despite his silence, he radiated an aura akin to that of a king of Shura, instilling an undeniable sense of pressure. As Linda spoke eloquently, Xiao Yuhuang suddenly rapped the table with a cold demeanor. President? Linda paused, puzzled. His captivating gaze locked onto Xia Yingnai, and he pointedly remarked, Linda, every new recruit in your department must undergo rigorous training before officially assuming their roles. Today, I am here to assess the effectiveness of your training program. The mention of secretarial training left Xia Yingnai bewildered, her eyes pleading for assistance from Linda. Had she not been informed about the so-called professional training upon her sudden arrival in the department? Linda's eyes flickered. She was aware of the unique connection between the president and Xia Yingnai, and thus had refrained from subjecting her to the rigorous training. Xiao Yuhuang's chilling voice echoed once more in the conference room. Any employee who fails this assessment will be deemed unqualified for the position, with their salary halved. A thunderbolt of shock struck Xia Yingnai. Her misty, beautiful eyes turned toward Xiao Yuhuang. Their gazes collided, igniting sparks of tension. A slight smirk graced Xiao Yuhuang's lips, revealing a hint of mockery. In a flash, Xia Yingnai recollected the previous night when she had inadvertently clicked to reject Xiao Yuhuang's friend request on WeChat. He was seeking vengeance. Xia Yingnai was incensed, her heart boiling with indignation at this man. Knowing full well that her greatest passion lies in wealth, how could they exploit this weakness against her? Chapter 51. Sitting on his lap. Xiao Yuhuang sat coldly in the primary position. Bathed in backlight, he appeared exquisitely perfect, like a finely crafted sculpture. He emanated an innate sense of nobility. However, Xia Yingnai could not appreciate this. Her heart was in turmoil. Sitting to Xiao Yuhuang's right, Jean Yusi wore a friendly smile and reassured Xia Yingnai. Miss Xia, there is no need for such anxiety. Our president is merely of a cold disposition. Do not mind him. I shall be conducting the assessment today, so let us begin with you, shall we? Xia Yingnai was taken aback for a moment, but nodded. All right. She responded fluently. The essential qualities of a secretary include, first, fundamental attributes, which encompass physical, psychological, and intellectual qualities. Second, exceptional professional skills, comprising theoretical knowledge, practical experience, and operational capabilities. Third, a solid cultural foundation. You flatter me, Xia Yingnai replied with an impassive demeanor, yet she felt an immense pressure. as she sensed two piercing gazes from Xiao Yuhuang fixated upon her. It felt as though she was on the verge of collapse. All she had done was decline his friend request. Did this man truly need to torment her so? Among the myriad employees in the secretarial department, he chose to assess her alone. The blatant intention behind this was glaringly obvious. Suddenly, Xiao Yuhuang caught her off guard by asking Miss Xia, "What do you believe constitutes a qualified secretary?" Xia Yingnai was startled. She raised her gaze to meet his sharp, icy black eyes, her breath momentarily faltering. Xiao Yuhuang's expression was frigid, his impatience evident as he tapped his fingers against the table. "I ask you, how does one become a competent secretary?" She had once glanced at the basic manual for secretaries. With her remarkable memory, she could recall the content after a single reading.
Now.
She regretted not studying it more thoroughly. Remembering the contact details of all relevant department heads was something she could easily recall. What are the contact details for Su Tao and Linda? Xiao Yuhuang's cold stare bore into her as he continued his interrogation. "What is my contact information?" Xia Yingnai momentarily froze, casting a pleading glance towards Linda, who feigned interest in her documents, intentionally ignoring her. Xiao Yuhuang barked, "Speak." His anger was exceedingly terrifying, and his imposing presence made everyone instinctively recoil. Xia Yingnai shuddered involuntarily. The conference room fell into an even deeper silence, with everyone bowing their heads in trepidation, fearing that any misstep would provoke the president's wrath. Xia Yingnai stammered, I apologize, President. I did not memorize your contact information. It is my oversight. I will memorize all your contact details today." Xia Yingnai, as the president's secretary, your professional capabilities are lacking. You are unaware of the leader's contact information. Thus, your salary for this month will be halved, Xiao Yuhuang declared mercilessly. Xia Yingnai understood this was a deliberate attempt to undermine her. Her face shifted from red to pale as she inwardly cursed him. This meticulous and harsh boss. Xia Yingnai felt a deep-seated resentment gnawing at her. Yet she maintained a serene smile on the surface. "I shall heed the president's instructions. I assure you, I will not repeat such errors in the future." Linda swiftly sent Xia Yingnai the WeChat contact and phone number of Xiao Yuhuang. Reluctantly, Xia Yingnai added him on WeChat, steeling herself for the task. Kaisi, witnessing this, was consumed by jealousy. She too desired to add the president on WeChat, yet even his work account was set, so that no one else could add him. The only contact she possessed was his work phone number, devoid of any personal connection. Why was Xia Yingnai so special? That the president allowed her to add him so soon after her arrival? It was infuriating. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone broke the silence in the conference room, drawing everyone's gaze to Xia Yingnai. The sound emanated from her phone. Panic momentarily seized her. She had come in a rush that morning and, amidst the abrupt meeting, had forgotten to switch her phone to airplane mode. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, fumbling to retrieve her phone from her pocket. A quick glance revealed it to be a spam call, and she promptly silenced it. Linda shot her a sharp look, reproaching Xia Yingnai. "I explicitly stated that phones must be off during meetings. How could you be so careless?" "I apologize, Sister Linda. I will be more attentive next time," Xia Yingnai replied meekly. Xiao Yuhuang cast a cold glance in her direction and commanded, "Everyone except Xia Yingnai, leave the room." Jean Yusi rose nonchalantly and remarked, "Yuhuang, your lovely yet fragile little secretary looks on the verge of tears. You ought to be gentler. Get out." Xiao Yuhuang barked, his voice laced with menace. Jean Yusi shrugged indifferently and exited, followed by the other staff members of the secretarial department. Before leaving, Kaisi shot Xia Yingnai a jealous glare, wishing she could stay behind. Luo Xiaolov cast a worried glance at Xia Yingnai before departing as well. In an instant, the vast conference room was left with only Xiao Yuhuang and Xia Yingnai. Faced with him, Xia Yingnai felt an overwhelming tension. She took a few steps back, nervously apologizing. "I'm sorry, President. I forgot to set my phone to silent mode." Xiao Yuhuang, with an authoritative tone, commanded, "Come here." Xia Yingnai shook her head in refusal. He was clearly agitated, and the icy aura he radiated was intimidating. How could she dare approach him? Xiao Yuhuang raised an eyebrow, his voice turning frigid. "Xia Yingnai, I will count to 3. 1, 2. As he reached 3, knowing his volatile temperament, Xia Yingnai found herself standing before him. "President, I truly did not mean to," she offered a forced smile. Before she could utter another word, she felt herself being swept off her feet and onto Xiao Yuhuang's warm, sturdy lap. The masculine aura of the man enveloped her senses in an instant. "President, please let me go," Xia Yingnai exclaimed in exasperation, struggling to free herself from his embrace. Yet, the man's arm was as unyielding as iron, firmly holding her close, rendering her nearly immobile. "Xia Yingnai, do not move." The warmth and softness of her struggle made Xiao Yuhuang's expression somewhat uncomfortable. Their gazes locked. The handsome man's face revealed a hint of restrained desire. It was then that Xia Yingnai belatedly realized his physiological response towards her. This was disastrous. She seemed to have made a grave mistake. No longer daring to squirm, she stammered, "President, please do not act recklessly." Inhaling his distinctly masculine scent, a thunderous warning echoed in her mind, urging her to steer clear of this perilous man. Xiao Yuhuang lifted her chin with his long fingers, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Tell me, why did you refuse my friend request?" "Absolutely not," Xia Yingnai replied with a dry laugh, feigning innocence. "Mr. Xiao, I had no idea that WeChat account belonged to you. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to deny your request, even if I had 100 lives. Besides, you have a fiancé. Please remember your status. I refuse to entangle myself with a married man." Xiao Yuhuang's crimson lips curled into a teasing smile as they brushed against hers. "Nai, you are unmarried and I am unwed. What does it matter if we entangle ourselves? You scoundrel!" Xia Yingnai retorted vehemently, turning her face away in disdain. The imposing presence of the tall man loomed over her. "Woman, you possess quite the audacity. How dare you insult me? You clearly have a fiancé, yet still pursue me. What else could you be but a scoundrel? Xiao Yuhuang, if you seek passion, go to your fiancé. I am merely your employee, not a vessel for your desires." Xia Yingnai's cheeks flushed crimson with anger, resembling a tempting apple. Xiao Yuhuang's handsome face darkened further, nearly crushing her chin in his grip. "You say I'm driven by desire? You dare to claim that your youthful appearance today is not a ploy to seduce me? You are truly self-absorbed. Just because someone dresses up a bit, does it mean they are trying to entice you? Am I not allowed to dress for my own pleasure?" Xia Yingnai retorted sharply. "Mr. Xiao, examine your current behavior. Is this not the very definition of desire?" Xiao Yuhuang sneered coldly. He grasped Xia Yingnai's slender waist, drawing her even closer. "Nai, allow me to show you what a truly passionate man is like." His robust physique loomed over her, his heated breath cascading over her delicate face. His enticing lips hovered precariously close to hers. "You scoundrel! I curse you to remain childless," she protested, kicking and hitting him. Xiao Yuhuang easily subdued her, his dark eyes narrowing. "You are mistaken. A master once read my fortune, and not only will I not be childless, but I will also have at least 6 children in this lifetime." He recalled the little boy at Bihua Square, who had read his fortune. An adorable lad who had assured him that he would indeed bear at least 6 children in his life. The young lad speaks with reckless abandon, claiming to have 4 children scattered about. "Ha!" Xiao Yuhuang muses, "This must be the most amusing jest he has ever encountered. 6 children?" Xia Yingnai glares at Xiao Yuhuang with disdain, incredulous. "With your stature, can you truly father 6 children?" Xiao Yuhuang smirks wickedly, his gaze brimming with arrogance. He could almost snap Xia Yingnai's delicate waist. "What do you think of my stature, Nai? Have you not already experienced it? With my vitality, I could easily ensure you bear not 6, but if you desire, 60. Xia Yingnai, do you doubt it? We could certainly test it right now." Xiao Yuhuang chuckles mischievously, abruptly pinning Xia Yingnai against the conference table. "No." Xia Yingnai gasps, her complexion paling in fright as she exerts all her strength to push him away. "Get off." But in a moment of carelessness, her hand brushes against the ceramic teacup on the table. "Ah!" She gasps in pain. The cup held scalding hot tea, prepared for Xiao Yuhuang by Linda at the morning meeting. The scalding liquid splashes onto Xia Yingnai, soaking her chiffon dress, the tea seeping through the sheer fabric, cascading down her thigh, igniting a searing pain. Hearing her cry of anguish, Xiao Yuhuang promptly releases her. Xia Yingnai rises in disarray, feeling the burning sensation on her calf. Likely a burn. Her crystalline eyes brim with tears from the pain. Xiao Yuhuang strides forward and scoops her up. "Let me go, you scoundrel." Yet Xia Yingnai loathes his touch, retaliating with punches and kicks. "You insolent woman, cease your struggles." Xiao Yuhuang roars. "Xiao Yuhuang, what are your intentions? Haven't you tormented me enough?" Silence. Xia Yingnai cannot help but continue her tirade. "You shameless rogue. I command you to be quiet. You are insufferable." Xia Yingnai is momentarily cowed by Xiao Yuhuang's cold demeanor, her protests silenced. He carries her to the leather sofa in the conference room. As he sets her down, he attempts to lift her skirt. "Let me see your injury. I do not require your feigned kindness." Xia Yingnai slaps his hand away. However, under Xiao Yuhuang's frigid gaze, she wisely opts for silence. The tea stains on her fair thigh, while not the most sensitive area, are still a source of embarrassment under the scrutiny of a man. Moreover, she is clad in nude stockings. Xiao Yuhuang casts a glance at Xia Yingnai, squatting before her. "Woman, Why the pretense? We have shared a bed. Which part of you have I not seen? There is no need to trouble the president. It is but a minor injury. I can tend to it myself. Xia Yingnai's face flushes with shame at his words. She clutches her skirt tightly, eyeing Xiao Yuhuang warily, her gaze akin to that of guarding against a thief. Unable to tolerate her hesitance, Xiao Yuhuang decisively tears her stockings apart with his large hand. Xia Yingnai is overwhelmed with both shame and anger, tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Yuhuang paused for a moment, feeling a pang in his heart as if it had been seared by the tears of Xia Yingnai. What are you crying for? I did not force myself upon you. If you continue to weep, I shall take matters into my own hands. He threatened her with a hint of irritation. Xia Yingnai stared at him in disbelief. This shameless man always acted according to his whims. He might truly resort to such base actions. She could only stifle her tears, afraid to cry any further. Seeing her hold back her tears, Xiao Yuhuang snorted. Deeming her to be somewhat sensible, he retrieved a spare medical kit from the storage cabinet in the conference room. Taking out an expensive burn ointment, he gently applied it to the burn on Xia Yingnai's thigh. Chapter 53. Must you call out so provocatively? Xia Yingnai was reluctant to let Xiao Yuhuang tend to her injury, but he was an undeniably domineering man. She understood that defying him would only result in greater discomfort for herself, so she acquiesced. Indeed, the skin on her thigh was reddened and quickly developing blisters. With a pair of tweezers, Xiao Yuhuang punctured the blisters, then disinfected the area before finally applying the burn ointment. His rough fingertips glided over her delicate skin, sending shivers through her. The exquisite sensation of her soft skin lingered in his mind, evoking memories of those passionate nights spent entwined with Xia Yingnai. Her long, graceful legs wrapped around him like a mesmerizing siren, drawing him in, leaving him ensnared in thoughts of their intimate encounters. As his fingertips applied the ointment, he inadvertently increased the pressure of his touch. Could you be gentler? That hurts, Xia Yingnai said, her eyes glistening with tears.
Yet.
Her voice was both sultry and alluring, igniting a yearning within him. Must you call out so lewdly, woman? Xiao Yuhuang felt a surge of desire at her enticing cries. I am merely applying ointment, not taking advantage of you. Is it necessary to sound so wanton? This woman truly vexed him. By nature, he was cold and disinterested in women, but her presence transformed his temperament and desires entirely, like gunpowder meeting flame, igniting instantaneously. You scoundrel! Xia Yingnai exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with anger. She kicked at Xiao Yuhuang with her petite foot. I do not require the esteemed CEO to tend to my wounds. I can manage on my own. You woman, always so rough with men, be careful or you may never marry. Xiao Yuhuang grasped her foot, which was a mere size 36, delicate, and as white as lotus roots. Holding her small foot in his palm, he could not resist playing with it, finding it irresistibly charming. Xia Yingnai was taken aback, wondering if this shameless man had a foot fetish. The thought of such a peculiar inclination sent a chill down her spine.
Yet.
Xiao Yuhuang's grip on her foot was as strong as iron. His gaze bore a warning. Nai, should you continue to disobey, I shall be compelled to punish you. A wicked glint flickered across his slender eyes. The man's fervent stare fixated upon Xia Yingnai's crimson lips. In an odd twist of fate, she discerned the meaning behind Xiao Yuhuang's eyes. She imagined the manner of punishment he would inflict upon her, undoubtedly unsuitable for the innocent. Xia Yingnai's delicate fingers clenched tightly, and remarkably, she remained still, refraining from any further movement. Xiao Yuhuang applied the ointment evenly to the burn on Xia Yingnai's skin. The medication was somewhat potent, and given her low tolerance for pain, she nearly cried out. Yet, recalling his mocking remarks about her cries, she chose silence. Nevertheless, her elegant brows furrowed in discomfort. Xiao Yuhuang, observing her, inquired with perplexity. Is it truly that painful? Women were indeed fragile, prone to tears at the slightest discomfort, such a bothersome species. Xia Yingnai turned her head, ignoring him. Of course, it hurt. Fortunately, it was within her capacity to endure. As Xiao Yuhuang regarded the still swollen burn after applying the ointment, a flicker of compassion appeared in his eyes, one he had not consciously recognized. Just as he finished applying the balm, Xia Yingnai dropped her long skirt, covering herself completely. I warned you. It would be best not to provoke me. Xiao Yuhuang's voice was unexpectedly soft. Please, you attempted to force yourself upon me first. Am I not entitled to resist? Xia Yingnai found herself amused by his shamelessness. Fine, as you sustain this burn today, I bear some responsibility. I shall grant you one condition, Xiao Yuhuang stated. Xia Yingnai regarded him with skepticism. Can you truly be so benevolent? Will you not go back on your word?
Speak.
With newfound enthusiasm, she proposed, then. I ask that you resign from the Xiao Corporation. Is that acceptable? Xiao Yu Huang's expression darkened immediately. No. Propose another condition. Xia Yingnai laughed self-deprecatingly. See. You are nothing but a hypocritical gentleman. You just stated that I could propose a condition. You may suggest any material condition. Xia Yingnai's mood visibly sank. I have no interest. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she gazed intently at Xiao Yu Huang. May my salary for this month be issued as usual, and could you forgive the repair fee I owe you? She looked into his eyes, which shone brightly, like stars twinkling in the night sky.
No worries.
President, my injury is not severe. I can continue working. I am passionate about my job. It is my life, Xia Yingnai asserted with unwavering conviction. She had no desire to take leave. A single day off could cost her several hundred yuan. Then I thank you, President. Thank you, and I shall take my leave, she said cheerfully. Her happiness evident upon hearing that her salary would not be deducted, and she exited without hesitation. Xiao Yu Huang muttered to himself, damn it. This woman just claimed that work is her life, yet upon hearing her salary would not be deducted, she left without a second thought. Such a hypocritical woman. In the afternoon, he was to attend his daughter's dance competition. Little did he expect here they come. Lin Ma hurriedly ran over and opened the door. A tall and graceful lady, exuding an air of sophistication, appeared at the entrance with a radiant smile. Behind her followed two formidable bodyguards, each carrying several boxes of gifts. May I ask whom you are looking for? Lin Ma inquired, puzzled by the presence of the elegant woman. The lady smiled gently. Is this the residence of Xia Yingnai? I am Nai Nai's stepmother, and have come to visit her, having heard she resides here. Just as Xia Yingnai had poured herself a cup of tea and heard the voices outside, she immediately emerged from the living room. Lin Ma, who has arrived. Upon catching sight of the lady, Xia Yingnai's heart plummeted. The visitor was Shen Mani, the hypocritical stepmother she had come to dread. What could have brought Shen Mani to this place? Chapter 54. The Threat of the Stepmother. Shen Mani stood at the threshold, radiating elegance and nobility. Xia Yingnai positioned herself firmly in front of the door, stating bluntly, Aunt Shen, my living room is rather small, so I must kindly decline your entry. Shen Mani cast a glance at the modest living room, which was even smaller than the bathroom of the Xia household. She subtly concealed her disdain. Xia Yingnai fixed her gaze upon Shen Mani, interrupting her, Aunt Shen, you were instrumental in my expulsion from the Xia family. Furthermore, my father cherishes his pride above all. He believes my presence brings disgrace, and would never mention me. For a fleeting moment, Shen Mani's expression stiffened. What are you saying, child? I was always advising your father against casting you out. It was just that he is too obstinate in reality. He has a tender heart and truly wishes to see you. Even Shen Mani herself found her words hard to believe. Xia Yingnai let out a cold scoff, remaining silent. Upon seeing Shen Mani, Xia Yingnai was suddenly transported back to her initial entry into the Xia household. At the tender age of 5, although still young, her memory was remarkably vivid. Her mother, Lan Shi, adorned in exquisite garments and exuding elegance, entered the home accompanied by a delicate and frail-looking woman, Shen Mani. Shen Mani was strikingly beautiful yet poorly dressed, her eyes flickering with apprehension. She held the hands of two timid sisters. Subsequently, Shen Mani and her daughters took up residence in the Xia household. Not long after their arrival, Lan Shi tragically took her own life following a scandal that shattered their family's reputation. Once a celebrated beauty and the beloved daughter of a prominent family, Lan Shi was deeply in love with Xia Yingnai, who was poised to become the deputy mayor. However, at a lavish banquet, she was publicly exposed for her scandalous liaison with 3 nightclub courtesans and was caught in the act by Xia Yingnai. In a fit of rage, he struck Lan Shi for the first time. Overwhelmed by humiliation, she succumbed to despair and committed suicide by jumping from a building. Lan Shi had been the cherished jewel of her parents, who, unable to bear the tragedy, soon fell gravely ill and passed away. As Xia Yingnai was but a child, the Lan family's business and assets quickly fell into the hands of Xia Yingnai and Shen Mani. At that time, Xia Yingnai was blissfully unaware of the harsh realities surrounding her. Overnight, she lost her mother and spent her days weeping and pleading with Xia Yingnai to bring her back. However, the ever-indulgent Xia Yingnai gazed at her with an intense disdain. He furiously exclaimed that her mother had violated her marital duties and had taken her own life by jumping from a building. At that time, Xia Yingnai did not comprehend the meaning of death and wept inconsolably each day. Gradually, under the gentle care of Shen Mani, she emerged from the shadow of her mother's demise. Shen Mani cherished Xia Yingnai like a precious gem, showering her with affection to such an extent that even Xia Ruashi and Xia Ruawei were consumed with jealousy. This unconditionally permissive stepmother had raised her to be willful and arrogant, inciting the disdain of others. Conversely, Shunmani was particularly severe with her own daughters, cultivating their talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, molding them into refined young ladies who garnered admiration from all. Initially, Xia Yingnai was oblivious to the intricate dynamics at play, believing that Shunmani genuinely adored her. It was only 5 years later, when Xia Yingnai found herself embroiled in a scandal reminiscent of her mother's, that she began to realize the complexities surrounding her mother's death. Her mother, a woman of exquisite beauty and grace, who was typically dignified and virtuous, could not possibly have become entangled with disreputable figures from seedy nightclubs. Could it be that she too was a victim of treachery? Xia Yingnai's primary suspect now was none other than Shunmani. Unfortunately, she lacked any tangible evidence. Nai, do not harbor such thoughts. Your father has always cared for you. He asked me to come and check on you and the children, Shunmani said soothingly. This weekend marks your father's birthday, and we shall host a celebration. You should bring the children along so that your father can meet his grandchildren. Xia Yingnai was acutely aware that this was a trap. She declined outright, I'm sorry, but I will be busy with the children this weekend and cannot attend. Shunmani replied with a gentle smile, Nai, I believe the children would love to see their grandfather. If you take them, they will be thrilled. Moreover, Wei and his 2 younger brothers will be there as well, and the children can play together. Suppressing her discomfort, Xia Yingnai said, I'm afraid my children do not enjoy overly festive occasions, Aunt Shin. Her furious gaze shot toward Shunmani. What is your true intention? Shunmani, maintaining her elegant demeanor, responded, Why such a fierce look, dear? I merely wish to invite you and the children to the Xia household for a visit, allowing the children to become acquainted with their relatives. This is a sign of concern for you. A mother and her children? Very well, I understand. I shall make an effort to attend, Xia Yingnai replied, suppressing her anger. 5 years prior, her scandal, although suppressed by Xia Yingnui's influence, could still be unearthed by those with malicious intent. In such a case, she would find herself unable to defend the lineage of her children. Furthermore, with the media's unscrupulous nature, they would undoubtedly embellish the story. The ones who would suffer would be the children. Xia Yingnai herself was indifferent, but she did not wish for her little ones to endure online harassment at such a tender age. Satisfied with her compliance, Shunmani nodded approvingly yes. Ruaxi and her husband will also be attending. You ought to be aware that Ruaxi has wed Dongfang Jin, and now Master Dongfang is my son-in-law. He and Ruaxi have already welcomed 3 sons. Xia Yingnai, with an impassive expression, replied, I have known this for quite some time. Noticing her lack of reaction, Shunmani felt a surge of irritation. She continued to boast with pride, Of course, my Runaway and her fiancé will also be present. Do you know who Runaway's fiancé is? It is none other than the illustrious CEO of the Shao Corporation, Xiao Yuhuang. The Shao family commands half of the industries in Xinjiang, and he has a particular affection for our Runaway. Seeing Shunmani's smug expression, Xia Yingnai's beautiful eyes flickered. Suddenly, she declared with unwavering determination, Rest assured, Aunt Shin, I shall attend my father's birthday banquet punctually and will not disappoint you. Runaway's fiancé, Xiao Yuhuang, has a special affection for her? She will certainly provide them with a grand surprise. Chapter 55. The man wearing the snow eagle mask reappears. Once matters were settled, Shunmani, accompanied by several bodyguards, departed in a luxury vehicle with great fanfare. Xia Yingnai gazed through the window at the departing car, her countenance darkening.
Linma.
Observing the several boxes of gifts placed outside the door, inquired, Miss Xia, who is that woman who just came by? Shall I take these gifts to the living room? The beautifully packaged gifts appeared quite expensive, containing bird's nest, ginseng, and children's nutritional products among other items. That won't be necessary, Lin Ma. These items are all for you. Xia Yingnai replied, having no desire for anything from Shunmani. The sight of them was distressing. If consumed, she feared she might be overwhelmed by nausea. Thank you, Miss Xia, Lin Ma exclaimed, excitedly carrying the gifts, overjoyed. Yet, Xia Yingnai's mind was elsewhere. Over the past few years, Shunmani had never reached out to her. What could be the motive behind her sudden visit today, insisting that she attend her father's birthday banquet? In the afternoon, Xia Yingnai drove directly to Aimei International Kindergarten to witness the dance competition of the 4 treasures. Inside the dance training room, numerous children were warming up for the competition. Accompanied by many parents, the atmosphere was chaotic. In the hall of the training room, Xia Yingnai spotted Dongfang Nianwu. That proud and handsome little boy, when faced with other children, behaved like a little tyrant. Yet, before the 4 treasures, he was as docile as a young eagle that had tucked away its claws. He diligently assisted the 4 treasures, fetching items for her and enthusiastically preparing fruit. However, the 4 treasures seemed indifferent, consistently ignoring him. Dongfang Yinwu stood alone in a corner, gazing longingly at the four treasures and her classmates, his little face expressing a mix of grievance and helplessness. Xia Yingnai could not help but chuckle. She did not blame a mere 5-year-old child for the grievances between herself and Xia Ruoxi. After all, Dongfang Yinwu was innocent. Nevertheless, Xia Yingnai mused. If Xia Ruoxi were to witness her precious son currying favor with the four treasures, she would surely be furious. Just as Xia Yingnai was about to call out to Dongfang Yinwu, she noticed the boy clenching his small fists tightly, disheartened by the four treasures' continued disregard. He huffed in anger and kicked over the trash can, storming out with a stomp. Xia Yingnai couldn't help but chuckle at his temper. She wondered whose traits he had inherited. Gently, she beckoned to her daughter, Sibao. "Mummy." Sibao joyfully leapt into Xia Yingnai's embrace. The little girl wore a crown atop her head, her delicate face resembling a finely crafted sculpture. Clad in a pink dance outfit, she seemed to float, as if she were a little angel descending to earth. Xia Yingnai kissed her daughter's cheek and softly inquired, "I saw Dongfang Yinyang just now. It seemed he wanted to play with you. Why did you ignore him?" Sibao wrapped her arms around Xia Yingnai's neck, pouting, "Mummy. That day Dongfang Yinyang's mother was very unfriendly to you, and he used to bully me often. I don't want to pay him any attention." The little girl harbored a strong sense of resentment. "My dear, has Dongfang Yinyang apologized to you?" Xia Yingnai asked patiently. "Yes, he apologized to me and my brothers," Sibao replied. "Did he bully you again afterward?" "No, my brothers protect me. He doesn't dare to bully me anymore. If he does, I will bite him," Sibao declared, hands on her hips, looking fierce. Xia Yingnai earnestly advised her, "Sweetheart, there are no deep-seated grudges among children. It's most important to coexist harmoniously. Since Dongfang Yinyang has already apologized and is no longer bullying you, it would be best to acknowledge him. Our Sibao is a forgiving and magnanimous child, isn't she?" "Yes, I will listen to Mummy and be nice to him from now on." Sibao nodded obediently. Xia Yingnai felt immense pride in her daughter's compliance. She had been spoiled by Shen Mani since childhood, but that indulgence had come with falsehood and leniency, shaping her into a headstrong and overbearing individual, often eliciting disdain. She was determined not to let her daughter tread the same misguided path she had taken. Fortunately, her children were all well-behaved and had been successfully raised, never causing her concern. They were a special blessing from heaven after her trials and tribulations. The competition soon commenced and concluded. Undoubtedly, Sibao, with her striking beauty and innate dancing talent, secured first place. In a few days, she would represent the children's group in the citywide dance competition. Xia Yingnai felt a surge of joy, showering her daughter with affection, a sense of pride swelling within her. Bao and Sanbao also rejoiced for their sister, chattering enthusiastically about her achievements. They celebrated fervently. By the time they finished dining, the night had fallen, and the roads were congested. The newly constructed route had extended their journey considerably, resulting in relatively lighter traffic. As they approached an intersection, Xia Yingnai glanced in the rearview mirror and spotted a vehicle careening towards them, swerving and speeding erratically. The driver, clearly intoxicated, was swaying and appeared dazed. Xia Yingnai gasped in horror. Although she had fastened the seatbelts for her children, the impact of a collision could be devastating, and the potential injuries were unthinkable. "Children, hold tight to your seatbelts. Mummy needs to dodge the car," Xia Yingnai urgently shouted at the children. The little ones in the back seat instantly became tense. With trembling hands, she started the engine and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, sharply turning the car to the right and driving straight ahead. However, lost in her frantic attempt to avoid the vehicle approaching from behind, she failed to notice a luxurious, elongated Lincoln as she turned. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the children in the back seat. Fortunately, thanks to Xia Yingnai's skilled driving and her quick reflexes, the impact was not as severe as it could have been. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" she anxiously inquired of the children. Relieved that they responded in unison, "We're fine, Mommy." Knowing they were safe, Xia Yingnai felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, having collided with someone else's car, she had no choice but to step out and engage with the car's owner, offering her apologies. "Bao, Sanbao, Xiabao. Stay in the car and don't move while Mommy checks things out," she instructed. "Okay, Mommy," the children replied, displaying their understanding. As she exited the vehicle, Xia Yingnai noticed that behind the damaged Lincoln, a line of over a dozen black sedans followed in an orderly fashion, creating an atmosphere of danger and intrigue in the dark of night. Steeling herself, she approached and tapped on the Lincoln's window. "Sir, I apologize, I've hit your car." "And I wish to." Suddenly, the rear window descended, revealing a face masked by a half-snow eagle mask. The man's strong jaw and thin lips appeared ghostly and captivating under the dim light, reminiscent of a soul-harvesting specter from the depths of hell. A thunderclap echoed in Xia Yingnai's mind, as if a string had snapped. Her strong intuition warned her. It was him. The man who had assaulted her on that snowy night. The father of her children. The masked figure regarded her with a complex expression, questioning how this woman could possibly be here, and how fate had conspired for her to collide with his vehicle. Just as Xia Yingnai stood in shock, several dark figures suddenly darted across the street. They quickly directed their weapons at the Lincoln, firing multiple shots. The gunfire reverberated painfully in her ears. Though the Lincoln's glass was bulletproof, cracks began to form. Having lived over 20 years, Xia Yingnai had never encountered anything so terrifying. She stood frozen, unable to scream, merely watching as the man in the snow eagle mask calmly drew his gun. He did not even attempt to take cover, instead pulling the trigger directly at the shadows. 3 gunshots rang out. 3 dark figures fell lifelessly to the ground in an instant. Xia Yingnai's thoughts snapped back to her 3 children in the car. With a scream, she recklessly dashed toward her vehicle. The sniper hiding in the shadows found the sudden appearance of this woman to be a nuisance. He aimed his rifle at the fleeing Xia Yingnai, targeting her head. With a sharp crack, a deadly bullet was unleashed. Just at that critical moment, she was injured while attempting to save herself. The man wearing the snow eagle mask suddenly pounced like a fierce wild leopard, forcefully bringing Xia Yingnai to the ground. As they tumbled, he adeptly embraced her, rolling several times. Xia Yingnai felt her back collide with the hard gravel road, her entire body aching as if crushed, leaving her numb. In the vicinity of their rolling, a barrage of bullets rained down like torrential raindrops. Instantly, the asphalt road was marked by the smoke of death and craters created by the gunfire. Inside the car, the 4 little ones caught sight of the scene through the window and gasped in terror, bursting into tears. The second child swiftly covered his sister's mouth, his small face displaying an unsettling calmness for his age. "Sister, don't cry. Third brother, let us quickly hide under the seat. That way." The bullets won't hit us. He hurriedly tucked the slender form of the 4th sibling beneath the back seat. Then, he pulled the vigilant third brother to join them, sheltering under the seat with agility. "Brother, what about mommy outside? Is she all right? I want to go out and save her." The third brother clenched his small fists, his face etched with anxiety. If it weren't for the second brother's firm grip, he would have dashed out to rescue their mother. "Third brother, I just saw a man with a snow eagle mask save mommy. If we go out recklessly, we'll only become targets. We must stay in the car and not add to mommy's troubles." In that moment, the second brother remained composed, embodying the emerging responsibility of an elder sibling. The image of the man with the snow eagle mask flickered in the third brother's mind, his beautiful eyes glinting with contemplation. Previously, at the corner of a narrow alley, he had encountered a man wearing the same mask who had saved him. Could the man who rescued their mother be the same one? Outside, the sniper, realizing his mission had failed, attempted to fire again. However, Xiao He, reacting swiftly, shot him in the head before he could. Xiao Ju's face was dark with intensity as he held Xia Yingnai tightly, shielding her in his embrace, hissing, "Fool." Xia Yingnai's mind was taut, struggling to break free. "Let me go. My children are still in the car." He protectively pressed her head against his chest. A large group of dark-clad men, wearing sunglasses, rapidly encircled Xiao Ju and Xia Yingnai, forming an impenetrable shield around them. All the men held advanced weapons, their expressions alert and vigilant. Seeing their opportunity for assassination slipping away and their numbers dwindling, the assassins exchanged a signal and began to retreat. With a silver handgun in one hand, Xiao Ju scanned the surroundings with a fierce glare. His thin lips issued a harsh command: "Leave one alive. Eliminate the rest without mercy." His ominous and ruthless demeanor resembled that of a vengeful king ready to unleash slaughter. "Yes, sir." Xiao He led a pack of dark-clad men, resembling ferocious wolves, in pursuit of the retreating assassins. Xia Yingnai gazed in dread at the silver handgun in the man's hand. In the dim, yellowish light, the pistol exuded a sinister glow. The half-mask of the snow eagle on his face possessed an enchanting yet ominous allure. The coldness that repelled others from 1,000 paces was palpable, evoking a sense of trepidation. Yet, the resolute curve of the man's jaw and the familiar scent that enveloped him stirred a sense of recognition within Xia Yingnai. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Yuhuang, save for the dissimilarity in their voices. "Xiao Ju?" Xia Yingnai tentatively called out to the masked man. "Foolish woman." Xiao Ju's sensuous lips coldly uttered those 3 words. Xia Yingnai, filled with exasperation, thought to herself, had it not been for him, she would not have found herself embroiled in such an unwarranted calamity. Those assassins had clearly targeted him. In her frustration, she forcefully shoved Xiao Ju's arm, only to feel a sticky warmth beneath her palm. The man let out a muffled groan, his grip on Xia Yingnai loosening. Seizing the moment, She wriggled free from his embrace, her hand now coated in a viscous substance. Raising her hand, she was met with a vivid crimson hue, her pupils dilating in shock. Was Xiaoju injured? Had he sustained his wounds while rescuing her? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I wasn't aware you were hurt. Xia Yingnai felt a pang of guilt, for he had been injured in his effort to save her. Bai Yi, he murmured, his lips pressed tightly together as if forming a solitary, cold arc, calling out for someone. Sir, I am here to dress your wounds. A handsome man named Bai Yi hurriedly emerged from the vehicle with an emergency medical kit, immediately tending to Xiaoju's injuries. I will extract the bullet and administer anesthesia. Please bear with it. No need, just take it out. Xiaoju insisted, his arm bleeding profusely, yet he seemed impervious to the pain. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, but said nothing further. With practiced skill, he retrieved the bullet with tweezers. During the extraction, Xiaoju remained statue-like, betraying no reaction, save for the faint tremor of his muscle lines, hinting at the pain he was enduring. Bai Yi efficiently disinfected the wound, applied medication, and bandaged it, clearly demonstrating familiarity with the procedure. Soon, all of the assassins had been neutralized by Xiaoju's men, with the lone survivor beaten nearly to death by Xiaohe. Yet, this assassin proved to be a tough nut to crack, refusing to divulge the mastermind behind the attack, even in a state of near death. Xiaohe tossed the barely living assassin before Xiaoju. Sir, this one has a tough disposition. He refuses to reveal the orchestrator. Oh. Then there is no need to keep him alive. Xiaoju swiftly drew his silver pistol, aiming it at the assassin's forehead, and with a resounding bang, shattered his skull. Clean it up. Xiaoju's chilling voice was as frigid as ice. Yes, sir. Two men in black promptly dragged the lifeless assassin away. Xia Yingnai clamped her hands over her mouth, suddenly recalling a similarly horrific scene in the parking lot. She understood that the father of her precious ones was inherently ruthless and cruel, yet she had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for human life. Her gaze darted nervously to her car, which remained eerily silent. Xia Yingnai knew that her dear ones had wisely concealed themselves beneath the seats. She absolutely cannot allow Xiaoju to discover the existence of the children. Otherwise, the innocent and kind-hearted little ones would fall into his hands, unaware of the madness they would be subjected to. Xiaoju's hawk-like piercing gaze fixated on Xia Yingnai's terrified countenance. She trembled in fear under his terrifying stare. His eyes were as cold as ice, radiating a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Xia Yingnai attempted to flee towards her car, but her slender wrist was seized by Xiaoju. With a forceful grip, he pinned her against a luxurious sedan. Xia Yingnai stared at Xiaoju, her voice trembling. Are you trying to kill me? Xiaoju's lips curled into a cruel smile. Woman, it has already happened twice. You think you can escape after witnessing what you shouldn't? Xia Yingnai felt her legs weaken. Chapter 57. Negotiating with the Devil. Xiaoju. Xia Yingnai was at a loss. Her mind blank. Who are you? What do you want? Xiaoju's rough hand caressed Xia Yingnai's swan-like neck. Nai. Those who know my true identity have long since perished. Such a delicate and beautiful neck. With just a gentle twist, you would depart this world silently. Despite her overwhelming fear, Xia Yingnai bit down on her trembling lips, forcing herself to remain calm. Do you truly wish to kill me? Cold sweat trickled down her exquisite face. She was not afraid of death. However, if she were to die, there would be no one to care for the children. They would become pitiable orphans. When faced with the threat of death, Xia Yingnai found herself gradually calming. She spoke to Xiaoju with a composed demeanor, her expression softening. Xiaoju, considering our past connection, could you spare me this once? I promise I will not speak of this matter. I swear. The fleeting connection she referred to was that fateful night amidst the snowstorm, in that dilapidated temple, when she was assaulted by Xiaoju. That encounter had tarnished her reputation, yet gifted her with 4 adorable children. Spare you? Xiaoju raised an eyebrow with interest, his grip around her neck tightening, drawing blood. Yet, he remained unfazed, wickedly smirking. If you wish for my mercy, it's not impossible, Nai. How about we indulge in a few more encounters? Once, in a state of enchantment, she had been forced to submit to him, scratching and kicking in defiance, like a small tiger deprived of its teeth. Just that one time made him crave her even more. Another time, under the influence of a drug, she appeared innocent, yet alluring, persistently seeking him. He had never been a man of desires, disdainful of women, yet her continuous enticements made him unable to resist her. This woman truly had a bewitching allure. Xia Yingnai's body captivated him. She was both foolish and endearing. How could he bear to kill her? Could we perhaps negotiate different terms? Xia Yingnai asked through clenched teeth. Yet she could distinctly feel his breath growing heavier, the changes in his body evident. That damned lecher. Was he truly a man of his nature? Just like Xiao Yuhuang. Even the terrifying figure of the snow eagle mask is equally vexing.
How infuriating.
Yingnai, you are in no position to negotiate with me. Xiao Ju sneered, gesturing with a flick of his hand. The guns of the men in black were pointed menacingly at Xia Yingnai's car. With but a word from him, her vehicle would be riddled with bullets. Xiao Ju, you are devoid of humanity. Do you not realize that there are those inside the car who matter to you? Xia Yingnai clutched fiercely at Xiao Ju's shirt, her eyes filled with fury. In a moment of desperation, she nearly revealed that there was a child in the car.
Yet,
at the last moment, she bit her tongue. This beast intends to kill his own flesh and blood. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed across Xia Yingnai's eyes. Xiao Ju seized her chin, his lips curling into a taunting smile. So, you wish to kill me? There are countless who aspire to do so. Yet none have succeeded thus far. Yingnai, you must understand how foolish it is to overestimate oneself. Xia Yingnai glared at Xiao Ju with hatred. Fine, I accept your terms. What more do you desire? Now that is a good girl. Xiao Ju's breath, warm and suggestive, brushed against Xia Yingnai's ear. My demands are quite simple. Whenever I desire, you must comply. Yingnai, is that achievable? Xia Yingnai stifled the impulse to unleash a punch upon his head and took a deep breath. Xiao Ju, I lead my own life and cannot be at your beck and call. Xiao Ju patted her cheek dismissively, adopting a tone of condescension. Do you think I am idle every day? Yingnai, when I have needs, I shall certainly call upon you. Xia Yingnai's fists were clenched tightly. Until when must I endure this? Xiao Ju replied calmly. Until the day I grow weary of it. Xia Yingnai's delicate face turned pale, and she cast a glance at her car, her eyes filled with restraint. Very well. The windows were heavily tinted. She could not see the children inside. Yet, she could imagine their terrified expressions. Then, let me collect a bit of interest first. The moment Xiao Ju's words fell, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on Xia Yingnai's fair neck. Ah, you bastard. Xia Yingnai cried out, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. His method of collecting interest was disturbingly perverse. Did he think himself a vampire? Xia Yingnai was furious, ready to unleash her wrath. But then she heard Xiao Ju's wicked voice. Indeed, my little Yingnai, your flavor remains as exquisite as ever. Xiao Ju's icy fingertip caressed the bloodied mark on her neck. Yingnai, you now bear my imprint. Should you betray me, the price you pay will be excruciatingly steep. He uttered the harshest threat in the most affectionate manner. Pervert. Xia Yingnai's curse was abruptly silenced as Xiao Ju's lips descended upon hers with fervor. Inside the car, three little treasures had hidden for a long time. Only when the gunfire ceased did they cautiously emerge from under the seats. While the outside world remained oblivious to the scene within, the children peered out, their heads bobbing as they curiously observed the unfolding events outside. They witnessed their mother being bullied by the masked Xiao Ju, pinned against the car. Mommy is being tormented by that wicked uncle. San Bao. We must go down and protect her. Air Bao's face flushed with anger as he tugged desperately at the car door, but despite his utmost effort, he could not pry it open. Mommy has locked the door. Brother, we can't get out. Si Bao was on the verge of tears. Step aside. I shall smash the door open. San Bao clenched his tiny fists, pounding relentlessly against the car door.
Bang, bang, bang.
The carbon steel door trembled under the force of San Bao's strikes, appearing on the brink of collapse. Is there someone inside? Xiao Ju's cold gaze narrowed, his pupils glinting with murderous intent. Xiao He, vigilant and armed, approached the sedan to investigate. Master, there are 3 children in the car. Xia Yingnai, hearing the sound of the door being struck, suddenly recalled the children inside the vehicle. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she pushed Xiao Ju aside and dashed toward her car. Just before San Bao could shatter the door, Xia Yingnai swiftly used the electronic key to unlock it. My darlings, I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you. Xia Yingnai expressed her deep remorse, embracing her children. Mommy, we are fine. We saw that bad uncle outside bullying you. Are you hurt? The 3 children looked at Xia Yingnai with shared concern. I'm alright, and I will take you all away now. Xia Yingnai locked the car door and hurriedly took her seat in the driver's position. She swiftly started the engine, and the car sped away, like an arrow released from a bow. Xiao Ju coldly observed the receding vehicle, his alluring eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms, flickering with a hint of intrigue. Children? Why are there children in Xia Yingnai's car? Master, are we just going to let her leave?
Bai Yi,
who had witnessed the entire scene, found it hard to believe. Their master never left witnesses. Why was he making an exception this time? A drunken man, utterly oblivious, was dragged from the wrecked car by Xiao Ju's black-clad subordinates. What should we do about the driver, sir? One subordinate inquired. The drunkard burped, reeking of alcohol, completely unaware of the gun pressed against his forehead. Make it clean. Xiao Ju's tone was chillingly severe. Yes. The subordinate understood this as an order for silencing. Just as they were about to drag the drunken man away, Xiao Ju suddenly recalled Xia Yingnai's pure and innocent gaze. She seemed to detest bloodshed profoundly. Instantly, he changed his mind. Wait. Toss him into his wrecked car. Leave no trace. Understood. Xiao He gazed at the cold and ruthless Xiao Ju, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly their merciless killer, Lord Xiao? Tonight, he appeared unusually benevolent. Chapter 58. A Vow to Avenge Mother. She parked the car in the underground garage of the community. As soon as she stepped out, Xia Yingnai enveloped her children in her arms, anxiously asking, "My darlings, are you all right? Dear ones, tell me, is there any discomfort in your bodies?" She inquired anxiously, scrutinizing each child.
Mummy, I'm perfectly fine.
The second child reassured Xia Yingnai. "Mummy, I am unscathed as well, see?" The third child exclaimed, full of vitality. The fourth child, with tear-filled eyes, clung to Xia Yingnai's neck, sobbing, "I'm all right too, just a bit frightened. My precious ones, I am deeply sorry. It was my fault for abandoning you in the car. I should have kept you safe and sound." Xia Yingnai lamented, her heart heavy with guilt as she held her trembling daughter tightly. The thought of what could have happened today haunted her. She could never forgive herself if anything had befallen her children. "Mommy, are you hurt?" The second child's sharp gaze fell upon the wound on Xia Yingnai's neck, his face flushing with anger. "Did that wicked uncle hurt you?" Mummy is fine." Xia Yingnai stammered, hastily covering the nearly scabbed wound with her hand. She inwardly cursed Xiao Ju for his perverse behavior, biting her in such a conspicuous place. "I saw that uncle bite your neck. Yes, the one who hurt you." The third child's eyes suddenly glistened with rage, his little fists clenched tightly. Like an enraged lion. "I should have gone down to save you. If anyone dares to bully Mummy, I will make him pay." The intensity of the third child's fury startled Xia Yingnai. Quickly, she embraced him, speaking softly to soothe him. "My darling, the situation was dire. There were terrifying threats outside, and you were far too small to save me. Dear ones, you must remember. Mummy is an adult and knows how to protect herself in danger. You are still children and lack the ability to shield others. If peril strikes and I am not by your side, you must first learn to safeguard yourselves. This will ease my worries. Do you understand?" Xia Yingnai gently instructed her children. "Yes, we understand, Mummy," the three replied in unison. Yet, at that moment, the second and third children harbored different thoughts. That uncle wearing the snow eagle mask had bullied Mummy. Xia Yingnai felt a surge of concern. The children's biological father was exceedingly cruel, and his background seemed complex. She resolved to keep the secret, determined to prevent Xiao Ju from discovering the existence of her children. The following morning, after a night of rest following the fright, Xia Yingnai felt invigorated. She was inherently optimistic. Eagerly, she began to browse the news online, yet found no reports concerning the gunfight. Journalists only covered an incident involving a driver who crashed while intoxicated, which had occurred on Ingbin Road, the very place where she and her children had faced danger. The reporters cautioned against drunk driving. The more Xia Yingnai pondered, the more she felt a chill of dread. Given the magnitude of the gunfight on Ingbin Road, with numerous assassins killed, how could the media remain completely silent? It is evident how formidable the man behind the scenes is, a figure far beyond her capacity to provoke. Recalling the threats made by Xiao Ju, Xia Yingnai felt a mix of anger and frustration, yet at that moment, she found herself utterly powerless. She could not gamble with the lives of a few precious treasures. Now, she could only proceed step by step, contemplating how to confront Xiao Ju in the future. The wound on her neck had already scabbed over. As she bitterly cursed Xiao Ju, she applied foundation repeatedly until the mark was less conspicuous. After having breakfast, Xia Yingnai sent several children off on the school bus. On her way to the company, she suddenly remembered that Xiao Yuhuang had instructed her to deliver 999 roses to Xia Runaway. She parked her car at a nearby flower shop, ordered the roses, and spent nearly 50,000 yuan, generously tipping the owner an extra 1,000 yuan to have them delivered to Xia Runaway's villa. Xia Yingnai delightedly calculated that with Xiao Yuhuang having given her 200,000 yuan, after deducting the cost of the flowers and delivery, she would net over 100,000 yuan. What a delightful endeavor. Feeling pleased with her financial gain, Xia Yingnai's mood was quite buoyant at work. During the bustling peak hours, the first-floor lobby was teeming with people. Dapperly dressed male elites and youthful, vibrant female professionals created a captivating visual tableau. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she quickly made her way to the elevator. However, the elevator in Building 111 was overcrowded. Only the adjacent elevator 12 stood empty. Without hesitation, Xia Yingnai pressed the button for that elevator. To her astonishment, a woman entered, seemingly unaware that the VIP elevator was exclusively for the president and distinguished guests. She appeared to be a recent hire, undeniably beautiful. Surely new employees undergo training. Could she truly not distinguish between the VIP elevator and the regular one? Who knows, perhaps she possesses a remarkable background. Two female employees, glancing at Xia Yingnai, whispered to each other while pointing in her direction. Standing a bit afar, Xia Yingnai did not catch their gossip. Upon pressing the button for the 11th floor, she suddenly realized something felt amiss. Why were there no staff waiting by this elevator? Xia Yingnai pondered that it might indeed be the exclusive elevator for VIPs. Just as she contemplated switching to another staff elevator, she was startled by a chorus of starstruck exclamations. Wow, Director Jean is here. He looks so handsome today. Hello, ladies. Good morning. Director Jean Yusi's enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled as he greeted the female employees warmly. Good morning, Director Jean. What brings you here so early today? Compared to the cold and unyielding President Xiao Yuhuang, the charming and romantic Jean Yusi was evidently more favored by the female staff. As no one could withstand Xiao Yuhuang's icy demeanor. I must have come early because I missed all you beautiful ladies. Jean Yusi playfully teased the female employees, eliciting blushes and shy smiles. Upon looking up, Jean Yusi noticed the graceful figure by the VIP elevator. Good morning, beautiful. Jean Yusi cast a charming glance at Xia Yingnai. Good morning, Director Jean. May I inquire if your eyes are cramping? Xia Yingnai asked, somewhat perplexed.
What?
Jean Yusi responded, a bit bewildered. Your eyes are blinking incessantly. That's a symptom of cramping. I suggest you consult an ophthalmologist, Xia Yingnai bluntly advised. Jean Yusi found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. While other women would blush or even scream when he flirted, this woman had the audacity to suggest he was having a spasm. Chapter 59. The President's Cheesy Flirtation with Nai. Jean Yusi chuckled, harboring no ill feelings towards Xia Yingnai. Instead, he beckoned her. Nai, come here. Let us take the elevator together. Xia Yingnai's beautiful eyes widened, and she hurriedly waved her hands. Director Jean, you go ahead. That elevator is for VIPs. You are the leader, and I am merely a staff member. We must adhere to the rules. Since you recognize my position as the leader, I now command you to accompany me in the elevator. Do you have any objections? Jean Yusi feigned a stern expression, deliberately adopting an authoritative demeanor. Previously, Xia Yingnai had heard various gossip about the Group S executives, including Jean Yusi, the dashing heir of the Jean family conglomerate, one of the 4 major groups in Shengjing. Despite his usual nonchalant and flirtatious demeanor, he was astute and exceptionally capable, making him an indispensable asset in the Shao Corporation. However, Xia Yingnai did not anticipate that the seemingly gentle and polite Jean Yusi could be so audaciously carefree when infatuated. At that moment, Jean Yusi had witnessed her being forcefully kissed by Xiao Yuhuang on the sofa. Nai, why aren't you coming in?
What are you thinking about?
Jean Yusi called out to Xia Yingnai. Alright. Director Jean. Xia Yingnai replied, her complexion slightly pale. Observing her lack of enthusiasm, Jean Yusi remarked, Nai. What's wrong with you today? You seem a bit off. Xia Yingnai clenched her fists nervously. Huh? Director Jean, what do you mean by off? You're remarkably beautiful. Jean Yusi effortlessly delivered a cheesy line. Director Jean, you truly have a way with words. Xia Yingnai chuckled, her laughter blooming like a flower. Jean Yusi was also captivated by her pure smile, joining her in laughter. Just then, Xiao Yuhuang, surrounded by bodyguards, caught sight of Xia Yingnai, who was smiling at Jean Yusi, her expression radiating springtime affection. His sharp gaze suddenly turned menacing. Xia Yingnai, it's almost time to work. What are you still doing here? Guarding the elevator? Xia Yingnai was engaged in conversation with Jean Yusi when a cold voice pierced through from behind her. She stiffened and turned to find the icy-faced Xiao Yuhuang standing right behind her. I'm sorry, President. I'll leave immediately, Xia Yingnai stammered, hurriedly grabbing her bag and making her way to the ordinary employee elevator. However, Jean Yusi grasped her bag, smiling as he said, Nai. The regular employee elevator is too crowded. Let us ride together. Jean Yusi, remember your position. You are the director of the Shao Corporation. You are not here to flirt with my employees. Xiao Yuhuang glared coldly at Jean Yusi. You, Xia Yingnai, is a newcomer. So, let us not be overly harsh on her. Jean Yusi remains all smiles, completely unfazed by Xiao Yuhuang's fearsome visage. Xiao Yuhuang turns his icy gaze upon Xia Yingnai, his eyes sharp as blades. And you, Xia Yingnai, possess no sense of punctuality. Dare to be late even once. And brace yourself for a deduction from this month's performance bonus. Xia Yingnai feels an overwhelming sense of injustice, but musters a forced smile in response. Thank you for your guidance, President. I will take heed next time. She bows to Xiao Yuhuang and hastily makes her way to the employee elevator. Previously, during the routine morning meeting, she had forgotten to switch her phone to airplane mode and had received a scolding from Xiao Yuhuang. Now, she finds herself publicly reprimanded once more. Xia Yingnai believes her luck to be exceedingly poor. Feeling dejected, she is relieved to arrive at the secretary department on time. Otherwise, her bonus for the month would surely be lost. As she settles into her seat, still unable to greet Luo Xiaolove, the internal phone rings, and Xiao Yuhuang's voice commands, Xia Yingnai, bring me a cup of coffee immediately. Of course, President, she replies, rising at once to prepare coffee for Xiao Yuhuang in the pantry. Seeing Xia Yingnai delivering coffee to the president again, Kaisi is filled with both anger and jealousy. Her beautiful face contorting in resentment. She mutters to herself, that wretched seductress, what is there to be so proud of? If Miss Xia Runaway were to learn of your existence, just wait and see how she deals with you. Kaisi rushes to an empty conference room and quietly dials a secret number on her phone. Xia Yingnai soon completes the coffee and carefully carries it to Xiao Yuhuang's office. President, your coffee, she gently knocks on the door. Xiao Yuhuang's cold voice responds. Come in. His tone suggests displeasure, chilling to the bone. Xia Yingnai steadies her trembling hand as she enters, straightening her posture. She places the coffee on the table, smiling sweetly. President, here is your coffee. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With her smile, surely he would not be too difficult on her? Upon seeing Xia Yingnai's beautiful smile, Xiao Yuhuang recalls how she had just smiled enchantingly at Jin Yusi. An inexplicable layer of frustration builds up within him. He can barely contain himself. After taking a few sips of the coffee she prepared, Xiao Yuhuang remarks, not bad. I am glad you like it, Xia Yingnai responds eagerly. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Without waiting for his reply, she begins to step away. Wait. Xiao Yuhuang calls out to her, oddly stating, my coffee is always unsweetened.
Nai.
Do you know what sugar suits you? Xia Yingnai is taken aback, unsure of the intent behind Xiao Yuhuang's words. Is he testing her intelligence?
Could it be?
She wonders, bewildered. Nai, what do you think my flaws are? Xiao Yuhuang inquires further. Xia Yingnai's lips twitch slightly. No. President, you possess no flaws. In the hearts of us employees, you are the epitome of perfection. In truth, Xia Yingnai yearned to express that he was burdened with a multitude of shortcomings, arrogance, aloofness, pride, a penchant for tormenting others, and so forth. Yet, how could she voice such sentiments when he was, after all, her benefactor? She could only grit her teeth and endure. In a moment of sheer disbelief, Xia Yingnai thought, help. Has the president lost his mind? Noticing her ghostly demeanor, Xiao Yuhuang felt a pang of frustration. Just moments ago, at the elevator, Jin Yusi had whispered sweet nothings to Xia Yingnai, and she had laughed with such delight. He had painstakingly searched online for a few amusing pickup lines to share with her, but why did this woman exhibit no reaction whatsoever, let alone any surprise? Chapter 60. What type of woman does the president prefer? Xia Yingnai still wore an expression of shock. Xiao Yuhuang's icy facade bore a hint of rigidity, mingled with curiosity. How is it that Xia Yingnai reacted so differently from other girls? In the videos he had watched, girls receiving their boyfriend's cheesy lines would giggle uncontrollably, playfully punching their partner's chests while teasingly saying, darling, stop it. You're making me blush. Yet, Xia Yingnai was an exception.
Cough.
Xiao Yuhuang deliberately cleared his throat before addressing her with irritation. Xia Yingnai, did you even hear what I just said? She cautiously inquired, President, are you feeling unwell? Foolish woman, he retorted. This dim-witted girl truly lacked any sense of romance. Inwardly fuming, Xia Yingnai chastised him. You're the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. However, her face remained impassive as she maintained a smile. President, it is precisely because of our ordinary foolishness that your extraordinary qualities shine even brighter. Otherwise, how could your wisdom and talent be highlighted without comparison to us mere mortals? Her eloquence left Xiao Yuhuang both amused and exasperated. What a pity it was that such verbal prowess was not utilized in the public relations department. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the faint scar on Xia Yingnai's neck, obscured by foundation. With a subtle flicker in his eyes, he inquired nonchalantly, Nai, what happened to your neck? Nothing much. I encountered a rabid dog yesterday, and it bit me, Xia Yingnai replied tersely. Xiao Yuhuang thought, indeed, this woman cannot speak with grace. Pour me another cup of coffee, he commanded, feeling somewhat irritable. President, Here is your coffee, Xia Yingnai replied calmly, taking his cup to refill it. As she handed it to him, her small hand was enveloped within his larger grasp.
Yet.
His grip remained steadfast, like a vice. He teasingly kneaded the back of her hand for a few moments before reluctantly releasing her. Xia Yingnai was left utterly speechless with indignation. Xiao Yuhuang lifted his coffee cup and took a meaningful sip, remarking, "The flavor is delightful." It was uncertain whether he referred to the coffee or the delicate touch of her hand. The back of Xia Yingnai's hand, once caressed by him, felt as though it had been set ablaze. Frustration surged within her, prompting an exclamation of his name. "Xiao Yuhuang, should you dare to lay your hands on me again, I will certainly accuse you of sexual harassment." "Feel free," he replied nonchalantly. "If you manage to win that case, it would indeed showcase your capabilities." Xiao Yuhuang took another sip of his coffee, the corners of his sensuous lips curling into a faint smile, exuding an air of mischief and audacity. With an elegant motion, he lit a cigarette, the wisps of smoke enhancing his already devil-may-care demeanor. Xia Yingnai, infuriated by his arrogance, mustered her composure and declared, "Mr. Xiao, if you genuinely seek companionship, you may explore the numerous nightclubs where a plethora of women await, each fulfilling diverse tastes and desires. Moreover, with your immense wealth and striking appearance, I am certain countless women would willingly pursue you. Why must you persistently torment a humble employee like myself? You could simply articulate your preferences, and I would gladly assist in your search." Xiao Yuhuang deliberately exhaled a ring of smoke towards Xia Yingnai, languidly responding, "Nai. Don't you already know what I desire?" His alluring gaze fixed upon her, his penetrating stare seemed to strip her bare. Coughing from the smoke, Xia Yingnai took a step back, striving to suppress her inner turmoil. "Mr. President, please share the type of woman you favor. I would go to great lengths to find one for you." Understanding Xiao Yuhuang's preferences would enable her to navigate the upcoming weekend gathering at the Xia family's celebration of Xia Jinyue's birthday more effectively. Their eyes met, and with a wicked smile, he uttered, "I naturally prefer long, cascading waves." "Is that the only criterion?" Xia Yingnai questioned, her disbelief evident. Given Xiao Yuhuang's discerning tastes, was it truly sufficient for a woman merely to possess long, wavy hair? Was it that simple? Did family background, appearance, or figure not factor into his considerations? Xiao Yuhuang elegantly flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze lingering ambiguously on Xia Yingnai's curvaceous figure. "Nai, you are quite adorable. This is not merely one condition, but three." "Three conditions?" Xia Yingnai momentarily faltered, then dissected his statement, pondering each word. Long hair, ample curves, waves. Realization dawned upon her, her delicate face blushing furiously. How outrageous. "Xiao Yuhuang, the brazen rogue. I will swiftly find a suitable woman for you, Mr. President," she stammered, fighting the urge to curse him. "I assure you, your requirements will be met to your satisfaction." Upon observing Xia Yingnai's willingness to assist in a search for a woman, Xiao Yuhuang tugged at his taut tie, a swell of irritation washing over him. How foolish she was. Standing at the pinnacle of power and wealth, he could easily acquire any woman he desired without her assistance. "Get out," he barked, his brow furrowed in anger. "Understood, Mr. President." Xia Yingnai breathed a sigh of relief. As she turned, she hurriedly dashed towards the door of the president's office, as if a ravenous wolf were hot on her heels. Xiao Yuhuang fixed his gaze on the slender figure of Xia Yingnai as she hastily departed, the pent-up frustration within him becoming increasingly palpable. Just as she settled into her seat to commence her work, Luo Xiaolov approached her. Resting her chin on her hand, she enviously remarked, "Nai, the president truly values you. He always sends you to deliver coffee. To behold his divine beauty daily, I envy your fortune." Xia Yingnai furrowed her brow and replied softly, "Xiaolov, the president is not as perfect as you envision. He possesses a rather unpleasant disposition in private." Luo Xiaolov appeared incredulous. "Surely not. Aside from his aloofness, I find him utterly flawless. You see, I once thought he was particularly cold-hearted. His aura is so formidable that it feels as though one is frozen before even approaching him. However, last time, when you subtly mocked him as a toad, he didn't seem angered. Nai, I believe the president holds a special regard for you." At that moment, Kaisi, strutting in her 10-inch heels, approached with a mocking tone. "Xia Yingnai, don't mistake your slight charm for the ability to entice the president. Miss Xia Runaway, the mayor's daughter, is his legitimate fiancée. What are you, after all?" Xia Yingnai had intended to maintain harmonious relations with her colleagues, yet some individuals seemed prone to overstepping boundaries. A deep resentment flashed in Kaisi's eyes as she suddenly curled her crimson lips into a sinister smile. "Oh, Xia Yingnai, don't revel too much. You shall see what awaits you shortly." Gazing at Kaisi's inexplicably ominous smile, Xia Yingnai felt an involuntary twitch in her right eyelid. an unsettling sense of foreboding creeping over her. Chapter 61. Xia Yingnai seducing the president? In the secretary's office, while Xia Yingnai was in the midst of photocopying documents, the printer unexpectedly malfunctioned, jamming several sheets of paper inside. Frowning lightly, she patted the left and glanced to the right, but ultimately found herself unable to resolve the issue. Male secretary Fang Yuanbo promptly rushed over, eager to assist. Nai, is the printer jammed? Let me take a look. Do you know how to fix printers? Xia Yingnai inquired. I do. I used to repair my family's printer, Fang Yuanbo replied with a smile. Zhong Qi also enthusiastically gathered around. Before Fang Yuanbo could begin repairs, Zhong Qi had already taken the initiative to disassemble the machine. Nai, I'm quite skilled at fixing machines. My family runs a printing shop. Allow me to assist you. All right. Thank you both, Xia Yingnai said with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. The two tall, young men felt invigorated by Xia Yingnai's graceful smile. Meanwhile, back at her seat, Kaisi, after making a mysterious phone call, received several urgent messages from the eldest daughter of the Xia family on WeChat. The eldest daughter's account belonged to Xia Runaway. Kaisi was handpicked by Xia Runaway as her informant. Under the pressure and persuasion of Xia Runaway, Kaisi was tasked with monitoring every movement in the president's office, reporting every action back to her. This action is intended to prevent those seductive vixens from enticing Xiao Yuhuang. Miss Xia, how long has that damned vixen been with the Xiao family? How did she manage to allure your president? Casey, you must recount every detail to me at once. The president has her deliver coffee to his office daily. Ostensibly, it is for business discussions, yet she lingers there for over half an hour. When she emerges, her face is flushed and her attire disheveled, indicating something is amiss. Miss Xia, Casey, snap a picture of that brazen woman and send it to me immediately. I must see what this shameless creature looks like, daring to seduce my husband. Casey observed the two men in the office, fawning over Xia Yingnai, and let out a cold snort. She discreetly captured a profile shot of Xia Yingnai and sent it to Miss Xia. Casey gazed at the stunning visage of Xia Yingnai in the photograph, a chilling smile forming on her lips. Previously, a secretary who attempted to entice Xiao Yuhuang faced dire consequences when Xia Ruowei learned of her actions. She had summoned several men to teach the woman a brutal lesson, resulting in severe injury and the permanent loss of her ability to bear children. Xia Yingnai dared to seduce the president. Let us see how she withstands the fury of Xia Ruowei. At the villa, halfway up the mountain, Xia Ruowei was leisurely reclining in the beauty salon, attended by 6 top-tier beauticians applying luxurious treatments. Her delicate face was adorned with the most expensive essence mask. However, upon receiving Casey's phone call and the accompanying message, Xia Ruowei lost all interest in her beauty regimen. She had previously maimed or even killed a few, serving as a warning to others. Under Xia Ruowei's intimidation, no woman dared to cast eyes on Xiao Yuhuang again. Yet, her extreme actions had infuriated him, nearly leading to the dissolution of their engagement. Xia Ruowei deeply regretted her behavior, crying and lamenting. Shin Mani ordered her to reflect at home, compelling her to apologize to Xiao Yuhuang repeatedly. Thanks to Xia Jinyue's efforts to mediate, Xia Ruowei barely managed to retain her engagement with Xiao Yuhuang.
Now,
Another shameless woman attempted to lure her man? How infuriating! Upon seeing the profile photo of the woman sent by Casey, Xia Ruowei nearly lost control. Although the image was not very clear, she could still discern the vixen's beauty. Clad in a white dress with flowing hair, the woman appeared ethereal, her smiling visage resembling that of a celestial being. Xia Ruowei felt a mix of jealousy and envy, yet as she scrutinized the image further, her eyes narrowed slightly. Why does this woman's profile seem so familiar? Xia Ruowei eagerly called Casey. Casey, what is the name of that brazen vixen? Her name is Xia Yingnai, Casey replied. Upon hearing the name, Xia Ruowei's exquisite face contorted in rage, and she abruptly shattered her phone into pieces. That wretched Xia Yingnai dared to seduce her man. She would make certain to eliminate her. Miss Xia, your beauty treatment is only halfway done. We need to wash your face. The 6 beauticians trembled in fear. Get out of my sight, you wretched servants. Xia Ruowei kicked them aside, commanding the butler imperiously. Butler, I wish to go to the Shao Corporation. Have the driver prepare the car immediately. The beauticians, struck and groaning in pain, sprawled on the ground. Yet none dared to utter a word. The butler sighed in silence. This young Miss Xia was both cruel and ruthless, treating servants and other service workers as if they were beneath her. It was truly perplexing. What could the young master possibly see in her? As soon as Xia Ruowei settled into the luxurious Rolls-Royce, ready to depart for the Shao Corporation, a flower delivery vehicle laden with dew-kissed roses fortuitously halted in front of the villa. A middle-aged man, tasked with delivering the bouquets, jumped down from the vehicle and politely inquired, "Is this the residence of Miss Xia Runaway?" Xia Runaway rolled down the window, gazing haughtily at the delivery man. "I am." The man continued, "These are the heartfelt roses ordered by Mr. Xiao Yuhuang for you. 999 roses symbolize the enduring love between you and Mr. Xiao, boundless and everlasting." This marked the first time Xiao Yuhuang had sent Xia Ruawei a gift. While it was not the exquisite jewelry or adornments she preferred, she felt a sense of satisfaction. It signified that Xiao Yuhuang was not devoid of feelings for her. However, the thought that Xia Yingnai had somehow secured a position at the Xiao Corporation and had been working there for quite some time gnawed at her. Even Casey had not disclosed this information. Xia Ruawei's stunningly beautiful face turned a shade of deep anger. Hadn't her mother claimed that no company in the city would hire Xia Yingnai? To her astonishment, that wretched girl had not only been employed at Zhao's but also dared to entice her fiancé. Xia Ruawei's gaze was fierce. She casually plucked a blooming rose from outside the car window and crushed it mercilessly into the ground, her expression terrifyingly wrathful. Chapter 62. The Difficult White Lotus, Xia Yingnai. Dressed in a fashionable ensemble and adorned with expensive sunglasses, Xia Ruawei arrived at the Xiao Corporation in the Rolls-Royce. Upon reaching the corporate building, she immediately took the VIP elevator to the president's office. As the fiancée of Xiao Yuhuang, no one at the front desk dared to obstruct her. Observing Xia Ruawei's furious departure, the tall and attractive receptionists whispered among themselves. They secretly speculated, the president's fiancée is here to check up again. Just look at her furious demeanor. Who knows which female employee will be in trouble this time? Who knows? Every time this tigress arrives, it's never good news. Our illustrious president is unfortunate to have such a fiancée. We should quickly make our faces look less appealing. If she sees us made up, we will be the ones in trouble. Xia Ruawei strode directly to the president's office. Upon finding Xiao Yuhuang absent, Linda informed her that the president was currently in a meeting with senior executives and that no one was allowed to disturb him. Despite her belly full of grievances and anger, Xia Ruawei recalled Xiao Yuhuang's work ethic. He despised being interrupted while attending to his duties. Xia Ruawei restrained her impulse to confront him in the conference room. Considering that Xia Yingnai worked in the secretary's office, she made her way there without a second thought. Xiao Yuhuang was currently in a meeting, presenting her with a fortuitous opportunity. It was time to deal with that little vixen, Xia Yingnai. Linda observed Xia Ruawei striding purposefully towards the secretary's office in her sharp high heels, and she thought to herself that trouble was brewing again. Quickly, she hurried to the conference room to inform the president of Xia Ruawei's arrival. In the secretary's office, Zhong Qi and Fang Yuanhua were enthusiastically assisting Xia Yingnai with a malfunctioning printer. Xia Yingnai smiled gratefully at their help, suggesting they go out for juice. Naturally, the two men declined her offer. Just as they were conversing, the office door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash, and an enraged Xia Ruawei stormed in. The office fell into an eerie silence. "Miss Xia, you've arrived. Would you like me to pour you a cup of coffee?" Casey was the first to rise from her seat, warmly and obsequiously greeting Xia Ruawei. "Get lost," Xia Ruawei snapped, shoving Casey aside without a hint of courtesy. Casey's expression soured. Xia Ruawei's sharp gaze swept across the office and quickly landed on Xia Yingnai, who was seated in the corner. Upon seeing her, Xia Ruawei lost her composure and shouted in fury, "Xia Yingnai, you truly are hiding in Zhao's company." Xia Yingnai regarded the stormy-faced Xia Ruawei with an unsettling calm. Ever since she learned that Xia Ruawei was Xiao Yuhuang's fiancée, she had prepared herself for this confrontation. "Miss Xia Ruawei, I am the secretary here. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" She replied coolly. "Everyone else get out, except for Xia Yingnai." Xia Ruawei commanded like a queen, issuing orders to everyone in the secretary's office. The staff trembled in fear of her presence. Several female secretaries, who were friendly with Casey, hastily exited the room. Yet, Zhong Qi, Fang Yuanhua and Luo Xiaowai, who were closely connected with Xia Yingnai, stubbornly remained in their seats, casting worried glances at her, clearly reluctant to leave. Xia Yingnai understood that Xia Ruawei had come for her. With a reassuring smile, she addressed the three. "It's all right. You can go. I'll handle this." Seeing Xia Yingnai's insistence and recalling the surveillance in the office, they exchanged glances before finally deciding to exit. Xia Ruawei glared at the innocent and beautiful Xia Yingnai, her jealousy palpable. A sinister glint flashed in her eyes. Without uttering another word, she seized a metal pen holder from the desk and hurled it violently at Xia Yingnai. Caught off guard, Xia Yingnai barely had time to react before the pen holder struck her delicate face, hitting the corner of her right cheek. It narrowly missed her eye. The pen holder, being made of iron, was exceedingly hard. Xia Yingnai felt a sharp pain at the impact site and instinctively covered her face with her hand. Her sensitivity to pain acute. She had yet to alleviate her pain. Her long hair was ruthlessly yanked by Xia Ruawei. Xia Yingnai, you wretched creature, sullied by beggars. How dare you come to the Xiao family to seduce my fiancé? Have you lost your mind? The venomous words poured forth. You shameless harlot. A bastard child. Just like your mother, who has been ridden by countless men. Xia Yingnai winced as her scalp was painfully pulled, her eyes bruised from the blows. Enduring the agony, she quickly scanned her surroundings, confirming that the corner she occupied was a blind spot for surveillance. Moreover, aside from herself and Xia Ruawei, there was no one else in the office. Suppressing the pain in her eyes, Xia Yingnai clenched her fists and unleashed a flurry of punches to Xia Ruawei's abdomen, targeting her softest spots. Xia Ruawei let out a shriek, feeling as though her insides were being rearranged. She fell heavily to the ground, tripping over a swivel chair and landing awkwardly on her back, her head buzzing with pain. Suddenly, the door to the secretary's office was forcefully kicked open. A chilling voice resonated through the room. What are you two doing? Both women were taken aback. Xia Yingnai saw the cold and imposing Xiao Yuhuang striding toward her. Standing tall and commanding, his frigid aura seemed to slice through the winter sky, overwhelming everyone's senses. Behind him trailed Linda Luo Xiaolove and other members of the secretarial staff, all of whom stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Kathy rushed to assist the fallen Xia Ruawei, deliberately attacking Xia Yingnai. Xia Yingnai, are you not aware that Miss Xia Ruawei is the president's fiancée? How dare you lay a hand on the future Mrs. President? You are truly audacious. A heavy burden was placed upon Xia Yingnai as Kathy took delight in the thought that the president had witnessed her mistreating his fiancée, which would surely alter his perception of her. However, before Kathy could finish her taunt, Xia Yingnai had already squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she covered her lips with her hands, weeping pitifully. President Xiao, I did not lay a finger on your fiancé. There are surveillance cameras in the office. If you doubt my words, simply check the footage. When Miss Xia Ruawei arrived, she ordered all employees to leave, leaving me alone in the office, and without hesitation, she attacked me. She grabbed my hair and struck me with a pen holder, causing such pain to my eyes. She called me a shameless wretch, a bastard, and accused me of trying to seduce you. I swear by heaven, I have always adhered to my duties, aside from work. I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. President, why does Miss Xia Ruawei treat me this way? Xia Ruawei was nearly driven to fury by Xia Yingnai's words. She gazed intently at her sister, astonished that this sibling could be such a difficult white lotus. Xia Ruawei instinctively turned to Xiao Yuhuang, whose handsome yet frosty lips bore a cruel curve, yet his gaze was unmistakably fixated on the weeping Xia Yingnai. Chapter 63. You should still seduce me. Xia Ruawei noticed Xiao Yuhuang's eyes nearly glued to Xia Yingnai, and an alarm bell rang in her mind, filling her with discomfort. Among the three sisters, Xia Yingnai was the most exquisite from a young age, and as she matured, her beauty only flourished. Other women, when they weep, often ruin their makeup, leaving their faces a disheveled mess devoid of any allure. However, Xia Yingnai cried in silence. Crystal-like tears cascaded from her large, innocent eyes, evoking a sense of delicate beauty. Observe the men in the office, their gazes transfixed by her tearful visage. This damned vixen. Xia Ruawei seethed with anger as she approached, attempting to grasp Xiao Yuhuang's sleeve. Yuhuang, do not heed Xia Yingnai's fabrications. You are unaware of her vile nature. I am her sister, and know her better than you do. During university, Xia Yingnai was quite promiscuous, flirting with various boys. I heard she intended to seduce you upon joining the company, and I merely wished to issue a verbal warning. I did not lay a hand on her. Yet. Xiao Yuhuang subtly shrugged her off, leaving Xia Ruawei unable to touch his sleeve. In front of so many employees, he offered her no semblance of respect, leaving her frozen in place. Xiao Yuhuang glanced at Xia Ruawei with a sidelong look, his dark eyes resembling a bottomless cold pool. Ruawei, is it truly as you claim? The chill in his gaze sent shivers down her spine, yet she defiantly replied, yes. If Xia Yingnai did not harbor ulterior motives towards you, I would not have reprimanded her. Yuhuang, you must believe me. Xia Yingnai, with her doll-like face, deliberately raised her chin high for all to see. The swelling at the corner of her eye was conspicuous, a clear sign of bruising. She pitifully lamented to Xiao Yuhuang, Mr. Xiao, do you truly believe Xia Ruawei's words? She has not been present at the company recently. How could she possibly know that I attempted to seduce you? Furthermore, if she did not lay a hand on me, how could my eye have swollen like this? My father's birthday is approaching, and I must attend a celebration. What shall I do with my face in this state? Xiao Yuhuang gazed at Xia Yingnai's tear-streaked face, an inexplicable pang of sympathy welling up within him. Ha! This woman has always kept her distance from him. How could she possibly have sought to seduce him? If Xia Yingnai truly were to pursue him, he might find it amusing. Luo Xiaolove, unable to bear the sight, interjected on Xia Yingnai's behalf. President, ever since Nai joined the Xiao Corporation, she has been diligently devoted to her work. I wonder where Miss Xia has heard such rumors of her seduction? Miss Xia, would you care to disclose the source of this slander? Standing behind Xiao Yuhuang, Fang Yuanbo spoke up. President, I can personally vouch for Xia Yingnai's exemplary character. She toils tirelessly, unfazed by hardship, and is not the morally corrupt individual you suggest. Zhong Qi added, Mr. Xiao, I can also attest to this. Xia Yingnai is indeed a rare gem. Xiao Yuhuang continued to fixate on Xia Yingnai's enchanting face, his expression growing increasingly cold. Were her relationships with these two male employees particularly close? One after another, they defended her. Humph. This woman certainly had an appealing charm with the opposite sex. You do not listen to their evasions. Xia Ruawei shot a fierce glare at the employees who spoke up for Xia Yingnai, silently committing their faces to memory. Leave. Xiao Yuhuang's voice was cold and imbued with formidable anger. Xia Yingnai bit her lip, mistakenly believing that Xiao Yuhuang was instructing her to exit. Suppressing her fury, she rose from the ground and turned to leave. Xia Ruawei raised an eyebrow in triumph, convinced that Yu was indeed on her side. However, to her astonishment, Xiao Yuhuang cast a frigid glance at Xia Ruawei and coldly commanded, Xia Ruawei, leave. You claim Xia Yingnai is seducing me, yet I, the party involved, am unaware. Where do you get such hearsay? I have already warned you not to meddle with my employees. Do you think I jest? Or do you believe my temperament is remarkably gentle? Xiao Yuhuang's icy gaze radiated a chilling intensity. Suddenly, she resembled a wilted cat, too intimidated to utter another word. Casting a resentful glance at Xia Yingnai, Xia Ruawei deliberately made a remark before reluctantly strutting away in her high heels, filled with bitterness. Xiao Yuhuang was known for his unpredictable temperament and ruthless demeanor. Xia Ruawei lacked the audacity to provoke him further. It was prudent to know when to retreat, which was one of the reasons Xia Ruawei had retained the title of Xiao Yuhuang's fiancée for so long. The atmosphere in the office was eerily quiet. The sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Kashi's eyes turned red with jealousy. She had expected the president to defend his fiancée, but to her surprise, he publicly reprimanded Xia Ruawei for Xia Yingnai's sake. This was clearly not the outcome she had desired. Xia Yingnai was equally taken aback by Xiao Yuhuang's actions. She gently wiped away her tears, her eyes still tinged with red. Yet, when no one was watching, a playful smirk crept onto her lips. She had learned the art of feigning vulnerability from Xia Ruashi. Men inherently possess a tender pity for the weaker party, a tactic she had just tested with success. Xia Yingnai, come with me to the president's office. Xiao Yuhuang shot Xia Yingnai a cold glance before striding away with long strides. Xia Yingnai initially hesitated but, upon seeing the formidable glint in Xiao Yuhuang's eyes, reluctantly followed him. Upon reaching the president's office, Xia Yingnai had barely stepped inside when the door slammed shut. A pair of large hands encircled her slender waist, pulling her against a masculine chest. Xia Yingnai abruptly looked up, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Xiao Yuhuang. Let go. Xiao Yuhuang lifted her chin, wickedly inquiring, I hear you have been trying to seduce me? I would never seduce your sister. Xia Yingnai retorted, her sharp stiletto heel digging into Xiao Yuhuang's polished shoe. My sister does not fancy women. You should try wooing me instead, Xiao Yuhuang replied with a serious expression, delivering a cold joke. It's all your fault that Xia Ruawei is causing me trouble. You jerk. Xia Yingnai seethed, recalling the grievances she had endured today because of him. In her fury, she repeatedly jabbed her stiletto heel into his shoe, leaving indents on his expensive leather footwear. Yet, he remained unfazed. Xiao Yuhuang embraced Xia Yingnai with an iron grip, his lips crashing against hers in a fervent kiss. Nai, this time I acknowledge my mistake. I never anticipated that Xia Ruawei would come to the company to trouble you. I shall make amends. You may present another condition. A sardonic laugh escaped Xia Yingnai's lips. She intended to dismiss his offer, yet a sudden thought flickered in her beautiful eyes. Rising onto her toes, her slender arms entwined around Xiao Yuhuang's neck. Like a beguiling sprite, she leaned close to his ear, whispering, Very well. I desire you to annul your engagement with Xia Ruawei. Will you acquiesce? Chapter 64. Lowering one's stance to soothe her. Xia Yingnai's enchanting demeanor, deliberately enticing Xiao Yuhuang, resembled that of a captivating little enchantress. Yet, the condition she proposed was unexpectedly audacious. Nai, do you comprehend what you just uttered? Xiao Yuhuang tightened his grip around her delicate waist, his previously cool demeanor now igniting with fervor. Xia Yingnai playfully nibbled on his earlobe, teasingly murmuring, President Xiao, I am entirely aware of what I am saying. I have already made it clear that I do not entangle myself with married men. In this lifetime, I shall never be someone else's mistress. Her supple body brushed against him, igniting a smoldering desire within Xiao Yuhuang that was nearly uncontrollable. His dark pupils deepened, as if a wildfire of yearning was ablaze within. He pressed Xia Yingnai's elegant back against his firm chest, his voice low and husky. Nai. How could you think of yourself as a mistress? Xiao Yuhuang's iron grip enveloped her, his heated breath causing Xia Yingnai to feel a tinge of panic. She attempted to distance herself, sarcastically retorting, in a certain sense, Xia Runaway is my sister, and you are her fiancé. If your engagement with her remains unbroken while you entangle with me, does that not make me the clandestine mistress? Are you suggesting that we sisters share a husband? Xiao Yuhuang gazed deeply into her eyes. Nai, I will annul my engagement with Xia Runaway, but not at this moment. Xia Yingnai let out a self-deprecating laugh. I understand. A slight discomfort stirred within her heart, yet it swiftly dissipated. In that case, I kindly request that President Xiao show me some respect, lest misunderstandings arise, leaving me with no means to defend myself. You must have witnessed today how your fiancé acted like a rabid dog, eager to bite anyone in her path. We currently share no relationship, yet she is so unruly. I cannot fathom the chaos that would ensue if she were to discover our ambiguous connection. She might even resort to violence. Xiao Yuhuang leaned closer to Xia Yingnai, his prominent nose nearly brushing against her delicate one. Nai. Today's incident took me by surprise as well. But I assure you, such a situation will never occur again. With a determined effort, Xia Yingnai broke free from his embrace, her expression as frigid as ice. I do not believe in men's empty promises. Please release me, President. Noticing her pale complexion, Xiao Yuhuang reached out, wishing to caress her lovely face. Xia Yingnai, reacting excessively, turned her face away, declaring, Do not touch me. You are filthy. Am I filthy? Xiao Yuhuang gazed at her with displeasure. Xia Yingnai, you possess quite the audacity. A glint of derision flashed in Xia Yingnai's eyes, her smile increasingly sardonic. President Xiao, I certainly do not share the peculiar hobby of vying for a man's affection with another woman. Xiao Yuhuang's cold, handsome eyes momentarily revealed a hint of displeasure. Forcibly lifting Xia Yingnai's chin, he asserted, Nai, ever since my engagement to Xia Runaway, I have never laid a hand on her. Not now, nor in the future. I can assure you of that. Xia Yingnai reacted vehemently, disdainfully looking up at him. What about before the engagement? Dare you claim you never touched her? 5 years prior, he had been injured and under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Indeed, on a frigid winter night, in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of Shengjing, he had engaged in a physical entanglement with a woman. It was his first time, and one he would never forget. The woman entwined with him was Xia Runaway. Xiao Yuhuang did not wish to deceive Xia Yingnai with these truths. After recovering from his injury 5 years ago, he had brought Xia Runaway to his side, only to discover that he had completely lost all sexual interest in her, devoid of any desire to touch her. In fact, he had lost interest in all women. Over the years, he had led a life of asceticism, devoid of any physical entanglements. His brothers even speculated whether he had become impotent. However, 5 years later, upon encountering Xia Yingnai, it was as though the dormant desires within Xiao Yuhuang had been reignited, and he found himself increasingly unable to resist her allure. He resolved that he could never let Xia Yingnai slip away from him. Though his engagement with Xia Runaway would eventually be annulled, it would not be at this moment. At least not until he had cleared certain obstacles and ensured Xia Yingnai's safety. Yet, Xia Yingnai misinterpreted Xiao Yuhuang's silence as acknowledgement of her assumptions. A cold laugh escaped her lips as she freed herself from his embrace, sarcastically stating, President Xiao, you may walk your own path while I traverse mine. Please do not entangle yourself with me further, or I fear I may succumb to nausea. This woman. Xiao Yuhuang struggled to suppress the turbulence within him, gently tucking her hair behind her ear as he spoke softly, Nai, grant me a little time, and I shall provide you with a legitimate identity to stand alongside me. Xia Yingnai disdainfully offered him a profile, seemingly repulsed by his touch.
Nai.
Allow me to apply some medicine for you. Be obedient, Xiao Yuhuang said as he opened a first aid kit from his desk, selecting an ointment. Xia Yingnai mockingly replied, President Xiao, you are quite amusing. Just moments ago, your fiancé harmed me, and now you feign concern by applying medicine. The duet performed by you and your fiancé is rather melodious. Things are not as you perceive them, Nai. One day you will understand, just be obedient. Xiao Yuhuang lowered himself for the first time, exhibiting unparalleled patience in soothing a woman, despite her consistent disdain and frequent provocation of his ire. His temper had always been quite poor. Everyone is utterly terrified of him. The corners of Xia Yingnai's eyes are severely swollen. As Xiao Yuhuang gazes at the inflamed area, his heart softens a fraction. Meanwhile, his dissatisfaction with Xia Runaway deepens. Nai, let me apply the medicine. Please don't move, he urges, rolling up his sleeves and grasping a cotton swab dipped in ointment with his long, elegant fingers. Xia Yingnai, however, is quite obstinate. After being injured by Xia Runaway, she finds it infuriating that he is playing the role of the benevolent one, treating her as though she were a mere child. Step away. I do not require your insincere compassion, she retorts, shaking her head defiantly and refusing to cooperate with Xiao Yuhuang's application of the medicine. Frustration flickers in his eyes as he subtly threatens her. Xia Yingnai shoots him a fierce glare. Due to him, numerous rumors have already circulated within the company. Today, everyone in the secretary's office witnessed her entering the president's office with him. Reluctantly, Xia Yingnai endures and allows Xiao Yuhuang to apply the ointment to her wound. Suddenly, she recalls the upcoming birthday of Xia Yingnai. Pretending to be curious, she gently inquires, "Isn't this weekend Mayor Xia's birthday? Will you be attending?" Chapter 65, The President's First Selfie with Nai. Xiao Yuhuang is somewhat surprised. Xia Yingnai refers to Xia Yingnai as Mayor Xia. Yet, considering the strained relationship between Xia Yingnai and Xia Yingnai, it is hardly surprising. Xiao Yuhuang raises an eyebrow and asks in a deep voice, Nai, will you indeed attend your father's birthday celebration? Of course. After all, my wonderful stepmother personally invited me. How could I possibly decline? A hint of sarcasm flashes in Xia Yingnai's beautiful eyes. Xiao Yuhuang leans in and kisses her cheek casually, stating, "If you go, then naturally, I must accompany you." Oh, are you implying that you had no intention of attending beforehand? Xia Yingnai raises her voice, seemingly incredulous. Of course. Xiao Yuhuang replies coolly, his demeanor aloof. I never attend such tedious gatherings. Xia Yingnai recalls how Shinmani had arrogantly boasted to her that Xiao Yuhuang harbored affections for Xia Runaway and would attend Xia Yingnai's birthday banquet with her. A scoff escapes her lips. The man whom they claim is infatuated with Xia Runaway is currently embracing her, seated in his lap, engaging in intimate acts reserved for lovers. How ironic. As Xiao Yuhuang applies the ointment, a glimmer of inspiration strikes Xia Yingnai's keen eyes. She devises a plan to undermine Shinmani and her daughter. Taking out her phone, she swiftly inputs her password and opens the camera app. Mr. Xiao, may I take a few photos with you? Xia Yingnai gazes at him with eager anticipation. Xiao Yuhuang pauses, a hint of skepticism crossing his handsome face. Photos? Xia Yingnai exaggerates, yes. I've been boasting to my friends that I've recently begun dating a tall, wealthy, and handsome boyfriend who is not only strikingly good-looking but also incredibly gentle with me. However, they seem to doubt my words, claiming I am deceiving them. Mr. Xiao, could I take a few photos with you? I'd like to send them to my friends on WeChat as proof of my claims. What friends? Xiao Yuhuang chuckles softly, looking at Xia Yingnai with a teasing indulgence. All right. However, I have seldom taken photographs, which may account for my somewhat stiff expressions. He is perplexed by a girl's innocent thoughts, yet he does not wish to dampen Xia Yingnai's enthusiasm, so he acquiesces to her whims. It matters not. I am adept at managing my expressions and proficient in photo editing. Even an unattractive man can be transformed into a handsome gentleman through my magical touch. Moreover, with your striking looks, Mr. Xiao, there is no need for editing. You are already a perfect 10, making you quite the catch to take out. Xia Yingnai's luscious crimson lips spew forth compliments in a dazzling manner, much to Xiao Yuhuang's delight. He involuntarily cleared his throat. Faced with the cunning old foxes of the business world, he remains composed, yet during his first selfie with a girl, Xiao Yuhuang finds himself somewhat at a loss. Xia Yingnai switches the phone to selfie mode, utilizing the original camera for its superior clarity. Given their mutual attractiveness, she opts not to enable beauty filters. She sets the camera for a delayed shot. On the screen, two extraordinarily beautiful faces appear. The man's chiseled features are dangerously captivating, while the woman's delicate visage is both pure and enchanting. At that moment, Xia Yingnai's smile is sweet, akin to honey, while Xiao Yuhuang's expression is rigid, as if someone owes him a fortune. Observing his tense demeanor, Xia Yingnai cannot help but chuckle. Mr. Xiao, you needn't be so tense. Just smile. Otherwise, people might think the one taking a photo with me is an ice block. Xiao Yuhuang's lips curve slightly, though his smile remains stiff. Xia Yingnai finds herself at a loss for words. This man is so strikingly handsome. Even as a gigolo, he would be top-notch. Yet he lacks the ability to manage his expressions. If he were in a nightclub, he would hardly qualify as a competent gigolo. Xiao Yuhuang, oblivious to Xia Yingnai's silent critique, believes he is making an earnest effort, but his smile feels forced. Mr. Xiao, please stay still. I will take care of the movement. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xia Yingnai wraps her arms around Xiao Yuhuang's neck, nestling against his chest like a delicate bird. Her fair cheek touches his, and she flashes a peace sign at the camera, her smile radiant as a blossoming flower. Xiao Yuhuang is overwhelmed by her soft, almost ethereal presence, causing him to break into a sweat. Yet, Xia Yingnai continues to stir in his embrace, experimenting with various poses. At one moment, she straddles his lap, her tiny hands resting on his chest as she beams sweetly at the camera. Then, she insists that Xiao Yuhuang's arm encircle her waist, prompting his lips to brush against her neck. In another pose, she turns around, clinging to his shoulders, playfully urging him to carry her for the shot. Xia Yingnai ignites a fervor within Xiao Yuhuang, leaving him quite flustered. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he might have taken her right then and there. Are you done with the photos? Xiao Yuhuang grits his teeth and inquires. Almost just one last shot, Xia Yingnai replies cheerfully. For the final photograph, they face each other, and she leans in to offer him her crimson lips. Xia Yingnai's soft lips resembled a piece of honey that could not be separated. The moment they touched Xiao Yuhuang, it ignited all his desires. Xiao Yuhuang, disregarding everything, yearned to envelop Xia Yingnai within him, indulging in fervent kisses, licking, and biting, until Xia Yingnai felt dizzy, on the verge of fainting. It was only when she fiercely bit his tongue, nearly drawing blood, that Xiao Yuhuang reluctantly released her. Xiao Yuhuang, from now on, do not dare to touch me without my permission. Xia Yingnai pushed him away with great force. Her furious demeanor resembled a thorny wild rose. Xiao Yuhuang smirked, gazing at Xia Yingnai's swollen red lips, his expression gradually deepening in understanding. Nai, you must comprehend the allure you hold over me. Each encounter feels like dry tinder meeting fierce flames. I find it utterly impossible to restrain myself. What is this? After using me, you immediately change your demeanor? Women truly are capricious. With that, she elegantly turned and departed. As she exited the CEO's office, the blush on Xia Yingnai's face dissipated entirely. Disdainfully, she wiped her lips, which had been kissed by Xiao Yuhuang, her innocent visage now resembling a sheet of ice. The time for her father, Xia Jinyue's birthday celebration, was fast approaching. Did Shinmani and her daughter not wish to flaunt their happiness before her? She would surely deliver them a tremendous surprise. Chapter 66. The CEO sees Nai on a date. As work neared its conclusion, Liang Yixuan called Xia Yingnai, inviting her to meet at an upscale Western restaurant. Previously, Liang Yixuan had accompanied Xia Yingnai to Mais, seeking to collect a debt from Sun Shuhai. He had not had the chance to act as backup before being inexplicably trapped in a private room, feeling utterly helpless. It was not until the following day that he was finally released. Liang Yixuan immediately inquired about Xia Yingnai's situation. However, his elder brother's expression was dark and displeased, warning him that he had provoked the wrong person and advised him to be more cautious, confiscating his communication devices. He remained confined at home for nearly 2 weeks until today, when he was finally freed. Emerging from his home, Liang Yixuan felt as if he were a bird liberated from its cage, promptly arranging to meet Xia Yingnai. The upscale Western restaurant was the most romantic in Shengjing, known for its exquisite Italian and French cuisine, complete with enchanting proposal settings. I'm truly sorry, Nai. That day was not my intention to miss our appointment. Liang Yixuan, tall and handsome, apologized repeatedly at the dining table. Xia Yingnai, savoring the French creme brulee, appeared somewhat distracted.
Me perfectly fine, Yixuan.
I have already collected my salary from Sun Shuhai. You needn't worry, that lecher did not take advantage of me. But you? How did you end up being abducted by those men in black? Is everything alright? Xia Yingnai wished to avoid delving further into that day's events. At that time, not only had she failed to collect the debt from Sun Shuhai, but she had also fallen into his trap, succumbing to an aphrodisiac. Although she had not fallen victim to Sun Shuhai's scheme, by a twist of fate, she had ended up entangled with Xiao Yuhuang for an entire night. Xia Yingnai was indeed quite irked by Liang Yixuan's absence. She pondered why he had suddenly failed to show up. After all, he is not the type to break his promises, yet he unexpectedly found himself in trouble. As for me, I bear no grievances. It is all my fault, Nai. I had promised to be there, only to abandon my commitment for no reason. Feel free to scold me. Liang Yixuan felt rather distressed. Xia Yingnai shot him a glare and said casually, Alright, Yixuan, we've been good friends since childhood. If I truly held it against you, I wouldn't have come to meet you today. By the way, do you know who the person that imprisoned you was? Seeing that Xia Yingnai appeared not to be angry, Liang Yixuan let out a slight sigh of relief, though he felt increasingly guilty. He rubbed his nose and replied, I'm not entirely sure either. Today, I was just released by my elder brother, who merely mentioned that I had offended someone and advised me to be more cautious. But he did not specify whom I had wronged. After all, I have been overseas for years and haven't offended anyone back home.
It's all in the past now, Yixuan.
Thankfully, you're fine. Otherwise, I would truly feel guilty, Xia Yingnai advised. It's all right, she said nonchalantly. You silly girl. Liang Yixuan said, reaching out to gently tap her cute nose, his handsome face filled with affection for her. Your carefree nature and your ability to never hold grudges against friends, it's hard to tell if it's a blessing or a curse.
To Liang Yixuan.
Xia Yingnai had always been the epitome of perfection and the object of his secret admiration. He had quietly watched over her for so many years, wishing to present her with the finest things. Yet, he dared not shatter the delicate fabric of their friendship, fearing that once it was broken, he might lose her even as a friend. Not far away, Xiao Yuhuang was dining with the elegantly poised elderly Madame Xiao. Their tables were somewhat distanced. Thus Xia Yingnai remained oblivious to their presence. Xiao Yuhuang observed the lively exchange between Xia Yingnai and Liang Yixuan, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In truth, from the moment Xia Yingnai and Liang Yixuan entered, Xiao Yuhuang had been watching them closely. That man had once taken Xia Yingnai to a place of enchantment, demanding wages from Sun Shuhai. From the second floor, he had seen Xia Yingnai and him share a passionate kiss. This was the second time he had encountered such a scene with Xia Yingnai and another man. Initially, he did not recognize Liang Yixuan. Not every nameless individual could capture his attention. However, after some investigation, he learned that the man was Liang Yixuan, the younger brother of Liang Zekin, the president of the Shengshi Group. He had crossed paths with Liang Zekin in the business realm, recognizing the depth of his cunning. In contrast, his younger brother appeared much simpler, seemingly bright and carefree, a typical playboy of the affluent. At that moment, Liang Yixuan gazed at Xia Yingnai with a look of indulgence. The admiration in his eyes was unmistakable, even from a distance. As a man himself, Xiao Yuhuang understood all too well what that fervent gaze signified. Meanwhile, that foolish woman, Xia Yingnai, seemed quite affectionate towards him. The two were leaning in close, whispering sweet nothings to each other, a sight that was truly irksome. What was their relationship? Could they have once been lovers? This unsettling thought ignited a flame of anger within Xiao Yuhuang's heart, his peach blossom eyes ablaze with fury. The treasure he coveted seemed to have caught the eye of another man, which greatly displeased Xiao Yuhuang. That wretched woman. Does she laugh so flirtatiously with every man? In his presence, he had never witnessed Xia Yingnai's smile so joyfully. Does she truly favor that youthful and vibrant pretty boy? Feeling the icy gaze of Xiao Yuhuang upon him, Liang Yixuan glanced to the side, only to meet the fierce look in Xiao Yuhuang's eyes. Momentarily taken aback by his expression, Liang Yixuan politely nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the formidable president of the Xiao Corporation, a competitor his elder brother often spoke of as particularly challenging. Xia Yingnai remained absorbed in her meal, blissfully unaware of the silent confrontation between the two men. Noticing a smudge of sauce at the corner of her lips, Liang Yixuan instinctively reached for a napkin, gently wiping her mouth. Nai, you've got a bit of mayonnaise on your lips. Let me help you. Thank you, Yixuan, Xia Yingnai replied, somewhat embarrassed, playfully sticking out her tongue. Not thinking much of it. Their relationship had always leaned towards his attentive care for her. She brushed off the minor incident and smiled gratefully at Liang Yixuan. Xiao Yuhuang, witnessing their intimate interaction, narrowed his eyes, his handsome face betraying a barely contained fury. Chapter 67. Nai sends a short video to the president. Xiao Yuhuang was filled with suspicion. Was Liang Yixuan using such a juvenile approach to brazenly signal to him the depth of his relationship with Xia Yingnai? His gaze turned frigid, almost compelling him to rise from his seat and deliver a sound thrashing to Liang Yixuan. Are you alright, you? Grandmother asked you to join me for dinner today. Are you unhappy?
What are you staring at?
The matriarch of the Xiao family noticed her grandson's unwavering focus on a particular spot in the restaurant and, out of curiosity, followed his line of sight. She spotted a young, handsome man dining nearby with an extraordinarily beautiful girl. Their affectionate demeanor resembled that of a couple deeply in love. The young man was attentive, wiping her mouth, pouring juice for her, and telling jokes that made her beam with joy. Oh, my dear grandson, look at that lovely couple at the next table. The young man is so considerate. He takes care of his girlfriend with such meticulousness. When will you bring home a daughter-in-law for me? The old lady gazed at her golden grandson with a hint of melancholy. Xiao Yuhuang fixated on Xia Yingnai, discontentedly retorting, Grandmother, they are not a couple.
Do not speak nonsense.
You rascal. My eyesight has always been keen. I believe they are indeed a couple. Just look at the tenderness and adoration in that young man's gaze towards the girl. It cannot be mistaken.
You.
You should learn from that young man's gentle and considerate way of treating his girlfriend. Look at you, now 28, still a bachelor. You are truly a disgrace to the Xiao family. The old lady chided Xiao Yuhuang incessantly. Xiao Yuhuang, displaying a hint of impatience, interrupted the words of the matriarch. Grandmother, I have set my sights on a target. You shall soon have a granddaughter-in-law. The elderly lady's eyes widened in disbelief. My dear grandson, is this truly the case? Do you have any photographs or videos for me to see? Which esteemed family does she belong to? What is her lineage? Oh, such details are of little consequence now. My standards for your choice have significantly lowered. As long as she is a woman, that will suffice. At that moment, while Xiao Yuhuang conversed with his grandmother, Liang Yixuan and Xia Yingnai had already finished their meal. Just as they were about to depart, Liang Yixuan suddenly wrapped his arms around Xia Yingnai's waist. Yixuan, what are you doing? Xia Yingnai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the embrace, attempted to push him away. Although they shared a close camaraderie, she found herself particularly resistant to any direct physical contact with a man. Even with a good friend, it felt inappropriate. Liang Yixuan casually pointed to a stunning woman in a red trench coat nearby, elaborately adorned. He whispered to Xia Yingnai, Nai, I believe I have spotted my ex-girlfriend. She once discarded me for being unromantic and mocked me for not being able to find a partner more beautiful than she. Please play along as my girlfriend. I wish to deflate her inflated ego and show her that there are always greater heights beyond the mountains. Xia Yingnai, believing him, replied, All right. You have helped me on numerous occasions. I shall assist you this time. Liang Yixuan joyfully embraced Xia Yingnai's slender waist as they strolled outside, their demeanor reminiscent of a couple deeply in love. Xia Yingnai's gaze remained fixed on the woman in red, oblivious to Xiao Yuhuang's presence. The red-clad beauty, noticing Xia Yingnai's attention, offered her a friendly smile, which left Xia Yingnai feeling puzzled. Wow, Liang Yixuan's ex seems rather amicable towards his current companion. How could such a lovely girl have let him go? Xiao Yuhuang's expression darkened at the sight of Liang Yixuan holding Xia Yingnai. Had it not been for the matriarch's presence, he might have pursued them immediately. Once outside the restaurant, Liang Yixuan reluctantly released Xia Yingnai's waist. Confused, Xia Yingnai remarked, Yixuan, it seems your ex-girlfriend harbors no jealousy. She even smiled at me, appearing quite friendly. What kind of girl would dismiss you? Ah. It has always been women who end things with me. I have never cast anyone aside, Liang Yixuan retorted. Nai, women are masters of disguise. Her demeanor is merely a facade. Beneath that calm exterior, her heart may well be bleeding. Xia Yingnai responded, Well then, thank you for the invitation today. I forgive you. Suddenly, Liang Yixuan posed a question. Nai, do you happen to know Xiao Yuhuang from the Xiao group? Are you suggesting I use my connections to place you in your own company? Let us not forget that the president of your company is your elder brother. Such a maneuver would surely incite his displeasure. Besides, I am not one to take advantage of backdoor dealings, she replied with a light laugh. Thank you, Yixuan. You have already done more than enough for me. The children at home have been incessantly expressing their fondness for you and have mentioned how much they miss Uncle Yixuan. Nai, in a couple of days, I shall visit the children. Please do not send me away, Liang Yixuan jested playfully. He genuinely adores Xia Yingnai's 4 treasures, each one more intelligent and beautiful than the last. He dreams of having such clever and lively children. Xia Yingnai smiled softly. Of course not. You are the children's godfather. They will rely on you for their New Year's money in the future. Liang Yixuan thought of the eldest, whose strikingly handsome visage closely resembled that of Xiao Yuhuang. There was an uncanny resemblance between them that would leave no doubt of their father-son relationship. He yearned to inquire about the children's biological father but feared touching upon a sensitive subject for Xia Yingnai and thus refrained. Among the gifts were toy cars, action figures, educational toys, and Barbie dolls, all of which thrilled the children immensely. They affectionately called out to Liang Yixuan as Uncle Yixuan, showering him with hugs and kisses. After his departure, the little ones excitedly played with their new toys in the living room. Xia Yingnai took out her phone, opened WeChat, and discovered several short videos sent by Zhen Lianqi. Curiously, she clicked to view them, only to be greeted by a series of indecent sounds. Flushing crimson, she hurriedly muted the sound. Zhen Lianqi, that brazen woman, had sent her videos showcasing various intricate intimate positions between men and women. Zhen Lianqi, darling. We are all adults here. Prolonged celibacy is not good for the body. I'm sending you a few videos for your observation and learning. When you find a man, you can unlock new positions. Oh, I truly worry for your happiness. Xia Yingnai, facepalm JPG. Zhen Lianqi, you shameless woman. Can we not maintain a pleasant friendship? Unbeknownst to Xia Yingnai, as she clicked on the risque videos, they were automatically saved to her WeChat. Just as she was about to chat with Zhen Lianqi, she suddenly received an incessant barrage of calls from Xiao Yuhuang. His voice was icy as he commanded her to work overtime immediately to complete the monthly asset reimbursement audit for the Xiao Group. He required her to input invoices, contract approval forms, fixed asset approval forms, and more into the company's fixed asset system. Xia Yingnai felt utterly despondent. MMP. This task was clearly meant for the asset accountants in the group. Why should a humble secretary like her be burdened with it? Yet, the president's cold ultimatum threatened a pay deduction. With gritted teeth and unshed tears, she acquiesced. After toiling through the majority of the night, Xia Yingnai meticulously entered all the data into the system. She even took a few work photos and videos, intending to send them to Xiao Yuhuang. However, in her exhausted state, as she clicked on her album, she inadvertently sent Zhen Lianxi's risque video to Xiao Yuhuang's WeChat. Chapter 68. A Dance of Desire and Reticence? After finishing her work, Aunt Lin had already lulled the children to sleep. The clock on the wall indicated it was 11:30 at night. She returned to her bedroom. Xia Yingnai gently tucked in the blanket for her beloved Sanbao, bestowing soft kisses on the foreheads of her other three treasures. Habitually, she reached for her phone, intending to power it off and surrender to slumber, only to discover several unread messages on WeChat. To her surprise, all were from Xiao Yuhuang. Frowning, she delicately opened the messages. The contents sent a wave of dread through her. Nai, have you been feeling lonely lately? When the solitude strikes, feel free to seek me out. I am always here to cater to your needs. Those intimate videos you sent me were quite delightful. We could experiment with all those positions another day. Xia Yingnai felt as though the ground had vanished beneath her. It dawned upon her that while sharing work-related images and videos with Xiao Yuhuang, she had inadvertently sent him the risque clips from Zhen Lianxi. What was the purpose of that little minx sending her such suggestive videos? This was utterly mortifying. Xiao Yuhuang had always harbored inappropriate intentions, often making advances in the office. She had maintained an icy demeanor towards him, yet now, having sent such scandalous videos, would he assume she was playing hard to get? Her hands trembled as she hastily composed a message to Xiao Yuhuang, explaining, "President, I sincerely apologize. My WeChat seems to have been infected with a virus, and it inexplicably sent you some spam videos. I am truly sorry for the disturbance." Concealing the truth, she thought, Nai, I understand your intent. Girls tend to have delicate sensibilities. Men must take the initiative. I know you harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, you would not have sent such intimate videos. You are teasing me. Xia Yingnai was infuriated by Xiao Yuhuang's shamelessness, and thoughts of him ignited her ire. Today, he had inexplicably made her work overtime until midnight, exhausting her, and now he dared to flirt. Who could have imagined that the dignified president of the Xiao Corporation was so debauched behind closed doors? Seething, she sent a threatening message, Mr. Xiao. Should you dare to flirt with me again, I will screenshot our WeChat conversation and share it with the workgroup. Your aloof and authoritative image will be at stake. How will your hundreds of thousands of employees perceive you then? Xia Yingnai believed that such a threatening remark would compel Xiao Yuhuang to retreat. However, she gravely underestimated his audacity. Within a minute, he responded with a voice message. Nai, if you truly dare to do that, I would admire your courage. If you go through with it, I would not hesitate to act upon you in the office. Office romance could be quite avant-garde. We have yet to explore it. And it would surely be an exquisite experience. His voice was deep and melodious, akin to a cello producing heavenly notes. Yet the words he uttered filled Xia Yingnai with both shame and indignation. This insufferable, brooding seducer. Xia Yingnai was so infuriated by Xiao Yuhuang that her head spun. She pressed the voice button and vehemently cursed him. Xiao Yuhuang, you perverse scoundrel. Go die. In a fit of rage, she promptly deleted Xiao Yuhuang from her WeChat contacts. The Xiao family residence was an extravagant mansion, adorned with opulent decorations and dazzling lights. Leaning casually against a deep blue sofa, Xiao Yuhuang donned a loose bathrobe, revealing his firm and sculpted chest. At that moment, he held his phone in hand, eagerly engaging in conversation with Xia Yingnai. Xiao Yuhuang's time was exceptionally precious, and he was typically averse to socializing. Although he maintained a specific WeChat group with a few close friends, where discussions flourished, he remained perpetually silent, never even making an appearance, and had even muted the group chat notifications. He preferred direct phone calls for any matters at hand. However, since adding Xia Yingnai on WeChat, Xiao Yuhuang had transformed into an infatuated young man, constantly yearning to converse with her. Each day, he would peruse Xia Yingnai's moments. Despite their simplicity and the infrequency of her posts, which were predominantly work-related, pure and unadulterated. Today, Xiao Yuhuang discovered that Xia Yingnai had gone on a date with Liang Yishuan at a Western restaurant, inciting a pang of jealousy that left him seething. He immediately assigned her a plethora of tasks to ensure she would be occupied and refrain from engaging in frivolous interactions with other men. To his surprise, deep into the night, Xia Yingnai took the initiative to message him. Xiao Yuhuang could hardly believe his eyes as he opened their chat, only to find she had sent him various work-related photos and videos. Initially uninterested, he soon noticed a few inappropriate videos interspersed among them. With swift curiosity, he clicked to view them, only to find that Xia Yingnai had sent him some rather risque instructional videos. In an instant, he comprehended the unexpected side of the seemingly innocent Xia Yingnai, who turned out to be quite audacious in private, a delightful surprise. He resolved to tease this enchanting temptress. However, to his dismay, she reacted with indignation, hurling accusations of perversion at him and bidding him to perish. Irritated, Xiao Yuhuang sent her an angry emoji, only to be met with a notification stating, "Sorry, the other party has enabled friend verification." His expression darkened immediately. That wretched woman dared to delete him from her WeChat. In her bedroom, Xia Yingnai gazed at the sleeping face of Dabao, her heart swelling with frustration. Why did her adorable Dabao bear such a striking resemblance to the brooding and cunning Xiao Yuhuang? Surely, they could not share any blood relation? She shook her head, recalling the true father of her four treasures, the man with the snow eagle mask, a genuine cold-blooded killer. She had no desire to entangle herself with either of these men. Chapter 69. Return to the Xia family. After deleting Xiao Yuhuang, Xia Yingnai felt a slight sense of relief. She rubbed her throbbing head, preparing to retire to bed for some much-needed rest. Suddenly, a news alert popped up on Xia Yingnai's phone. The Xia Group was selling land in Jiangnan Bay, comprising both industrial and residential plots, strategically located by the main thoroughfare, spanning an area of 133,000 square meters, covering 100 acres, with clear ownership, complete documentation, and low tax rates. The auction date was set for August 18th. Instantly, the drowsiness that had enveloped Xia Yingnai dissipated upon reading this news. The Jiangnan Bay land was part of her mother-in-law Xi's dowry when she married her father Xia Yingnai. Now, Shenmani, who was managing the Xia Group, formerly known as the Wenhua Group, a company founded by her maternal grandfather Lan Wenhua, was not only occupying her mother's south rightful place in the company, but also daring to auction off her mother as dowry. Such an affront was intolerable. In the early morning, Xia Yingnai rose early, quickly attended to her grooming, and after breakfast, drove her children to the youth palace. Once she had dropped off her 4 children, she drove to a charming villa nestled halfway up a mountain, exuding Nordic elegance. The villa's exterior was a soft white, adorned with sprawling pink roses climbing its walls. In front, a vast garden flourished with rare trees and a riot of colorful flowers, all vying in bloom. This villa was part of her mother-in-law Xi's dowry, and the trees and flowers had been lovingly planted by her mother's own hands. It was indeed ironic that they were now occupied by others. Her mother had once been a beautiful, gentle, pure-hearted heiress, who turned down numerous suitors to choose the seemingly inconspicuous legal officer, Xia Yingnai, from the company. At that time, Xia Yingnai was merely a minor legal specialist at the cultural group, barely noticeable. However, with the financial backing of the Lan family, he resigned and began to navigate the political arena. With the help of the elderly Mr. Lan to establish connections and Xia Yingnai's adeptness in maneuvering through social circles, he swiftly ascended to the position of mayor of Shengjing City. As Xia Yingnai entered the villa, she was met with a cold silence, a scene she had long since grown accustomed to. In the living room, a large LCD screen displayed a jewelry exhibition. On screen appeared a slender, beautiful figure, Shenmani's eldest daughter, Xia Ruashi. She smiled graciously at the reporters, showcasing a stunning pink diamond ring. This ring was designed by my husband himself, featuring a fancy pink diamond cut in a pillow shape with a teardrop form, adorned with smaller rose-cut diamonds. My husband says this represents his lifelong love for me, assuring me that he will never let me shed tears, she declared. The reporters were filled with envy, showering her with compliments. Xia Yingnai and his wife Shenmani sat on the sofa, their faces beaming with pride as they watched Xia Ruashi eloquently engage with the media. Xia Ruashi, with her legs crossed, idly cracked sunflower seeds beside them. Meanwhile, a tall, handsome man sat silently on the sofa, his strikingly handsome features and indifferent gaze reminiscent of the refined scholars described in classical literature. Xia Yingnai immediately recognized him as Shen Yilin, the adopted son of Shenmani. At the tender age of 10, Xia Yingnai was adopted from an orphanage by the remarkably handsome boy, Shen Yilin, under the care of Shenmani. Xia Yingnai spent approximately 4 years with him before Shenmani sent Shen Yilin abroad. Her most vivid memory of Shen Yilin was his taciturn and reticent demeanor. He always obeyed Shenmani's words as if they were divine commands. In his youth, Shen Yilin would gaze at her intensely from behind, sending a chill down her spine. At this moment, their family gathered in a harmonious scene, radiating warmth. However, Xia Yingnai's arrival momentarily halted the cozy atmosphere. Shen Yilin slightly turned his gaze towards her. The girl, with her unadorned face, possessed a beauty that was captivating, shimmering with a soft glow in the morning light. Though she wore simple casual attire, it did little to conceal her graceful figure. Shen Yilin's eyes appeared somewhat dim, fixated on her vividly red lips. Runaway, sit down. Do not speak to your sister in such a manner. Shen Mani gently admonished Xia Runaway. Approaching 46, Shen Mani retained an enchanting beauty, looking as though she were in her early 30s due to her exceptional self-care. Although her words ostensibly expressed concern for Xia Yingnai, they were laced with barbs intended to provoke Xia Yingnai. Already harboring resentment towards Xia Yingnai, Xia Yingnai's anger intensified. A smirk of irony curled at the corners of Xia Yingnai's lips. Her mother, Lan Shi, had unwittingly invited trouble into their home by bringing Shen Mani and her daughter to stay, which ultimately cost her life. Now, they boldly entered her home while she, Xia Yingnai, felt like an outsider. Mother, you have truly welcomed wolves into your home. Xia Yingnai approached Xia Yingnai and addressed him in a flat tone. Dad. Xia Yingnai suppressed his smile, and upon seeing his daughter's face, reminiscent of his late wife, his anger flared. He had once loved Lan Shi deeply, yet she betrayed him, entangled with several nightclub workers. This was the deepest scar on the proud and arrogant Xia Yingnai. Thus, he had always viewed Lan Shi's daughter, Xia Yingnai, with disdain. Xia Yingnai narrowed her eyes, her voice calm yet cold. Dad, you may insult me, but you shall not insult my mother. You know better than I what kind of person she was. Have you ever sought the truth about her passing since she left us? Xia Yingnai's face burned with fury, yet he remained silent. As a prominent mayor, he valued his reputation above all else. The scandal involving Lan Shi and the nightclub workers was a lifelong humiliation for him, a stain on his political career. One he had no desire to investigate further. Shen Mani's fingers trembled imperceptibly, a bead of cold sweat forming on her back. Chapter 70. She intended to reclaim what belonged to her mother. Shen Mani's gaze flickered unnaturally. She approached Xia Yingnai and then turned to Xia Yingnai, seemingly speaking with heartfelt earnestness. Nai, you must not act so impulsively in the future. 5 years ago, the scandal you instigated was something your father painstakingly suppressed. Now, you have brought forth the distressing news of an illegitimate child. Those unaware of the truth might believe you to be inherently shameless and morally lax. For years, our family has borne the brunt of public scrutiny due to your actions, enduring the piercing judgments of others. When, dear child, will you grant your father and me some peace of mind? On the surface, Shen Mani appears to defend Xia Yingnai, but covertly, she ignites the flames of disdain. Each word laced with sarcasm. Xia Yingnai, addressing her as Aunt Shen, retaliates with barbed remarks that nearly provoke Shen Mani into a furious outburst, as if constantly reminding her of her past ignoble status. Shen Yilin raises his gaze coldly, listening to Xia Yingnai's insolent remarks directed at Shen Mani, his eyes sharp as daggers. Upon hearing Xia Yingnai's disrespectful words, Xia Yingnai shoots a furious glare at his daughter. Xia Yingnai, do not speak to your mother in such a manner. Your lack of respect for your elders is appalling. After all these years, you have shown no progress and have only grown more brazen. Mother? Father, my biological mother now lies beneath the ground. Xia Yingnai retorts with a bitter smile. After committing such disgraceful acts, you still cannot bear to hear the truth? A mistress who has ascended through her body dares to point fingers at me. What audacity you possess. Women like you, if born in ancient times, could single-handedly sustain an entire brothel. In the past, Xia Yingnai had failed to discern Shen Mani's true nature, treating her with utmost respect and compliance. However, upon uncovering Shen Mani's hypocritical essence, Xia Yingnai has resolved never to show her any courtesy again. How can you speak like that? You display not a shred of upbringing. Shen Mani's gentle smile stiffens, her eyes momentarily revealing a flicker of ruthless intent before it vanishes. Upon hearing Xia Yingnai's insults towards her mother, Shen Yilin's gaze towards her grows increasingly frigid. Xia Yingnai's expression darkens, and he raises his hand in anger. Xia Runaway, gazing at Xia Yingnai's exquisite face, feels a mix of jealousy and schadenfreude as she watches her father prepare to strike, wishing to mar that beautiful visage. Xia Yingnai seizes Xia Yingnai's descending hand, halting it midair, the absurdity of the situation hanging precariously. After weighing the consequences, Xia Yingnai ultimately suppresses his inner fury, muttering, "Unfilial daughter, you will speak." Xia Yingnai boldly articulates her intentions. The land in Jiangnan Bay belongs to my mother's dowry. It is her rightful property. and I will not allow you to sell it. Moreover, father, I have matured and am now qualified to manage the company. I wish to assist at the firm. The Xia Group originally stemmed from the Wenhua Group, a business established by her maternal grandfather, Lan Wenhua. Following the incident involving her mother, Lan Shi, her grandfather allocated 70% of the shares to Xia Yingnai. However, due to her youth and her father's position as mayor, the company has been under Shin Mani's management, who has since renamed it the Xia Group and monopolized the enterprise, now serving as its CEO. Upon hearing this, Shin Mani reined in the coldness in her gaze and gently persuaded Xia Yingnai, Nai, although you have reached adulthood, you lack experience in managing a company. To suddenly thrust you into the oversight of a large corporation with thousands of employees would leave you flustered and result in chaos. You are so beautiful. Wouldn't it be preferable to wait for a suitable partner and live a life of leisurely affluence as a wealthy wife? Furthermore, I signed an agreement with Director Liu of Jiangnan Group last night, deciding to transfer the land in Jiangnan Bay to him. He has already paid 1/3 of the deposit, and the contract has been finalized. You have arrived too late, Nai. The Xia Group is currently thriving. Although it may not rival the 4 major financial families of Xinjiang, it is certainly above average. Shin Mani has long regarded the Xia Group as her personal possession. With the Xia Group as a foundation, her 2 daughters could confidently marry into even higher social circles, allowing her to enjoy a life of luxury. Jiangnan Bay is part of my mother's dowry. Shin Mani, what right do you have to sell it? Xia Yingnai's face flushed with indignation as she directly called out Shin Mani's name. Xia Zhenyue's expression turned dark as he reproached Xia Yingnai, your Aunt Shin is merely selling a trivial piece of land. Why make such a fuss? Dad, that land rightfully belongs to my mother. Aunt Shin sold it without my consent. Don't you think that's excessive? If it weren't for the support of my mother and grandfather, would you have ascended to such heights? Xia Yingnai understood Xia Zhenyue's favoritism, yet she never anticipated it would extend to this extent. A momentary flush of suspicion crossed Xia Zhenyue's aged face. Indeed, it was the substantial financial backing from Lan Shi and Lan Wenhua that had facilitated his rapid advancement. However, upon recalling Lan Shi's betrayal, Xia Zhenyue's expression darkened further. The Xia family was once on the brink of collapse. It was only through your Aunt Shin's exceptional business acumen that it flourished, allowing the Xia family to experience its current prosperity. Otherwise, it would have long since gone bankrupt. Now that you have a child and struggle to care for yourself, how can you manage a company? Xia Yingnai's gaze was frigid, her fists clenched tightly, and she refrained from responding. Their refusal was within her expectations. Chapter 71. You wouldn't have developed feelings for me, would you? Xia Zhenyue and Shin Mani displayed an air of entitlement, embodying the vile notion that the Xia Group rightfully belonged to them. Xia Runaway crossed her arms, gazing at Xia Yingnai with disdain. Shun Yilin remained silent as ever, his demeanor shadowy and sculptural, yet his gaze towards Xia Yingnai held a different, profound significance. Xia Yingnai spoke with venom. Dad, the circumstances surrounding my mother's death were indeed shrouded in mystery. If you truly felt any remorse or affection for her, you would investigate the truth behind it. I refuse to believe that my dignified and virtuous mother would ever betray you.
Nai.
Why bring up events from so long ago? So many reporters were present at the time. Everyone witnessed your mother entangled with 3 men. Your father caught them in the act, and the evidence was irrefutable. What mystery remains? Shin Mani endeavored to quell the feelings of guilt and anger that surged within her, swiftly diverting the conversation. Darling, for many years, Nai has harbored certain misunderstandings about us. Despite my attempts to clarify, she remains unresponsive.
Nai.
You are still young and perhaps do not comprehend. It matters not how you misconstrue my intentions, but I assure you, your father and I genuinely care for you. One day, do bring your children home, so we may meet them. A blatant threat. Xia Yingnai suppressed the tumult of agitation churning inside her. Aunt Shin, it would be prudent for you to concern yourself less with my affairs and instead focus on your sister Runaway. Dad, 5 years ago, Runaway clandestinely experimented with nitrous oxide and was involved with several boys in intimate encounters, which, regrettably, were captured by journalists. Subsequently, Xiaowei even underwent a miscarriage due to that circumstance. Summer Runaway was notoriously known as a social butterfly at Xinjiang University. During her freshman year, she had courted numerous suitors, even juggling several relationships simultaneously. On one occasion, she became so carefree with a boy that she lost track of the child's father, only to later find a fool to discreetly terminate the pregnancy. Runaway believed she had kept this incident under wraps, but Xia Yingnai was no naive. Beneath her seemingly innocent exterior lay an astute awareness of the local gossip and hidden truths. Indeed, as Xia Yingnai's words hung in the air, Runaway's complexion paled. Stammering, she implored, Dad, Please do not listen to Xia Yingnai's fabrications. Those events are entirely fictitious. Shinmani's affectionate demeanor abruptly shifted, her gaze towards Xia Yingnai now laced with reproach. Flustered, she clutched at Xia Jinyue's sleeve, insisting, "Darling, it is not as it appears. Do not heed her nonsense. Allow me to explain." Shinmani shot a discreet glance at Runaway, urging her to follow closely. Runaway glared fiercely at Xia Yingnai before hastily pursuing her. Ignoring the chaotic scene behind her, Xia Yingnai recalled the precious diamond necklace her mother had left her, concealed in a hidden corner. She intended to retrieve her mother's heirloom, lest it be claimed by Shinmani and her daughter in the future. However, before Xia Yingnai could reach her destination, Shin Yilin strode up to her, seizing her and pulling her upstairs. Angrily, she demanded, "Let go of me, Shin Yilin. I command you to release me." Shin Yilin's grip was like a vice, his fingers digging into Xia Yingnai's delicate wrist, leaving crimson impressions. The pain was excruciating. In her fury, Xia Yingnai spotted a cactus perched at the top of the stairs. It was a vibrant specimen, its sharp spines reflected in her eyes. Seizing the pot, she hurled it forcefully at Shin Yilin's head. With a resounding crash, the cactus pot struck him violently. Xia Yingnai put forth tremendous strength. Blood trickled down Shin Yilin's smooth forehead, drop by drop. Countless spines pierced his scalp and even his handsome visage, rendering the sight quite harrowing. At last, Shin Yilin released her. His lips, once elegantly curved, now pressed tightly together, and the chill in his gaze seemed on the verge of overflowing. Two servants hurried upstairs upon hearing the commotion. They were startled to see Shin Yilin bleeding, with numerous cactus thorns embedded in his face. Alarmed, they exclaimed, "Young master, you are injured." Shin Yilin was the pride of Shinmani. If anything were to happen to him, they would surely bear the brunt of Shinmani's wrath. Xia Yingnai, however, remained composed, harboring a profound disdain for Shinmani and her offspring. It was not merely the fact that Shin Yilin had sustained a bleeding wound that fueled her fury. Even if his head had been shattered, it would hardly quell the tempest of resentment within her. From the moment Shin Yilin first entered the Xia household, he was acutely aware of this animosity. He waved his hand dismissively at the servants and spoke softly, "It's nothing. You may leave. Young master, your wound is bleeding profusely. Allow us to tend to it," the servants urged, their concerned gazes fixed on Shin Yilin. Yet, not a single inquiry was directed towards Xia Yingnai, the legitimate daughter of the Xia family. "I'm fine. Please go," Shin Yilin replied in a subdued tone, though it carried an unmistakable authority that compelled the servants to retreat instinctively. After exchanging a final glance with Shin Yilin and Xia Yingnai, they departed, scarcely daring to breathe. Once the servants left, Shin Yilin swiftly pulled Xia Yingnai into a room on the second floor. He pinned her against the wall, their faces mere inches apart, their gazes locked. Blood trickled from his forehead down his handsome cheek, dripping onto Xia Yingnai's nose. Gripping her neck, his cold gaze pierced through her as he declared, "Xia Yingnai, I warn you, do not speak disrespectfully of my mother again, or I shall show you no mercy." Xia Yingnai fluttered her long lashes and scoffed, "Ha! Shin Yilin, what right do you have to threaten me? You and your kind are nothing but parasites in the Xia family. My mother, out of pity for Shinmani, took you in, yet you repaid her kindness with betrayal, stealing my family, leading to my mother's demise, and ruining my reputation. I will never let you go unless you vacate the Xia residence." Shin Yilin's grip tightened painfully around her neck, forcing Xia Yingnai to struggle for breath. Yet, she responded with a sultry smile, no longer resisting. Instead, she playfully licked the corner of his lips. In that instant, Shin Yilin felt as though he had been stung by a bee, his hold on her loosening. Xia Yingnai seized the moment, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering into his ear, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to kill me? Have you perhaps developed feelings for me, Shin Yilin?" He let out a dismissive grunt, stifling the unfamiliar emotions that had begun to surface within him. With an icy remark of "take care of yourself," he strode away. Chapter 72. Blatant Favoritism. Xia Yingnai spat at Shin Yilin's retreating figure. Rubbing her aching head, she made her way to her room. Upon entering, she was met with chaos. Her unfinished oil painting lay in disarray, smeared haphazardly. The background of the painting depicted a breathtaking sea of flowers, with a handsome youth and a beautiful maiden nestled closely together. Gazing at the youth's pristine features, Xia Yingnai felt a pang of bitterness within her heart. The young man was Dongfang Jin, a renowned prodigy at Xinjiang University, who had showered her with kindness, allowing her to savor sweet moments throughout her university years. They had made a pact to become engaged upon graduation, vowing to entrust themselves to one another. Yet, before the appointed time arrived, he had found himself in the bed of Runaway, while she was unwittingly ensnared in a scheme that resulted in her own downfall. Recognizing this as the handiwork of Xia Runaway, Xia Yingnai did not succumb to anger. Instead, she let out a cold laugh and methodically began to tidy up. She discarded the ruined oil painting onto the floor, unwilling to cast it another glance. Approaching the window, she lifted the bedsheet and retrieved a piece of hardboard, cleverly concealed within the floor. In an instant, a small square hollow emerged, revealing an exquisitely crafted diamond necklace nestled within. This hidden compartment had been a whimsical request of Xia Yingnai's, inspired by a scene from a movie featuring a secret chamber, which she had insisted her mother, Lan Shi, create for her. Indulging her beloved daughter, Lan Shi had obliged by commissioning a designer to fashion this secret haven. Xia Yingnai tenderly extracted the necklace. Gazing at it with teary eyes, she envisioned her mother cradling her with affection, whispering softly in her ear, "This necklace is a treasured heirloom of our Lan family, passed down from your grandmother to me. When my little Yingnai grows up, I shall bestow this necklace upon you, as part of your dowry. My dear girl, you must grow up swiftly." Once she had carefully stowed away the diamond necklace, Xia Yingnai sat before the vanity mirror, lost in thought. The girl reflected in the mirror, with her long hair cascading down, appeared pure and beautiful. Suddenly, the unlocked door was forcefully kicked open, producing a thunderous sound. An enraged Xia Runaway stormed in. With a scarlet apple clutched in her hand, Xia Runaway hurled it mercilessly at Xia Yingnai. Sensing danger, Xia Yingnai instinctively turned her head away, but it was too late. The apple struck her slender left arm with a sharp sting, causing her to instinctively clutch it in pain, while the apple rolled away, coming to rest beneath the bed. Before Xia Yingnai could recover from the pain, Xia Runaway lunged forward, viciously grabbing her hair. "Xia Yingnai, how dare you accuse me of inhaling laughing gas and falsely claim that I had a miscarriage? You wretched, despicable creature." The tugging at her scalp was excruciating, and the pain radiating from her arm was nearly numbing. Xia Yingnai was certain that in her room, apart from herself and Xia Runaway, there was no one else present. Enduring the ache in her arm, she raised her sharp stiletto heel and forcefully kicked Xia Runaway's knee. With a cry of agony, Xia Runaway collapsed to the ground, kneeling before Xia Yingnai as if seeking forgiveness. Upon witnessing her daughter fall, Shinmani's heart ached deeply. She hurried to assist her precious daughter, her voice trembling with emotion. "Now Yingnai, no matter your grievances or resentment towards me and your father, you must not bully your sister. Your sister." Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Yingnai deliberately turned her swollen arm, bruised from being struck by an apple, towards them. The tender, pale skin was severely swollen, an alarming sight to behold. "Dad, don't listen to this wretched girl. As soon as I entered her bedroom, Xia Yingnai kicked me, and my knee still hurts," Xia Runaway exclaimed, her face a mask of fury, her gaze filled with a murderous hatred for Xia Yingnai. Xia Yingnai, however, wore a grim expression. He was reluctant to relinquish the company left to him by Lan Wenhua. Despite his displeasure, Xia Yingnai instructed Shinmani to take Runaway back to her room. Aware that Runaway's troubles had angered him, Shinmani hastily dragged the screaming and shouting Xia Runaway out. Xia Yingnai helped Xia Yingnai to sit down and handed her a card, feigning comfort. "Nai, your sister is still young and immature. You must be more forgiving. I apologize for the injustice you faced. If you wish for anything, feel free to buy it. Your Aunt Shin has contributed significantly to this family, and we must coexist harmoniously, avoiding unnecessary conflicts over trivial matters." Xia Yingnai did not accept the card. Her arm throbbed painfully, and an inexplicable sorrow weighed on her heart. She had known of her father's blatant favoritism since childhood and never expected his concern. Looking directly at Xia Yingnai, she stated, "You and Aunt Shin are truly a family. I understand that." Xia Yingnai, exasperated, gazed at his beautiful daughter and reproached her. "I painstakingly resolved that incident for you, and yet you foolishly chose to have the child? Your future is long, and it will be ruined by such burdens. Dad, to me, my children are the most precious gifts bestowed upon me by heaven. They are not burdens. They are your biological grandchildren, and I hope you refrain from uttering such words in the future," Xia Yingnai retorted, displeased. "I shall never concern myself with you, ungrateful daughter," Xia Yingnai declared, feeling that further conversation with this rebellious child might lead to his demise from frustration. With a cold snort, he turned and left. Xia Yingnai was unfazed. Having secured her belongings, she departed from the Xia residence. On the third-floor guest room, Xia Runaway sulked on the sofa bed. Shinmani shot her a warning glance. "Little ancestor, you must behave yourself lately. I just appeased your father. You cannot cause more trouble." Chapter 73. I want her to wear that outfit. Shinmani swiftly covered Xia Runaway's mouth. Why, how can you say such things? If your father hears it, our days of peace will be over." Right now, Xia Yingnai is nothing but a rat in the gutter, unable to make waves. Tomorrow is your father's birthday. Have you arranged to meet Yu Huang to choose a dress? Xia Ruowei replied proudly, of course. After my relentless coaxing, you agreed to accompany me this afternoon to choose a dress. Shenmani nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit, YY. Focus on nurturing your relationship with Yu Huang. Find a way to conceive his child, and urge him to marry you. That is the priority. What is Xia Yingnai compared to you? Once you become the wife of the CEO of the Shao family, you could crush her with a mere finger. Mom, that thought makes me furious. Did you not say that no company in Xinjiang would want Xia Yingnai? I never expected that wretched woman would go to the Shao family and even become Yu's secretary. The last time I visited the Shao family, I sensed that you seemed to protect that despicable woman's mother. You must devise a plan. We cannot allow that woman to remain at Shao. Xia Ruowei exclaimed in frustration. Pacing anxiously around the room, Xia Ruowei said, Mother, what shall we do now? That vixen is so enchanting and audacious. What if Yu falls under her spell? Shenmani scoffed, offering a suggestion. Why fret? If we could orchestrate a scheme against that woman once, we can certainly do it again. Tomorrow is your father's birthday. I will ensure she faces humiliation. Just as her lowly mother did. Mother, do you already have an idea? Xia Ruowei asked excitedly, linking her arm with Shenmani's.
Can you share the plan with me?
Shenmani whispered a few words into Xia Ruowei's ear. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes glinting with malice. After leaving the Xia residence, Xia Yingnai felt as though the air outside was filled with luxury and sweetness. With tomorrow being Xia Zhenyue's birthday, a crowd of guests would undoubtedly gather. If she were to appear too shabby, Shenmani and her daughter would surely mock her. Xia Yingnai invited Zhan Lianxi to accompany her to a nearby upscale shopping center to purchase a dress. They drove directly to the 6th floor, where the gown boutique was located. Inside, the gowns were stunning and magnificent, crafted with exquisite detail. However, upon seeing the prices, which started at 6 figures, Xia Yingnai could not help but furrow her brow. Once, she had purchased handbags worth hundreds of thousands without a second thought. But now she found herself relegated to merely admiring those extravagant garments from a distance. Zhan Lianxi, aware of Xia Yingnai's concerns, said through gritted teeth, If it comes to it, I can lend you some money for the dress. Xia Yingnai shook her head, smiling gently. Lianxi, money isn't meant to be spent so recklessly. Let's look at a few more stores. All right, for ever since you had a child, you've truly become quite stingy, Zhan Lianxi teased. What do you know? Once you have a child, you might end up being even more frugal than I am. Xia Yingnai retorted with a playful glare. The two spent nearly half an hour in the gown boutique. Finally, they discovered a discounted high-end dress at a bespoke gown shop. The design was from 2 years prior, and compared to the more fashionable and attractive dresses, it was somewhat conservative, hence the 50% discount. Xia Yingnai took a quick glance at the price tag, 168,000, reduced to a little over 80,000 after the discount. This price was within her acceptable range. Excuse me, I would like to try on this dress, if I may? Xia Yingnai inquired of a nearby sales associate. Of course, the fitting room is this way. This gown is champagne-colored, made from Italian soft satin, with a subtly luxurious and high-end design that perfectly complements your fair complexion. With your figure, it will undoubtedly look stunning. The associate eagerly and warmly introduced the gown upon noticing a customer interested in an out-of-season dress. Of course. My Nai is so stunning that even draped in a tattered cloth, she would still be a paragon of beauty, Zhan Lianxi proclaimed with pride. Xia Yingnai chuckled at Zhan Lianxi's words and cast her a resigned glance. If it weren't for her dire financial situation, she would not have purchased this neglected, outdated gown. Holding the dress, Xia Yingnai followed the attendant to the fitting room. As she emerged from the fitting room, adorned in the gown, everyone was captivated by her presence,
their eyes wide with awe.
The attendants admired her in the deep crimson dress, exclaiming praises. This gown, deemed too mature in hue and style for many, could not be worn well by those who were either too plump or too slender. Yet, this customer donned it with an air of elegance and allure that was truly breathtaking. Zhan Lianxi rushed to Xia Yingnai's side, grasping her arm, and exclaimed, Darling, you look exquisite in that gown. You are the ethereal fairy of my dreams. Truly, beauty shines in anything you wear. Xia Yingnai gazed at her reflection, momentarily lost in thought. Was the enchanting woman before her truly herself? Since becoming a mother, her wardrobe had been simplified for practicality, and she had long forgotten the feeling of wearing such a grand gown. I will take this dress. Please wrap it up for me, Xia Yingnai said. However, no one responded to her request. Confused, she turned to see 6 young, beautiful attendants standing in 2 orderly lines, respectfully greeting 2 distinguished guests. Xia Yingnai's gaze fell upon the flamboyantly dressed Xia Ruowei, trailing behind the strikingly handsome Xiao Yuhuang. They entered the store, backlit by the sun. A frown creased Xia Yingnai's brow. She had not checked the calendar before leaving home today, and encountering them here was truly unfortunate. Upon learning that Xiao Yuhuang had arrived with his fiancée, the store owner hastily abandoned his work, rushing over with a bow, exclaiming, "Mr. Xiao, your presence graces our humble establishment. I have the most comprehensive selection of gowns, for both men and women." As soon as Xiao Yuhuang stepped into the store, his gaze fell upon Xia Yingnai in the crimson dress. His enchanting eyes fixated on her, and he calmly instructed, "Choose an appropriate gown for Miss Xia beside me." The owner nodded eagerly, enthusiastically addressing Xia Ruowei, "This beautiful lady, what style do you prefer? We have the latest royal and mermaid designs available." Xia Ruowei's eyes, filled with envy, were locked onto Xia Yingnai. With a haughty gesture, she pointed her delicate finger at Xia Yingnai, declaring, "I don't want any other gown. I want the one she's wearing." Chapter 74. This woman is toxic. Indeed, this woman is toxic. Xia Ruowei, upon entering the gown store, wasted no time in attempting to seize the dress Xia Yingnai had chosen, which left Xia Yingnai feeling quite vexed. She donned a wine-red new gown, deliberately parading before Xia Ruowei, and remarked with a hint of disdain, "I didn't expect to encounter you here, sister. What a coincidence." However, when it comes to shopping, the principle of first come, first served applies. I laid eyes on this dress first. Why should I relinquish it to you? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Xiao? Xia Yingnai cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuhuang, her haughty demeanor prompting him to narrow his charming eyes slightly, yet he remained silent. In truth, from the moment he entered the boutique, Xiao Yuhuang had already laid eyes on Xia Yingnai. Throughout his time in the shop, his mesmerizing gaze had been fixated on her. Clad in a white satin halter gown, her delicate skin appeared as pure as snow. Her long, seaweed-like hair was casually styled, accentuating her ample bosom, while the crisscross design on her back revealed a tantalizing allure. She exuded an intoxicating blend of innocence and desire, and he found it difficult to restrain his physiological response. Indeed, this woman was dangerously captivating. Xia Ruowei, observing Xiao Yuhuang's unwavering attention on Xia Yingnai, inwardly cursed her as a brazen vixen. With an air of arrogance, she fixed her gaze upon the shopkeeper, declaring, "I want this gown. I shall have none of the others." "You handle it, miss. This gown has been out of style for several years. It is not crafted by a world-renowned designer, and the color appears somewhat dated. We have numerous fashionable gowns designed by esteemed designers that would better complement your unique temperament," the shopkeeper suggested diplomatically. "Absolutely not. I want the very gown she is wearing," Xia Ruowei stubbornly insisted. Zhang Lianqi crossed her arms, glancing at Xia Ruowei's less-than-ample bosom, and chuckled. "Hey, that gown was chosen by my dear Nai first. Are you attempting to snatch it from us? You ought to consider whether it suits you, given your rather slender figure." "Humph, who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that?" Xia Ruowei, incensed by Zhang Lianqi's provocation, felt the urge to retaliate. However, recalling that Xiao Yuhuang was right beside her, she begrudgingly tempered her temper. After all, her support was standing before her. Turning to the shopkeeper, Xia Yingnai said, "Hello, I will purchase this gown and pay by card. I will offer 3 times the price for that gown," Xia Ruowei declared with utmost arrogance. The shopkeeper, caught in a dilemma, glanced at Xia Yingnai and implored, "Miss, might I request your understanding? If you could allow this lady to have the gown, I can assist you in selecting something even better." The president of the Xiao Corporation was not someone he could afford to offend. Should he provoke him, the boutique's future would be jeopardized. Shopkeepers must adhere to principles of integrity in business, do they not? Xia Yingnai's clear gaze bore into the shopkeeper, who lowered his head in slight shame. Then, turning to Xia Ruowei, she remarked with a subtle mockery, "Sister, do not presume that just because you possess a bit of wealth and have a man supporting you, you can brazenly seize what belongs to others. What is taken by force ultimately does not belong to you. Even if donned, it will never fit." Xiao Yuhuang listened with keen interest to Xia Yingnai's biting jests. If the targets of her sarcasm were not his own, then this little firecracker was rather amusing when she confronted others. The words of Xia Yingnai, laden with implication, momentarily unsettled Xia Ruowei. A fleeting doubt crossed her mind. Did Xia Yingnai somehow discover the truth behind her theft of the dragon ring that rightfully belonged to her? Yet, upon observing the calm and composed gaze of Xia Yingnai, Xia Ruowei reassured herself that she was overthinking. Had Xia Yingnai truly been privy to the truth, she would not have appeared so indifferent. Summoning her courage, Xia Ruowei playfully shook Xiao Yuhuang's arm, entreating, "Yuhuang, I truly desire that exquisite dress worn by my sister. Please, could you ask her to let me have it?" Pouting, she insisted, "No, I must have this wine-red gown. As she attempted to relink her arm with Xiao Yuhuang's, she recoiled slightly under the chill in his eyes, no longer daring to be so audacious. Redirecting her frustration towards Xia Yingnai, she proclaimed, Xia Yingnai, I will offer 10 times the price for that dress you are wearing. You must relinquish it to me immediately. The owner of the boutique and all the sales associates stood in stunned silence. Offering 10 times the price, which amounted to over 1,600,000, for an outdated and drab gown, was Miss Xia out of her mind? Zhang Lianqi stifled a laugh, pondering how such a foolish daughter could emerge from a woman as astute as Shinmani. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuhuang remained inscrutable, his hands tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Upon hearing that Xia Runaway intended to pay 10 times the price for her outdated dress, Xia Yingnai's face lit up with delight. Gently smoothing her hair, she said with serene composure, since my sister adores this dress so much, though it pains me to part with it, I shall let it go. After all, we are sisters. Casting a glance at Xiao Yuhuang, she added, Mr. Xiao, may I inquire whether you prefer to pay in cash or via transfer? Her eyes sparkled with an innocence that belied a certain cunning charm, especially when she tilted her head to regard him. Xiao Yuhuang felt as if Xia Yingnai were an enchanting vixen, stirring a painful desire within him. He nearly succumbed to the impulse to take her on the spot. Thirsty and with a voice that had grown somewhat hoarse, he replied, transfer. He handed the store owner an unlimited black card and imperiously commanded, transfer the funds to her account. No password required. The store owner retrieved a POS machine, and Xia Yingnai eagerly produced her bank card. To the astonishment of the onlookers, she swiftly transferred over 1,600,000 from the black card into her own bank account. Mr. Xiao's efficiency is truly gratifying, she exclaimed, beaming at him in delight, her praise sincere. Witnessing the gleeful expression of Xia Yingnai, who seemed utterly enamored by wealth, Xiao Yuhuang shook his head in resignation. This woman was indeed a money lover, perpetually preoccupied with her finances. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of indulgence curled at the corners of his lips. As Xia Ruawei observed Xia Yingnai's captivating smile directed at Xiao Yuhuang, jealousy and resentment surged within her. She cried out, Xia Yingnai, that dress now belongs to me. Take it off at once. Fear not, dear sister. The dress shall soon be yours. Xia Yingnai, with a graceful sway of her slender waist, made her way towards the changing room. In Xia Ruawei's eyes, a malicious glint flickered. As Xia Yingnai passed by her, she deliberately extended her foot, tripping her with a forceful motion. Chapter 75. She fell into his embrace. Xia Yingnai remained oblivious to Xia Ruawei's subtle maneuver and stumbled forward as her foot caught her off guard. A silent lament echoed in her heart. This is disastrous. This fall would surely leave her bruised and battered. She should have been wary of the scheming Xia Ruawei. Nai, be careful. Just as Xia Yingnai was about to hit the ground, Zhang Lianqi rushed over, eager to catch her. However, someone reacted even faster. Before Xia Yingnai could fall, she was securely embraced by Xiao Yuhuang's strong arm, which encircled her delicate waist. He found her waist as slender as a willow, so fragile it seemed it could snap with a mere bend. With a low sigh, he thought of the fiery passion he had managed to quell, now surging back with increasing intensity. Witnessing her plan to sabotage Xia Yingnai fail, Xia Ruawei was infuriated to see her in Xiao Yuhuang's arms. Xia Yingnai, do you have no shame? How much longer do you intend to cling to my fiancé? Had it not been for the inappropriate setting, Xia Ruawei would have unleashed the most venomous words upon Xia Yingnai. With Xiao Yuhuang present, she refrained from leaving an impression of being uncouth and arrogant, choosing instead to suppress her fiery temper. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your assistance. Xia Yingnai, feeling the shift in his demeanor as he held her waist, pushed away from his chest like a startled rabbit. She shot him an indignant glare. Yet, Xiao Yuhuang's handsome face bore a smirk. What are you being polite for? We are family. His gaze was deep and dangerous, as if she were his prey, trapped and unable to escape. Fuming, Xia Yingnai thought, who on earth considers this pervert family? Zhang Lianqi rushed to Xia Ruawei's side, defending her friend. What has Xia Yingnai done to provoke you? Why did you trip her? Xia Ruawei, feigning innocence, replied, which of your eyes saw me trip her? Do you have any evidence? Humph, this dress shop is filled with surveillance cameras. We can check the footage, Zhang Lianqi retorted. Go ahead and investigate if you dare. You are overestimating your capabilities. Xia Ruawei scoffed, confident that with Xiao Yuhuang around, they would not dare to act against her. Xia Yingnai's delicate face now wore an expression of coldness. She grasped Zhang Lianqi, who was arguing with Xia Ruawei, and softly said, all right, Lianqi, there's no need to quarrel over such trivial matters. Ruawei and I are sisters, and I believe that even if she did extend her foot, it was not intentional, right? Dear Sister Runaway? Several sales assistants watched them, whispering among themselves. Xia Runaway, uncertain if Xiao Yuhuang had noticed her earlier antics, felt a shiver run down her spine when she met his cold gaze, as if all her cunning schemes were laid bare before him. She stammered, I certainly didn't mean to, sister. To recognize one's errors and amend them is the greatest virtue. Xia Yingnai flashed a charming smile at Xia Runaway, suddenly intertwining her arm with hers, playfully exclaiming, Sister, this dress has a rather intricate design, and I find myself unable to reach the zipper at the back. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Xia Runaway felt an overwhelming desire to mar the beautiful visage of Xia Yingnai.
Yet.
With the object of her affections present, she refrained from acting out, begrudgingly replying, All right, I'll help you. Once that insufferable woman changed her clothes, she vowed to give her a proper lesson. Zhen Lianqi, somewhat concerned for Xia Runaway, offered, Runaway, let me help her. No need, Lianqi. Xia Yingnai shot Zhen Lianqi a sly glance, which prompted the latter to halt her pursuit.
Xiao Yuang lit a cigarette.
Observing as Xia Yingnai and Xia Runaway entered the dressing room arm in arm, their seemingly intimate demeanor caused a glint of curiosity to appear in the narrow slits of his eyes. When had Xia Yingnai become so close with her stepsister? Inside the dressing room, an expansive space comprised of two adjoining exquisite chambers boasted excellent soundproofing. The room was adorned with bamboo chairs and flower baskets. With her back turned to Xia Runaway, Xia Yingnai took out her phone, her fingers moving deftly across the screen. She then exposed her flawless, snowy back to Xia Runaway, saying, Sister, would you be so kind as to help me with the zipper? The sight of Xia Yingnai's immaculate figure filled Xia Runaway with an envy so fierce she wished to obliterate it. That wretched girl dared to flirt with you in front of her. She would make her pay. Xia Runaway's expression twisted into one of fury as she extended her sharp nails, ready to strike at Xia Yingnai's back. However, through the dressing mirror, Xia Yingnai remained calm, unfazed by the impending attack, leisurely changing her attire. Just as Xia Runaway's claws were about to make contact, Xia Yingnai's phone suddenly rang from its resting place on the bamboo chair. Startled, Xia Runaway turned to investigate the source of the sound. Upon glimpsing the phone screen, her eyes widened in disbelief. The screen displayed an image of Xiao Yuhuang affectionately embracing Xia Yingnai, his sensuous lips pressed against her neck, a smile of indulgence gracing his face. Xia Runaway had never witnessed such joy radiating from Xiao Yuhuang. He had always treated her with an icy demeanor, never once offering her a smile. With a darkened expression, she picked up Xia Yingnai's phone, which was inexplicably unlocked. Swiftly, she scrolled through the device, revealing numerous photographs of Xiao Yuhuang and Xia Yingnai entwined in intimate poses. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Xia Yingnai, you shameless harlot, you truly seduced my man. In a fit of rage, Xia Runaway raised her hand and struck Xia Yingnai with force. Caught unawares, Xia Yingnai, now in her casual attire, received the blow, a clear handprint instantly marring her fair complexion. You dare strike me? Xia Runaway gasped, clutching her sore, swollen cheek in disbelief. Xia Yingnai's eyes, icy and piercing, met her gaze. Xia Runaway, you and your family stole everything from my mother and me, driving my mother to her death, seizing my grandfather's company, and ruining my reputation. Xia Runaway's complexion shifted dramatically. Upon encountering Xia Yingnai's gaze as cold as frost, she found herself involuntarily taking a step back. Xia Yingnai chose to disregard the displeased expression of Xia Runaway. She opened the dressing room door and strode out with the grace of a shooting star. Xia Runaway, with a contorted expression, felt an urge to rush forward and mar that exquisite face. However, upon seeing the gown Xia Yingnai had just shed, she ultimately restrained herself. It was all right. Her figure was splendid, and her beauty undeniable. Once adorned in this gown, she would surely outshine Xia Yingnai, and Suyu would be enamored with her. After Xia Yingnai exited, she flashed a sweet smile at Xiao Yuhuang. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your generosity today. This gown is a gift for your fiancé. Wishing you both a delightful shopping experience. Lianqi, ever vigilant of Xiao Yuhuang, let out a sudden sigh of relief. The two equally radiant women departed from the boutique with poise and grace. Xiao Yuhuang, watching the retreating figures of Xia Yingnai and her friend, exhaled a puff of smoke in irritation, wishing to leave the gown shop without delay. Xia Yingnai harbored no trace of jealousy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuhuang felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. The fact that Xia Yingnai, upon seeing him with her stepsister, displayed no reaction whatsoever was disconcerting. It left him pondering his insignificance in her eyes. Why else would she remain indifferent to his associations with other women? His discomfort deepened, as he sensed something within him had subtly shifted, yet he could not grasp it, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Xia Runaway emerged from the fitting room, clad in a wine-red halter gown, feigning modesty as she lifted the hem with a hint of shyness, mimicking Xia Yingnai's movements and swaying her hips. Xia Ruawei aimed to demonstrate to Xiao Yuhuang that her figure surpassed that of Xia Yingnai, that the gown would look more splendid on her. The moment she stepped out, the gaze of the boutique owner and all the staff turned peculiar, even causing Xiao Yuhuang to furrow his brow. The wine-red halter gown, on Xia Ruawei, fell rather awkwardly due to her petite stature, trailing slightly on the ground. Her smaller bust made her chest appear somewhat flat. Despite the thick layer of makeup, her complexion could not rival Xia Yingnai's fair and delicate skin. The gown, which had exuded elegance and charm on Xia Yingnai, now appeared as if a child had donned adult attire, making her look rather awkward. Yet, Xia Ruawei remained oblivious to this fact. She approached Xiao Yuhuang with a coy demeanor, playfully asking Yuhuang, "How do I look in this gown? Is it not more beautiful than what my sister wore?" Xiao Yuhuang's gaze fell upon Xia Ruawei, but his mind was flooded with images of Xia Yingnai's enchanting form. Xia Yingnai's development was so remarkable that he could barely encompass it with one hand. With an impassive expression, he stated, "This gown does not suit you. Try another one." "How is this possible? I believe I look stunning in this gown," Summer Ruawei questioned angrily the tailor who awaited her judgment. "Well." The shopkeeper cautiously glanced at Xiao Yuhuang, noting his discomfort. Not daring to offend Summer Ruawei, the shopkeeper diplomatically replied, "Miss Summer, your beauty is indeed unforgettable. But the color of this gown does not do justice to your unparalleled elegance. We have just received a new gown named Angel's Love, which would complement your vibrant and delicate demeanor much better." The shopkeeper gestured towards the most expensive white, ethereal gown in the store, enthusiastically introducing it to Summer Ruawei. The gown was exceptionally fashionable and beautiful, and upon seeing it, she instantly fell in love. However, recalling that this gown had been worn by Xia Yingnai, she arrogantly declared, "I will take both gowns." With a stiff expression, Summer Ruawei sulked, "Yuhuang, I am very fond of this gown. I wish to purchase it." She could not comprehend why Xiao Yuhuang vehemently opposed her wearing it. After all, he had paid tenfold the price to acquire it from Xia Yingnai. If ownership belonged to her, why could she not take this outdated gown home? "If you do not remove that dress, I see no reason for you to attend your father's birthday tomorrow," Xiao Yuhuang said impatiently. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and strode toward the exit. Summer Ruawei could hardly believe it. Tears welled in her eyes as she pitifully exclaimed, "Yuhuang, how could you threaten me with my father's birthday celebration? Am I not worthy of this gown? You spent 10 times the amount to buy it for me." Xiao Yuhuang turned, his gaze irritable as he looked at her. "That gown was not meant for you." The shop staff gasped at his words. Their complex glances directed at Summer Ruawei, filling her with embarrassment and fury. "Yuhuang, is it because this gown was worn by Xia Yingnai that you do not want me to wear it?" The atmosphere in the boutique grew tense, almost suffocating. The shopkeeper and staff stood in stunned silence, as if they had uncovered a significant secret. Seeing Summer Ruawei frozen in tears, Xiao Yuhuang commanded the shopkeeper, "Let her choose any other gown in the store, but this one must be removed and destroyed." His gaze was icy and sinister, exuding an aura as formidable as that of a demon, causing even the most seasoned shopkeeper to tremble. After delivering his ultimatum, he strode out of the boutique. The shopkeeper, accompanied by 6 staff members with varying expressions, encircled the incredulous Summer Ruawei. "I apologize, Miss Summer, but we must comply with Mr. Zhao's instructions. Please cooperate with us," she said politely yet threateningly. "You dare. I am the daughter of the mayor of Xia. If you touch me, I will have your store shut down immediately," Summer Ruawei screamed, clutching the gown. However, at the shopkeeper's signal, several staff members disregarded her protests and began to forcibly remove the gown from her. Minutes later, with her eyes bloodshot, disheveled hair, and smeared makeup from tears, Xia Ruawei stood defiantly in front of Xiao Yuhuang's Rolls Royce, her voice laced with fury as she demanded, "Yuhuang, why did you do that? Do you have any idea how humiliated I felt in front of those shop assistants?" Yet, Xiao Yuhuang remained indifferent, gesturing to Xiao Qi in the driver's seat to start the engine. As the car roared to life, Xia Ruawei extended her arms, positioning her body in front of the luxurious vehicle. Tears streamed down her face, causing her eyelashes to tremble. "Yuhuang, what do you take me for? After 5 years by your side, how could you treat me this way? Is it because of that wretched Xia Yingnai? I found intimate photos of you two on her phone. What exactly is your relationship? Tell me, did that seductive vixen lure you in?" Xiao Yuhuang's brow furrowed at her words. Had she seen those intimate photos? He recalled the other day when Xia Yingnai, that little vixen, insisted on taking couple photos with him, igniting a fire within him, all under the pretext of showing off to her friends, only to use them to provoke his stepsister. Hearing Xia Ruowei denounce Xia Yingnai as a seductive fox, Xiao Yuan's expression darkened instantly. Xia Ruowei, mind your language and refrain from hurling insults or creating unnecessary chaos. If you wish to purchase something, do so with your own card, but you must recognize your place. Shaoqi Drive. Yu Huang, wait for me. Xia Ruowei exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stomped her feet and attempted to chase after him. However, the heel of her pink stiletto suddenly snapped, nearly causing her to twist her ankle. In a fit of rage, she discarded the broken shoe, her eyes brimming with a wild hatred.
Xia Yingnai.
It's all because of that wretched woman. I must ensure that I confront her. At my father's birthday banquet tomorrow, I will make her pay. Chapter 77. Must not let him discover the 4 children. On the return journey, Xia Yingnai drove with a buoyant spirit, relishing the fact that Xia Ruowei had paid tenfold for the dress she coveted. With the money spent, Xia Yingnai procured a gown of superior quality from another store, leaving her with a considerable surplus. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianxi wore a worried expression. Aunt Lan is such a gentle and kind person. She could never be involved in those scandals. I share your doubts. If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Zhang Lianxi offered. Thank you so much, Lianxi, Xia Yingnai replied sincerely before turning serious. You have extensive connections. Please help me investigate what happened 18 years ago at Lijing Hotel. I have never believed that my mother, who is both virtuous and kind-hearted, would entangle herself with several nightclub escorts. I must uncover the identities of those 3 detestable individuals from that time. Only by discovering the truth can I clear my mother's name. Zhang Lianxi comfortingly clasped her hand. Nai, if I learn anything about them, I will contact you immediately. Xia Yingnai paused for a moment and gently advised, Lianxi, the chaotic realm of Mijing is not suitable for prolonged sojourn. If possible, it would be best for you to extricate yourself from there. After all, you are a distinguished graduate of the Aerospace Engineering College at Shengjing University. Did you not express your aspiration to become the chief designer in the aerospace field? As long as you are willing, I believe that one day, you shall realize your dreams. Dreams? Lianxi replied with a bitter smile. Such notions are mere luxuries to me now. My only thoughts revolve around how to sell more wine effectively. I wish to locate my only sister swiftly, to find the perpetrators who annihilated the Zhen family and bring them to justice. Mijing serves as the quickest avenue to gather various tidbits of information. Moreover, once entangled in the nightlife, extricating oneself from the mire proves exceedingly difficult. Xia Yingnai fell silent. A decade ago, the Zhen family was a renowned merchant clan in Shengjing. But in a single night, they were utterly decimated, becoming the subject of an unresolved murder case. Lianxi and her sister narrowly escaped the calamity, but were forced apart during the ensuing chase. Lianxi bore the heavy burden of profound enmity. Understanding that her words would not sway Lianxi, Xia Yingnai tightened her grip on her hand. Lianxi, the world has been shrouded in darkness for far too long. Yet there will always be a glimmer of light that seeps through the cracks, transforming the night into day. One day, we shall avenge our grievances and fulfill our wishes. Lianxi's long lashes glistened with unshed tears, yet her gaze remained resolute. Indeed, we will ultimately see our wishes come to fruition. As she unlocked the door, Si Bao, resembling a little sparrow, joyfully flung herself into her embrace. Mummy. Upon hearing her mother mention her weight, Si Bao's large eyes widened in distress. Mummy, am I heavy? I won't eat candy, pizza, steak, cheese, or ice cream anymore. I want to lose weight. Xia Yingnai playfully squeezed her daughter's cherubic face and smiled. My little silly bean. I was merely jesting. Being plump is what makes you healthy and adorable. Lin Ma disapproved. Si Bao, why should a child think about losing weight? You are still young. In 2 years, when you grow taller, your body will become as slender as a willow branch. But Mummy, Grandma, even my dance teacher, said I have gained weight. Being chubby isn't pretty, Si Bao pouted, her lovely face expressing displeasure. Si Bao, being chubby is what makes you charming. Would you rather be as thin as a stick or a pole?
Just the thought of it is terrifying.
San Bao exaggeratedly shrugged and made a funny face at Si Bao. Humph, annoying third brother. Si Bao glared at San Bao in frustration. The handsome heir Bao pulled San Bao aside and smiled at Si Bao. Si Bao, don't listen to your third brother's nonsense. Listen to me. Being chubby like a lucky doll is the most beautiful. Did you not say that the Fua doll sculpture in my room is lovely?
You look even better than that doll now.
Si Bao beamed with joy and asked Xia Yingnai and Lin Ma, Mummy, Grandma, is what second brother said true? Mother Lin praised the second child, giving a thumbs up. For treasure, your second brother wasn't lying. Your grandmother also thinks you look better with a bit more weight. The second child, clever as he was, had a way with words. Xia Yingnai chimed in. Of course it's true, my dear. No matter how you change, in my eyes, you will always be my most beautiful treasure. Xia Yingnai cast a meaningful glance at the second child. At such a tender age, he was already adept at sweet talk. Coupled with his extraordinarily handsome face and his patience with girls, one could only imagine how many hearts he would captivate as he grew older. Xia Yingnai then looked at the boisterous third child, who resembled a little hedgehog, feeling a twinge of concern. Born with extraordinary strength, the third child was strikingly handsome, yet had a fiery temperament. Even at a young age, his bluntness was apparent, and his sharp tongue posed a future dilemma for finding a partner. And then there was her eldest, blessed with the most charming visage, yet perpetually icy, like a small iceberg. When he donned a cold expression, the chilling aura emanating from him could even make her, as his mother, feel inexplicably intimidated. She pondered who he took after. But she, Xia Yingnai, was a gentle and kind fairy. Surely her eldest son's disposition came from his unreliable father, whose true nature remained a mystery. The thought of Xiao Ju's ruthlessness and cold-heartedness sent shivers down her spine. She resolutely could not allow that devil of a man to discover her four adorable treasures. By the way, where is the eldest? She inquired of Mother Lin. Do you know where he has gone? After scanning the living room and noticing the absence of her eldest, she furrowed her brows in concern. Mother Lin replied truthfully, "Oh, the eldest went to the shops in the community to buy some modeling clay. He mentioned wanting to create a tank model. I offered to go down and get it for him, but he insisted I stay home to watch the other children." Hearing that her eldest had gone to the community store eased Xia Yingnai's mind somewhat. Although the community was old, it had a variety of shops and decent security. Yet, for some reason, her right eyelid twitched persistently, as if foretelling some ominous event. Chapter 78. Did father really sacrifice himself to save others? The eldest wandered around the community store, only to find that the modeling clay he sought was unavailable. Consequently, he ventured to a stationery shop outside the community. After searching the vicinity, he finally found a shop where he could purchase the desired modeling clay. He also bought a fountain pen for the second child, a basketball for the third, and several cartoon hairpins favored by girls for the fourth. The shopkeeper, noticing the eldest's delicate and charming appearance, playfully teased him for being so young and shopping alone, rewarding him with a lollipop. However, the eldest had little interest in the lollipop, as he disliked such sticky and overly sweet confections. Thinking of the fourth child's fondness for them, he set off, not far from the shop, when he spotted an elderly man leaning on a dragon-headed cane. The elder's gaze was sharp and commanding, as if he were awaiting something. Behind him loomed two tall, imposing bodyguards clad in black. Beside the elderly gentleman, a long wheelbase Bugatti Veyron came to a halt, its tires clearly deflated. A middle-aged man, sporting a thick beard, knelt on the ground, diligently replacing the flat tire with a spare. Daba exchanged a glance with the old man and discreetly averted his gaze, determined to continue on his way. However, the moment the elderly gentleman caught sight of Daba, a sudden expression of shock washed over his aged features. He signaled to his bodyguard to intercept Daba's path. Promptly, a bodyguard stepped in front of Daba, coaxingly stating, "Little one, my esteemed elder wishes to have a word with you. Come along with me." Daba, sensing a lack of malicious intent, cautiously followed the bodyguard to the old man's side. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" He spoke in a cool, expressionless manner. Upon seeing Daba up close, old Master Xiao was taken aback. Previously, he had glimpsed a boy resembling Xiao Yuhuang outside the Xingjing banquet and had dismissed it as a trick of his failing eyesight. Yet now, the boy stood before him, dispelling any illusions. The child's enchanting eyes, nose, lips, and facial contours mirrored a miniature version of Xiao Yuhuang. No one would doubt their kinship if they stood together. "What is your name, young one?" Old Master Zhao's voice trembled slightly. Daba replied coolly, "Grandfather, my mother has cautioned me that there are many traffickers outside, and I should not divulge my name to strangers." The old man was taken aback by the child's vigilance. He could tell that eliciting information would be challenging. Hence, he tightened his expression and posed a different inquiry. "Very well, I shall not ask your name. Do you know what your father's name is?" Daba regarded him with a discerning gaze and retorted, "Grandfather, what difference is there between asking my name and inquiring about my father's? Who my father is concerns you how? Are you conducting a household registration inquiry? If so, please present your police identification." Old Master Xiao was momentarily speechless by Daba's sharp response, struggling to contain his rationality as he felt an overwhelming impulse to pluck a strand of Daba's hair for DNA testing. Yet before he could act, his phone abruptly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he answered the call. Daba, who had intended to leave, halted abruptly upon hearing the name Xiao Yuhuang, quietly straining to listen. Old Master Xiao, gripping his phone, wore a clouded expression. His marriage to Runaway has been delayed for 5 years. I believe it is time for him to settle down. Daba's captivating eyes narrowed slightly, his youthful face deep in thought, pondering the implications. The old man continued, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. He must marry. Having Runaway take a position in the Shao Company as secretariat will allow her to keep an eye on him, fostering their relationship. Dabao's obsidian-like eyes shimmered with a hint of barely perceptible mockery, only to swiftly revert to a frosty demeanor. Old Master Shao ended the call. His murky gaze fixated upon Dabao. He beckoned, little friend. I assure you, grandfather is not a villain. I have a child almost your age at home, and seeing you brings me a sense of familiarity. Do not be frightened. I wish to know, what is your father's name? What does he do for a living? Grandfather. My father's name is Chendaniu, and he is an ordinary porter. Beyond that, I must beg your pardon, Dabao replied, his face frozen in a cool expression. His voice clear and youthful. A porter? Look at this child. Dressed so simply, his fabric not of any brand. He indeed seems to hail from an ordinary family. Old Master Shao mused, feeling a slight relief. It was inconceivable that Xiao Yuhuang could have such a large child while remaining oblivious. Everything belonging to his proud grandson lay firmly within his grasp. Our Dabao is truly an understanding child. So young, yet already knows to buy things for his younger siblings. Thank you, dear lady. I shall come over immediately. Dabao tossed the modeling clay onto the sofa and headed straight for the bedroom. Xia Yingnai was in the bedroom, ironing clothes for the children. Upon seeing Dabao enter, she paused her task and gently inquired, Dabao, where is the blue t-shirt you often wear? Mommy would like to iron it for you. Mommy, please hold off for a moment. May I ask you something? Dabao raised his innocent, handsome face, gazing at Xia Yingnai with anticipation. Xia Yingnai halted her ironing. Smiling, certainly, darling. What would you like to ask Mommy? Mommy, today I encountered a peculiar old gentleman on the road, who bore a slight resemblance to me. He inquired about my father's name and his occupation. Mommy, since childhood, you have told us that Daddy perished heroically while fighting a fire, and that he is a hero. Mommy, did Daddy truly die? Dabao's pure, innocent eyes fixed intently on Xia Yingnai, causing her to feel a flicker of guilt. Clearing her throat, she awkwardly replied, Dabao, how many times must I reiterate? Your father passed away before you were even born. He indeed perished in a forest fire, burned beyond recognition. Alas, he was quite unfortunate. Heavens! How could her precious Dabao suddenly inquire about that wretched Xiaoju? She must not let them discover that their biological father was a scoundrel. Very well, I trust you, Mommy, Dabao nodded. Yet, the boy's twinkling, inquisitive eyes clearly conveyed skepticism. The Shao family. The late Xiao Yuhuang, who had perished in flames, sneezed several times. Curse it! Who is the blind fool gossiping behind his back? Chapter 79. He is but a despicable illegitimate child. In the bedroom, Xia Yingnai finished ironing the children's clothes. Feeling utterly exhausted. This fatigue stemmed not only from physical exertion, but also from a mental strain. Unbeknownst to her, she recalled Dabao's inquiry regarding their biological father. One cannot possibly reveal to the children that their biological father is, in truth, a veritable rapist, can they? In Xia Yingnai's mind, the image of Xiao Ju looms, cruel, ruthless, iron-fisted, and shrouded in darkness. This man seems to dwell in shadows, his world rife with violence and bloodshed. The four innocent and kind-hearted treasures must never be exposed to such a realm. And then there is Xiao Yuhuang. The mere thought of his strikingly similar visage to that of Dabao makes Xia Yingnai's heart race with unease. Why must Dabao resemble that harbinger of misfortune so closely? Alas, the children are her own. What can be done? She does not believe that mere resemblance equates to a bloodline connection. After all, there exists a well-known case online that illustrates this very point. It is widely circulated that two individuals, Xiao Ma Wai and Ma Wai, share an uncanny resemblance. Yet one hails from a poverty-stricken rural background while the other is a titan of the e-commerce industry. They share no familial ties whatsoever. Yet, confronted daily by Xiao Yuhuang's ever-changing, intimidating countenance, which bears such a striking resemblance to Dabao, Xia Yingnai inevitably feels a pang in her heart. Mama, Grandma says it's time to eat. Hurry and wash your hands. The fourth treasure, with her adorable braided pigtails, bounces into the room, urging Xia Yingnai to join them for dinner. All right, my darlings, you go ahead and eat. I'll tidy up your backpacks, she replies, diligently organizing their belongings. As she lifts each backpack, she discovers them brimming with an abundance of treats. Her curiosity piqued, she unzips one of the bags. Each is filled to the brim with an array of snacks, chocolates, jellies, candies, cheese, dried fruits, spicy strips, and yogurt, a veritable cornucopia. Where on earth did you acquire such an abundance of snacks? Xia Yingnai muses, recalling that she does bestow a generous allowance upon her children. However, the amount of money would scarcely suffice to procure such a bounty. With their chubby little fingers pointing at the overflowing bags, the four treasures giggle. Mama. We didn't buy these with our pocket money. They were gifts from our kindergarten friends. The snacks from the three older brothers were given by the little girls, and mine were from the boys.
What?
My darlings, how could you accept such gifts from others? Did I not instruct you not to take things from your friends? Xia Yingnai exclaims in disbelief. Mama, these treats were secretly tucked into our bags by the other children. We didn't even know who did it. The youngest treasure pouts adorably, her voice sweet and innocent. Xia Yingnai feels faint. Her four little gems are far too popular. They have only just begun kindergarten. And already they are so sought after. What will happen as they grow older? Xia Yingnai herself has always been a charmer, yet her little treasures are even more remarkable. Truly, the student surpasses the master. Oh well, if they wish to give, let them. Oh, these goodies are all things Mama loves too. Fourth treasure. Let us enjoy them together. With a sigh, Xia Yingnai unwraps 2 pieces of candy, placing one in her daughter's mouth and the other in her own. To her delight, they are imported sweets, delightfully sweet and fragrant. Absolutely delectable. Xia Yingnai, filled with excitement, indulged in several pieces, feeling no remorse for consuming the children's snacks. Sibao, with his cherubic cheeks, joyfully savored the sweet candies alongside his mother, enveloped in bliss. The crystal ashtray was already brimming with countless cigarette butts. He found himself increasingly repulsed both physically and psychologically by Runaway. Xiao Yuhuang even began to question whether the woman who had entwined with him through the snowy night was truly Runaway. Were it not for the emergence of the dragon ring, he might have dismissed that night of folly as nothing more than a fleeting dream. Xiao Yuhuang perceived an impenetrable fog surrounding him, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. In the distance, Xiao Qi responded affirmatively. Xiao Yuhuang decisively ended the call, only for another call from the elder Xiao to follow immediately. Upon seeing the string of numbers on his phone, a fierce and bloodthirsty glint ignited in his eyes. Ultimately, he managed to rein in his emotions and press the answer button. Hello, Xiao Yuhuang's voice was as cold as stone. Come to the old Xiao residence at once. I have matters to discuss with you. The elder Xiao commanded imperiously, not allowing Xiao Yuhuang a chance to respond before abruptly hanging up. Clenching his phone tightly, Xiao Yuhuang's muscles tensed, veins coursing visibly beneath his skin. He let out a cold laugh, extinguishing the burning cigarette between his fingers. 5 minutes later, Xiao Yuhuang alone drove a luxury SUV swiftly toward the old Xiao residence. Nestled on a hillside in a renowned affluent area, the residence boasted a panorama of towering villas, all developed by the Xiao family. The estate sprawled expansively, resembling a vast park, with gardens covering thousands of acres. The verdant grass carpeted the ground, adorned with flowers and pines, reminiscent of a medieval noble house. A haughty and solitary SUV halted at the old Xiao residence. Well-trained servants respectfully opened the car door for him and parked the vehicle in the estate's lot. Xiao Yuhuang strode into the old residence, tall and elegant, exuding a cold and restrained demeanor. Xiao Butler, around 50 years old with graying hair, possessed shrewd eyes that sparkled with keen intelligence. He stood by, dutifully welcoming Xiao Yuhuang. Young master, the elder is awaiting your arrival. However, Xiao Yuhuang did not even spare him a glance, proceeding inside with indifference. His dismissive attitude incited a flicker of anger in the butler, yet he felt compelled to stifle it in the face of Xiao Yuhuang's chilling and sinister aura. The butler spat softly at Xiao Yuhuang's retreating figure. Merely an uncherished pawn, daring to act so grand. Were it not for the fourth young master Xiao Tiany's tragic accident, leaving him in a vegetative state, the position of president of the Xiao Corporation would never have fallen to such a lowly, illegitimate child. What was Xiao Yuhuang's current bravado worth? He was merely carving out a domain for the fourth young master. Once Xiao Tiany awoke from his coma, everything Xiao Yuhuang possessed would be relinquished without hesitation. Xiao Yuhuang stepped into the main hall. The interior is lavishly adorned, constructed with piles of gold, the resplendent hue nearly blinding him. Chapter 80. He yearned to meet Xia Yingnai. Xiao Yuhuang's deep gaze flickered with a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm, his thin lips curling into a mocking smile. If given the choice, he would prefer never to step foot in the Xiao family's ancestral home again. It exuded no warmth, but rather an overwhelming sense of oppression. The patriarch, known as Xiao Yingnai, occupied the central position on a Wangwali armchair. Approaching 70, his hair was streaked with gray, yet his physique remained robust. He had once wielded considerable influence in the business world, a figure of dominance. Now, despite his advanced age, Xiao Yingnai's gaze was sharp, and his imposing aura was unparalleled. Opposite him sat the matriarch, Xiao Leofuren, who, though elderly, bore few wrinkles, exuding an air of elegance and nobility as she idly twisted a string of rosewood prayer beads. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhenhai's young wife, Lu Yingying, was dressed flamboyantly, sitting proudly beside him, cradling a girl of about 6 or 7, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yingying, already displaying a hint of seductive charm at such a tender age. Also present was Xiao Yuhuang's fourth uncle, Xiao Dei, whose rotund belly and murky eyes were filled with calculating greed. His wife, an ordinary-looking woman, sat quietly beside him, her demeanor submissive. Xiao Zhenhai's only daughter, Xiao Billionaire, in her 40s, was dressed flamboyantly as well. Grandfather, Xiao Yuhuang addressed Xiao Zhenhai in a neutral tone, but softened when he turned to Xiao Leofuren, grandmother. Lu Yingying nestled against Xiao Zhenhai like a delicate bird, teasingly remarked, "Look at what the old lady says. Yu Huang is the president of the Xiao Group. He is inundated with responsibilities daily. Otherwise, we wouldn't be left waiting here. There's no choice. After all, he holds the reins of the Xiao family's power, and we must act according to his whims." Xiao Billionaire added, her tone laced with bitterness. Xiao Leofuren tightened her grip on the prayer beads, her voice rising with indignation. "Each of you, be silent. Yu Huang is tirelessly devoted to the growth of the Xiao enterprise, working day and night. You only see the surface of his success and have never acknowledged the effort and sweat he has invested. Were it not for Yu Huang, would you be living this extravagant life?" A few envious individuals huffed, their expressions remaining dismissive. Xiao Zhenhai cleared his throat, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the hall. Instantly, everyone fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Xiao Yuhuang spoke coldly. "Recently, there have been numerous matters concerning the company, grandfather. I trust you understand. What is it that you wish to discuss?" "Yu Huang, that company is meant to serve as practice for your fourth uncle. A substantial amount of money has already been invested, and it must continue to operate no matter what. You are to provide additional funding to Longhua, do you understand?" Xiao Zhenhai commanded with formidable authority, tapping his cane on the ground. "I understand, grandfather." Xiao Yuhuang clenched his fists, his lips curling into a more pronounced smirk. Each visit to the Xiao residence seemed to bring nothing but misfortune. Here, apart from the warmth offered by Xiao Leofuren, he was met with nothing but scorn and derision. In the heart of his grandfather, he was merely a pawn, subject to manipulation at will. The once illustrious elder Xiao had grown accustomed to wielding control over everyone around him. The Xiao family, a century-old lineage, boasted remarkable wealth. The Xiao Group spanned various industries, nearly commanding half of the economic landscape of Xinjiang. Elder Xiao had 5 sons but favored his youngest, Xiao Tianyi, who happened to be the 5th uncle of Xiao Yuhuang. Although Xiao Yuhuang's father, Xiao Wen, was the eldest son, he was the object of Elder Xiao's disdain. Xiao Zhenhai nurtured his youngest son, Xiao Tianyi, as his successor, striving to ensure that he firmly occupied the position of president of the Xiao Group. Xiao Wen, gentle and unambitious, lived up to his name, yet could not escape the tragic fate of familial persecution. Later, at the age of 16, Xiao Yuhuang graduated from Harvard University. Elder Xiao casually bestowed upon him a struggling hotel, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, for him to hone his skills. Through his astute decision-making and management, the once failing establishment miraculously transformed from loss to profit. Within a mere 2 years, it surged from crippling debt to a staggering profit exceeding billions, with a growth rate surpassing 1090. Xiao Yuhuang's astonishing business acumen sent shockwaves through the commercial world, heralding him as a prodigious talent from the Xiao family. Elder Xiao began to take a keen interest in Xiao Yuhuang, inciting a profound sense of threat in Xiao Tianyi regarding his nephew's position. "Father, perhaps let my elder nephew secure an investment of 100 million for our company? The recent financial crisis has been severe, and we are on the verge of collapse." Xiao Bailian, the younger aunt, seized the opportunity to lament to Elder Xiao. Xiao Yuhuang coldly regarded her, saying, "Aunt, did my uncle not inform you that last month he was pursued by the bank for debts, hunted down by loan sharks? The creditors had no choice but to escalate the matter to me. I instructed the finance department of the Xiao Group to transfer a sum to your husband's account. Did he fail to mention that to you?" Xiao Bailian's expression stiffened. Her wretched husband was indeed a hopeless case. Inept at managing the company, yet masterful at accumulating debt. If their family relied on him, they would surely be left to fend for themselves against the elements. She glared at Xiao Yuhuang, a flicker of predatory intent glimmering in her eyes. Elder brother Xiao Wen, handsome and dashing, had never been linked to any romantic rumors. Yet at the age of 26, he unexpectedly returned with a swaddled infant, claiming it was the child of his most beloved woman. He never married and devoted his life to raising Xiao Yuhuang. Were it not for this prodigious nephew, the Xiao enterprise would have been divided among the siblings. His existence was indeed a thorn in their side. Humph. Merely a contemptible, illegitimate child, wholly unworthy of presiding over the Xiao group. Upon leaving the Xiao ancestral home, Xiao Yuhuang felt an overwhelming sense of irritation, with his inner turmoil having no outlet for release. He drove his SUV at breakneck speed, the exhilaration of the rush providing him a fleeting sense of liberation. In that moment, he found himself yearning to see Xia Yingnai, that clever yet foolish woman. An idea sparked within him. Chapter 81, A Misunderstanding of Room Numbers. The night was as cool as water. Xia Yingnai gently hummed a lullaby, coaxing several precious little ones into slumber. She gently tucked the blankets around her children before leaning over her desk to commence her translation work. Yesterday, Xia Yingnai had just accepted a 2,000-word Russian translation task. The client was exceedingly pleased with her work and subsequently entrusted her with a substantial 10,000-word manuscript. This particular translation posed a considerable challenge, as it pertained to historical strategic games from both Eastern and Western perspectives, necessitating an extensive online search for background information. However, the remuneration offered was quite generous. At her desk, Xia Yingnai diligently scoured the materials for her translation when her phone suddenly vibrated. Since the children needed to rest at night, she typically set her phone to silent vibrate mode. Upon seeing the incoming call from a number consisting solely of sixes, she instinctively felt it was a scam or a nuisance call. Frowning, she pressed the red hang-up button.
Yet.
Scarcely a second had passed before the persistent caller attempted to reach her again. With no other choice, she reluctantly answered, "Hello? Nai, it's Xiao Ju." The man's voice was magnetic and melodious, yet it fell upon Xia Yingnai like a bucket of cold water, chilling her to the core. Instantly, she contemplated severing the call. However, before she could act, Xiao Ju seemed to sense her intention. He chuckled softly and stated, "Nai, if you dare hang up on me, I wouldn't mind coming to find you at your residence, 77, Zhujiang Road, Lianyuan District." It was as if a thunderbolt had struck. How could this devilish man know her home address? Xia Yingnai's mind became a cacophony, akin to a bomb detonating in her ears. She hastily rushed to the balcony, lowering her voice as she shouted into the phone, "Xiao Ju, how did you discover my address? What do you intend to do?" Nai, what do you think I want?" he replied, his voice smooth yet laced with an unsettling allure. "It feels like an eternity since we last met. Have you completely forgotten my words in just a few days?
Now.
Come to room 2209 at Lijing Hotel. I await your arrival." His mellifluous tone, imbued with a hint of night's mystery, resonated in Xia Yingnai's ears. Suddenly, a series of sharp explosions reverberated outside as a splendid firework burst forth in the sky, casting dazzling light. Xia Yingnai only caught the part about him asking her to come to Lijing Hotel, failing to discern the room number. Her gaze shifted, contemplating an excuse of feeling unwell to decline. Yet, Xiao Ju's icy voice interrupted her thoughts. "Do not even think about using illness as an excuse to refuse me. Nai, you know I am capable of unspeakable things, merciless and ruthless." This chilling threat utterly obliterated any notion Xia Yingnai had of rejecting his invitation under the pretense of poor health. Her small hand, clutching the phone, felt icy as she reluctantly uttered, "I will come over shortly." She could not allow Xiao Ju to come to her home. Otherwise, her 4 precious children would be exposed to him, and what if he took them away? Xiao Ju appeared powerful and influential, far beyond the reach of an ordinary citizen like herself. Gazing at her children's beautiful and innocent faces, her heart felt as though it were being fried in a pan of hot oil. She clenched her teeth, extinguished the lights in her bedroom, and gently knocked on Lin Ma's door in the guest room. Lin Ma, still half asleep, gazed in surprise at the neatly dressed Xia Yingnai. "Miss Xia, are you planning to go out? Where to?" she inquired. Embarrassingly, Xia Yingnai told a small lie, not daring to meet Lin Ma's eyes. "You should hurry then. Don't keep your friend waiting. Rest assured about the children. I will take good care of them and will contact you if anything arises." Lin Ma harbored no doubts. For Zhan Lianqi often visited their home, and Lin Ma quite liked the beautiful, warm-hearted, and cheerful girl. "Thank you for your trouble, Lin Ma." Xia Yingnai expressed her gratitude with a nod. She tiptoed down the stairs in her flat shoes. At the 5-star Lijing Hotel, the automatic revolving door opened slowly, revealing a magnificent lobby. With her ponytail swaying, clad in a light green leisure outfit and white canvas shoes, Xia Yingnai appeared like an unsophisticated high school student, out of place in the opulent hotel atmosphere due to her slender frame. Suppressing her inner anxiety and restlessness, she took a deep breath and approached the front desk. 2 receptionists were diligently recording something when they caught sight of Xia Yingnai, their eyes momentarily flickering with astonishment. The first receptionist rose, donned a professional smile, and inquired, "May I assist you, miss? Are you looking for accommodation?" "Hello, I would like to go to room 2206 or 2209, Xia Yingnai suddenly realized. Having forgotten the room number that Xiao Ju had mentioned. Was it 2206 or 2209? The sound of the fireworks had been too loud for her to hear clearly. Should she call him? Xia Yingnai had no intention of contacting that devilish man. It was better not to find him, after all. She had already fulfilled her promise to come to Lijing Hotel. After a moment of hesitation, she blinked her clear, beautiful eyes and softly said, hello. I have an appointment in room 2206. Could you please tell me where that room is? Upon hearing her mention room 2206, the two receptionists exchanged astonished glances. Their admiration for Xia Yingnai quickly transforming into disdain, trepidation, pity, and sympathy. Noticing their odd expressions, Xia Yingnai scratched her head in confusion. Is there a problem? No problem, miss. Here is the key card for room 2206. Please keep it safe. Room 2202 is on the 22nd floor. Upon exiting the elevator, take a left, and it's the 6th room. The second receptionist responsibly handed Xia Yingnai a key card. All right, thank you, Xia Yingnai replied with a gentle smile. She took the card and walked a few steps inside before entering the hotel elevator. As soon as Xia Yingnai departed, the two receptionists began to whisper to each other. The first receptionist remarked, "This young girl is so beautiful, far more stunning than the stars on television, with such youthful features. She must still be in high school. What a shame. At such a young age, she doesn't seem to value her education and instead is out here engaging in such activities. Where are her parents?" The front desk attendant remarked, with the increasing number of those engaged in such activities, it has become quite commonplace. The key issue lies with Mr. Wang in room 2206. He is an utter deviant. He has a penchant for innocent and youthful students, leaving many of them irreparably harmed. Yet, he wields considerable wealth and power, allowing him to silence any whisper of dissent with ease. Alas, that young woman can only hope for her own fortune. In the elevator, Xia Yingnai nervously clutched her room card, oblivious to the gossip swirling around her. Chapter 82. She entered the wrong room as the elevator ascended to the 22nd floor. Xia Yingnai pondered whether her destination was room 2206 or 2209. Upon reaching her floor, she stepped out, still preoccupied with the room numbers. The designation 2206 seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, she recalled that her mother, Lan Shi, had been embroiled in a scandal involving 4 men in room 2206. A wave of inexplicable aversion surged within her towards that room. She was tempted to turn back, yet at that moment, her phone vibrated insistently. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was another call from Xiao Ju. Remembering the man's ruthless nature, Xia Yingnai steeled herself and approached room 2206. Taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, she swiped the card and opened the door. Inside, the lavish decor struck her. A softly glowing lotus-shaped wall lamp illuminated the space. It was eerily quiet, as if the room were devoid of life. Furrowing her brow, she wondered about Xiao Ju's intentions. Had he summoned her merely to toy with her? Xiao Ju? She called out, her courage faltering as she ventured further inside. There, she found a vast circular waterbed draped in pink sheer fabric, exuding an ethereal dreamlike quality. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Was Xiao Ju taking a shower? However, upon spotting the items resting on the pristine white sheets of the waterbed, her eyes widened in horror. Shackles, steel clamps, whips, and wax dripped ominously before her. These were unmistakably instruments of torment. What depravity did Xiao Ju intend? Fear gripped her, and her hands trembled slightly. An overwhelming chill surged from her feet to her neck, compelling her to flee. Just as she turned, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Mr. Wang, clad only in a towel. He was a tall, portly man, resembling an overgrown, white worm, with a balding head and a glistening, greasy face. His lecherous gaze roamed over Xia Yingnai, making her skin crawl. This time, Xiao Lu has truly outdone himself. This one is far better than the previous ones, Mr. Wang leered, his eyes shamelessly devouring her form. He extended his pudgy arms, attempting to draw her closer. Come here, little beauty, let me enjoy you. I'm terribly sorry. I must have entered the wrong room. I shall leave at once. Xia Yingnai recoiled from the middle-aged man's lascivious stare. She recoiled in terror, taking several steps back. Just as she was about to collide with the doorknob, a lecherous man seized her delicate arm. Mr. Wang pulled her into his embrace. Get away. Xia Yingnai felt nauseous as she made contact with his corpulent body. She struck and kicked at him. But the disparity in strength between a woman and a man was considerable, especially given Mr. Wang's towering and portly stature. Her struggles did not liberate her. Instead, they seemed to invigorate him further. Mr. Wang tore off Xia Yingnai's casual jacket, causing the buttons of her white shirt beneath to pop open. The scene struck Mr. Wang with a jolt, and he lewdly remarked, "My little beauty, if you obediently accompany me and allow me to indulge, I will offer you 1,000,000. Only compliant girls escape hardship." He was eager to take her to bed immediately. Overwhelmed by his foul breath, Xia Yingnai, in desperation, grabbed an ashtray and smashed it against his head, making a swift dash toward the door. Xia Yingnai exerted considerable force, causing blood to flow from Mr. Wang's balding head. The scent of blood ignited his primal instincts. "You wretched girl, you choose punishment over reward." His demeanor transformed into that of a ferocious beast. He caught up to Xia Yingnai, seized her slender arm, and dragged her to the ground. A heavy slap landed on her delicate cheek, and Mr. Wang's face contorted with rage. "I, Wang Batian, have always been the one to strike. No woman has ever dared to lay a hand on me. Since you reject my gentler advances, we shall engage in something more thrilling today." Xia Yingnai's face throbbed painfully, visibly swelling, while a ringing filled her ears and blood trickled from her lips. Fixating on Mr. Wang's grotesque countenance, she coldly declared, "I told you I entered the wrong room. Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of Mayor Xia. If you dare to touch me, you will meet your end. Stop playing these games." The mayor's daughter, so indecently wandering into a hotel at this hour? "Even if you are the mayor's daughter, I will not be deterred." Mr. Wang, emboldened, reached for her once more with his lecherous hand. Just then, Xia Yingnai's phone rang, and she caught sight of Xiao Ju's name flashing on the screen. In that instant, his call felt like a lifeline, and she quickly answered. Trembling, she pleaded for help. "Xiao Ju, save me. I'm in room 22. Before she could finish, Mr. Wang kicked her phone into the corner. "You little wretch, seeking aid? I will make sure you meet your demise tonight. Get away from me." Room 2209. Holding his phone, Xiao Ju listened intently to Xia Yingnai's terrified screams and the coarse curses of the man. His handsome face darkened ominously. He waited anxiously, but Xia Yingnai did not arrive. After several impatient calls went unanswered, he sensed something was amiss when he finally connected and realized that Xia Yingnai seemed to be in grave danger. "Shall he immediately seal off all the passages on the 22nd floor? Search each room meticulously. We must locate Xia Yingnai. Who dares to lay a hand on Xiao Ju's woman? They deserve nothing less than death." "Yes," Xiao He replied, rallying a formidable group of men clad in black to commence the operation. Xiao Ju recalled that Xia Yingnai had just mentioned she was on the 22nd floor, although she had not specified the exact room. When he attempted to call her again, the line had been disconnected. For the first time, Xiao Ju was consumed with rage, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan, his heart ablaze with anxiety. What calamity had befallen that foolish woman, Xia Yingnai? Room 2206. Xia Yingnai, suppressing her pain, struggled to rise from the floor as the corpulent manager Wang lunged toward her. With a swift kick aimed at his groin, she retaliated.
"Ah!"
Manager Wang clutched himself, releasing a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Seizing the moment, Xia Yingnai attempted to flee, but the enraged manager Wang, now utterly incensed, grasped her ankle and hurled her to the ground. "Where do you think you can escape? You little wretch? If I don't end you today, I shall not bear the Wang name." He cackled wickedly, extending his claws toward her, ready to pounce. However, at that very instant, the door to room 2206 was violently kicked open from the outside. Chapter 83. Who are you? In the next moment, the man who intended to assault Xia Yingnai was sent sprawling. His corpulent form collided with the glass coffee table, which shattered beneath his weight into a myriad of shards. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts." The glass fragments pierced manager Wang's flesh, causing him to wail in agony. "Do you have any idea who I am? Daring to touch me? You must be tired of living." But as he caught sight of the newcomer, the remainder of his words lodged in his throat. A tall man, donning a snow eagle mask, stood under the light, his imposing figure reminiscent of a dark angel, haunting and shadowy, akin to an eagle soaring through the night sky. Behind him trailed a formidable entourage of men in black, each wielding gleaming silver guns, their ominous muzzles trained upon Wang's head. In an instant, Wang deflated, his eyes wide with terror, shrinking like a green pea. Almost paralyzed with fear, he nearly soiled himself. Meanwhile, Xia Yingnai remained in shock until the next moment. She found herself enveloped in Xiao Ju's warm, solid embrace. The air was thick with his distinctive musky fragrance. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite habitually avoiding Xiao Ju, Xia Yingnai now felt a profound sense of grievance. She instinctively sniffled, clutching his sleeve tightly, and sobbed, Xiao Ju, foolish girl." Xiao Ju shot her a cold glare. Upon noticing her swollen cheek and the blood staining her lips, he inquired, "Did he do this to your face?" His enchanting eyes, once soft, now blazed crimson. Fixated on manager Wang with the gaze of a predator surveying its prey. Wang, feeling the weight of Xiao Ju's icy stare and his sinister grin, involuntarily trembled. Damn you! Had it not been for your insistence on my visit to the Lijiang Hotel, I would never have encountered such distressing circumstances. Were you referring to room 2206 or 2209? At that moment, I could hardly discern the room number, and it is all your fault. Xia Yingnai, like a petulant monkey, clenched her fists and vigorously pounded on the chest of the casting director, venting her grievances. Xiao Ju, with a sense of helplessness, endured her wrath and clumsily attempted to appease her. All right, it is all my fault. Nai, you may do as you please with me later. I will endure it. How about I help you vent your frustration now? Xiao He, who stood by, was utterly astonished. Goodness, the master, who typically shunned women, was now so tenderly soothing one, allowing her to strike him without resistance? Has he undergone a transformation today? You, masked specter, what do you think you are? If you dare lay a finger on me, I swear you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. The corpulent Wang, gasping for breath, lay among the shards of glass, his menacing threats appearing utterly impotent. Today, he realized he had encountered an adversary of considerable strength. This group of menacing figures clad in black was clearly not to be trifled with. Yet, his own background was formidable, and he felt undaunted. Before Wang could finish his threats, he was kicked into a corner by Xiao He. With a resounding thud, his robust body tumbled several times before hitting the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Xiao Ju's obsidian eyes regarded the disheveled Wang, a faint sheen of crimson glimmering within. What filthy words! Cut out his tongue. Since he enjoys playing so much, let him experience everything in his own bed. Xiao Ju's voice was laced with a hellish rasp. Yes. Wang was yanked up by the collar, his neck firmly grasped by Xiao He. The palpable aura of death emanated from the man, sending Wang into a state of sheer terror, his body trembling as he sought mercy, yet Xiao He offered him no reprieve. The aloof and imposing Xiao Ju cradled the feeble Xia Yingnai and strode out. As they exited room 2206, Xia Yingnai was startled by a piercing scream of agony echoing from within, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Holding Xia Yingnai, Xiao Ju emerged from the hotel and approached a black Rolls-Royce, where the bodyguard opened the door for them. He unceremoniously tossed Xia Yingnai inside. She remained dazed in his embrace throughout the journey. Only after being thrown into the car did she regain her senses and attempt to rise from her seat. Xiao Ju, where are you taking me? Xiao Ju gently rubbed her reddened cheek, pulling out a wet wipe to roughly clean the blood from the corner of her mouth. Fool. You can't even hear the room number correctly. Had I not arrived in time, you would have lost your virtue. Is there a woman in this world more foolish than you? You scoundrel. Had it not been for your insistence on my visit to the Lijiang Hotel, would I have been subjected to this? How dare you blame me? All the mistakes are yours, entirely your fault. You are a pervert. Xia Yingnai shouted at him, her small mouth resembling that of an enraged little leopard. Xia Yingnai's incessant tirade was silenced by Xiao Ju's soft lips. His assault was relentless, enveloping her mouth and teeth with his breath. The man's distinctive scent nearly overwhelmed her senses. Let go of Xia Yingnai, she thought with disdain, attempting to bite him. Yet, Xiao Ju was cunning, deftly evading her every move. He entwined his tongue with hers, leading her into a passionate dance. It wasn't until Xia Yingnai felt herself on the brink of unconsciousness from the kiss that Xiao Ju abruptly released her, feeling as though he was losing control. The visceral response within him clamored for immediate possession of her. However, given Xia Yingnai's recent fright in 2206, he refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability. Otherwise, the already resentful Xia Yingnai would be pushed further away from him. Xiao Ju found it particularly perplexing. He possessed an innate ability for self-control, further honed through extraordinary training aimed at mastering his emotions, ensuring he would never succumb to anyone or anything. Yet, Xia Yingnai effortlessly shattered his proud restraint. Each encounter with her sent him spiraling into chaos, igniting a physical reaction he could not suppress. Was this woman bewitching him? Xia Yingnai's cherry lips were swollen from the kiss. She raised her delicate hand, fiercely threatening Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju, if you dare to lay a finger on me again, don't blame me for being ungracious.
Drive.
Xiao Ju commanded the driver in a cold tone. The luxurious Rolls-Royce sped through the night. Grasping her slender hand, he spoke softly, tomorrow is your father's birthday, yet your face looks like this. If left untreated, how do you expect to present yourself before everyone? You know tomorrow is my father's birthday? Xia Yingnai gasped, her heart suddenly racing as she reached out to pull off the snowy eagle mask from Xiao Ju's face. Chapter 84. Xiao Ju was jealous. Xia Yingnai attempted to remove the silver half-mask from his face, but as her small hand brushed against the icy edge, Xiao Ju seized her wandering hand. Nai, what are you doing? Xiao Ju, who exactly are you? Xia Yingnai gazed intently at him, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. She could not pinpoint its source. Moreover, how did Xiao Ju know about her father's birthday? Xiao Ju's seductive lips curled into a wicked smile. What? Do you wish to see my true appearance? The women who've glimpsed my real visage have only two fates, either death or becoming my wife. Nai, which do you choose? His words caused Xia Yingnai's body to stiffen momentarily, glaring at him in disbelief. What sort of absurd rule was this? Indeed, he was as twisted as his nature suggested. For the first time, Xia Yingnai scrutinized his snowy eagle mask, intricately carved with a soaring eagle, wild and untamed, reminiscent of a dark sovereign of the night, striking fear with a single glance. Beneath the mask lay Xiao Ju's chiseled jaw, exquisitely defined, resembling the strokes of an artist, rendering her unable to look away. What astonished Xia Yingnai the most was the pair of translucent, glass-like eyes of Xiao Ju, concealed beneath the mask, which were a pale gray, seemingly capable of captivating one's very soul. For a moment, Xia Yingnai found herself entranced. Noticing her unwavering gaze, Xiao Ju flashed a wicked smile, gently tilting her chin. His voice, soft yet deep, resonated pleasingly. What is it? After just a few encounters, has Nai already harbored secret affections for me? Why maintain such distance? I one tea bite. Come, sit beside me. With that, Xiao Ju effortlessly pulled Xia Yingnai into his embrace, positioning her upon his lap. The tip of Xia Yingnai's nose collided with his hard chest, sending a sharp pang of pain coursing through her, nearly drawing tears from her eyes. Was this man made of steel? Why was his chest so unyieldingly firm, so delicate? Xiao Ju mused, tenderly rubbing her nose. Women were indeed troublesome. A mere touch left them tearful. He recalled a time when he had been covered in wounds, nearly losing his life, yet he had never uttered a sound of pain. Xia Yingnai shot him an exaggerated glare. Had it not been for him, she would not have found herself embroiled in such a series of chaotic and distressing events. Nor would she have been mistaken for a chicken and left battered and bruised. Xiao Ju, let me go. She protested vehemently, struggling within his grasp. Her fragrant, supple form ignited a fire within him, prompting his furrowed brow and low growl. You woman, if you wish to avoid any untoward incidents in this car, it would be wise to behave. Perched on his rigid thigh, feeling his physiological response, Xia Yingnai was instantly paralyzed by fear, her movements stilled. She sat quietly in his embrace, yet the confined space with the stranger left her feeling uneasy. Conversely, Xiao Ju, cradling the unusually compliant Xia Yingnai, felt a profound satisfaction. The journey continued in silence. The black Rolls-Royce sped along the tranquil road, soon entering a secluded private estate. A profusion of flamboyant silk trees surrounded an opulent European-style villa. The Rolls-Royce came to a stop in front of the villa. Xiao He bent down to open the door for Xiao Ju, young Master Xiao. Without granting her a chance to resist, Xiao Ju carried her towards the villa. Xiao He watched in stunned silence as Xiao Ju held Xia Yingnai. Their silhouettes, elongated by the moonlight, were strikingly beautiful. He felt increasingly perplexed by his master's temperament. Xiao Ju carried Xia Yingnai into a warm room within the villa, which was lavishly decorated. Crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, the walls adorned with dark floral-patterned wallpaper, and the floors covered in exquisite Isfahan carpets. A myriad of antiques and precious artifacts dazzled the eye. Xia Yingnai's gaze flickered. While the Xia family was considered affluent, with luxury in every aspect of life, it paled in comparison to Xiao Ju's family. Her curiosity about his identity grew, accompanied by a gnawing anxiety. If Xiao Ju were to contest for custody of the children, she felt she would stand no chance. Lost in her thoughts, a warm voice suddenly broke the silence beside her. Miss Xia, allow me to examine the wounds on your face. Xia Yingnai was taken aback, and only then did she realize that there was a young man in the living room. Following the sound, she lifted her gaze and beheld a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his features strikingly handsome. Clad in a pristine, white suit, he exuded an aura as pure as jade, appearing remarkably graceful. At this moment, a gentle smile graced his elegant and soft countenance, stirring a sense of fondness within Xia Yingnai. She gazed at his visage, astonished as she spoke. You are the doctor from that night? On that fateful evening, Xiao Ju had sustained a gunshot wound to his arm while rescuing her, and it was this very doctor who had treated his injury. Indeed, Miss Xia, your memory serves you well. I am Bai Yi, a physician and a friend of Ju's. It is an honor to meet such a beautiful young lady, Bai Yi remarked. his narrow phoenix eyes seemingly charged with electricity as he extended his right hand towards Xia Yingnai in a cordial manner. "Hello, I am Xia Yingnai. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," she replied, shaking his hand, her exquisite eyes discreetly assessing him. "I did not notice you earlier. I sincerely apologize, Dr. Bai." "Not at all. Whenever Ju is present, nearly all women tend to overlook my existence. He possesses an undeniable charm," Bai Yi casually remarked, though his smile grew increasingly warm. Bai Yi cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ju, who sat coldly on the sofa, his thin lips tightly pressed, seemingly suppressing his anger as he observed the lively exchange between Bai Yi and Xia Yingnai. Bai Yi chuckled with interest. "Dr. Bai, may I inquire which department you specialize in and where you practice?" Xia Yingnai was quite fond of making new friends, especially one in the medical field, as it could prove beneficial should she encounter any health concerns in the future. "I am the director of the Boei Hospital, specializing in surgery, though I have dabbed in various other fields as well." "You may consult me with any medical issues you may have," he replied. "The director of Boei Hospital? You are the renowned sage doctor?" Xia Yingnai exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight as she focused on Bai Yi. She was well aware of the illustrious reputation of Bai Yi, the director of Boei Hospital. He was a postdoctoral fellow from Harvard Medical School, and at the tender age of 28, he excelled in surgery, wielding a scalpel with unparalleled finesse. However, Bai Yi's temperament was rather peculiar. He would treat anyone in need, regardless of their financial situation, without asking for a penny in return. Conversely, those who wished to evade treatment, no matter how affluent or powerful, he would not yield to, even under duress. Xia Yingnai had not expected to encounter the true countenance of the sage doctor today, and she felt a surge of excitement. Unbeknownst to her, while she engaged in animated conversation with Bai Yi, Xiao Ju's expression grew increasingly somber. Chapter 85. I did not mean it. Bai Yi noticed Xia Yingnai gazing at him with astonishment. Her bright, shimmering eyes sparkled with starlight, prompting him to smile even more gently. "The title of sage doctor is one I do not deserve. It is merely a name imposed upon me by the outside world. Miss Xia, you are truly charming." As he spoke, Bai Yi gently took hold of Xia Yingnai's delicate hand, intending to place a tender kiss upon her knuckles. Suddenly, a nut soared through the air, landing squarely on the back of Bai Yi's hand. In a moment of pain, Bai Yi abruptly released his grip on Xia Yingnai's hand.
Bai Yi,
"I summoned you here not to indulge in idle chatter." Xiao Ju's icy voice interrupted their conversation. Bai Yi noticed that the back of his hand was marked with blood from a nut. He could not help but lick it lightly.
Ah.
Ju's temper remains as volatile as ever. Bai Yi retrieved his medical kit, extracting disinfectant and various anti-inflammatory ointments. He jestingly inquired of Xia Yingnai, "Miss Xia, who inflicted the injury on your face? It couldn't possibly be that brutish Ju, could it? He certainly lacks any sense of tenderness." No." Noting the cold, menacing aura emanating from him, Xia Yingnai quietly replied, "Dr. Bai, this matter is rather lengthy. I shall explain it to you at a more opportune time. I simply wish to know if the swelling on my face will subside by tomorrow. It is my father's birthday, and I must attend the celebration." His pupils seemed to reflect anger, intertwined with an indescribable emotion. "With my assistance, rest assured, there will be no issue, Miss Xia. Tomorrow, you will surely regain your breathtaking beauty," Bai Yi answered with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Dr. Bai, please do not jest. How could an ordinary person like me be referred to as breathtakingly beautiful?" Xia Yingnai's lovely face flushed with a rosy hue from his flattery. Xiao Ju watched the two exchange laughter with a tight grip on his fists, striving to suppress the urge to deliver a sound beating to Bai Yi. As the ointment was applied to Xia Yingnai's face, she immediately felt a cooling sensation that was particularly soothing, accompanied by a slight warmth. "This ointment seems to truly work. I feel my face improving already," she exclaimed joyfully, touching her cheek. Bai Yi generously handed the ointment to Xia Yingnai, saying, "This salve is my own formulation, invaluable in the market, and it works wonders for swelling and pain. Consider it a gift today." "Thank you, Dr. Bai. I am immensely grateful." Xia Yingnai beamed as she accepted the ointment, her smile radiant.
Bai.
Xiao Ju's voice, cold as ice, cut through the air from the sofa. The way he called Bai Yi was laden with palpable threat. Upon hearing Xiao Ju's chilling tone, Xia Yingnai straightened her posture, as if she were a student being called upon by a teacher, her back erect. The sight of her sitting so properly made Bai Yi unable to suppress a laugh. This pure and delicate Miss Xia was indeed an adorable sister. Bai Yi reined in his warm smile and began to tidy his medical kit, advising, "Miss Xia, the swelling on your face will subside swiftly, and you will return to your former self by tomorrow. Just ensure you rest well tonight." "Thank you, Dr. Bai, I understand," Xia Yingnai obediently responded. Once again sensing Xiao Ju's lethal glare directed at him, Bai Yi had taken only a few steps when he heard Xiao Ju coldly state, "The branch office in F continent has recently been plagued by an outbreak of severe illness. A contingent of medical personnel is required there. You will depart with the medical team tomorrow." It was as if a thunderbolt had struck him. Bai Yi felt utterly despondent. Was it such a crime to engage in a few pleasant exchanges with his lovely sister-in-law, who was charming, innocent, and delightful? Was it necessary for him to be dispatched to the desolate F continent, that forsaken place? However, upon encountering Xiao Ju's icy gaze, Bai Yi faltered and immediately raised his hand in surrender, exclaiming, "All right, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall refrain from conversing with my sister-in-law any further. I have several significant surgeries to attend to at the hospital, so I shall take my leave." Dr. Bai, you are mistaken. I am not a mere sister-in-law," Xia Yingnai eagerly attempted to clarify. Yet, Bai Yi hastened away, as if propelled by unseen forces beneath his feet. Strangely, Bai Yi's reference to Xia Yingnai as sister-in-law appeared to please Xiao Ju, whose lips curled ever so slightly, and the chilling aura in his gaze seemed to dissipate somewhat. Once Bai Yi departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the living room. "You seemed to enjoy conversing with him, didn't you?" Xiao Ju approached Xia Yingnai, his robust arms resting on the sofa as he gazed down at her. His captivating eyes glimmered with a peculiar light as he remarked, "With me, you wear a frown daily, as if burdened by some great grievance. Yet, with other men, you converse freely. You truly are quite the libertine." "You are the libertine," Xia Yingnai retorted. "Dr. Bai was merely being kind in treating my face. Am I not allowed to express my gratitude?" "Xiao Ju, must you always assume the worst of me? Besides, the reason my face is in such a state is primarily your fault," she declared, her face flushed with indignation. "My apologies, but I did not anticipate your foolishness in wandering into the wrong room." "Nai, I overestimated your intelligence. This is all my fault," Xiao Ju replied. "Is this what you call an apology?" Xia Yingnai felt her blood boil. The words he spoke, while superficially apologetic, were laced with mockery of her intelligence. How infuriating, she thought, desperately trying to distance herself from Xiao Ju's imposing presence. "Get away from me," she urged, attempting to push him aside. Yet his form was too weighty, and in a moment of unexpected force, her hand struck his chin with a loud slap, startling both of them. Xia Yingnai gasped, her heart racing as she anxiously glanced at Xiao Ju, hastily concealing her offending hand behind her back. "You insolent woman." Xiao Ju felt a surge of anger rise within him. Typically, women who encountered him either trembled in fear or retreated, while the bolder ones treated him with gentle affection, hoping to garner his attention. Yet here was this ungrateful woman, not only repulsed by his touch but also bold enough to strike him repeatedly. I did not mean to," Xia Yingnai stammered, recalling with a jolt that Xiao Ju was a ruthless figure, unflinching in violence. She gazed up at him, her once clear eyes now filled with trepidation, her expression resembling that of someone who had been wronged, inciting both amusement and irritation in Xiao Ju. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ju reflected on the absurdity of the situation. He was the one who had been struck, yet she appeared to be the aggrieved party. If I do not teach her a lesson, she will only grow bolder. Suppressing the urge to retaliate, Xiao Ju leaned forward, pinning Xia Yingnai against the sofa. Chapter 86, The Bathroom Tease. Xia Yingnai's beautiful eyes turned cold. At the moment when Xiao Ju fell upon her, his sharp fangs sank forcefully into his neck. Yet, Xiao Ju seemed impervious to the pain as he seized Xia Yingnai's delicate jaw. The agony compelled Xia Yingnai to release her grip. Xiao Ju's fingers grazed his damp neck, stained with dark crimson blood. This woman was indeed fierce. In a fit of rage, Xiao Ju laughed mockingly. "Xia Yingnai, are you a dog? Always biting? Who permitted you to bully me?" Xia Yingnai glared fiercely at him. If she could, she would have liked nothing more than to sever Xiao Ju's neck. But the painful grip on her jaw left her powerless. Xiao Ju snorted coldly, thrusting his tongue into her mouth, aggressively invading her territory. His assault was so intense that Xia Yingnai found herself utterly defenseless. As his hand ventured towards her casual pants, he had barely tugged at the edges when tears began to fall from her eyes. Xiao Ju gazed at the crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks, an inexplicable agitation stirring within him. The hair falling across her forehead obscured her eyes, and her tears dampened the strands. He yearned to tuck her hair behind her ear, yet the mere motion of his hand startled her like a frightened rabbit. She looked at him in terror, instinctively retreating. The atmosphere turned awkward and tense. Xiao Ju silently regarded Xia Yingnai for a moment before abruptly rising and striding towards the bathroom. Only when he departed did Xia Yingnai exhale a breath of anxious relief. She gradually curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees. In the bathroom, Xiao Ju splashed cold water over himself. Glimmering droplets traced the contours of his chiseled abdomen, yet his mind was consumed by the image of Xia Yingnai's exquisite face, her lashes, long like butterfly wings, her fair, oval visage, and when she cried, she appeared as endearing as an infant, yet her every smile exuded the allure of a mature woman. Damn it! What spell had that woman cast upon him? Merely catching a whiff of her scent set off his primal instincts. He stood under the water for a full 10 minutes, extinguishing the fire of desire within him. Still donning the snow eagle mask, he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His physique rivaled that of the finest male models, though his bronze skin bore an array of scars, both deep and shallow, a sight both striking and unsettling. Xia Yingnai glanced at him, but quickly averted her gaze. Are you satisfied with what you see? Xiao Ju lifted Xia Yingnai's chin, a wicked smirk gracing his lips. Pervert. Xia Yingnai bit her lip, shooting him a glare as she muttered under her breath. I've never seen someone wear a mask while bathing. I can't even imagine how frightening your face must be. Nai, when the time comes, you shall behold my true visage. All who have seen my real face are now dead. Xiao Ju spoke ominously. Xia Yingnai shivered involuntarily.
What did he mean by that?
Taking a shower is such a chore. Xiao Ju patted Xia Yingnai's cheek, his tone dripping with disdain. I don't want to bathe. I've already washed at home. Xia Yingnai cast a wary glance at Xiao Ju, wrapping herself tightly. Would this lecherous man dare to impose upon her? What's the matter, Nai? Do you wish for me to carry you to the bathroom? Xiao Ju feigned an approach to embrace Xia Yingnai. I will just take a shower, she stammered, springing from a sofa and hastily darting towards the bathroom. Xiao Ju observed her frantic retreat with a smirk of amusement. Upon entering the bathroom, Xia Yingnai was taken aback by its vastness, larger than her own living room. The entire space was infused with Xiao Ju's distinct scent, prompting her to frown. She opened the window slightly to let in some air, hoping to dilute his fragrance. Outside, Xiao Ju's deep voice resonated. Nai. Shall I enter and assist you with your shower? Just as she locked the doorknob rattled ominously. How cunning of that scoundrel, she thought resentfully. To prevent Xiao Ju from barging in, she noticed a small shoe cabinet in the bathroom and shoved it against the door, bracing it firmly. Nai. If I truly wish to enter, no matter how many obstacles you place against the door, it would be futile. Hearing the sounds of movement from within the bathroom, Xiao Ju could not help but chuckle. This woman guarded herself as if from a thief. How infuriating. Get lost. Peeking at a woman showering, Xiao Ju. Do you have no shame? Xia Yingnai seized a bottle of shampoo and hurled it at the door. Finally, there was silence outside, the footsteps receding into the distance. With a slight sigh of relief, Xia Yingnai hurriedly washed herself, only to discover, to her dismay, that she had no change of clothes. The bathroom offered only a few meager towels, and the luxurious space contained but a single large towel, already claimed by Xiao Ju. The remaining small towels could barely dry her body, let alone cover her modesty. Just as she contemplated whether to don her original attire, a knock resounded at the door. Nai, I've placed your clothes outside. Thank you, could you please leave them at the door? Xiao Ju set the garments outside, his tall shadow momentarily flickering before he departed. Hesitatingly, Xia Yingnai wrapped herself in a small towel, donned her undergarments, and concealed her key areas as she cleared the obstacles in the bathroom. She twisted the lock and quietly opened the door. As she reached out with her bare arm to retrieve the neatly folded clothes on the floor, a sudden force burst through, flinging the door wide open. Xia Yingnai found herself unceremoniously toppled to the ground. Embarrassed and flustered, she clutched the towel to shield her modesty, glaring at Xiao Ju. You deceitful scoundrel, she exclaimed. Xiao Ju, indeed, had not left. He had merely been lurking nearby, waiting for her to embarrass herself. His gaze, however, was fixed intently upon Xia Yingnai, whose flushed visage glowed with allure, her skin as white as snow, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Her figure was gracefully proportioned, and her long, beautiful legs seemed to tempt him to reach out and gather her close. Initially, he had entertained the idea of doing just that. Yet, upon encountering the wary and frightened expression in her eyes, Xiao Ju suddenly lost his desire to tease her. After your shower, take some time to rest. You must attend your father's birthday celebration tomorrow. The injury on your face should heal overnight. You'll be just fine. Coldly tossing out such a statement, Xiao Ju rushed back into the bathroom. Xia Yingnai looked on in confusion as Xiao Ju dashed into the bathroom once more. Hadn't he just showered? Why was he washing up again? At that moment, a middle-aged maid in a dark suit approached. Miss, the master has instructed me to escort you to your room for some rest. The maid stood straight, her gaze unwavering, clearly having undergone rigorous training. Xia Yingnai offered an awkward smile as she clutched a fresh silk nightgown and followed the maid into an exceedingly luxurious bedroom. If you require anything, please use the call button by the bed, the maid stated before dutifully departing. Xia Yingnai quickly changed into the silky nightgown, but upon recalling something, she locked the bedroom door before leaping onto the grand bed. She had anticipated sleeplessness in such an unfamiliar setting. However, fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Not long into her slumber, the locked door creaked open with a click as Xiao Ju entered from outside. Chapter 87. Are they the same person? Xiao Ju noticed Xia Yingnai sleeping restlessly on the grand bed, her petite form curled up, brows slightly furrowed, as if lacking a sense of security. He changed into his sleepwear and gently covered her with a blanket. Xiao Ju let his fingers dance through her hair, entwining strands around his fingertips, inhaling her delicate fragrance. Captivated by her lush, alluring lips, he couldn't resist planting a soft kiss upon them, sighing softly, "What a troublesome girl." Just as he was about to lie down beside her, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Xiao He. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Xia Yingnai, he feared disturbing her rest. Stepping out of the bedroom, he answered the call. "Hello? Master Xiao, the target has been spotted at a nightclub in Shengjing," Xiao He reported. "Keep a close watch on his movements, but do not alert him before I arrive." Xiao Ju's voice was cold and heavy. "Understood." After hanging up, Xiao Ju returned to the bedroom and cast another glance at the obediently sleeping Xia Yingnai. Bestowing a tender kiss at the corner of her lips, he swiftly exited the room. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Ju's enchanting gray eyes transformed, becoming shadowy and icy. A night devoid of dreams. Golden sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, streaming into Xia Yingnai's eyes. The piercing light jolted her awake. "Oh no," she lamented, abruptly sitting up in bed. Remembering that today was her father's birthday, she realized any delay would be disastrous. She hastily donned her clothes, too preoccupied to ponder Xiao Ju's whereabouts. Grabbing her bag, she stepped out of the room, only to find a young woman seated on the sofa in the living room. The woman was tall and slender, sporting a chic bob haircut, dressed in a white suit. Her face bore a gender-neutral allure, exuding a wild charm. "Miss Xia, you're awake? Hello, I am Xiao Yun. The master instructed me to take you to Mayor Xia's birthday banquet," the woman said, her voice resonant with an inexplicable boldness. "Oh, no need. I can just take a cab myself," Xia Yingnai replied. Xia Yingnai had no desire to become entangled with Xiao Ju. "Today, Master Xiao insisted that I accompany you. If you refuse, I can only await the fate of dismissal. Miss Xia, could you bear such a consequence?" Xiao Yun suddenly cast a look of feigned grievance at Xia Yingnai. Startled by her abrupt shift in demeanor, Xia Yingnai could only reply, "Well, all right then. You may accompany me to the banquet. However, we must agree that you shall not interfere with my freedom." Xiao Ju was indeed cold and heartless. If her actions led to this woman's dismissal, the guilt would weigh heavily upon her conscience. Very well, Xiao Yun readily acquiesced. In the styling room, the nation's foremost stylist meticulously applied makeup to Xia Yingnai, transforming her cascading straight hair into luscious waves, and selected an exquisite gown named Purple Soul. With her stunning visage and impeccable figure, Xia Yingnai donned the deep purple dress adorned with gem-like stars. The asymmetrical layers of the skirt swayed gracefully with her every movement, making her appear as if she were gliding through a vast starry sky. "Oh my god! Miss Xia, you are simply magnificent." The Purple Soul has been designed by Master Ammon for over 2 years, yet it has never found a worthy owner. In all my years of styling, I have never witnessed anyone breathe such spirit into a gown. The stylist exclaimed in awe. He took out his phone and politely inquired, "May I take a few photographs of you alone?" With hair cascading like seaweed over her shoulders and delicate pearl tassel earrings adorning her fair earlobes, the purple starry gown accentuated her noble aura exquisitely. Even Xiao Yun, as a woman, found herself momentarily entranced by Xia Yingnai's beauty, shaking her head in disbelief. It was no wonder that the normally aloof master had made an exception to allow her to protect Xia Yingnai. Such a unique and breathtaking beauty would surely captivate any man, causing him to lose his composure. Xiao Shui had long harbored fantasies about the master. Mistakenly believing that her deep affections would earn his favor, it appeared her delusions were destined to shatter. Gazing at the reflection in the mirror, Xia Yingnai instinctively reached out to touch her image, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with the woman staring back at her. Since the arrival of her 4 children, her thoughts had been consumed with how to provide for her family and nurture her children into adulthood, having resorted to merely applying basic skincare, never indulging in heavy makeup. Xia Yingnai had never realized that with makeup, she could appear so radiant and enchanting. Noticing the time, Xiao Yun glanced at her watch and urged, "Miss Xia, We should be on our way. A bit apprehensive, Xia Yingnai hesitated, lifting the hem of her gown. Xiao Yun, this dress is far too expensive. Let us change into something else. Xiao Yun chuckled softly, replying nonchalantly, Miss Xia, you need not worry about the costs. The master has already settled all expenses. Just enjoy yourself. Now, let us go. She took Xia Yingnai by the hand and led her out of the boutique. Outside, a fleet of luxury vehicles awaited, with the foremost being a striking Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Miss Xia, please, step inside. Xiao Yun respectfully opened the car door for her. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Xia Yingnai felt a twinge of discomfort. Now destitute, sitting in such a high-end luxury car could easily invite unwelcome speculation. Xiao Yun explained, Miss Xia, there is no need for concern. Our master wishes to provide support for you, to spare you from the disparaging remarks of those with narrow minds. Xia Yingnai recalled the sordid, selfish demeanor of Shinmani and her daughter, who held disdain for the poor and favored the rich. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she chose not to respond further, instead taking a seat in the luxurious Rolls-Royce. As she settled into the plush comfort of the back seat, her thoughts swirled. She remembered that this particular model, the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, was scarcely seen in Country Z, with fewer than 5 sold. Wealth alone could not procure one. Xiao Yuhuang possessed one. The first time she encountered him, he had ruthlessly commanded the driver to run over a middle-aged man attempting to extort him, sending the man fleeing in terror. To her surprise, Xiao Ju also owned one. Was the streets of Shengjing now filled with Rolls-Royces? Both Xiao Yuhuang and Xiao Ju shared the surname Xiao. Did they truly share a special bond? Were they brothers, mere strangers, or perhaps even the same individual? A sense of confusion enveloped Xia Yingnai. While their auras bore a slight resemblance, their personalities were strikingly different. Xiao Yuhuang was audacious and irreverent, while Xiao Ju was cold and ruthless. Their natures were entirely dissimilar. Xia Yingnai cleared her throat, tentatively inquiring of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, what position do you hold under Xiao Ju? Miss, curiosity can be perilous. For your safety, it is best that you remain unaware of my line of work. Xiao Yun replied, raising an eyebrow at her. Xia Yingnai pondered Xiao Ju's perilous lifestyle, and given that Xiao Yun was his subordinate, she surmised that his life must also be fraught with danger. Choosing to remain silent, she decided it was futile to pry into Xiao Yun's affairs. The truth would reveal itself in due time. As she gazed out at the fleeting cityscape, her mind sharpened with focus. Chapter 88. The Turmoil of the Banquet. The opulent Rolls-Royce glided through the bustling city like a swift swordfish, swiftly departing from the clamor of the urban sprawl. After nearly an hour, they entered a villa district nestled in the lush hills. At that moment, an orange Koenigsegg wound its way along the winding mountain road, flanked by several security vehicles. Mommy, when will we arrive at Grandma's house? In the back seat, a young boy dressed in a white suit and adorned with a delicate red bow tie leaned against the window, his impatience palpable. Just a moment longer, young master. We are but a few minutes away from Mayor Xia's residence, the driver replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he observed the seemingly endless procession of luxury cars ahead, his anxiety mounting as he pressed the horn. Dongfang Jin glanced at his wristwatch and calmly remarked, there is no need to rush. The banquet for my father-in-law does not commence until noon, which is still 2 hours away. Seated in the back, the impeccably dressed Xia Ruashi glared at the convoy in front of them, her frustration mounting. Whose procession is this that obstructs our path? Today is my father's birthday celebration, and as his eldest daughter, I cannot afford to be late. It would be a source of embarrassment. She huffed. How infuriating. If I discover who is blocking our way, I shall not hesitate to confront them. I am the young master of the Dongfang family. Who dares impede my progress? Dongfang Nianyi raised a small fist, his youthful face bearing an expression of utmost defiance. Who taught you to speak in such a manner? Questioned Dongfang Jin, his brow furrowed as his gentle gaze fell upon Xia Ruashi, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ruashi, is this how you typically instruct the children? Unfazed, Xia Ruashi retorted. Darling, what is wrong with my method of education? Our Dongfang group is renowned in Shengjing, and the young masters of the Dongfang family are exceptional among men. We cannot impose the ways of the commoners upon them. I intend for them to understand from an early age that they are superior, elevated above the rest, and to distinguish themselves from the lowly populace, ensuring they navigate high society with ease in the future. Observing his wife, who remained oblivious to her errors and instead articulated a series of flawed justifications, Dongfang Jin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He couldn't help but recall the 4 children of Xia Yingnai. Though they were of the same age as Nianing, they had been raised by Xia Yingnai to be well-behaved and considerate, capable of melting hearts. How could 2 mothers yield such vastly different results? At the hillside, a series of grand garden-style buildings stood impressively. At the entrance of the Xia family's villa, an array of luxury vehicles was parked. A magnificent convoy of Rolls-Royces halted at the villa. Xia Yingnai and his wife, Shenmani, adorned in formal attire, graciously welcomed guests from both the political and business realms. Beside them stood the handsome Xin Yilin, clad in a well-tailored white suit, his short brown hair framing a refined, youthful face, reminiscent of a gallant prince. He was the favored protege of Xia Yingnai, smiling and bowing to greet the arriving guests. Each visitor arrived bearing lavish gifts, showering compliments upon Xia Yingnai and his wife, praising their adeptness in raising children. Xin Yilin conversed politely with the elders, navigating the social dynamics with ease. Xia Yingnai observed the scene with a detached gaze. She recalled standing beside her father, Xia Yingnai, in her childhood, while her mother, Lan Shi, could only huddle in a corner with her siblings, enviously watching the festivities. Now, however, the tides had turned. Her mother, Lan Shi, had met a tragic fate, while Shenmani had risen to become the matriarch of the Xia family. As Xia Yingnai and his wife noticed a Rolls-Royce coming to a halt at the entrance, they hurried forward to greet the arrival. The Silver Phantom was a rare sight in Xinjiang, with no more than 5 in existence, owned exclusively by the most distinguished families. Among the elite, only the heirs of the 4 major conglomerates, the Shao, Gu, Jin, and Liang families, could claim such a vehicle. While the Xia family was considered affluent in Xinjiang, they still fell short of the top-tier families, lacking any close ties with them. The only potential connection lay with his prospective son-in-law, Shao Yuhuang. The black Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop. Xia Yingnai, with his slightly protruding belly, eagerly advanced to welcome the guest. "My dear nephew, I have been awaiting your arrival at the door for quite some time." As his words fell silent, the door of the Rolls-Royce swung open. A striking young lady with short hair emerged, gracefully circling the back of the car to respectfully open the door for Xia Yingnai. "Miss Xia, please disembark." Xia Yingnai descended gracefully in a purple starry gown, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage that could captivate anyone. Upon seeing her, Shenmani gasped in surprise. "Nai. Is that you? Aunt Shen, are you so astonished to see me? It is my father's birthday banquet, and as his daughter, it is only fitting that I attend." Xia Yingnai replied with a smile. Shenmani's meticulously maintained face now bore an expression of grave embarrassment. This wretched girl, residing in a slum and accompanied by a few foul-smelling children, held no power or influence. How could she possibly afford a Rolls-Royce Silver Spirit? "Father, today is your birthday, and you and Aunt Shen specifically urged me to come. Surely you haven't forgotten?" Xia Yingnai fixed her gaze on Xia Yingnai and Shenmani, her expression a blend of amusement and irony. Xin Yilin stared at Xia Yingnai's charming face, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. However, as he recalled something, his handsome countenance abruptly darkened. Xia Ruoxi, holding Dongfang Yinwen's hand, approached with Dongfang Jin. Upon witnessing Xia Yingnai's emergence from the Rolls-Royce, an imperceptible glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes. Her tone, though soft and gentle, was laced with sarcasm. "Nai has arrived. It's been quite a while. And you've changed significantly. I heard you were struggling to find work and subsisting on instant noodles. Now you can afford to rent a Rolls-Royce and hire a host of bodyguards? Sister, allow me to offer a word of advice. Do not sacrifice your dignity for the sake of superficial appearances. It is utterly inadvisable to indulge your inflated vanity through extravagant loans." As guests flowed in and out, Xia Ruoxi's remarks prompted murmurs among the attendees about Xia Yingnai. "Is this the second daughter of Mayor Xia who was cast out? I never imagined such a young woman could harbor such vanity. Alas, she bears a seductive face, rivaling that of her promiscuous mother." Xia Yingnai's lovely face grew increasingly frosty. While she could endure their disparagement, she could not tolerate their disparaging remarks about her mother. Chapter 89. She is a distinguished guest of our host. Xia Yingnai fixed her gaze fiercely upon the woman who had mocked her mother, a middle-aged woman with a plump figure and an exaggerated expression, resembling a standing compass. Silently exchanging glances with Shenmani, a fierce glint ignited in Xia Yingnai's beautiful eyes, and then she smiled. "Very well. It seems Aunt Shen's intention in bringing me here was to humiliate me. Dear uncles, aunts, and esteemed guests, your opinions of me, Xia Yingnai, are inconsequential. However, my mother has been resting in the grave for many years, and yet you still speak of the deceased. Do you not find that distasteful? Moreover, those who were once close to her surely possess their own understanding of her character. Whether her passing was an accident or foul play, I believe the truth will ultimately be revealed." Xia Yingnai's piercing gaze swept across the room, her words igniting a considerable uproar. Indeed, some of the female guests who had once been friendly with Lan Shi began to whisper among themselves. What does she mean by that? Could it be that Lan Shi's death was not a suicide, but rather the result of foul play? The character of Lan Shi was once esteemed within the circles of high society, her reputation impeccable. No one could have anticipated the scandal that would suddenly tarnish her name, leading me to question if there were deeper machinations at play. Years have since passed, and Lan Shi has long since turned to dust. The entangled affairs of the past are shrouded in ambiguity. Upon observing the shifting tides of public opinion, Shinmani was nearly incensed by a single remark from Xia Yingnai. Her temper flaring, she feigned warmth, grasping Xia Ying's hand with a disingenuous smile. Nai, today marks your father's birthday celebration, a day meant for joy. Why dwell on such unfortunate matters? Let us all revel in happiness today. The whispers among the guests grew more pronounced, with some male attendees gazing at Xia Yingnai with a blend of admiration and suggestiveness, their eyes almost stripping her of her attire. Such lascivious glances made Shin Yilin exceedingly uncomfortable. His piercing, authoritative gaze bore down on Xia Yingnai, as if attempting to peel away her facade. Had she truly engaged in those disgraceful acts? Ruashi, Nai is your sister. How can you speak of her so? Dongfang Jin reproached Xia Ruashi. Witnessing her husband defend Xia Yingnai, who she regarded as a disgrace, filled Xia Ruashi with a fury that nearly consumed her. Yet, in the public eye, she had to maintain her flawless image, suppressing her rage behind a countenance of pale frustration, her eyes seething with resentment directed at Xia Yingnai. Xia Yingnai glared at Xia Yingnai with evident displeasure, his disdain for this unfilial daughter intensifying. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun leaned against the front of a Rolls-Royce, her astute nature allowing her to glean Xia Yingnai's circumstances from mere fragments of conversation. The seemingly refined Miss Xia had a tumultuous background that rivaled the intrigue of a palace drama. With her arms crossed and an air of superiority, Xiao Yun addressed the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Xia is a distinguished guest of our host, the founder of the Ming Group. Due to her connections with our host, I have been entrusted to escort her to Mayor Xia's birthday banquet. She displayed the intricately designed black ring adorning her right hand, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, capturing the attention of all present. Among the guests, a notable gentleman recognized the ring's significance, exclaiming in both fear and excitement, "This truly is the emblem of the Ming Group." All members of the Ming Group wear a black ring, crafted with exceptional complexity and bearing their unique insignia, impossible for others to replicate. The Ming Group, shrouded in mystery, wielded influence as pervasive as the air itself, possessing an astonishing power and unfathomable wealth that words could scarcely encompass. Once, they had monopolized global financial transactions, controlling the transportation rights across land, sea, and air. Xia Yingnai cast a surprised glance at Xiao Yun, a mixture of gratitude and disbelief swirling within her. She had suspected that Xiao Yun's background was extraordinary, but discovering her connection to the founder of the Ming Group was truly shocking. The situation had shifted dramatically in an instant. Moments ago, the disdainful gazes directed at Xia Yingnai had transformed entirely into admiration, envy, and even jealousy. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Xia Yingnai was taken aback, his gaze towards Xia Yingnai subtly shifting. Could it be that his seemingly useless and embarrassing daughter truly held a significant connection with the founder of the Ming Corporation? Observing her father's sudden change in demeanor, Xia Yingnai couldn't help but smirk. Her father was indeed a chameleon. Yet, she refrained from uttering a word, gracefully following the now seemingly benevolent Xia Yingnai into the banquet hall. Xiao Yun trailed closely behind her, entering the venue alongside her. Shin Yilin regarded Xia Yingnai with a complex expression as he followed suit. Shinmani coldly fixed her gaze on the retreating figures of Xia Yingnai and his stepdaughter, her well-maintained visage nearly cracking under the strain of her emotions. This wretched girl had quite the audacity to entangle herself with someone from the Ming Corporation, who could discern the truth from the falsehood. Xia Ruashi was nearly livid.
Impossible.
That wretched Xia Yingnai could never forge a connection with anyone from the Ming Corporation. Darling, please take Nianeo inside first. I need to speak with mother, Xia Ruashi said, placing her child's small hand into Dongfang Jin's palm. Grandma, I miss you so much. Dongfang Nianeo affectionately called out to Shinmani, who had always doted on him. My dear grandson, you are becoming more handsome by the day. Shinmani exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Dongfang Nianeo's cheek. Mother-in-law, I'll take Nianeo inside now, Dongfang Jin said politely to Shinmani with a nod, then led Dongfang Nianeo into the venue. After their departure, Xia Ruashi intimately linked arms with Shinmani as they walked towards the Xia family villa. On the surface, Xia Ruashi leaned in to whisper to her mother, but each word dripped with reproach. Mother, how could that wretched Xia Yingnai be invited to father's birthday banquet? Have you forgotten that she bit off half of my ear? I would gladly see her dead. Why did you invite her? Chapter 90. the celestial descends. Seeing Xia Ruashi's discontent, Shenmani playfully tapped her forehead with her finger. You mischievous girl, your mind has always been sharp and agile. Why are you acting foolishly today? I invited Xia Yingnai purely to humiliate her. I heard that wretched girl has the audacity to harbor delusions about my second son-in-law, Xiao Yuhuang, shamelessly trying to seduce him. Wei Wei came to me in tears last night, insisting that I cannot let that wretched girl go unpunished. Mother, Xia Yingnai has feelings for my brother-in-law?
Huh.
She truly is an unrefined wretch, always drawn to other women's men. Brother Jean knows full well of her promiscuity, yet he still scolds me for her. She deserves to die. Xia Ruashi spat venomously. Foolish child, Jean is already married to you, and you have 3 sons to solidify your position. No one can threaten your status as the young mistress of the Dongfang family. Your sister is not yet married to Yu Huang. I will ensure she does not disrupt Wei Wei's happiness.
Today,
I will avenge you 2 sisters and make that little wretch understand that my son-in-law is not someone of her lowly caliber can ever hope to reach. Shenmani declared with a cold smirk. Mother, do you already have a plan? Xia Ruashi inquired anxiously. I observed the short-haired female bodyguard accompanying her, who appeared rather formidable. Would she jeopardize our plans? Shenmani's enigmatic gaze flickered with a hint of darkness. Humph. Mother will simply find an excuse to send her away when the time comes. Just wait and see. Mother, it truly is a blessing to have you. Shenmani looked at her daughter's delicate visage and advised, Ruashi. Tonight you need only act as a graceful and articulate young lady. Men are drawn to gentle and demure women. This will further cultivate your relationship with young Master Jean. Remember, you must not be as impulsive as your sister. Despite having an outstanding fiancé like Yu Huang, she has squandered her opportunities. What a pity. Xia Ruashi nodded earnestly, Mother. I understand that without you mentioning it. Shenmani urged, let us hurry inside, lest your father be charmed away by that little vixen. Indeed, let us proceed swiftly. At that moment, he bore a facade of amiability. Nina, why don't you tell your father in detail how you met Xiao Ju, the founder of the Ming Group? Could you perhaps introduce him to me as well? Observing her father's insincere demeanor, Xia Yingnai responded nonchalantly, Father, my acquaintance with Xiao Ju is quite superficial. We are not well acquainted at all. Father, I really do not know him well. A trace of annoyance crossed Xia Yingnai's face. This was her mercenary father, who severed their father-daughter relationship when she was of no use to him. Upon learning of her connection to someone from the Ming Group, he instantly transformed into a doting father, but his aim was to have her facilitate an introduction to Xiao Ju. Very well, I shall not press you further. Nina, do consider this. Only if my career flourishes can you rise alongside me, correct? If not for yourself, at least think of your future children. With a powerful grandfather, they will have opportunities for advancement when they come of age. Xia Zhenyue painted a grand picture for his daughter, using the future of her children as bait. Xia Yingnai interjected, Father, today is your birthday banquet. I prefer not to discuss other matters right now. Let us save it for another time.
all right.
You are quite stubborn. Xia Zhenyue expressed his discontent. The banquet was set in the open garden. Let us head to the garden where your sister is waiting. You two ought to catch up. He added, aware of his daughter's resentment towards him over the years due to his neglect. He knew he could not rush the matter of introducing Xiao Ju. Xia Yun closely followed Xia Yingnai, unable to suppress a smirk at Xia Zhenyue's sycophantic demeanor. Did he truly believe he could ascend to the Ming Group's ranks? With his kind of character, he was unworthy even of a mere audience with the master. In the garden, alive with fluttering butterflies, an array of exquisite pastries and delectable delicacies tantalized the senses. 6-layered heart-shaped cakes adorned with intricate decorations radiated opulence. Xia Ruawei, crowned and adorned with a necklace of pearls worth millions, donned a magnificent haze purple fairy gown. The hem of her dress, embellished with delicate polka-dot tulle, swept along the ground elegantly. She was surrounded by a throng of admirers, basking in a chorus of compliments. Wow, Wei Wei, this gown is absolutely stunning. You look like a fairy descended from the heavens. The diamond necklace adorning your neck, known as the Heart of the Kingdom, is valued at over 100 million. I have seen it in magazines. Such wealth cannot procure it. It must be a gift from your fiancé, correct? A circle of friends surrounded Xia Ruawei, showering her with incessant flattery. With meticulous grooming, Xia Ruawei appeared even more stunning, her face brimming with pride. Indeed, my gown and necklace were all chosen by you. He claimed they suited my unique temperament. On that day, Xiao Yuhuang had carelessly discarded it outside the boutique before driving away. Xia Ruawei felt a mix of urgency and anger. Driven by a desire for revenge and vanity, she purchased the most exquisite gown in the store.
Today,
She donned the most luxurious and beautiful dress available. Her friend, Song Meiyu, gazed at her with envy, exclaiming, Wei, your fiancé truly dotes on you. Your entire ensemble rivals the annual income of a sizable publicly traded company. Oh, it is nothing extraordinary, Xia feigned modesty. You treats me this way regularly. It has become the norm for him to indulge me. Just as Xia was boasting to her friends, a faint laughter interrupted. She turned to see her typically stern father, radiating warmth, entering the garden with Xia Yingnai. Clad in a romantic purple starry gown, Xia Yingnai's delicate features resembled that of a celestial being, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her noble demeanor seemed to transcend the ordinary, captivating all who beheld her. Many young gentlemen were spellbound, their eyes filled with awe, while some daring souls contemplated approaching her. However, Xia Yingnai's arrival struck Xia like a thunderclap. That wretched girl dared to wear a similar dress. How brazen! Such a destitute individual could never afford such haute couture. It must surely be a cheap imitation purchased online. Chapter 91. Mr. Xiao has arrived. Almost every gaze was fixed upon Xia Yingnai. Xia anger simmered within. She exchanged glances with her friends, whispering, The woman my father brought is my half-sister. 5 years ago, she was raped by a beggar, killed someone, and was under police investigation. Her scandal even trended on social media. Don't be fooled by her innocent facade. She is both tainted and toxic. Find an opportunity to humiliate her. Though her voice was low, those nearby could still hear her words. The expressions of all present shifted as they regarded Xia Yingnai. They were astounded to learn that this ethereal figure was a murderer from 5 years prior, a victim of a filthy beggar's brutality. The scandal surrounding Xia Yingnai had been widely publicized, and while they had heard of it, the vague photographs from that time had made it difficult to recognize her now. Song Meiyu, catching on, took the lead in a sarcastic tone, saying, Uncle Xia, may I ask who this guest is that you have brought? How could she wear a counterfeit gown? Wei's dress is the genuine article, and yet someone dares to appear in a fake at your birthday banquet, showing you such blatant disrespect. Xia Yingnai's sharp gaze pierced through Song Mei's countenance like an icy blade, a chill that seemed capable of slicing through the winter snow, compelling her to take a step back involuntarily. Who exactly is this Xia Yingnai? What grants her such an intimidating presence? Xia Yingnai stood resolutely before the cake, exuding an aura of authority, yet his expression revealed concern. Meiyu? This is my uncle's second daughter, Xia Yingnai. Do not be rude. Song Meiyu, intimidated by Xia Yingnai's authority, awkwardly retreated a step, prompting a glare of frustration from Xia. What a useless wretch. The other older guests regarded Xia Yingnai with varied expressions, quietly covering their mouths and whispering, Is it truly the second miss of the Xia family, Xia Yingnai? How can she have the audacity to attend her father's birthday celebration? Indeed, 5 years ago, she was embroiled in such scandal that Mayor Xia nearly suffered a heart attack from the stress. Now she appears unfazed, as if utterly unashamed. Shh. Look at old Xia's expression. Cease your chatter. Unfazed by the murmurs, Xia Yingnai maintained her composure, her lovely visage serene. After years of enduring various rumors, she had cultivated a heart impervious to such slander. Could a few words unravel her? Ladies and gentlemen, Xia Yingnai warmly introduced to the guests, This is my youngest daughter,
Xia Yingnai.
After all these years, I have finally found her. He spoke with palpable excitement and sincerity. Yet, the corners of Xia Yingnai's exquisite lips curled in sardonic amusement. Her father, who had severed ties with her and cast her from the Xia household, now casually portrayed it as her own choice to leave, placing the blame squarely on her shoulders. How delightful. Father, 5 years ago, on that stormy night, you cast me out, leaving me penniless. I roamed the streets starving, forced to scavenge from dumpsters for sustenance. However, fortune has smiled upon me, and I am now quite well off. At least I no longer wander the streets. Xia Yingnai smiled, unhesitatingly undermining Xia Yingnai's narrative. Xia Yingnai's face turned a deep shade of anger. What nonsense are you spouting, girl? This daughter shows no regard for her father's dignity. Indeed, a heartless wretch. The guests began to regard Xia Yingnai with altered expressions. Nai, the events of that time were beyond your father's control. Child?
Madre Mayor.
Are you suggesting that Xia Yingnai already has children? The woman with a round face raised her voice deliberately. Could it be that she bears the fruits of that incident from 5 years ago? Gasps of astonishment echoed around as the murmurs grew louder. Their gazes towards Xia Yingnai became increasingly peculiar. Who knows? Shinmani deliberately misled the crowd. Nai now has 4 children and they are Mother, Aunt Shun. Both Xia Yingnai and Xia interrupted her simultaneously. Xia Yingnai's beautiful eyes burned with fury, nearly slicing through Shinmani with her glare. She had assumed that her attendance at the birthday banquet would ensure that Shinmani would keep the secret of her children. Unexpectedly, Shinmani had just attempted to publicly humiliate her by revealing her secrets. Xia Ruowei's anger stemmed from the fact that Xia Yingnai's children were fathered by Xiao Yuhuang. Should he uncover the truth from years past, not only would she lose her title as fiancée, but Xiao Yuhuang, who had originally been seduced by Xia Yingnai, would undoubtedly choose her and the children over Xia Ruowei. As Shinmani observed the anxious yet subtly threatening expression on Xia Ruowei's face, she suddenly realized she had misspoken. With a forced smile, Shinmani corrected herself. Oh dear, how careless of me. Nai is such a well-behaved child. How could she possibly engage in such a scandalous affair as having a child out of wedlock? Our Nai is kind-hearted. Those children are merely orphans she adopted from the orphanage. Xia Yingnai coldly stared at Shinmani, refraining from refuting her words. Her expression a cryptic mix of amusement and disdain. Shinmani's claims about her adopting children were far preferable to allowing her children to bear the stigma of being illegitimate. Indeed, upon hearing that Xia Yingnai's children were adopted, the guests' murmurs shifted. Oh, who would have thought that Miss Xia is such a compassionate person, adopting orphans? It is rare to see such kindness in today's society. Indeed, redemption is commendable. After all, she is the daughter of Mayor Xia, which indirectly reflects well on the mayor and his wife, showcasing their exemplary parenting. They resumed their flattery towards Xia Yingnai and his spouse. Among the gathered guests, a middle-aged man, resembling a wooden stick with sparse hair slicked back with wax, was fixated on Xia Yingnai, drooling with desire. Shinmani approached the peculiar man. Lowering her voice, she inquired, Director Liu, what do you think of my daughter? Are you satisfied with her? Quite satisfied, indeed. Such beauty is a rarity. To share a night with her would be worth it, Director Liu replied, his gaze glued to Xia Yingnai, nearly drooling. Shinmani took a small step back in disgust. Watch for my signal. We shall proceed as planned. All as you instruct, madam, Director Liu said with a grin. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the garden, heralding the arrival of an opulent private jet that gracefully descended onto the Xia family's lawn. A black-clad butler and dozens of bodyguards disembarked, bowing as they announced, Welcome, Mr. Xiao. From the cabin emerged a tall, striking figure. The man possessed an extraordinarily handsome face and an innate, commanding presence, exuding an air of regal authority as if he were born to rule. Oh my, it is Mr. Xiao from the Xiao group. He is so handsome. Almost all the female guests clutched their hearts, gazing adoringly as Xiao Yuhuang elegantly descended from the aircraft. The male guests instinctively parted ways to grant him passage. The crowd surged like the tides of the sea, excitedly parting ways. Xia Yingnai and his wife eagerly approached to greet him. Xia Ruowei, lifting her skirt, darted forward like a joyful fawn, unable to contain her anticipation as she flung herself before him. Only Xia Yingnai remained rooted in place, blissfully indulging in the imported fruits laid out at the banquet, her mouth stuffed with cherries, thoroughly enjoying herself. Chapter 92. Seeking her presence. Amidst the adoring gazes of onlookers, Xiao Yuhuang gracefully descended the steps from the helicopter. Dear nephew, you have finally arrived. Your uncle has been waiting for you for quite some time, Xia Yingnai exclaimed. Stepping forward to personally welcome him, Uncle Xia, Xiao Yuhuang replied in a cool, detached manner, his eyes scanning for the figure of Xia Yingnai. When he spotted her hiding in an inconspicuous corner, delighting in an array of fruits, a subtle smile graced his lips. Xia Ruowei, taken aback, had not anticipated Xiao Yuhuang would indeed attend her father's birthday banquet. Her beautiful face radiated joy as she hurriedly approached him, lifting her skirt. She attempted to link her arm with his, only to be skillfully evaded by him. Xia Ruowei's expression stiffened. Just moments ago, she had showcased to her friends how doting Xiao Yuhuang was towards her, yet he refused to allow her to take his arm. Was he not brazenly slapping her face in public? Frozen in place, her countenance darkened. Uncle Xia, I heard you have a fondness for collecting ancient scrolls. So today I specially brought you one, wishing you longevity as vast as the Eastern Sea. Avoiding Xia Ruowei, Xiao Yuhuang gestured to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi opened the exquisite gift box he was holding and revealed a scroll to the crowd. The moment Mayor Xia beheld the scroll, he was taken aback. His pupils dilating and contracting, his hands trembling slightly. Xia Yingnai reached out as if to touch it, but hesitated, ultimately refraining from doing so. Xia Yingnai, standing some distance away, focused solely on her food and failed to discern the nature of Xiao Yuhuang's gift. However, the astonished expressions of those around her piqued her curiosity, prompting her to move closer. Having consumed a fair share of sweet, plump grapes, a trace of grape juice adorned her lips, enhancing the delicate hue of her mouth and drawing Xiao Yuhuang's gaze deeper. That damned little enchantress, utterly unaware of the allure she exuded. An elderly gentleman, devoted to the business of art and antique collection, gazed at the painting in disbelief, exclaiming, "This painting is Qi Shishi's 12 screens of water and clouds, his most representative landscape work from his transitional period, valued at billions. It cannot be acquired merely with wealth." An uproar ensued. No one had expected Xiao Yuhuang to present Mayor Xia with such a lavish gift, especially considering he was merely engaged to the mayor's daughter and had yet to enter the sacred bond of marriage. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to demonstrate Xiao Yuhuang's regard for Xia Runaway and the Xia family. Dongfang Jin, also the son-in-law of Mayor Xia, wore a somewhat awkward expression. Holding a birthday gift worth millions, he had initially thought his generosity was quite extravagant, but now, in comparison to Xiao Yuhuang's gift, it paled into insignificance. He had even lost the courage to speak. The guests attending the banquet were now regarding Xia Yingnai with increased admiration, showering him with an array of compliments. "Mayor Xia, your son-in-law is indeed extraordinary. It is clear that Mr. Xiao holds you in high regard. Mayor Xia, when will the wedding of Mr. Xiao and your daughter be on the agenda? It seems we will soon be toasting to their union." The flattery was incessant, bringing immense joy to Xia Yingnai. He clasped his hands together in gratitude and replied, "Thank you all for your concern. As for the wedding between Yu Huang and my daughter, I will inform you all in advance when the time comes." Not far away, Xia Yingnai couldn't help but curl her lip, continuing to battle with her chocolate sundae. What a hypocritical man! Xiaoyan stared in disbelief at Xia Yingnai. She had already consumed several pieces of mousse cake, durian millefeuille, various pastries, and an assortment of fruits. She truly could not fathom how someone as slender as Xia Yingnai could fit so much food in her stomach. The most infuriating part was that she didn't seem to gain an ounce. It was quite vexing. "Miss Xia, you should stop eating. I fear your stomach may not handle it," Xiao Yun urged her. "Xiao Yun, you simply do not understand. With so much free delicacy, why not indulge? Eating out usually costs a fortune." Xia Yingnai took the last bite of a sauced pork knuckle, letting out a satisfied burp. Today was certainly worth it. Xiao Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation. Miss Xia, with her ethereal beauty, resembled a celestial being. Yet her voracious appetite for meat and drink made her seem more like a boisterous tomboy, far from the image of a refined lady. At that moment, Xia Ruashi floated over, covering her mouth as she mocked Xia Yingnai. "Sister, how can you, as a woman, eat so ungracefully? Your manner is so unbecoming that one might think you were a starving ghost returned to life." Xia Yingnai elegantly wiped her greasy hands with a napkin. "Sister, mind your own business. I am eating the rice of the Xia family and drinking our wine. What does it concern you? Does your family live by the sea, that you are so meddlesome? You, how could good intentions be met with such ingratitude? Xia Yingnai, if it were not for your father, I wouldn't bother with you at all." Xia Ruashi retorted coldly, lowering her voice to threaten, "I warn you, do not pursue my husband. If I find out you dare to entangle with him, I will not let you off easily." Xia Yingnai blinked her large eyes, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "I have no interest in picking up second-hand shoes worn by other women. A man who has strayed is like a piece of excrement. Picking it up is repulsive, and discarding it is no loss. Only you, dear sister, would treasure such filth. I am quite impressed." Just then, Dongfang Jin overheard Xia Yingnai's sharp words, likening him to discarded shoes and excrement. His handsome face flushed with anger, resembling an ink blot, and he turned to leave in a huff. "Husband!" Xia Ruashi shot Xia Yingnai an accusatory glare and hurried after him. "Wait for me." Romantic music filled the garden banquet hall. Many guests began to sway gracefully on the lawn to the music, elevating the banquet to a minor climax. Summer Yingnai sipped another glass of tangy juice. Xiaoyan exchanged a few words with her before heading to the restroom. "Nai, would you dance with your brother?" Shun Yilin stepped before Summer Yingnai, extending his fair hand in a gentlemanly invitation. "I'm afraid not. I have no brother, so don't misidentify relatives." Summer Yingnai firmly declined. However, how could Shun Yilin let such a splendid opportunity slip away? He nearly compelled her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and guiding her towards the open-air dance floor. Unable to resist Shun Yilin's sheer strength, Summer Yingnai struggled a few times to no avail and eventually acquiesced. Observing their intertwined figures, Xiao Yuhuang's handsome visage darkened like ice, his thoughts straying to breaking Shun Yilin's bothersome arm. "Let us dance as well. I've recently learned a tango that I wish to showcase for you," Xia Ruahui remarked, gazing at the jubilant crowd, her own spirit yearning to join. She endeavored to grasp Xiao Yuhuang's arm, only to be ruthlessly rebuffed. He strode swiftly towards the dance floor, where Summer Yingnai was situated. Xia Ruohui's fists clenched tightly as she watched the scene unfold, her gaze towards Summer Yingnai burning with venomous intensity. She could hardly wait any longer. She wished nothing more than for that wretched girl to meet her demise. In the grassy dance area, The music flowed softly and passionately. Shen Yilin, clad in a pristine white suit devoid of creases, stood tall, his handsome features reminiscent of a scholar, exuding a gentle, jade-like aura in the sunlight. Forced into dancing, Summer Yingnai felt displeased. What madness has possessed you today, Shen Yilin? Nai as your brother? Is it so wrong for me to invite my own sister to partake in an opening dance? He replied, gazing into her eyes with a slight smile. I have stated it clearly. I possess no brother. Summer Yingnai was reluctantly maneuvered by him. In her sharp stilettos, she intentionally stepped on his foot during a twirl, declaring,
See?
I told you I cannot dance, yet you persist in forcing me. As long as you are happy, you may tread as you wish, he responded. You've always adored dancing. At 17, you even won a National Classical Dance Gold Award for Rain Lingling. Who would believe you when you claim you cannot dance? Shen Yilin, unfazed, allowed her to trample his shoes, even as pain lanced through his foot. You've been investigating me? Summer Yingnai furrowed her brow in anger. Shen Yilin had studied abroad for years, yet he was still aware of her every move back home, sending chills down her spine. He tightened his grip on her delicate waist and replied coolly, investigation is hardly the term, I simply find myself more attentive to you. Heaven knows, throughout his years abroad, he had kept a vigilant eye on Summer Yingnai. His room was adorned with her photographs, capturing her journey from innocence to maturity. His obsession evolving from a mere crush to an intense fixation. Regrettably, she remained blissfully unaware, harboring disdain for him, which only deepened his sense of desolation. Shen Yilin, what is it that you truly desire? Xia Yingnai abruptly halted her dance, her gaze fixed intently upon him, as if seeking to decipher the mysteries etched upon his countenance. Nai, after all these years abroad, I have truly missed you, Shen Yilin sighed, yearning to draw Xia Yingnai into his embrace. Yet she recoiled, evading his advance. A couple engaged in a lively waltz, the man slightly inebriated, fumbled his grip, nearly colliding with Xia Yingnai. Shen Yilin, quick-witted and agile, swiftly encircled her slender waist, deftly avoiding the impending mishap. Nai, be cautious, he admonished, his tone unexpectedly laced with tenderness. What was Shen Yilin implying with his declaration of longing? Had he lost his senses? Their relationship had never been harmonious, and now, due to Shinmani, it was fraught with animosity. What was Shen Yilin's true intention? The closeness of Xia Yingnai and Shen Yilin painted a striking image of beauty as they moved gracefully in tandem with the music. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuhuang's frosty gaze radiated an intensity that was palpable. Within him burned an indomitable flame, a conflagration akin to stars igniting the earth, leaving him at a loss to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within. This insufferable woman, capable of attracting attention wherever she roamed. Shen, a pleasure to meet you. May I borrow your companion for a moment? Xiao Yuhuang's voice was notably frigid. Though he spoke of borrowing, he assertively pulled Xia Yingnai into his embrace, the force of it nearly rendering her waist asunder. Sensing the tension, she prudently retreated to a secluded corner, where she quietly savored delectable morsels. Xiao, Mr. Xiao. Xia Yingnai stammered upon their brief contact, her body electrified, tingling yet trembling. She lowered her voice, speaking with vehemence near his ear. Mr. Xiao, what are you doing? You're about to break my waist. You are soon to be engaged to Xia Runaway. How does this appear?
Fool.
Xiao Yuhuang merely cast a cold glance her way, tightening his grip with an intensity that nearly crushed her. Xia Yingnai, feeling a mixture of indignation and discomfort, wished she could bite him, were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation. A fleeting shadow crossed Shen Yilin's eyes, but he quickly regained his characteristic aloofness. Mr. Xiao, it would be prudent for you to release Nai. She is quite uncomfortable. This formidable man, capable of turning tides in Shengjing, was well-renowned. Shen Yilin had heard tales of his illustrious feats while studying in the M country. Extending his right hand, Shen Yilin greeted Xiao Yuhuang, their long, fair hands clasped firmly, igniting an inexplicable spark in the air. Yet, Xia Yingnai felt her right eye twitch incessantly, a chill racing down her spine. Xiao Yuhuang scrutinized Shen Yilin, the adopted son of Shinmani, who appeared notably youthful. During his studies in the M country, he had embarked on entrepreneurial ventures, launching various mobile applications within half a year and later transitioning to the internet sector, securing tens of millions in A-round investments from DST. He was indeed a formidable adversary. In times past, such a person might have become a kindred spirit to him. However, as a man, he distinctly sensed that Shen Yilin's gaze upon Xia Yingnai was far from innocent. It was laced with suppressed emotions that stirred an unsettling feeling within him. The silent exchange of glances between the two men crackled with a sharp tension, while the soft music played in the background, seemingly amplifying their unspoken rivalry. Though Xia Yingnai was oblivious to their underlying conflict, a sense of unease gnawed at her. What were these two men engaged in? Frustrated, she sharply kicked Xiao Yuhuang's polished shoes with her heel, seizing a moment of his relaxed grip to extricate herself from his embrace. Xiao Yuhuang intended to pursue her, but a well-dressed elite hurriedly approached, whispering something urgent into his ear. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Yingnai swiftly slipped away. Finding a secluded spot in the garden, she casually picked up a glass of champagne from a nearby table, raising it to her lips just as Runaway, adorned like a little princess, approached with a cocktail in hand. "Sister, let us share a toast," she declared eagerly, producing 2 empty glasses. She poured champagne into both, one for Xia Yingnai and one for herself. "Thank you," Xia Yingnai replied, accepting the glass. Uncertain of Runaway's intentions, she hesitated to drink. "Are you afraid to drink because of the glass's integrity?" Runaway teased. "How about we swap glasses?" Seeing Xia Yingnai's reluctance, Runaway cheerfully exchanged their glasses, downing the contents of hers in one swift motion.
"See?
Neither the drink nor the glass poses any issue. Would I really harm you in front of so many people?" Observing that Runaway appeared unaffected after her drink, Xia Yingnai felt compelled to comply in such a public setting, draining her glass in one go. "Sister, you truly are bold." Runaway beamed sweetly. "My apologies, but my friend awaits me over there. I must take my leave," Xia Yingnai said, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Runaway. Just then, a server carrying a tray of glasses happened to pass by. Suddenly, he stumbled, sending several glasses filled with vibrant red liquid flying, splattering all over Xia Yingnai. The crimson liquid stained her celestial gown, dripping from her neckline and eliciting gasps and whispers from the gathered guests. Xia Yingnai frowned at the unsightly stains on her dress, realizing it was now unwearable. "Oh dear. Sister, how unfortunate for you. Such is the consequence of daring to match outfits with me," Runaway exclaimed, reveling in her sister's embarrassment. Wiping at the wine stains with a tissue, Xia Yingnai cast a sidelong glance at Runaway's dress, propped up by padding, and smiled. "It is not the clash of outfits that is dreadful. Rather, it is the one who appears unseemly. Sister Runaway, do refrain from speaking. Your padding is at risk of being exposed." Runaway hastily glanced down at her chest, relieved to find everything intact, only then realizing she had fallen for Xia Yingnai's clever ruse. "You wretched girl." In this moment, were it not for the throngs of guests, Runaway would have delighted in seizing the beguiling visage of Xia Yingnai. Observing the commotion from a distance, Mani hastily approached, putting on an act. She reprimanded the waiter. "What on earth are you doing? You can't even manage something as trivial as serving drinks? How could you spill wine all over the second miss?" The young waiter appeared visibly shaken, his legs trembling as he stammered, "I'm sorry, Madam Xia. I didn't mean to. Never mind, Aunt Shin. I shall simply change into another outfit," Xia Yingnai said, showing mercy to the frightened waiter. Upon hearing this, a glint of calculation flickered in Mani's eyes. She turned to the middle-aged woman who had been following her, saying, "Lu Ma, please take Nai Nai to the room to change into a new dress. Ruashi and Nai Nai have similar figures. She has a few new gowns in the wardrobe that are still unopened. Please retrieve one for the second." "Mississippi." "Understood, madam. I shall take the second miss there at once," Lu Ma replied. Initially, Xia Yingnai had no desire to change her attire. Yet, feeling damp and sticky from the spilled wine, she reluctantly followed Lu Ma to the dressing room. The moment she departed, the once timid waiter shed his fear, exchanging a furtive glance with Mani before slipping into the throng of guests. As Xia Yingnai walked with Lu Ma towards the dressing room, an unsettling feeling began to wash over her. Although the wine she had consumed had yet to affect her, who could say if the effects of any potential drug would manifest later? Quietly, she removed the milky white pearl hairpin that secured her wavy locks, gently twisting the circular button. From within, she extracted a small, pill-like object resembling candy, which she promptly placed in her mouth. This candy had been forcibly given to her by De Bao before the banquet, who claimed it could counteract poisons and might save her life in a critical moment. Xia Yingnai had found it amusing at the time, pondering how such a seemingly childlike confection could possibly be life-saving. She had patted De Bao's small head, chuckling. "Where did you get this candy, my dear? Keep it for yourself. Mommy doesn't fancy such sweets." "Mommy, you needn't worry about where I got it. You must keep it safe. If you drink at the banquet and eat this candy, it will not only counteract poison but also sober you," De Bao had insisted earnestly, his bright eyes wide with sincerity. Moved by her child's innocent gaze, Xia Yingnai had inexplicably chosen to carry the candy with her, regardless of its efficacy. Ingesting it might alleviate her intoxication, which was not unwelcome. Her eldest son was always clever, concocting various oddities, so Xia Yingnai had grown accustomed to such whims. Yet, she never anticipated the remarkable effect of that small candy. As soon as she swallowed it, a sweet warmth spread through her body, accompanied by an indescribable sense of exhilaration. As if boundless energy had surged within her. To her astonishment, she found her head clear and her mind sharp, despite having consumed a considerable amount of fruit wine just moments before. The sugar pill indeed works wonders for intoxication. Lu Ma led Xia Yingnai to the expansive dressing room on the second floor. "Miss, your gown is in the wardrobe. Do you require my assistance in putting it on?" she inquired. "No, thank you. Please attend to your other duties," Xia Yingnai replied, firmly declining her offer. She no longer placed her trust in anyone within the villa. "Very well, I shall take my leave then," Lu Ma said, her gaze flickering slightly as she received Xia Yingnai's consent and descended the stairs. Xia Yingnai surveyed the dressing room, adorned with American light luxury design, its vast space embellished with gem-like mirrors. This room had been specially decorated by her late mother, Lan Shi, during her lifetime. Over the years, it had been filled with her clothing, accessories, and shoes. However, ever since she was cast out of the Xia family, the dressing room had become the exclusive domain of Shen Mani's two daughters, overflowing with their various luxuries, designer bags, and rare jewels. On the windowsill, she noticed a vibrant pot of flowers blooming in 6 striking colors: red, yellow, white, orange, and pink. The flowers, though modest in size, were abundant and captivating. Drawn to their allure, Xia Yingnai leaned closer to discern their species. To her dismay, within mere seconds, a lewd voice interrupted her. "Oh, darling, I've been waiting for you." Amidst a play of light and shadow, she clearly beheld an unremarkable face, a gaunt man, hunched over, lunging towards her. A nauseating stench of smoke assaulted her senses, and she felt the urge to retch. While Xiao Yuhuang also smoked, his scent was always a refreshing tobacco aroma, unlike this man's foul odor. Instinctively, she covered her nose and, in a swift motion, kicked him sharply with her stiletto heel, striking his knee. The man let out a piercing wail, collapsing to the ground. With a fierce glare, he fixed his eyes on Xia Yingnai, seething, "Vile creature, you truly seek your own demise. I know not who you are, but I am aware of the orders you follow. My father is Mayor Xia, and I am his biological daughter. Do you truly believe that you can lay a hand on me here without consequence? Dare to harm me, and I shall ensure you become a eunuch." Xia Yingnai coldly retorted, her body brimming with suppressed fury, aching for an outlet. "You insolent wretch! I will relish the moment I have you beneath me, and we shall see how sharp your tongue remains then." The man, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose from the ground, intent on seizing Xia Yingnai once more. "Get lost, you scoundrel!" Before he could close the distance, the tempestuous Xia Yingnai unleashed a punch to his chest. To her astonishment, her blow sent the man flying, crashing against the floor-length mirror in the dressing room. A cacophony of shattering glass ensued as the gem-like mirror shattered into pieces. Struggling to rise, the man found himself incapacitated by excruciating pain in his chest, several ribs clearly broken. He lacked the strength to get up, and with a cough, he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Fear gripped him as he gazed at Xia Yingnai. Was this woman a devil? Why does she possess such terrifying strength? Xia Yingnai gazed at her own fist in bewilderment, finding it quite inconceivable. Goodness, her usual strength could hardly be described as feeble. Yet it certainly did not exhibit such ferocity. When did her power become so formidable? Xia Yingnai approached the stick-wielding man step by step. Upon witnessing her advance, the man was utterly petrified, nearly soiling himself in fear.